My jobless family came screaming at my door, demanded money. My brother forced his way in, trashed my flat. I called police. Now they're in jail. I am a 25-year-old woman who lives with her parents. I have two siblings, Frank and Bella. As the oldest, I was the first to start work. For a long time, just my father and I worked to support our family. My mother was either sick or too tired to work. Over time, I've come to recognize that her situation is self-inflicted. She would rather spend the day sitting on the couch, watching TV and feasting, than working. I gave up on convincing her to start working a long time ago. My brother and sister started working soon after finishing school. Unfortunately, they were not able to keep their employment for long. My brother was a robber, and my sister blamed her lack of job on her mental health. The transient financial ease we had when they started working did not last. I ultimately had to work extra shifts at work, knowing I couldn't rely on them. I worked hard to advance in my firm. Now, I make more than most people my age. Many people admire my accomplishments, yet I feel like an imposter. Looking back, I realize I haven't done much for myself. 70% of my wages are spent on housing expenses, leaving me with only 30%. That sum barely covers my necessities. On top of that, there is usually an unexpected bill at the end of the month that I must pay. I work so hard that I rarely get home, and when I do, it is a nightmare. At least I'm compensated for my job, but no one pays me to clean the house. I need to clean, do laundry, wash the dishes, and make sure we have enough groceries. My mother and sister barely contribute. My mother spends the entire day watching television, whilst my sister isolates herself in her room and only leaves to hang out with her friends or get into trouble. I can't ask my father or brother for help because they follow traditional gender roles. This is the type of family I am from. Despite my disagreement with those values, I felt I had no choice because I was living in their house. Every time I tried to speak up, my mother ordered me to find my own space. She understands that I can't afford my own home while also supporting the family. She also believes my heart is too tender to allow children to fend for themselves. None of this is why I am writing this post. It's not even the main reason I'm frustrated. My unhappiness arises from the fact that my parents have once again shown that they value my brothers over me. It was my birthday 2 days ago. My gift? Body wash. Yes, body wash. You might think I'm ungrateful, but Bella had her birthday last month. She hosted a grandiose surprise party that we could not afford. I had to take on more consulting job to help pay for it. This came after my father stated that he had enough money to pay for the party, which I had initially declined. Following the party, he came me with a sob story about miscalculating expenses. He also told me that he had borrowed from dangerous individuals and was afraid they would hurt us. To safeguard my family, I decided to pay for the party. I was quite unhappy since they keep doing this. Whether it's a holiday or a birthday, they always prefer my brother's gifts before mine. This year my brother received a new gaming system as a gift, while my sister received a certificate to our city's most expensive spa. And me? I received body washes. After everything I've done for this family, is body wash all I deserve? I'm not sure why, but this time I felt offended. Every time they did this, I discovered a way to get past it. I convinced myself they didn't mean it, that they loved and valued me. However, I believe it's time to stop telling myself lies. That body wash was the last straw. I exploded after receiving it. I was unable to control myself. I felt a huge knot in my throat and my rage overpowered me. I asked them why I couldn't celebrate like Bella and Frank. All I got was body wash, not even a delicious cake. My father became upset and demanded why I was being so disrespectful when I knew their financial situation. At that point, I started giggling and wondered how he could say that with a straight face. He was the one who went into debt to make sure Bella had a great birthday, but he couldn't afford more than $20 for me. I became tired of being treated differently. At that point, I had to ask if I was adopted. Is this why they treated me like a stranger? I work hard at my job, come home and care for everyone, and all I get is body wash. They must be kidding. At this time, my mother erupted into tears, saying how much she despised my small outbursts. So it's okay for her to have feelings, but displaying mine is insulting to the family? That is exactly how I took her comment. She experiences hundreds of different emotions during the day, and we are expected to tolerate them. But if I become enraged over something valid, I am considered theatrical. Fine. I decided to stop arguing and went to my room. When they called, I claimed to be asleep. I sat there the whole time, just thinking. I was very unhappy. Even though I keep myself occupied all the time, I can't fall asleep. My thoughts revolve around how sad I feel. Most people my age are buying their first car, getting married, or buying a house. I see some of them doing just that at work, despite the fact that they make less than me. I'm envious. Despite being ahead at work, I am far behind in life. I don't have an identity or a purpose in this world. My sole aim is to serve these ungrateful individuals. Now that I think about it, how did I allow them to abuse me like this? They had been taking advantage of me for so long that I had no idea. My feelings on this have become very clear as a result of the incident involving my birthday gift. Now I realize that I don't want things to stay this way forever. Something needs to change. I feel like I'm not doing anything with my life, and I'd like to know what I can do to change that, to find my own purpose. Update 1. I did it. I moved out 2 months after my original post. I can't believe I moved out just 2 months after the birthday incident. My apartment is small and sparsely decorated, but it's mine. Do you want to know what I did immediately after I completed moving? I slept in my bed for hours, with no one calling to address a simple issue. It was a strange sensation. I had no clue lying in bed could be so therapeutic. You're probably wondering how I moved, especially with my strict family. It wasn't easy, but I finished it. First, I followed their advice and started setting boundaries. I paid only the bare minimum for home expenditures and saved the rest. I also worked additional shifts at work and saved money. When my parents asked about the money, I told them that it will be included in my year-end bonus. It was challenging, but after I had enough for the deposit, I told them to go to hell and went into my new apartment. Once I had decided which apartment to rent, I informed my parents that I was going. The chat wasn't nice. They were outraged and asked if living with them was indeed that bad. I told them that it was not about them, but about me. I was getting older and needed to gain some freedom. I would be unable to accomplish it if I continued to live with them. Besides, Mom had always suggested that I should acquire my own place. Of course, my mother was offended by my response and called it snarky. She pretended to want only the best for me, but I scoffed everything she said. I understood I couldn't win the fight, so I apologized and moved on. My family was adamantly opposed to my wish to relocate, but there was nothing they could do. I had already signed my lease and was ready to depart. In protest, none of them helped me pack. I had to ask a couple of co-workers for help. Janet and Lisa, 2 acquaintances from different divisions at work, were the only ones who knew about my situation at home. When I told them I was relocating, they jumped with joy. When I asked for assistance with the move, they were delighted to help. We finished transferring everything a few days ago, and now I'm in my almost empty flat. I don't have much yet, but I am content. I can't wait to begin living independently. Update 2. I've been living in my apartment for over a month. It has been a difficult month, but I am happier than ever, or was until a few hours ago. Let me quickly recap what has happened over the last month. I've been furnishing my flat and even hosted a housewarming party. Also, now that I have my evenings open, I've started going out with friends and meeting new people through them. It's fantastic to have a social life after being without one for so long. Honestly, I believe I am now living for myself. Aside from building a social life, I've been dating someone Lisa introduced me to. In the past, I never went out with anyone since I didn't have time. My family was constantly disturbing my plans with an emergency, but now that I live farther away, they can't do so. You're probably wondering how my relationship with my family has been over the past month. Actually, none of them had contacted me at all during this time. They have been abnormally silent, which has been perplexing at times. I considered messaging them, but then I stopped myself. I feel like I'm generally the one that breaks the ice and apologizes when we argue. I don't want to be that way anymore. I wanted to be treated with the same respect as any other member of the family, therefore I chose not to contact them. For a while I thought our relationship was over. That is, until my mother reached me this afternoon when I was working. I was surprised to see her name on the screen, but I did answer. As soon as I picked up, she inquired, "Where's the check?" At first I was bewildered since I had no idea what check she was talking about. Had she forgotten that I didn't live with them anymore? What were her ideas exactly? She questioned how I expected them to function without my guidance. I informed her that she had 2 healthy, capable children who could help with the bills. They had a month to look for work. What did they do throughout that time? She then asked how I could be so thoughtless of my siblings' plight. So I questioned her. How could I have pity for a criminal and a lazy girl? They harmed their own job prospects. Couldn't they learn from me and persevere? I informed my mother that I was not going to send anything, and that they should make their own preparations. Then I hung up. She called me several more times, but I didn't answer. Later, my father called and attempted to chastise me, but I hung up. I couldn't believe what I'd accomplished. I had never cut someone off while they were speaking before. But, to be honest, the previous month has been really peaceful, and reconnecting with them has reminded me of how turbulent my life used to be. I don't think I want to disturb my peace by bringing them back into my life. I wish they had stayed silent. They should have cut me off and left me alone, because I was never a member of the family. I now realize that they only wanted me for as long as I could provide for them. I was living an unsustainable lifestyle since I was always available to help others. But now that's over. I have reached my limit. It's time for me to focus on myself. I should have done this long ago. They've tried to make me feel awful, but it's not working. I believe it's because I've become immune to it. Update 3. I honestly don't know what's happening with my family. I cannot believe I am related to such odd people. I knew they were willing to go to lengths to attain their objectives, but this is too much. I will not be patient with them after this. They are about to see a side of me they did not know existed. It had been 2 days since my relatives started nagging me for money. I have constantly told them that I will not give them anything. They need to design their own strategy. How can they expect me to help them if they can't pay their bills? I already have my own expenditures. It is completely reckless and irrational. I've been ignoring them for the past 24 hours, focusing on buying more furniture for my flat. It's finally starting to look like a house, and I'm very proud of myself. I can't believe I now have goods of my own. Unfortunately, I can't really appreciate their success because they've been so annoying. I've ignored them the whole time, which is probably why they decided to come to my house. Yes, they visited my flat last night while I was hosting a small gathering. Here's what occurred. Yesterday was a Friday night and several of my friends wanted to go out, but I was too tired. Lisa and Janet agreed, so we scheduled a book and wine night at my apartment. 2 more girls joined us, and we were having a great time until there was a disturbance outside the door. I live in a quiet apartment complex, so this was concerning. We tried to ignore it, but it grew louder and eventually reached my door. When I opened it, my sister, father, and brother were arguing with the building's manager. They demanded to be allowed into my apartment because they were family. I couldn't believe what I saw. I told the manager I knew them, but they weren't welcome. My father appeared hurt and said he only wanted to talk. I asked him to check the time, which was 10 p.m. I told them that if they wanted to see me, they could have called ahead. Also, how did they learn where I lived? That's when my sister stepped in, claiming she heard from a friend who saw me at the complex. Then she looked around and realized I was living large. She asked why she couldn't live with me. I looked at her as if she were insane. Why would I want to live with someone who was so unproductive? I'd need to feed her and clean up after her. I haven't forgotten the dynamics of the past few years. I told them to leave because they were not welcome, especially at that hour. My father refused, saying they wouldn't leave until I spoke with them. I told him I wasn't interested in talking, especially since I had guests. Then my brother started yelling at the top of his lungs, addressing my friends and calling me a useless sister. He then forced his way into my flat and started verbally assaulting me. Between him, my sister, and my father, I felt completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, my friends sat stunned, watching this horrific show. Things only got worse. My father and brother began rifling through my belongings and turning them upside down. I cried because I saw them treat my possessions so disrespectfully. I implored them to stop, but they did not listen. They said I was to blame and demanded a check. That is, until security arrived. It turned out that Janet had gone to contact security as soon as my father and brother began disrupting the calm. When security arrived, my father and brother refused to go and attempted to resist. That was a major mistake, since the uproar became so loud that they had to call the cops. My father and brother are currently in jail for trespassing in my flat and disrupting the peace. They will not be released until Monday, and I have already filed charges. I am bringing them to court over this. They've gone too far, and I'm not going to let them get away with it. This marks the end. They've gone too far, and I'm not going to let them drag me farther into their mess. Update 4. I wanted to post an update sooner because it has been 4 months, but I chose to wait until everything was resolved. Now that the trial has ended, I can finally tell you everything. I think many of you will be relieved to know that my family received what they deserved. Starting with my brother. The judge was harsh on him because he had previously shoplifted and is a repeat offender. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Unfortunately, this will remain on his record, making it even more difficult for him to establish a future for himself. But honestly, given the way he's been spending his life, he had little chance. I'm hoping that his time in jail will straighten him out and help him set priorities. I've seen folks considerably younger than him who have significantly more structured lives. My father had to pay a fee to the court and is currently on probation. If he even receives a traffic ticket, he's done. He needs to be really cautious for a time, otherwise he'll wind up in jail. Both the judge and the city take these transgressions very seriously, which is why they have met with severe punishments. Now, about my mother. Years of gluttony and idleness have now caught up with her. She is at high risk of heart disease due to her poor lifestyle. Because of how quickly her health is deteriorating, doctors estimate she has less than 2 years if she does not make radical adjustments. Knowing her, she probably doesn't care, because she believes she will live forever. I tried for years to convince her to eat healthier, but she never listened, so I gave up. If her high cholesterol does not kill her, my sister most likely will. Speaking of my sister, she's been the talk of the town lately, and not for the right reasons. Since money has been tight and no one is funding her lifestyle anymore, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She somehow became acquainted with the wrong crowd, girls who were rumored to be selling certain items on the street corner. It is both forbidden and highly hazardous. I heard about a week ago that she had been imprisoned for doing something suspicious. I wouldn't be surprised if she ends up in a physically risky scenario as a result of her chosen route. People have urged me to speak with her, but she chose this life. Honestly, she probably thinks I'm stupid for working an honest job. No insult to anyone in that field, but I've observed what some of these girls go through. There is no happy ending in store for her, only substance usage, extra jail term, and risky situations. My mother has fallen numerous times as a result of the stress that Bella has caused, but Bella still lives with our parents. So they are encouraging her actions by allowing her to be there. Even if she is producing money, she is obviously not spending it correctly or meeting her responsibilities. You are obviously wondering how I know all this. I found out from a reputable source. My parents are now getting food stamps, and my father's working hours have been lowered. He spends much of his time at home with my mother and Bella. I can only imagine how hungry everyone must be in that house right now. But it isn't only for them. In addition, they must reimburse me for the harm they caused to my apartment. I was able to recover the stuff they damaged, but they still have to pay the judge's ruling. I feel sad for them, but not enough to intervene and assist. It's what it is. They made their judgments, and now they had to deal with the consequences. Update 5. I have an update on several recent occurrences, and the truth is that my family is getting further into the problems that, as I repeatedly say, they created for themselves. They are the ones who attempt to dig themselves out of a hole by digging deeper. I'm not sure if there is a path back for them, but I know it is not my responsibility to get them out of the holes they've dug themselves. And they keep going deeper. To begin with, my father, who was supposed to pay for the damage he and my brother caused in my apartment, did not do so. Many of the comments I received in my previous update predicted this outcome, and they were right. The worst part is that this time, he didn't even attempt. He made no effort to indicate his readiness to follow the judge's instructions. However, the judge was accurate in warning that any failure would result in his return to prison. A sneeze may send him in jail, which is exactly what happened. It wasn't a true sneeze, but his failure to pay the required amount resulted in a trip to jail. I found out a few days ago that he is currently serving time there. The absurdity of the situation is that my father was, theoretically, the only one working in that house. I don't know how my mother will cope without him now that he's in prison. When I last spoke with someone close to the family, they stated there was almost no food in the home. Given my mother's health difficulties, this is really concerning. But, to be honest, all I feel is a cold distance from the entire situation. For years I was the one who kept that house afloat, but they emotionally and financially abused me. They are now facing the consequences of their own folly. Furthermore, my mother is alone in the house, not only because my father is in jail, but also because my brother and sister are now incarcerated. My brother had already been in jail for a while, as you may recall, but my sister has now joined him. Yes, her business venture ended as planned. She was arrested. Everyone saw it coming, except her. Her condition deteriorated when she began using in addition to selling, making her even more susceptible and without judgment. An undercover officer caught her in the act, putting a halt to her attempts to live an unsustainable lifestyle. She's currently awaiting trial, but I doubt she'll come away unhurt. The worst part is that she can't afford professional representation, so she's defended by a public defender. I do not mean to be harsh, but I don't see much of a chance for her. As for my mother, I'm not sure what will happen to her life now. She is staying in a house that once housed 5 people but is now absolutely empty. My father is in prison, My sister is facing a trial, and my brother has already served time. The house is empty, and the saddest part is that she has no one to care for her. For years, she relied solely on others to bring her money and food. She can barely leave the house anymore due to her health problems. I'm not sure how she will live. I know they get food stamps, but that isn't enough to live on. In summary, my family has completely collapsed. All I have left is my tranquility, and while this may sound harsh, I do not regret removing myself. Update 6. I feel terrible about having to deliver bad news, but it's no longer my fault. It's my family's. Despite the fact that everything is happening in slow motion, I can't help but be grateful that I am not intimately involved in this calamity. To begin, I've finally retrieved my money. It was not an easy process, and as expected, my father did not have enough money to pay me. The only reason Dad did it was because my mother had to take out a loan to get him out of jail. The fact that my father was in jail for contempt made things considerably more difficult, but she eventually collected the money after much effort. Of course, it was not her idea, but rather my mother's desperate attempt to get my father out of jail. My father's release from jail is arguably the only positive side of this situation. During this time, my mother was staying with a relative while working to fix my father's legal troubles. She left the house for an extended period of time, and as one would expect, it was abandoned. Now, the neighborhood we lived in was never ideal, especially for leaving a property alone. Apparently, it has been vandalized and completely looted. The most concerning aspect is that, according to what I've been told, there are people living there now, people who, from what I understand, may have previously been clients of my sister. The fact that people are squatting in the house is simply the start of the problem. Still, even if my parents are able to remove them, which I doubt will be easy, I'm not sure what remains is a house. It upsets me to think about the status of the place I once called home, especially given I spent so much time and effort maintaining it while I was still living there. However, at the end of the day, it is no longer my home. It is not in my name, and it is not my obligation to fix it. My parents will have to handle this on their own. My siblings continue to fulfill their sentences. There have been very few updates on that front. What amazes me the most about this is how swiftly things deteriorated after my departure. It's as if my departure was the final nail in the coffin of a situation that was already deteriorating from within. Thank you for reading. If you have not already subscribed, please do so and click the notification bell to stay up to date on the latest shocking real-life tales. My entitled brother and his pregnant wife took over my house, threw out my stuff. My mom took his side. Now I'm the villain for kicking them out. I am a 26-year-old male who has been living in the city with my parents for the past year. Sounds fairly simple, right? But it's not as you think. This was not a case of moving back home because I couldn't afford rent. I truly bought the house. I pay the entire mortgage and cover all of the groceries, bills, and expenses. My parents? They do not pay a penny. To give you some context, my parents, Karenza, 52 female, and Elliot, 55 male, are retired teachers. They had been living in the country for years, but after they quit working, they decided they wanted to go to the city. They were tired of the tranquil life and wanted to be closer to more interesting things. At least that's what they stated. I thought, why not? I'm making a nice living as a software engineer, and the city has better work options. Plus, I figured I'd assist them out because they'd done so much for me growing up, typical family stuff. So we moved into this lovely 3-bedroom house in the city. I'm not talking mansion level, but it's a nice property with 3 bedrooms, a small backyard, and a large living room for everyone to hang out. Because I'm the one who pays the mortgage, I made sure to claim the main bedroom. It has a walk-in closet and its own bathroom, which is ideal because who wants to share a bathroom with anyone else? No thanks. What about the second bedroom? That is my home office. Because I work from home approximately 80% of the time, I set everything up exactly how I wanted. Dual monitors, a nice chair, the whole thing. I imagine the third bedroom would serve as a guest room for family visits or anything. Simple enough, right? At first, everything seemed fine. My parents were simply thrilled to be in the city, and we all got into a fairly comfortable routine. They did their thing, gardening, watching TV, whatever retirees do, while I worked my job, paid the bills, and cleaned the house. I did not mind paying for everything. I make 6 figures, and they don't have any money other than their pensions. Plus, it's a family. You don't charge family rent, correct? Then came the tipping point. And let me tell you, it happened faster than I could have predicted. My mother casually mentioned something at breakfast one day, as if it were no great issue. She walks over. You know, your brother Eric and Lucy are thinking about moving to the city. They're not doing so well back in the old town, and Lucy's pregnant, so they could really use the help. At first, I didn't think much about it. Eric, 28 male, and Lucy, 26 female, have always been the type of pair who moved from one horrible situation to the next. They weren't struggling, but they also weren't thriving. Lucy's pregnancy added another layer of complexity to the situation. I was thinking, okay, maybe they'll move to the city and get a small apartment or something. But my mother had other plans. A few days later, she sat me down and said, in a very innocent tone, "We've invited Eric and Lucy to come stay with us. It'll just be for a little while until they get back on their feet." Now here is the point at which I should have seen it coming, but did not. I just nodded along, thinking, okay, whatever. They'll stay for a while and then find their own place. What I didn't realize was that this was only the beginning of the pandemonium. My parents didn't specifically ask if I was okay with their moving in. They simply informed me after they had already welcomed them. I was still absorbing everything when Eric and Lucy arrived at our door a week later, luggage in hand, looking like they were moving in for the long haul. So, here's the deal. They move in, and it is immediately evident that they intend to stay indefinitely. I can already feel the stress building up because I pay for everything: groceries, utilities, mortgage, you name it, and now I have 2 additional people to feed and care for. Nobody even asked if I was fine with it. They simply moved in as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't get me wrong, I adore my brother, he's family after all. But Eric isn't exactly the most responsible person in the world. He's the type of guy who always finds himself in difficult situations and then relies on others to help him out. And Lucy? She's polite enough, but she has an entitled attitude that bothers me, as if since she's pregnant, she immediately gets special attention from everyone around her. But this is when things get really twisted up. Lucy begins making these tiny comments a few days after they move in. You know, the ones that appear harmless, but are actually very unpleasant. She'd remark things such as, "This place is so big, it must be hard for you to clean it all by yourself. Additionally, I can't wait until the baby's here. We're going to need a lot of space for all the baby stuff." I didn't think much of it at first, but then came the surprise. Eric and Lucy approached me one evening after I had finished a long day of work and asked if we could talk. I was thinking, all right, maybe they're going to apologize for taking up space and eating all the food without offering to help. But, nah. Instead, Lucy casually states, "So we've been thinking it would make more sense for us to take the master bedroom." I simply stared at her. I couldn't believe what I heard. "We need more space," Eric stated, as if it were simple. "The baby's going to need a lot of stuff, and your room has a walk-in closet and a private bathroom. Now keep in mind that I pay the entire mortgage. The house is in my name. I also pay for all food, and I've been supporting the entire home without expecting anything in return. And now they were asking me to give up my own bedroom." I was floored. I couldn't even answer immediately. It felt like the boldness had hit me all at once. Ultimately, I responded, "Why don't you just take the spare room? It's plenty big, and it's already set up for guests." Lucy was not having it. "But that room doesn't have a walk-in closet, and the baby's going to need space." I stared at them for a few seconds, attempting to remain cool. "I'm not giving up my room," I responded as calmly as I could. "You can have the spare room, or you can find somewhere else to stay." Eric was surprised that I wasn't just caving in, but Lucy was visibly offended. And that's when I understood things weren't going to go well. Okay. So after that awful chat in which Eric and Lucy directly requested me to give up my room, I hoped that they'd realize how foolish they sounded and back off. Who in their right mind would ask the person who pays the mortgage, buys groceries, and keeps the lights on to simply give up their space? But of course, this is not what happened. Over the next few days, I began to notice these small details. For starters, Eric and Lucy were immediately quite comfortable. Almost too comfortable. They'd thrown their belongings around the living room, kicked off their shoes near the couch, and Lucy was already discussing where she was going to place all the baby gear, as if the house was theirs or something. I wasn't saying anything yet, but I had a feeling that something was about to happen. So one day, I had to spend a few hours at the workplace. Normally, I work from home, but there are instances when I must attend meetings. Anyway, I go home around lunchtime to get something to eat, and the moment I walk in, I see something weird. My stuff, my personal belongings, is in the hallway. My clothing is piled on the floor. My computer monitor is just sitting there, unplugged, as if someone was in the process of relocating it. My heart is already racing because I understand what this signifies, but I needed to see it for myself. I enter my room, and there Lucy is, standing in the middle of it, packing up the last of my belongings. She doesn't even look surprised when I go in. She just looks over at me, like, "Oh hey, I was just finishing up." I could not believe it. "What the hell are you doing?" I exclaim, considerably louder than I meant to. She had the nerve to appear calm and collected, as if this were no great issue. "Your mom said we could start moving our stuff in here. The baby's coming soon, and we need the space," she stated as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I could feel my blood boiling. My mother said what? My mother, who doesn't contribute anything to the mortgage, thought it was acceptable to simply hand up my room to Eric and Lucy without first speaking with me? I wasn't going to let this slip. "No," I replied, entering the room. "You're not moving into my room. I already told you guys to take the guest room." Lucy did not like that. She crossed her arms and gave me this look, as if I was the one acting ridiculous. "The guest room is too small for the baby and there's no closet. We need more space." I was not having it. "I don't care. You're not taking my room. I'm the one paying the mortgage. I'm the one who's been paying for everything in this house. And you and Eric aren't even contributing anything. If you need more space, you're welcome to find your own place." At this point, I was furious, and I could tell Lucy was also upset, but I didn't care. She did not back down, however. "Your mom said it was fine," she said, as if it were the last word. This is where I lost it. I marched back out of the room, grabbed my phone and called my mother, who was not even home at the moment. I didn't even wait for her to say hello after she answered. "Mom, did you tell Eric and Lucy they could move into my room?" There was a long delay on the other end, as if she wasn't sure what to say. She finally said, "Well, I thought it would be the best solution. They need the space, and you already have the office. It's not like you're using the room for much." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Are you serious right now?" I demanded. "I pay the mortgage. I pay for all of the groceries. I pay the bills. And you think it's okay if Eric and Lucy just take over my room?" My mother tried to calm me down, saying it wasn't a big issue and that we were all family, but I was finished listening. "I'm not giving them my room, and if they don't move their stuff out, they're going to need to find another place to stay." Lucy must have heard me, since she stormed out of the room, enraged. "You're seriously going to throw us out with a baby on the way?" That's when Eric entered. He must have heard the disturbance from outside, since he came in looking very angry. "What's going on?" he demanded. So I arranged it for him. "What's going on is your wife thinks she can just take over my room without even asking. And I'm telling you both right now, it's not happening. You can either stay in the guest room or you can leave." Eric was not pleased about this. He became protective, stating they were family and I should be willing to make sacrifices for them. But at this time, I was beyond reason. "Sacrifices? I'm already paying for this entire house. What are you guys contributing, huh? Nothing. And now you think you can just walk in and take over?" The ranting became quite loud at that point, and I believe it was evident that neither side was backing down. My mother tried to call me back, but I ignored her. I was too upset to deal with her justifications. Eric kept going on about how I wasn't being fair, how they had a baby on the way, and how families should stick together during difficult times. But I had had enough. I turned to both of them and said, "You have until the end of the day to move your belongings out of my room. If you don't, I'll do it for you." Lucy went out, slamming the door behind her, and Eric stood there, gazing at me as if I were the evil guy. But I didn't care. I wasn't going to let them walk all over me in my own home, especially when I was the one paying for everything. I spent the remainder of the day in my office, attempting to chill off. I didn't want to deal with either of them, and I knew going back out there would only lead to another argument. But deep down, I knew it was only the beginning. They weren't going to take this lying down, and I suspected my mother would get involved again. But I was not going to back down either. Not this time. After Eric and Lucy's fight, I hoped that they'd finally back down. I mean, I made it clear. My room was not available, and they could either stay in the guest room or find another place to reside. It seemed quite simple to me. However, not everything went as planned. The following day, I stayed mostly to myself. I wasn't looking for more drama, and I was still seething about how things had turned out. I spent most of my time working in the office, pretending everything was normal. But by the time supper arrived, I could sense the tension in the air. Everyone seemed to be avoiding each other, tiptoeing around the elephant in the room. I did not mind the silence. If Eric and Lucy could finally stay in the guest room without causing any more problems, I believed I could deal with it. But then something happened to send me over the brink. That evening, I entered the kitchen to get some supper. I had bought all the goods, like I always do, but when I opened the fridge, it was nearly empty. I'm talking about food that I bought just 2 days ago. It's gone. I checked the freezer, same result. I knew my parents didn't eat that way, and it wasn't me, definitely. So, who else might it be? Eric and Lucy. They'd probably taken everything without asking. I was already upset, but I attempted to dismiss it, thinking, whatever, I'll just pick up more tomorrow. However, it wasn't only the cuisine. When I went to sit at the table to eat, my mother entered the kitchen without looking me in the eye. She quietly prepared plates for herself, my father, Eric, and Lucy. And then, she did not make one for me. At first I assumed she had forgotten, so I just waited. But after serving everyone, she sat down. I was left standing there like an idiot, watching as everyone began eating. I'm not going to lie. I felt the rage rising again. It felt like they were all punishing me for standing up for myself. I stared at my mother, attempting to maintain my composure. You didn't make me a plate? She scarcely glanced up. You don't want to help the family, and you don't eat with the family, she added casually, as if she were discussing the weather. I couldn't believe what I heard. Excuse me? I pay for everything here. The groceries, the mortgage. And now I'm being iced out. She did not even respond. My dad just sighed and continued eating as if nothing had happened, which irritated me even more. Eric and Lucy sat there with a smug expression on their faces, as if they had won some sort of power play. Lucy even had the guts to smile at me as I walked past. I could not handle it anymore. I was not about to be treated as an outsider in the house I had paid for. I slammed the fridge door shut and raced out of the kitchen, my thoughts racing. I knew what I needed to do next. I rushed straight to my room, got my laptop, and began searching for eviction notifications. I assumed if they didn't want to respect me, they could find another place to live. I mean, it's enough, right? I am not a free hotel service. Within an hour, I had the documentation ready. I printed up 2 sets, one for Eric and Lucy, and one for my parents. It felt strange to kick out my own family, but they had crossed the limit. They had been disrespecting me for weeks, acting as if the house was theirs, and then freezing me out when I refused to give in to their ludicrous demands. I was not going to put up with it anymore. After the notices were printed, I stepped out to the living room where everyone was sitting and pretended nothing was wrong. I didn't say anything. I just slapped the papers down in front of my parents before handing another set to Eric and Lucy. What's this? Eric inquired, picking up and studying the papers. You have 24 hours to pack your belongings and leave, I remarked as calmly as I could. If you're not out by tomorrow, I'm calling the police. Eric's face became pallid. He didn't expect this at all. You can't be serious. Oh, I'm serious, I answered. I'm done with this. You've been freeloading here without contributing a thing, and now you think you can take over my house? Not anymore. Eric stood up and glared at me, but I did not move. I was taller and bigger than him, and I was not going to be scared by his little rage tantrum. We're family, he said with gritted teeth. You can't just throw us out. Yes, I can, I replied, going closer. I'm the one who pays for this house. Not you, not Lucy, and not Mom and Dad. If you don't want to be respectful, you don't get to stay here. Lucy, of course, began crying, as if that would alter anything. I'm pregnant, and you're kicking us out? What kind of brother are you? I'm the brother who's been paying for everything while you two take advantage of me, I replied in anger. You have 24 hours. That's more than generous. Eric seemed to want to dispute more, but I could see the awareness dawning. I wasn't kidding. My mom, who had been sitting quietly the entire time, eventually piped up. You can't do this, honey. They're your brother and sister-in-law. This is family. But I didn't care anymore. I've already done it, I explained, pointing to the eviction notice in her hands. You've got 30 days to find somewhere else too. If you're not gone by then, I'll be taking legal action. The room fell silent after that. My father didn't say anything, just sat there staring at the table, as if he didn't know what to do. My mother appeared to be about to cry, but I refused to back down. It wasn't about being kind anymore. This was about sticking up for myself and not allowing others to walk all over me. After a few lengthy minutes, I returned to my room and left them to process everything. I locked the door, sat at my desk, and took a long breath. I had just done something I never imagined I'd have to do: toss out my own family. But you know what? It felt nice. It felt right. I was not going to be taken advantage of again. The house was completely silent for the rest of the night. Nobody came to my door. Nobody tried to argue with me. I believe they all knew I wasn't playing around anymore. If they did not respect me, they did not deserve to dwell here. That night, I got the best sleep I'd had in weeks. Update 1. After I handed out those eviction papers, I expected the tension in the home to either explode or everyone to back down and take me seriously. Either way, I knew there was no turning back. I'd drawn a line in the sand and wasn't about to let anyone step over it again. However, instead of the expected explosion, the house became quiet. To be honest, I think it's too silent. The next morning, I awoke earlier than usual because I couldn't sleep. I guess I was waiting for something to happen. Maybe Eric would knock on my door and insist that I change my mind. Perhaps my parents would start pleading with me to rethink. But none of that occurred. When I eventually entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, it was empty. No one was awake yet. No, Eric. No, Lucy. No parents. For a brief moment, I considered the possibility that they had packed up in the middle of the night and departed without saying anything, but I knew that was wishful thinking. I prepared some coffee, sat down at the table, and waited. I was not in the mood to make small conversation or explain myself again. What I had done was necessary. They'd pushed me too far, and I couldn't continue living that way. They didn't respect me, and they certainly didn't appreciate the fact that I paid for everything. All I wanted was basic decency, and they couldn't even provide that. After a time, my mother entered the kitchen, her face looking as if she had barely slept. She didn't say anything at first. She simply took a cup of coffee and sat across from me. It was the first time we had truly been alone since I handed her the eviction notice. The uneasy pause hovered in the air for what seemed like an eternity before she eventually spoke up. "Honey," she began, her voice quiet and exhausted. "I know things have gotten out of hand." I did not say anything. I just stared at my coffee, waiting for the remainder of what she was about to say. I knew an apology, or some variation of one, was on the way, but I wasn't going to let her off the hook that easily. "I didn't realize how bad things had gotten between you and your brother," she explained, her voice shaking slightly. "We were just trying to help them, and I guess I didn't see how unfair it was to you." This caught me by surprise. I didn't expect her to admit it so soon. For a brief moment, I believed she realized I wasn't the villain in this circumstance, but I couldn't shake my unhappiness with the way things had turned out. "You didn't just ignore what I wanted," I remarked, my tone harsher than I intended. "You sided with them every single time, like you just assumed I'd roll over and let them take whatever they wanted." "I know," she answered very quietly. "But we thought, well, you've always been the strong one. Eric's never had it easy." She always used that as an excuse. Eric wasn't very strong. Eric had struggled more. Eric needed more help. It was as if they didn't believe I had any boundaries because I was the one who had my life together. "And you think I've had it easy?" I replied, my rage bubbling just beyond the surface. "I'm the one who bought this house. I'm the one who pays the mortgage. I pay for the groceries. I've been carrying all of you, and you think I can just keep doing that forever?" She stared down at her coffee and remained silent for a few seconds. "I know you've done a lot more than we could have asked for. But Eric, with the baby on the way..." I shut her off. "This isn't about the baby. This is about respect. And you guys haven't shown me any." She sighed, evidently exhausted by the situation, but I wasn't going to let her get away with a few old excuses. "You know, we just thought we were doing the right thing," she ultimately admitted. "Eric and Lucy, they don't have much." "And whose fault is that?" I asked. "I didn't ask them to move in. I didn't ask for any of this. They need to figure out their own lives, and you can't keep bailing them out by throwing me under the bus." She nodded, as if she finally understood, or tried to. "We'll figure something out," she murmured, her voice softer now. "But please, don't push us out. Not like this." I reclined back in my chair, attempting to relax. I didn't want to kick them out. After all, they were my parents. But I couldn't continue to live in a scenario where they didn't respect my boundaries. I had let too much slip, and now it was time to take action. "I don't want to push you out," I continued, attempting to seem as composed as I am. "But things need to change. I can't keep living like this, being treated like I don't matter in my own house. Either things change or, yeah, you'll have to find somewhere else to live. She didn't argue, only nodded silently. Okay, she replied. We'll figure something out. After that, she exited the kitchen, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I wasn't sure if anything would change, but it appeared that they were finally taking me seriously. Eric and Lucy hadn't revealed their faces yet, and I wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. In any case, they were on borrowed time. Eric arrived later that afternoon. Of course, he appeared to have been ruminating about what had transpired the previous night. When he stepped into the living room, he didn't even say hello. Instead, he sat across from me, wearing the same angry grimace he always had when he didn't get his way. So this is how it's going to be? He questioned, his tone harsh. You're really going to kick us out? I gave you 24 hours, I remarked without glancing up from my phone. If you're still here tomorrow, I'm calling the police. Eric scoffed and shook his head as if I were the evil guy. We're family. Yeah, and family doesn't take advantage of each other, I replied. You've had weeks to figure this out. I'm not your fallback plan. He didn't have anything to say afterwards, just sat there for a few minutes before getting up and storming off again. Typical Eric. He was usually the sort to flee when things didn't go his way, and this time was no exception. The rest of the day passed quietly, too softly, if I'm being honest. I had no idea what Eric and Lucy were going to do, and I wasn't about to change my mind. I had set them a clear deadline, and they knew I wasn't lying. The following 24 hours were going to determine everything. Update 2. The next morning, after all the chaos, I awoke and lay there for a few minutes, staring at the ceiling. I knew this was the day. Eric and Lucy only had 24 hours, and the time was running out. It was weird, though. I wasn't mad anymore. I'd already accepted what had to happen, so all that remained was for me to carry it out. When I got up and went into the kitchen, I realized that the house felt different. Not tense, but silent, as if something huge was about to happen. There was no one in the kitchen, so I decided to prepare myself some breakfast. Eric and Lucy's previous raid on the groceries had left the fridge mostly empty, but I made do with what I had. As I sat there eating, I began to reflect on how quickly the issue had gotten out of hand. I mean, things weren't always so bad. My mom and I were getting along. I was working, paying the mortgage, and buying food, and life was going along as usual. When Eric and Lucy arrived, everything fell apart. It's incredible how quickly things can change when individuals start feeling entitled to things they didn't earn. A few hours later, I heard someone walk down the corridor. It was my father. He strolled in softly, took a cup of coffee, and sat at the table across from me. He didn't say anything at first, just sipped and glanced out the window. Eventually he spoke. Eric and Lucy are leaving today. I didn't answer immediately. I wasn't sure if he was telling me that they had opted to depart on their own, or that he was simply reminding me of the deadline. Regardless, I nodded and continued eating. They don't have anywhere to go, he said quietly. They're going to stay at a motel for a while, until they figure things out. I paused mid-bite and stared at him. Part of me felt horrible, but the larger part of me understood it had to happen. I'd been too polite for too long, and if I didn't stand up now, they'd continue to take advantage. I gave them time, I explained, my voice firm. I didn't want it to come to this, but they left me no choice. He didn't argue or try to guilt-trip me, which was surprising. He simply nodded and continued drinking his coffee. I believe he finally realized that I was not going to back down this time. There was no going back to the way things were before. Around lunchtime, Eric and Lucy began collecting their belongings. I stayed in my room for the majority of it, not wanting to start another quarrel or hear any more passive-aggressive comments. But after a while, I could hear Eric's voice becoming louder from down the corridor, and I knew it was only a matter of time until anything happened. Not long later, Eric knocked on my door. I opened it, and he stood there with the same angry expression he'd had when I handed him the eviction notice. "You're really going to let this happen?" he questioned, his voice stern. "You're just going to kick us out like this?" I leaned against the doorframe and crossed my arms. "I gave you 24 hours. I told you what needed to happen." He shook his head, jaw gritted. "We're family, man. You don't do this to your family." I took a deep breath and tried to remain cool. Families do not take advantage of each other. I'm not kicking you out without a reason. You have been freeloading here for weeks without giving anything. I've been paying for everything, even the mortgage and food. Instead of being grateful, you attempted to seize my room and push me out of my own home. I am not going to let that happen." Eric said nothing for a few seconds. I could see he was angry, but he had nothing left to quarrel about. He knew I was correct, even though he didn't want to admit it. "So that's it, huh?" he said. "You're just throwing us out." "I'm giving you the same option I gave you yesterday," I told you. "You can find a way to live somewhere else, or you can stay in the guest room and actually respect me and my space. But if you can't do that, then yeah, you're leaving." Eric scowled at me, then turned and walked away without speaking. I closed the door and exhaled deeply. It was exhausting, but I understood what needed to be done. By mid-afternoon, Eric and Lucy had left. I didn't see them go, and I really didn't want to. I was not looking for an emotional goodbye or anything like that. They collected their belongings, loaded them into their car, and drove away without saying anything to me. The house felt different after they left. Quieter, less tense. My parents did not say much to me that day. I assumed they were still absorbing what had transpired. My mother appeared upset, but she said nothing about it. Perhaps she finally realized I wasn't to blame for anything. Eric and Lucy pushed me too far, and this was the outcome. That evening, my mother knocked on my door. She came in, perched on the edge of my bed, and stared at the floor for a bit. I could tell she was looking for the proper words. "They're gone," she replied softly. I nodded without saying anything. "I never thought it would get to this point," she admitted. "I didn't realize how much pressure we were putting on you." I stared at her, feeling a little less frustrated. "It's not that I didn't want to help," I said. "But you guys treated me like I didn't matter, like my needs and my space weren't important." She exhaled and nodded. "You're right. We should have seen it sooner." We sat silently for a few minutes. I could tell she was upset, but she was starting to see where I was coming from. "I don't want you and Dad to leave," I murmured, breaking the stillness. "But if things don't change, I can't live like this." She nodded again and stood up slowly. "We'll figure it out," she explained. "Things will be different. I promise." As she left the room, I felt an odd combination of relief and tiredness. The matter with Eric and Lucy had been resolved, but there was still work to be done with my parents. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but at least they were willing to listen. For the first time in weeks, I felt able to breathe again. The home was calm, and the tension in the air had dissipated. It wasn't a perfect answer, but at least I had my space back, and more importantly, my respect. I watched my husband marry my best friend while texting me working late, unraveling decades of lies to discover the truth. The text message shining in my car's darkness was St. 2 p.m. Mary's Church. "You have to see this." Unknown count. My hands shook as I held the steering wheel and watched visitors pass past my rain-streaked glass inside the ancient stone edifice. Right now, Eleanor, a cut-rate private investigator, is waiting in my car wondering if I have finally lost my mind. Ryan, my spouse, reported to me he had a business conference in Chicago. The calendar read something like that. His secretary verified that as well. The hotel reservation revealed just that. But here I am, parked across from a Boston church since some stranger chose to act as guardian angel, or demon. I haven't made any decisions yet. "This is crazy," I said to myself, but I'm already grabbing my sunglasses. As I get out of my car, heels clicking against damp ground, the church bells begin their sad call. Every stride seems like me moving toward my own execution. I slide in through the side door and settle behind a marble pillar. I smell lies and incense, and for a second I find myself back 7 years ago on my own wedding day. Same church, different dreams. My heart stops when the organ begins to play. He is because there he is. Ryan's. My Ryan here. Hands clasped in front of him, that familiar anxious tick in his jaw, standing at the altar in a tuxedo I have never seen before. Chicago is not where he resides. Here he is. The bride shows up at the door, and the ground moves underfoot. Extended dark hair, olive-based skin, that elegant walk I would know anywhere. Megan. My friend from 3rd grade, best buddy. The woman who guided me in selecting my own wedding gown. Dearly beloved. As I watch them exchange vows, the priest's words vanish into white noise. Promising to love each other till death, my spouse and best buddy part. As he assured me. Like we all vowed to each other when we were young, buddies always, no secrets, no lies. I recall not leaving the chapel. The drive home is not clear from memory, but I recall the deciding moment. Sitting in our ideal, magazine-worthy kitchen, which Ryan insisted on redoing last year, I watched the sunset through windows that unexpectedly seemed like prison bars. There is buzz on my phone. Ryan. Running late for a conference, don't hold back. I grab his preferred scotch, the one he saves for special events. As I swallow, the liquid burns my throat and I relish the suffering. Unlike all else in my life, it is real. Still another text from the unidentified number. Now you know. Regarding that, what are your plans? What am I going to do? I laugh. It sounds strange to me. Sharp, hazardous, like smashing glass. Opening my laptop, I begin to type. Dear Laura, with any luck, this email reaches you. I had been considering organizing that family reunion you have always wanted. Because betrayal is exactly that. It's about the complex dance of falsehoods that preceded it, not only about the deed itself. The deftly created alibis. The grins that have been taught. The little touches that were meaningless. And Ryan, my lovely, beautiful Ryan, has always danced rather well. But thus have I as well. I sip another scotch and grin. Let their honeymoon take place. Let them believe they are winners. Time is on my side. And I possess something higher than their adoration. I possess their faith. The sun sets totally, darkening me. For the first time today though, I can see everything clearly. Each page of the old photo album seems weighty on my lap, memories I no longer trust weighing me. Ryan, Megan, and I at 16 are spread out on my parents' yard. Ryan's arm circles both of us as we chuckle at some old joke. Like everything else about that summer, the corners of the picture show where. Ryan from downstairs phones, I ordered Chinese. His footfalls each make my skin crawl in our residence. 3 days after his second wedding, he has been home behaving as though nothing had changed. That he did not simply destroy all we had created. As he walks into our bedroom with 2 plates of food I won't eat, I close the album. Remember when we used to get takeout with Megan every Friday? The words fly from my mouth before I could stop them, sharp as broken glass. Ryan's grin falls short of directly reaching his eyes. That was a lifetime ago. Was it? I get up and let the album thump to the floor with pleasant resonance. Because she looked exactly the same 3 days ago. Just for a moment, his chopstick stopped midway to his mouth. Blink would cause you to miss it. Still, I see it. I am catching everything right now. Eleanor. He sets down his plate and approaches me with the same worried look he used on challenging clients. Has your drinking been? I chuckle. It sounds like the laughter of my mother following Dad's departure. That is your move? Gaslight the wife into thinking she is crazy? His hand reaches for mine as he replies. I'm worried about you. I pull back. When did it start? Burns my throat. Was it before our wedding? During? Tell me, Ryan. Was I the backup plan or the cover story? You're not making any sense, he replies, but his left hand quickly sits. His tell when he lies. I have spent 7 years mastering his rhythms and compiling his routines. Funny how precisely you perceive things when you're searching for the holes. I was at St. Mary's on Tuesday. Words like smoke hang between us. Nice tux, by the way. Better than the one you wore at our wedding. The mask slides, just for a moment, but it's plenty. His eyes turn cold and calculated. The Ryan I never let myself see is this one. It is not what you think. Don't. My voice is not trembling. I take great satisfaction in that. Don't offend me with excuses. I watched you marry my best friend while I was supposed to be your loving wife at home. What exactly should I think? Another clue as he rubs his hands through his hair. It's complicated, you don't grasp some of it. Like what? The joint bank accounts you opened? The property you bought together? Alternatively, maybe the fact your mother knew the whole time? That renders him unable. How could you? I go to the drawer and pull out the stack of papers I have gathered over the past 3 days. I am not the moron you believe me to be. You should really use better passwords than our anniversary date, though I guess that's meaningless now. Eleanor, please? He grabs for the docs. I control them. We can work this out, I will explain everything. Like you explained your business trip to Chicago? I laid the papers, bank statements, property titles, emails, on the bed. Or should we talk about the trust fund Laura established for your children with Megan? His face turns white. You had no right, said. I had every right. Raw and primitive, the scream tears from my throat. I am your wife. I was your friend. We grew up together. All 3 of us, and you. I pause, breathing hard. He is looking at me as though he has never seen me before. Perhaps he never did? Perhaps I never really seen myself either. Get out. Right now, my voice is solid, definite. Likewise is true with my residence. Not now. One last document I retain is a power of attorney signed last year when he was too busy managing our estate plan. You ought to really read what you sign, Ryan. Now get out before I call Michael and have him escort you out. He bolts. Not out of fear, but rather because he understands this is a starting point. For that he knows me sufficiently. From the floor, I grab the photo album and use my finger to follow our younger faces. We seem to be naive and rather joyful. Such outstanding liars, every one of us. The cafe Megan and I used to keep secrets in seems smaller now. Perhaps that is the weight of what I am about to undertake. Alternatively, maybe everything from my past is diminishing and losing relevance with every fresh betrayal I come across. Still sporting the twin of her wedding band, Megan glides into the seat across from me. Seeing it tastes like acid in my coffee. She adds, her fingers tensely stroking the rim of her unethered latte. I didn't think you would come. Funny. I didn't you'd marry my husband. The words come out softer than I intended, which somehow makes them cut deeper. She stumbles. Eleanor. I slide the bank statements across the table like cards in a rigged game. Did you know about the trust fund? The one Laura configured for next generations? Her face loses hue, not from remorse but from wrath. Quite interesting. What trust fund? That is indeed surprising now. Her hands quivering slightly, I watch her go over the papers. $3 million, I say. Set aside for the grandchildren Laura always wanted. Guess I was not producing them fast enough. This can't be right. Megan pulls the contaminated-looking papers away. Ryan said the marriage was only a formality for his inheritance. He said, I chuckle and it sounds like shattered glass. That he loved you, Megan? That I was cold, distant, career-obsessed? That's exactly what he told his mother about me last month. She stares fiercely. How come you aware of that? Because I have spent the last week learning just how completely my husband, our husband, has been playing us both. The waiter walks over, but we both wave him away without looking up. There is more, I said, pulling out my phone. Want to hear Ryan talking about property investments with Laura? The ones using your family's real estate contacts? Megan's voice falters as my family's? Ryan knew well before he ever asked her out that her mother, Grace, runs one of the biggest real estate companies in Boston. Did you ever wonder why he chose us? Asks the question hanging between us like fog. The two best friends who'd never bet each other. The perfect cover story. Stop. Megan gets up fast and her chair scrapes the floor. I understand you trying to hurt me since I hurt you. I deserve it, but... Sit down. My voice never changes. The best portion hasn't yet been heard. She sits, more from shock at my voice than from compliance. Remember that summer internship Ryan helped you get at Grace's firm? The one that convinced your mother he was such a wonderful guy? I slipped one more document across the table. Look at the date on that property transfer. Her hands shake as she reads. This is the signature of my mother, but she would never sell her prime investment property for half its worth. She had no idea she did. Check the signatures of the witnesses. Megan recognizes her own handwriting and crumples her face. I was just notarizing documents. Ryan said it was practice for my license, while I was planning our wedding. You were unintentionally helping him steal from your own mother. The truth tastes terrible on my mouth. He played us both, Megan. The only difference was that I worked it out before he could take everything. For the first time since she sat down, she glances up at me, very definitely stares at me. What are you going to do? I get to stand and gather the paperwork. Invalid question. The actual one is, what are we going to do? We? I draw one last item, a USB disk with what I have found, and say, you have two choices. Keep playing his game and lose everything, or help me take him down. Your mother's company, my savings, Laura's reputation. He's built his entire plan on the presumption that we would never compare notes. Megan fixes her eyes on the drive as though it could bite. If this gets out, everything burns. I run my palm over hers and feel the matching wedding band. But we will be the ones holding the matches this time. She tightens her fingers over the disc, and I catch a flash of the buddy I used to know. Fierce, devoted, relentless when crossed. When should we begin? I smile and it feels true for the first time in weeks. Our already have. From the kitchen counter, 3 empty wine bottles mock me. Not my typical poison, but tonight is not usual. Ryan's workplace papers are scattered around our dining room table, our wedding present from Laura, like bits of a jigsaw I never wanted to solve. Another Ryan message on my phone brightens it. Please let us discuss this sensibly. Logical. Like the method he erected this palace of lies? Like the deliberate accuracy with which he decided on his marks? Once more buzzing is the phone. Megan, this one time. Grace is inquiring, we must get going more quickly. I turn it off, but my hands continue to shingle. The scope of what we intend at last strikes me. This goes beyond simply calling attention to Ryan now. We are discussing ruining families, names, life. The doorbell sounds. I wonder momentarily about ignoring it. Then, though, I hear the key in the lock. Ryan is the only person with that key except one other. Michael walks into the dining room and absorbs the anarchy. Jesus, Eli? When's the last time you slept? I faintly point at the papers. Did you know Ryan's father committed himself? Michael goes still. What? I pull out the newspaper clipping I discovered hidden in Laura's bank records 10 years ago, right after Ryan graduated law school. Officially, it was a hunting accident. Unofficially, I push forward a stack of bank records. He found Laura and Ryan had been embezzling years from his company. Christ. Michael settles onto a chair. Does everyone else know? Just the person who has been sending me anonymous tips. I tap the table burner phone. They sent me this today. I slipped over duplicates of William Mitchell's suicide note. He tried to expose them, Michael. He tried to stop them, and they... My voice failures. Michael reaches for my hand. Eli, but I back off. I'm becoming them. The words taste like ash. I'm turning exactly into exactly what I hate from all these plans for revenge, for justice. No, you're not. Michael says with stern voice. You're shielding Megan's company, your future, Grace's. Am I? I get up, moving slowly. Or am I just so focused on destroying Ryan that I don't care who gets caught in the crossfire? Because right now, I'm seated here planning to expose everything at the family reunion, knowing it will devastate people who had nothing to do with this. Like someone? I grab one of the wine bottles, not caring that it's empty. Like Ryan's sister's kids, who'll lose their college money when I uncover Laura's financial machinations, Grace's staff might lose their jobs should the company's reputation suffer. Like William Mitchell, who died trying to do the right thing, while eyes plot complex revenge scenarios like some comic book villain. Michael pauses silently for a protracted length of time. He stands up, then grabs the bottle from my hand. You wish to know how you differ from them? I turn aside, but he keeps on. You're torturing yourself about the moral consequences of your actions here at 3 o'clock in the morning. They're sleeping peacefully, counting their money and planning their next con. That does not make it right. No, it doesn't. He begins systematically gathering and sorting the documents. But it means you have a choice. You can expose everything dramatically at the reunion, as you planned, or what? Or we do this the right way, legally. Carefully. William Mitchell's suicide note is here, he said. We finish what Ryan's father started, but we do it smart. We first guard the innocent parties. Another message from the unknown source comes from the burner phone buzzing. Inquire of Laura about the offshore accounts. I fix my eyes on the message, then on the anarchy all over my dining room table. 7 years of marriage, a lifetime of friendliness, generations of lies, all leading to this moment. I say at last, okay. Show me how I should do this right. Michael nods and gets out his phone. First, we should speak with a financial fraud expert. I know a man. I hold his arm and wait. Before we do this, I need know something. Are you helping me because I'm right or just because I'm your sister? He fixes my gaze consistently. Both and neither. I'm helping you since someone needs to stop them and you're strong enough to do it without becoming them. I examine the empty wine bottles, the strewn papers, the proof of my almost plunge into their realm of control and retribution. He may be right. Perhaps another method to burn it all down is here. Michael's friend, a lawyer, keeps chatting, but I fixed on the one single sheet of paper in front of me, a name list. Mainly children. Trustees of which our scheme would fall apart if we carried on. The offshore accounts are just the beginning, James Harrison continues, distributing more papers over his mahogany desk. Laura Mitchell's financial web runs at least 3 generations of both families. How many people would be affected? My voice sounds far even to myself. Directly, roughly 30, indirectly. He shrugs. We're talking about tearing down a decades-long program. The knock-on effects might affect hundreds. Michael forward leans. But we can prove the fraud readily. The issue is whether we should. James runs over the name list. Some of these trust funds are supporting education and medical treatment. I get up quickly and head to the window. Stop. Boston spreads out below, unconcerned about the bomb we are about to blow. Another way has to be found. There is buzz on my phone. Megan. Grace came upon the missing property records. Michael adds, reading across my shoulder, she's calling Laura today. We're running out of time. Anyhow, everything falls apart if Grace confronts Laura straight. I then go back to James. How long would it take to get protection for the innocent parties? Weeks, maybe months. We would want... The door of the office explodes open. Laura Mitchell is there, always flawless, but her eyes are crazy. I should have known you'd run to Michael, she says, sneers. James begins. How did you... My daughter works in your building, James. Did Eleanor tell you that part? How many families she's ready to destroy for her revenge? That's rich coming from you, Michael adds, standing and straying between us. Laura pays me more attention than him. You think you're protecting people? William thought the same thing. Look where that got him. The chamber falls quiet. Even the metropolitan noise appears to fade. What did you just say? My hands, knuckles white, clutch the rear of the chair. Oh, did your anonymous friend tell you everything? Laura asks with a stern smile. William tried to fix our plans, rerouting money to safeguard the beneficiaries, just as you are planning. He did not just discover them. And you stopped him. The bits fit together. The hunting accident was... She says just that, then pauses. An accident. Her eyes dart away. The point is, Eleanor, some buildings cannot be taken down without destroying everything they support. You're not just fighting Ryan or me, you're fighting generations of carefully balanced arrangements. I spit, arrangements built on lies and theft. Built on necessity, she says, getting closer. Did Ryan tell you why he married you? Your family's 3 generations of judges and prosecutors, 3 generations of perfect shield. Once more buzz comes from my phone. On the screen Grace's name shows. Take the call, Laura urges gently. Listen to Grace, discover what her daughter's been hiding, watch another family break, or... She pulls out an envelope. We might talk about substitutes. Michael says, Eli, don't? What alternatives? My voice is firm but my heart bangs against my ribs. Laura says, a clean break. A generous settlement. The innocent parties stay protected. Laura lays the envelope on James's desk. Everyone wins. Michael says, everyone except justice, quickly. Laura chuckle. Ask Eleanor what she actually wants, justice or peace. My phone keeps vibrating. These days, Megan's messages complement Grace's calls. From the desk, the name list stares up at me. Children, families, futures. How long do I have to decide? The words taste like surrender. Laura steps to the door. Until Grace finishes reading those papers. Choose deliberately, Eleanor. Unlike William, you still have options. She goes, and the office seems both bigger and more stifling. You cannot seriously be thinking about this, Michael says. I pick up the name list then my still buzzing phone. What if her right is what if trying to correct this just makes everything worse? Not justice, but that's fear talking. Maybe. I glance at James. But what if terror is trying to convey something vital? One last time the phone buzzes, then goes quiet. It is too late to stop whatever Grace found now. I pick Laura's envelope and feel the weight of choices not yet taken. I need to talk to Megan, I say at last, before we decide anything else. Because sometimes, I continue, I'm learning revenge isn't about who you're willing to hurt but who you're willing to spare. Before me sits the Mitchell family estate, its windows shining like evening caution signals. All the actors gathered for what they believe to be a surprise anniversary party for Laura and her second husband. Cars fill the circular driveway. Michael says, standing next to me and clutching the bag full of all the evidence, every paper, every recording, last chance to back out. Megan appears at my other shoulder and says, they're already inside, her voice taut. Grace is with them, Ryan is watching the door like a hawk. I change my black dress, funeral suitable, though they are not yet aware of it. Did you check the exits? James has people stationed at every door, Michael says, glancing at his watch. No one leaves until everything's disclosed once you start. Laura's envelope weighs against my ribs, nestled into my garment. Her offer of silence, of protection for the innocent, weighs against me. Still not opened. Still conceivable. We arrive in the kitchen, where caterers are busy without realizing they are presenting Mitchell Dynasty Last Supper. Ryan finds me right away. His face flickers between skepticism and relief. Eleanor. He comes near me carrying a champagne glass. I didn't suppose you would show up? And Miss Laura's party? My smile feels like broken glass. Would not dream of it. His gaze flies to Megan, to Michael, to the briefcase. I see the instant he discovers something is wrong, but Laura's voice breaks through the hushes of discussion. Everyone, kindly collect in the main hall. The audience moves, carrying with it us. I notice flashes of familiar faces. Grace, pale but understated. Laura's second husband, blind and radiant. Ryan's sister, gripping hands of her children. The young ones. God. The sons. Laura pulls out her glass. Thanks all for showing up to... Actually, I forward, my voice carrying across the unexpected silence. I'd like to say something first. Ryan comes toward me, but Michael blocks his way. Megan takes a seat close to Grace. Laura says, Eleanor, her voice low, give great thought to what you are doing. I open the still sealed envelope she handed me. I have thought about it. For weeks, I've thought about nothing else. I turn to face the room. About justice and protection. About who deserves the truth and who deserves mercies. Eli, Ryan's voice now clearly reflects actual terror. Whatever you think you know. I know everything. I open the briefcase but, not yet, I do not remove the papers. About William's death? About the trust funds? About your 2 marriages, Laura's schemes, Laura's lies to keep this house of cards standing. The space comes alive in whispers. Grace marches onward, her face ashen. Megan, Grace replies with shaky voice. I apologize. Mom. Megan's voice breaks. I knew nothing, not until Eleanor showed me. Clutching her children tighter, Ryan's sister asks, Showed you what? What are you doing? I look at the kids. Their innocent futures waiting on my next words, their perplexed faces. The envelope from Laura sears on my flesh. The truth, I say quietly, is that I came here tonight to destroy everything. To expose decades of fraud and manipulation. To get justice for everyone who's been hurt by the Mitchell family's lies. I get the first paper, William's actual suicide note. Laura moves rather silently. But standing here, looking at all of you, I glance back at Ryan. I understand something worse than being misled. Something worse than being deceived. Michael says, Eleanor, his voice tight. But I continue. The very thing you're fighting against is becoming. I touch it to Laura's envelope. The paper catches fast and I drop it into the briefcase. I find a match in my handbag. No. Michael jumps forward, but it's too late. Years of careful investigation burning to ash. With it burns my opportunity at justice, at revenge, at everything I thought I wanted. Since at times the best retribution is redemption rather than destruction. Laura sits across from me on the marble island, both of us wet from the sprinklers, watching cops cart away boxes of evidence. The actual evidence, not the decoy files I burned, painted Laura's perfect kitchen in alternating red and blue. Copies, I answer softly. Everything in that briefcase? Merely copies. The originals arrived at the FBI 1 hour ago. Her immaculate nails pound against her coffee cup. You chose this moment on purpose. The party here. Family gathering. Like father, like daughter-in-law. I slide William's real suicide note across the desk. He planned to disclose everything at your anniversary party too, didn't he? Prior to the hunting mishap. The drumming stops. Michael is watching with grim enjoyment through the glass, Ryan being guided to a police car. Laura's voice quivering. You don't understand what you've done, she continues. Those trust funds were being protected. Pulling out my phone, I show her the court orders. Every innocent beneficiary has been lawfully detached from the false accounts. The kids will hang on to their college money. The treatment keeps on medical level. I sense actual dread in her eyes for the first time. How? Much as leaning closer, I add. I had 3 weeks after you presented me the envelope. 3 weeks where you felt you would win. Did you truly believe I was doing nothing for that period? Much we hear activity at the door. Grace walks in, followed by federal officers. Her eyes connect with Laura's. Grace states, simply, you killed William when he tried to protect my daughter from your schemes. Laura stands so fast that her chair falls over. That's absurd. Much as I interrupted, William was going to expose how you used Megan to access Grace's company records, then, how you manipulated Ryan into marrying us both to maintain your financial facade. Everything I accomplished served this family only, Laura tears. Megan answers, looking at the doorway, tear-stained but steady. No. Everything you did was for yourself. And today we all know the reason. Laura goes somewhat motionless as I slide one final document across the counter. An old picture. William wasn't merely aiming to reveal the hoax, Was he? I inquire, seeing her expression crumple. He found something else. About the true father of Ryan. About why you so sorely needed the connections of the Carter family. Mom? Mom, what's happening? Ryan's voice calls from outside. Laura leaps for the picture, but Grace is faster. Her shriek resounds in the abruptly quiet kitchen. Looking at the picture, Grace adds, That's my father, staring at Laura. 37 years passed. I say, 9 months before Ryan was born. The truth hangs between us like smoke, decades of control, all to conceal one desperate affair, thereby preserving the Mitchell family's pristine image. You destroyed everything? Laura says quietly. No. I stand, compiling the last of the papers. You lost everything the moment you chose lies above love. William fought to save all of us, and today at last he has. What precisely do you mean? Much one last time I grab my phone and show her the message chain. From an unidentified number, from a dead man, scheduled emails, planned to arrive years after his death. I meet her eyes. William knew he might not survive trying to expose the truth, so he left breadcrumbs for whoever was brave enough to follow them. I wasn't first victim, Laura. However, I am your last. Ryan is watching via the glass, finally seeing dawning on his face as Grace hands him the picture as the cops walk to escort her out. Was it worth it? Laura wonders as they lead her away. Burnishing everything to save a dead man's honor. Of Megan and Grace, now free from manipulation, of William, who passed away trying to protect us all, I consider the children above, their futures now safe. I add gently, some things are worth burning for. Michael squeezes my shoulder as the sun rises over the Mitchell estate, casting everything in gold. Beside me, sirens fade. You okay? 30 years of lies collapsing in Laura's path, I see her go into a police cruiser. No, I say honestly. But I will be. Sometimes the truth simply tells you who you really are. Sometimes it doesn't set you free. Ryan's last box from his study remains unopened on my kitchen counter. Autumn leaves abound in my backyard, where 3 children previously swore to be friends forever through the window. Megan says, Grace wants to meet both of us. My phone buzzes. Laura and Ryan, both convicted, ended the trial yesterday. The headlines claim justice. The society pages labeled it scandal, neither fairly portrayed the facts. Expecting more evidence, more secrets, I raise the top from the box only to see an ancient video camera, the kind we used summer before college, when everything seemed possible. Megan stands there, appearing smaller somehow, more like the girl I used to know than the lady who helped sort everything. The doorbell rings. Holding out an identical camera, she adds, I found my too, from Mom's attic. Both of us set them on the counter. These relics of who we used to be neither of us reaches to switch on. Did you come across Ryan's comment? She inquires. No. I pour us both coffee. This is a habit from earlier, when friendship was straightforward. Did you? Much her giggle sounds brittle. He said he loved both. Actually believed it, I guess. Sliding her cup across the counter. That's Ryan, I remark, living his own truth, even when it's a lie. Megan strokes one softly while the afternoon light catches the cameras creating twin shadows. Before Grace arrives, she continues, we should observe them. Before we choose our course of action. She nods. We both know Grace's meeting is about the future of her business, about trust and second chances, about whether some bridges can be rebuilt after they have burnt. It is not only about reconciliation. Ryan behind the camera, narrating our last summer together, behind which we are young, laughing, whole. Ryan connects the first camera to my laptop. The screen flickers to life. Before college. Before decisions. Before we knew how love and lies might wear the same face. Megan says unexpectedly, stop. Then looks at that moment. The picture freezes on our younger selves, sharing some forgotten joke, but it's Ryan's reflection in the window that catches my eye. The way he watches us both, scheming, even then. I understand he simply showed us who we already were, not destroyed us. What do you imply? Megan queries. You always yearned for adventure, I was always yearning control. He only turned those facts into weapons. The second camera sits dark, uninterested. Certain facts, I'm discovering, don't need to be seen to be understood. Megan's coffee sits unethered, going cold. Now we choose, I say. Between easy and true, not between right and wrong. Grace grabs my hand before Megan moves to answer the doorbell once more. She says, I'm sorry, not for loving him. For not remembering how to love you first. Remembering Laura's last remarks during the trial, love makes liars of us all. I squeeze back. Maybe, I say Megan, we quit trying to change the past. Perhaps we should start something fresh. She nods, knowing what I'm not saying. About Grace's company, about second chances, about how occasionally revenge isn't about destroying what was, but constructing what may be. Laura plans her appeal somewhere in a prison cell. In another, Ryan writes letters we will never read. Life moves forward, messy and imperfect. Grace opens the door and notes how she carries herself now, straighter, stronger, free from decades of manipulation. The autumn wind scatters more leaves over the yard. I leave the cameras on the counter unaltered. Certain memories are better lived than remembered. Some facts are not revisited necessary. Megan and I glance at one another, remembering other documents, other plans, other decisions as Grace piles papers across my kitchen table. Plans for rebuilding, for forward movement, prepare? Grace questions. Of Laura, creating barriers to hide truths never worth preserving. Of William, planting truth bombs to detonate years after his death. Of Ryan, loving so fiercely he forgot how to love honestly. Indeed, I say, and I mean it. Sometimes the best kind of retribution is one in which one gains freedom rather than exacting revenge. After my husband demanded a DNA test in the delivery room, I uncovered lies and betrayal. But this fight is far from over. Though it's nothing compared to the words that just left my husband's mouth, the agony slices over me like a serrated razor. Still gathering my breath, sweat-soaked and shaking, Adam approaches with his expensive suit flawlessly pressed despite the 12 hours we have spent in this delivery room. I would like a DNA test, he states. Like he is ordering coffee, his voice is flat and emotionless, not challenging the paternity of our newborn daughter. Her hands still caressing our infant, the nurse freezes. My child. The space seems to get smaller, and the beeping monitors feel overly loud and invasive. From his charts, Dr. Collins glances up with a worn-out face wrinkling with concern. Adam, what are you talking about? My voice seems alien, far off, as though it belongs to someone else. He is not here for me. Rather, he calculates coldly at our daughter. 7 pounds, 4 ounces of perfection. You heard me, McKenna. I want evidence she is mine. The charge hovers in the atmosphere like poison gas. 12 years of marriage cut down to this instant. I want to shout, toss something, make him feel even a little of the suffering shooting across my chest. I smile instead. Raw and bitter, it sounds terrible. Get out, I urged. It tastes like metal in my mouth, the words. Walk out before I call security. Mrs. Harrison, says Dr. Collins, then Adam cuts him off. He pulls out his phone and fingers are racing across the screen. I have every right to be here. And every right to demand this test. My attorney notes. Your lawyer? I say, then, you've been chatting to your lawyer while I was in labor? The only indication he is even capable of shame nowadays is a small flush up his neck. For weeks, I have been getting ready for this. Months. The name comes back to me. My husband was laying this ambush as I was choosing nursery colors and folded small onesies. It strikes me physically like a punch. Between us, bless her, the nurse steps. Sir, maybe we ought to carry on this outside? No. I ignore my aching body's objections and try to sit up straight. Let him stay. Let him monitor the test. Let him see exactly how wrong he is. Adam's countenance doesn't change, but something flickers in his eyes. Disappointment? Release. I am not able to tell anymore. Every micro-expression, every cue was known to me. My hubby started to be a stranger when? I'll arrange it right away, Doctor. Collins responds, his tone precisely neutral. Though I must say, in my 30 years of practice. Just do it, Adam says quickly. He straightens his tie, a nervous habit I once thought charming. The sooner we know the truth, the better. Truth. As if he knows what that word denotes these days. Unaware of the tempest building around our daughter, my daughter, I gaze down at her sleeping blissfully in the bassinet. Like mine, her small fingers are twisted into fists. Her dark hair already shows curl. Fine, I answer, my voice calm in spite of handshaking. Do the test, but do not expect forgiveness if it shows what I already know. The buzz on Adam's phone is constant. He looks at it and briefly his mask falls. Fear, guilt. He's rushing for the door before I can digest it. Not turning around. I'll be back tomorrow, he says. My lawyer will get in touch on the plans. The door clicks closed behind him, and I can suddenly start to breathe once again. Dr. Collins lightly runs her hand over my shoulder. McKenna, I'm really apologies. Don't. I grab my phone and my fingertips find Sam's number already. My cousin will act knowing what to do. He routinely does. Just bring me the test paperwork, and Dr. Collins, Make sure it's witnessed at every step. He nods, knowing dawn breaking across his eyes. Of course. I once more study my kid, learning every flaw on her face by memory. Whatever game Adam is playing, whatever falsehoods he is telling himself, one thing is clear, he has no idea what he has just started. 3 days in the hospital has made Sam's flat seem like a haven. Tara runs about the kitchen making tea while I drop into his worn-out leather couch and cradle Emma. Coffee grinds and the familiar aroma of old books help me relax, yet my hands will not stop shaking. Seeing Sam pace, I say, he's changed all the locks. Changed the security codes too. 12 years of marriage, and he locks me out like I'm sort of a criminal. Sam pauses. His journalist's notebook is already full of scrawled notes. Think back carefully. Exactly when did things start changing with Adam? The question strikes like a gut-reversing punch. I close my eyes and search for the instant my marriage started to fall apart. Said it was a major merger, the Preston Tech deal, maybe 4 months ago. He started working late and missed doctor's appointments. Tara puts down a mug of chamomile tea, looking disturbed. That closed months back. I search sharply. How can you find that out? Tara says, because my sister works in their PR department, glancing at Sam. The deal fell through in March. March. When Adam began returning home with designer new suits. When the enigmatic corporate travel started. When he completely stopped caressing me. Sam taps his pen against the pad and says, here's what doesn't add up. Why wait until the infant is born to demand a DNA test? Why not do it during pregnancy? Tara whispers softly. Because he needed a scene. He wanted witnesses. Like freezing water, the insight comes to me. He is laying evidence against me. Emma stirs in my arms. I automatically change her blanket. Her small face is so calm and trusting, exactly like I used to be. There's something else, Sam replies, pausing. I gave some calls. Adam's been meeting divorce lawyers since January. January? My stomach drops. When I first told him I was pregnant, when he hugged and said everything was perfect, I caught myself, glancing down at Emma. That son of a... Why go with the pregnancy if he was planning this all along? Because of the Harrison family trust, Tara explains. Your father-in-law's will had particular heirs requirements, didn't it? The bits begin to line up. My voice sounds empty even to my own ears. The trust only pays out if there are legitimate children. He needed evidence the baby wasn't his to refute the claim. Sam hears buzz on his phone. He looks at it and darkens his expression. Adam just posted on LinkedIn. He's accepted a new job at Grant Technologies. Grant? The name reminds me of something from the past. Wait, isn't that the firm last year trying to buy out Harrison Industries? The same one your father-in-law refused to sell to before he died, Sam says at closing. We all leap at the door knock. Tara looks through the peephole and then rapidly backs off. It's Adam. I murmur, hugging Emma tightly. Don't open it. McKenna, Adam says as he walks through the door. I know you're in there, my lawyer insists you should be here. The DNA test is booked for tomorrow morning. Sam steps for the door, but I grasp his arm. Wait. Let him speak. Adam says. You're making this harder than it needs to be, his voice softening somewhat. Just come home. We can work this out. I rise gently, wary of waking Emma. Work what out, Adam? The lies. The secret meetings? Or how about the trust fund you'd like to pilfer? Stillness. Then, I don't know what you think you know. I know enough. My voice has stopped shaking now. I know about Grant Technologies. I know about the divorce lawyers. Soon, I'll know everything else too. One more stop. When he talks once again, all of his polite pretense disappears. You know nothing about what you are handling. Neither do you. I gaze down at our daughter, my daughter, and something hardens inside me. Game on, Adam. His footsteps turn back along the hall. Sam closes the door and then looks at me. What's the plan? I grab my phone and search among past contacts until I come upon the one I need. We first learn everything we can about Grant Technologies. Then I push the dial. We also call in some favors. Twice the phone rings, then a familiar voice answers. Dr. Collins? I need your help with something. Dr. Collins grimly slides the phone across his desk. I thought you ought to see these messages. They were automatically backed up to the cloud account you shared. I pick up the gadget and my hands shake. 2 days before I started labor, the timestamp shows 3:47 a.m. Everything is in place. The message comes across. She will not be entitled to the confidence once the test findings arrive. See to it you follow the plan. Adam answers. She doesn't suspect anything, just keep your father concentrating on the deal. Evelyn Grant, Dr. Collins adds softly. Son of Marcus Grant. My tongue finds the name to taste harsh. The man last year trying to make my father-in-law sell his company. Sam slants forward, his journalistic instincts alert. The same Marcus Grant who strangely bought 3 board seats following the death of your father-in-law? I go through more texts, each one worse than the next. Intentions. Meetings. Subtle elements that cause my tummy to churn over. They've been seeing each other since January, I remark, my voice faltering. I told him about the baby the same month. The timing's not coincidental, Sam explains. Grant Technologies declared their hostile takeover bid last week. With Adam's help, they will have controlling interest in Harrison Industries, unless there is a legitimate heir. The parts fit one another. That's why he needs the DNA test. To show Emma isn't his. It's not about the baby at all, it's about the company. A knock cuts off our conversation. Tara falls in, her face white. Adam's here with attorneys. Though my heart races, I will myself keep cool. Let them in. Adam arrives like he owns the place, accompanied by 2 suits possibly costing more than my annual pay. He seems different. Sharper, colder, sporting a tie I have never seen before. This is a private medical facility, Dr. Collins says, but Adam stops him. The older attorney says, stepping forward, we're doing a paternity test that my client has every right to oversee. We have questions regarding possible manipulation. I chuckled. I have no control over it. Tampering is rich coming from you. Adam's jaw gets stiff. Careful, McKenna. You already run possible fraud allegations. I hand out the phone. If these messages somehow get out there, the ones showing you and Evelyn intending to steal your father's company. He turns cold. I saw actual dread in his eyes for just a moment. You were able to access your private messages on our shared cloud account. I get up, rage providing strength. The one you neglected to cut off when you were so busy organizing your small business takeover. Adam's visage darkens as the younger attorney mumbles something in his ear. This changes nothing, he says, but his voice failures. The test will go precisely as scheduled. Dr. Collins speaks out of turn. Under my supervision, with witnesses present, unless you would want to explain to the board why you are colluding with Grant Technologies while serving as Harrison Industries CFO. Adam's hand jerks toward his phone, but Sam advances. I wouldn't. He says with a smile. My article about corporate espionage at Grant Technologies goes live in an hour. Fascinating stuff about insider trading and family betrayal. Adam says, you're bluffing, but he gets perspiration on his brow. I approach closely while speaking softly. You want a war, Adam? Fine. But remember, you taught me everything about corporate finance over those late-night strategy sessions. Everything? I stop so the weight of my words might sink in. And I learned something else from you too. I show him the last note he gave Evelyn, the one concerning love and always. Keep receipts. The lawyers cast quick looks at one another. The older one starts to cough. Perhaps we should talk over terms. No terms, I say as Adam's flawless front breaks. You wanted to play dirty? Let's play. But remember, you're fighting for survival rather than just money now. They go, Adam's shoulders stiff with resentment. Sam lets out a faint whistle. That's only the beginning. My legs seem about to give out, so I sit back. Dr. Collins, how long till the test results? 24 hours, he says, giving me meticulous attention. Are you sure about this? Once we start, I'm sure. My eyes then turn to the picture on his desk, that of him seated with my father-in-law during medical school graduation. I won't make the same mistake. He trusted the wrong people. Sam squeezes my shoulder. What's next? I get out my phone and browse to a number I never would have considered using. Next, we talk to Evelyn Grant. It's time she learned what kind of man she really is dealing with. The Grant Technologies lobby sparkles with riches and power, steel and glass stretching upward. Emma's carrier is changed on my arm. It seems little until I see my reflection on the glossy marble. One of Adam's preferred suits, the one he buys for board meetings, is on me. It fits now differently, but the armor is what counts. Not looking up, the receptionist responds, Miss Grant is in a meeting. With a firm voice, tell her McKenna Harrison is here, I say. With the baby from her fiancé. Key clicking pauses. The head of the receptionist jumps forward, eyes widening to take in Emma's black curls, just as Adam's. 5 minutes later I am seated across from Evelyn Grant in her corner office. She is younger than I would have expected, perfectly polished in a manner that suggests old money and cautious reproduction. Her engagement ring shines 3 carats, princess cut, exactly like Adam's browser history. She says, "I don't understand." But her hands betray her, whirling a pen till her knuckles grow white. Adam never brought up a wife or a child. Emma's fussing is softly calmed by deliberate ease. Funny how those specifics escape his attention while he is organizing corporate takeovers. Her face seems to be color deprived. "You can't prove." I move her phone over her desk showing screenshots. "Actually, I can. The question is, what will your father say when he learns his perfect future son-in-law is still married, that he's using your relationship to manipulate Harrison Industries stock?" Evelyn murmurs, "You're lying," but she's already reading, her immaculate manicured finger gliding across message after message. Watching her look, I say, "The DNA test is tomorrow." Adam's rather sure about the outcomes, almost as if he knows something I don't. She stares sharply, something flickering in her eyes. Recognition, terror. There is buzz on my phone. Sam's book made my blood freeze last night during the lab break-in. Security footage erased. Evelyn whispers, more to herself than to me, "Daddy would never?" I lean closer and say, "Your father's company stands to gain millions if Harrison Industries falls. Adam stands to gain everything, unless there's a legitimate heir." Her hands hold a pen that cracks, ink flowing over her immaculate desk calendar ruining merger dates and wedding venue appointments both. Her voice trembles. "Get out." Before I call security. I stand gently drawing Emma near. "You know what's funny? He promised me the same forever. Even used the same pet names. He bought me the exact same ring 5 years ago." I said, "Get out," she says sharply. "Check his phone," I add quietly. "The one he keeps in his gym locker. The one with the real messages." She stalls. "How did you?" I move for the door, then stop. "Because I was you once. Young, loving, certain he was different. Oh, and Evelyn, watch his left eyebrow. It twitched when you confronted him. It's lying." The elevator doors close on her broken face. I text Sam. It's done and my hands shake. Phase 2 begins now. Tara's lab contact validated attempts at manipulation, hence his response is instantaneous. The test is being transferred under Dr. Collins to a safe location. From an unidentified number another message flashes. My heart stops when I open it. "Clever girl," Adam writes, "but you neglected who taught you chess. Look through your Harrison Industries email. You have 1 hour to leave the board, or those last year inventive accounting fixes you assisted with go public. Your actions." I fix my gaze on the computer, remembering late evenings spent over spreadsheets, depending on Adam's direction, signing paperwork he claimed were standard. Realizing just how long he has been organizing this, my stomach turns over. Emma moves, her small hand grabbing my finger. I see my father-in-law's fortitude, my own will, and something else, something Adam never knew about the Harrison lineage in her face. I picked up Dr. Collins on the dial. "How fast can you find the original last year's audit files?" "Already done," he responds. "And McKenna, something about a contingency plan caught my attention in your father-in-law's personal records." I smile for the first few days, for the first time. "Tell me everything." The safe lab seems like a fortification, sterile whites and security cameras following our every step. Standing at the testing station, Dr. Collins's face is blank while Adam's lawyers hover close by. Emma sleeps in her carrier, not aware of the tension buzzing about the room. "The results will be available in half an hour, Dr. Collins says. Every party will stay here until..." The door opens violently. Evelyn bursts in, her flawless calm broken, mascara smearing her cheeks. She shrieks, "You bastard!" Adam backs off, his confident mask sloppily falling. "Evelyn, this isn't..." she says. "The gym locker," throwing her phone at him. It crashes against the wall, 3 other ladies. "And you're still married?" The lawyers glance at one another with great dread. Sam blocks his way as one reaches for his briefcase. "Nobody leaves," Sam adds softly. "Not until we hear those results." Adam straightens his tie. I had not noticed until now a worried tell. "This is outrageous. Whatever McKenna told you." "She didn't have to tell me anything," Evelyn says with a break. "Once I showed Marcus the actual numbers behind the Grant Technologies merger, your friend Marcus was rather helpful." Adam's face starts to fade in color. "You did not." She says, "Daddy's on his way?" A sharp and cruel smile. "Using the SEC." My phone lets off vibrations. Tara sent a note. Security footage turned around. Suspect found in lab breaks-ins identified. I slipped the phone to Dr. Collins. He analyzes the picture, then turns to look at Adam's younger attorney. The man breaks out in perspiration. Interesting, Dr. Collins remarks, his tone frigid. Indeed, quite fascinating. Adam's eyes darted among us. Computing. I understand that look, the one he gets right before giving up a piece to save his game. The accounting irregularities, Adam says sharply. McKenna signed off on all of them. She's just as guilt-ridden. Except from the contingency plan, I said, staring closely at his face. The one my father-in-law left with Dr. Collins before he died. Adam locks. What? He knew Adam, I say decisively. About the embezzlement, about Grant Technologies. He documented everything, including your attempts to access Emma's trust fund before she was ever born. The older attorney clears his throat tensely. Perhaps we should, Mr. Harrison says. Shut up, Adam says, his calm breaking totally. He circles on me, fists closed. You're bluffing? My father trusted me, Dr. Collins replies understatedly. Not only as his doctor, but also as executor of his estate, including the real will. The gadget lets out a buzz. Ready for test findings, Doctor? Collins says. Adam leans toward the printout, but Sam catches him. Sam reports, it's over. The SEC has everything, the bogus DNA test orders, the embezzlement records, even your deals with Marcus. Steps echo in the hall, strong, deliberate. Adam ducks away from the door. He tries McKenna, his voice softening to that familiar manipulative tone. We can still correct this for Emma's benefit. The words searing like acid. I say, don't you dare. Don't you dare negotiate using our daughter as a chip. The door swings open. Marcus Grant comes first, then two SEC officials. Tara is behind them documenting everything with her phone. Adam Harrison, one agent says, you're under investigation for securities fraud. The next action plays slow motion. Adam runs toward the exit for emergencies. Moving to block him is the younger attorney. Sam yells something related to treachery. Emma sleeps soundly through it all, not realizing her world is moving on its axis. Holding out the test findings, Dr. Collins taps my arm. Ask, do you want to know? I fix my gaze on the paper, going back over all the evenings I questioned whether Adam's claims were accurate. Should I somehow have failed as a mother or a wife? No, I say at last as I watch the SEC officials shackle my spouse. The results don't matter anymore. She's my daughter. That's all I need to know. Marcus Grant moves in, his expression solemn. Mrs. Harrison, tomorrow we will need your testimony. I cut him off and gathered Emma right here. I'm driving my daughter home right now. I hear Adam yelling my name as we head off. Desperate now, at last realizing what he is losing. I forward only. I never turn around. There are few games not worth playing. Some successes result by walking away rather than from getting even. Lawyers, testimony, and conflicts for control of Harrison Industries will be here tomorrow. Still, tonight I have all I need in my arms. The boardroom of Harrison Industries seems colder than it was years ago. Perhaps it's the empty seats. Half the board left following the public disclosure of the SEC inquiry. Perhaps it's the way Sam avoids meeting my gaze or the way Dr. Collins constantly checks his watch. Marcus Grant says, distributing records over the polished table, the evidence is conclusive. Before they got to the lab, the DNA test findings were changed. Adam's new attorney breaks off. My client maintains that Mrs. Harrison was complicit in the financial irregularities. I say, the signatures on these documents were forged, but even to me my voice sounds empty. I never... Can you prove it? The attorney pulls more papers forward. Because these trading records show differently. Your personal account received substantial transfers during the period in question. Shaking hands, I identify the account numbers, our shared account. The one Adam insisted I cease tracking since he had it handled. Sam lets out a sudden stop. This is ridiculous. McKenna was on maternity leave when she approved these transactions? The attorney had a shark-like smile. The timestamps say differently. Dr. Collins starts to clear his throat. The contingency plan has been compromised, Marcus Grant says with stones. Someone accessed Richard Harrison's private files last night. Everything's gone. The room turns around. I hold the edge of the table and see the ground move beneath me. That's impossible. The security protocols? Were bypassed using your credentials. The attorney strikes nearly sympathetic notes. Along with some quite fascinating emails about offshore accounts. There is buzz on my phone. Tara is forwarding emergency updates. The company's stock is in free decline. Stories of fraud at various levels of Harrison Industries are running in news sources. There is a lot of conjecture on the DNA test crisis on social media. I begin, I can explain, but Adam's attorney raises a hand. Save it for the SEC hearing. He stands correcting his paperwork. Considering the circumstances, the board has called for an emergency vote of no confidence in the meantime. You can't, I mumble, the word sloshy on my neck. This company was the work of life for my father-in-law. He trusted me. To trust Adam? The voice makes me shudder. Adam stands at the doorway, perfect even with his house arrest ankle monitor. Like I trusted you not to go behind my back to Evelyn. Don't you dare, he says, the board needs stability, casually dismissing me. Someone with clean hands to weather this storm. Fortunately, my agreement with the SEC includes full cooperation in exchange for a reduced sentence. The corrupted files, the falsified signatures, the painstakingly created paper trail pointing directly to me click together. I say, you're going to pin everything on me. The flavor of the revelation is like ashes. The scam, the cover-up, all of it. I advised Evelyn about the twitch of his left eyebrow. You did this to yourself, McKenna. If you'd only have gone along. Played along? I stand fast as my chair falls down. While you stole my daughter's inheritance? While you destroyed everything Richard built? His smile darkens to become harsh. About that. The original DNA test results were rather interesting. The room is quiet. Sam goes approaching Adam, but security guards stand in between. You're lying, I whisper, but uncertainty poisons me. All those late evenings spent at the office, the unexplained business visits, his avoidance of talking about nursery colors or baby names. Am I? He says, pulling out his phone to show me a test result I have never seen. Want to explain these genetic markers? As Dr. Collins begins to talk, Adam's attorney cuts him off. My client is ready to file for full custody. The court tends to frown on fraud and embezzlement when determining fitness for parenthood. The globe shrinks to a point. Emma's face comes to me. Her black locks and small fingers. She cries at midnight and laughs early in the morning. Her weight in my arms makes all the difference. Since this dream started, just that has seemed real. The board votes in an hour, Adam says gently. Resign now, sign over your shares, and maybe we can set supervised visitation. Sam reaches my arm as I swing. McKenna, not. Still, my eyesight is blurring and I am already grabbing for the resignation letter. Surrender sometimes is not about giving up. Sometimes it's about grabbing time to figure out new means of fighting. At midnight, the Dr. Collins' office seems strange. Shadows slink across his father's medical degrees, and the constant buzz of backup generators covers our footsteps. Sam watches Tara work her magic on the computer from the door. Found it, she says softly. The original server backup. Adam's people missed it during the purge. My palms tremble as I slide the flash drive Richard Harrison handed me years ago, his insurance coverage I never would have considered necessary. Where long? Tara exclaims. 10 minutes to decode, her fingers speeding over the keyboard. If the passwords of your father-in-law still work. The door collapses open. Adam is standing there, 2 security officers at his side, his ankle monitor flashing accusingly into the night. I knew you'd try something desperate. He walks inside, tightening his cuffs. But breaking and entering? That will look awful in the custody hearing. Sam runs between us. How did you come across? Adam's smile does not reach his eyes. Everyone has a price. Dr. Collins isn't as committed as you assumed. Like Evelyn's price? The words taste harsh. Or was she only another stepping stone? His coolness breaks for just a moment. You have no idea what is at stake. Tara whispers, 7 minutes, behind me. Adam's eyes close. Whatever you're trying to recover, it's not important. The board votes tomorrow morning. Your resignation is already handled. Fun thing about resignations, I say as the progress meter crawls. They are not valid if signed under pressure, or if the person requesting them is fraudulent. He laughs, but with an unsure edge. You cannot prove anything? 5 minutes, Tara states. Adam yells to the guards. Close it down now. I walk forward, playing my last card and wait. Show them to me. The real DNA results. We've seen this. Show me, or I forward everywhere we find to the SEC. Every email, every transaction, every meeting with Marcus Grant. His left eyebrow starts to move. You are blustering. Tara says. 3 minutes? The guards go for the PC. Sam tends and gets ready to step in. She's yours, Adam says, freezing everyone in place. The actual DNA test shows she is yours. I changed the findings since I needed power. Though all I feel is clarity, the admission should sting. You never wanted her either, did you? She was just another asset to manage. 2 minutes here. At last Adam's facade breaks down. You believe this relates to a baby? This is about power, control, everything Richard promised me when he made me CFO. Quietly. He promised you a legacy, I whisper. Not a kingdom to steal. 1 minute. Adam lunges for the PC. Sam catches Tara shielding the screen. Something falls from Adam's pocket in the tumult, a phone I have never seen before. I grab it and immediately see the messages. Emails from Dr. Collins, plans to strip Harrison Industries for components, and talks with Marcus Grant. It's done, Tara adds with great triumph. Everything's deciphered. Adam still goes. You do not want to open that file. But right now I am already the chamber echoes Richard Harrison's voice, a video confession captured just before his death. He names names, specifics plans, and exposes one last turn. The company was never yours to steal, I say to Adam, at last comprehending. Richard left Emma controlling interest before he died. He changed his will. Adam says, impossible, but his voice failures. She wasn't, birth was not even. I show him the date indicated on the will. He knew, Adam. About everything. The affairs, the fraud, the deals with Grant Technologies. You have been playing exactly the game he expected all this whole time. Police sirens call out far away. Adam's visage twists with rage. You think you have won? I still have the board, the evidence, your signed confession. Sam says quietly. Check your phone. The real one you just dropped. Messages flood Adam's eyes. The SEC reopening their inquiry, Marcus Grant cutting agreements to save himself, Evelyn's father pulling all support, and Dr. Collins delivering one more note. I kept my promise, Richard. Your granddaughter's legacy is safe. As Adam crumples his empire of falsehoods around him, the police explode in. But I'm already leaving, considering Emma soundly asleep at home. Some successes are about safeguarding what counts most rather than about winning. The Harrison Industries boardroom still bears traces of the turmoil yesterday night. Police tape crosses the entryway, and evidence marks the meeting table where Adam's empire collapsed at last. I get a leather portfolio from Dr. Collins. Quietly. Richard Harrison's personal files. He wanted you to have these, he whispers. When the time was right. Inside, under years of corporate plans and financial data, I uncover a letter. Although the ink faded and the paper is aged, Richard's firm handwriting is still clear. Darling McKenna, darling, you will know by now why I chose you to guard Emma's inheritance. Not because you are Adam's wife, but rather because you observe what he never could. Legacy is not quantified in stock values or merger proposals. It is developed in moments of choice and in decisions to defend rather than destroy. Emma rucks around in her carrier. I change her blanket and catch a look of my reflection in the dark windows. I look different somehow, stronger, maybe, or simply more certain. Sam shows up at the gateway. Evelyn Grant is here. The SEC wants to go over the video testimony once more. When Evelyn walks in, I get enraged, her eyes just show weariness. The board approved the dissolution of the merger, she says. Daddy's stepping down. The scandal, she says, trailing off, twisting her now ringless fingers. I never wanted this, I say to her. Indeed. Mostly. Neither did I. She glances at Emma, something gentle softening her face. You know, he promised me children too. A future I actually believed in. I say, I know. Because I did too, once. Dr. Collins lets his throat clear. The new board members are waiting. They will need direction regarding the future of the company. I consider Richard's letter of choices and legacies. Tell them we're restructuring starting with the charitable foundation. Doubling the funding for single-parent support programs. Tara, already writing the press release, beams from her desk by the computer. We turn to see activity outside. I watch Adam being escorted out by federal officials through the glass walls, his beautiful suit crumpled and his mask of assurance broken at last. He draws me in and starts talking. I ran away. There are certain talks not worth having. There's something else, Dr. Collins continues, drawing yet another envelope. Your father-in-law left specific instructions about Emma's trust. It's not just money. It's a challenge. Every dollar has to be matched by community investment projects. I chuckle. At last, I grasp he made sure the legacy has to be earned. It cannot be taken. Speaking of earning, Sam says. Though personally, I think karma in the boardroom had a better ring to it. The investigative piece just went live. Corporate corruption and the price of truth. Watching Emma fall to sleep, I say, no more karma. Just forward motion, neither more revenge nor anything else. Dr. Collins looks up an eyebrow. And Adam? I close Richard's portfolio. We face justice through proper channels. I'm done messing about with his games. Evelyn stands to go, stopping at the door. For what it's worth, I think Richard chose well. Not just for the company, but for her. She points at Emma. I go to Richard's old workplace after she leaves. His nameplate still stands on the door, but shortly it will show Harrison Industries Trust Management. Inside, he is always there in every well-picked element. One last note, dated the day he passed, caught me buried in his desk calendar. Remember, power is in knowing when to stop, not in knowing when to fight. Emma wakes up seeking attention with the tenacity of her father, but happily none of his calculations. I raise her while inhaling that lovely newborn aroma. From the doorway, Sam asks, "Ready to go home?" "Not home," I corrected him, compiling our belongings. Forward. Outside, reporters probe scandal and atonement with inquiries. Tomorrow we bring lawyers, restructuring ideas, and 1,000 choices concerning Emma's future. But right now, in this calm victory moment, I realize Richard knew all along. Sometimes the best payback is in creating something better from the ashes left behind rather than in demolishing what others created. My husband's double life and a mistress's scheme to bring 3 secret children to kick me out of my house, but they couldn't break me. My mistress is attempting to evict me, 42F, from my home, and my husband, 45M, has been leading a double life. I never imagined posting something like this on Reddit, but I'm in dire need of guidance. For the past 20 years, I have worked as a professional photographer with a focus on family portraits and weddings. I recognize the irony of documenting other people's joys while my own family is in disarray. I spent years concentrating on developing my career. Although I had always desired children, the time never seemed to be right. Something connected when I met Robert 5 years ago at the opening of a friend's gallery. He was quiet, considerate, and seemed committed to creating a secure future for us, which set him apart from other people I had dated. After a year of courtship, we were married, and the home we currently reside in was a wedding present from my parents that was only registered in my name. Our marriage was lovely for the first few years. We would spend weekends planning our future family while I edited pictures in my home studio and Robert would bring me coffee. We were ecstatic when, at 41, I became pregnant. Robert decorated the nursery himself, went to all of my prenatal appointments, and even learned how to prepare healthy meals for me. After the birth of our son, everything changed. The signals were there, looking back, but I was too happy about being a mother at last and too tired from late-night feedings to notice them clearly. The once caring and attentive Robert grew more and more aloof. Unless I specifically requested, the man who had painted clouds on our son's nursery ceiling wouldn't even hold him. I initially thought his actions were the result of the transition period that new fathers frequently go through. One afternoon, Robert arrived home early from work, and I was sitting in my studio trying to edit a wedding picture shoot while our son was napping. He organized his desk for an hour, something he had never done before, rather than spending this infrequent leisure time with our infant. Gradually, the late evenings at work began. First, he would explain, it was once a week, end-of-month reports. Training new employees comes next, twice a week. Before long, he was returning home late nearly every night, saying he had to cover extra shifts because the bank was understaffed. The more I attempted to engage him in our son's life, the more he distanced himself, and I realized something was amiss when he missed our son's first grin and dismissed it with a flippant, "There will be other smiles." He adopted the mantras, "I'm not good with babies," and "he won't even remember this stage." Each excuse was like a tiny cut, scarcely perceptible at first, but more agonizing as they mounted. I also began to notice other changes. He became extremely careful of his laptop, changed the password on his phone, and always took calls in a different room. I trusted him even though I now recognized the classic indicators. After all, we had planned every aspect of our family life together and tried for this child jointly. I've always found that looking through my camera lens helps me see things clearly, but for some reason, I failed to notice the biggest scam that was taking place in front of me. That is, until I received a message yesterday that absolutely upended my world. The message included multiple photographs and was sent from an unidentified phone. The pictures of Robert grinning and lounging with a younger woman and 3 kids who resembled him were like a kick to the belly. One picture showed them at a beach. Last summer, Robert had claimed to be on a business vacation at the same beach, which I knew. In another, the timestamp indicates that image was taken during the weekend when Robert claimed to be working overtime, and they were decorating a Christmas tree together. You deserve to know the truth. Your husband has been living 2 lives, and I'm the mother of his other children. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Read the succinct but heartbreaking letter that went with it. I nearly dropped my phone due to my trembling hands. I'm trained as a photographer to identify photos that have been altered, to look for irregularities and manipulations. These images were recent, authentic, and unprocessed. This had been going on since before our marriage, since the children seemed to be between the ages of 3 and 7. As I waited for Robert to return home that evening, my thoughts were racing with all of the late nights, business trips, and justifications he had offered me over the years. When he eventually entered, I silently showed him the pictures. His expression, which was one of resignation rather than alarm or denial, told me all I needed to know. I inquired in a fairly steady voice, "How long?" With my least favorite moniker, Nick, he began. Every word felt like glass in my throat as I said, "How long?" He appeared smaller than I had ever seen him when he sank into the chair. "About 8 years. Victoria and I, it started before I met you. I never meant for it to become this complicated." 8 years. He had been living a different life the whole time I had known him. He had another family, a younger lady and 3 healthy kids, while I was undergoing fertility treatments and navigating the difficulties of a high-risk pregnancy at 41. Even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer, I questioned, "Why did you marry me?" He continued, "I loved you. I still love you." As though that were any consolation. Victoria was my past, but you represented something different. A chance at a more stable, respectable life. Then I laughed, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate throughout our now overly spacious home. "Respectable? You built our entire marriage on lies. You watched me struggle to have a baby, knowing you had 3 children across town. However, it wasn't until this morning that the entire tragedy of my circumstances struck." The doorbell rang as I was in the nursery, attempting to soothe my son following a restless night. Victoria, 34F, was standing there with 3 children that were definitely Robert's. She just pushed past me into my house without waiting for an invitation. "So this is the fancy house he bought you," she continued, tracing the wall of my dining room, where I had hung my most treasured family photographs. "Nice upgrade from the apartment he keeps us in." As her kids strolled into my living room and touched everything they could find, I hugged my son closer. It broke my heart to see how much they resembled Robert. His eyes were exactly the same as the oldest, a youngster of about 7. He smiled at the middle child, a girl who was maybe 5 years old. And his curly hair belonged to the youngest boy, who was also around 3 years old. I managed to ask, "What do you want?" Even though her calculating stare told me the answer. Victoria's smile fell short of her eyes. "What's rightfully ours? Robert promised us this house. He said once everything was settled, we'd all live here together. A proper family needs space, after all." After pointing to her kids, she gave my son a stern look. More space than a middle-aged mom and her surprise baby need. Her statement struck me like a physical blow for their audacity. Robert had no right to promise anyone that this house was mine, a gift from my parents. Her attitude immediately shifted after I informed her of this. She snarled, "Listen," and moved in closer. "I've been in Robert's life longer than you have. These children need their father. They need a stable home. You're just the midlife crisis he'll get over soon enough." I discovered a strength I was unaware I possessed. I firmly said, "Get out of my house," even though my hands were shaking. "This is my property, legally mine. Robert has no claim to it, and neither do you." Anger twisted Victoria's face. "You think you've won something here? You're nothing but a temporary distraction. Robert always comes back to us. Always." She raised her voice, purposefully loud enough to be heard by the neighbors. "You're trying to tear apart a family. Think about these innocent children." Despite my internal disintegration, I maintained my position. The only one tearing apart families here is Robert, and you, by trying to claim what isn't yours. My neighbor Mar, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, came over right away after they departed. She offered to testify if necessary because she had seen the entire incident. She squeezed my hand and added, "I've already written down everything I saw and heard. That woman's behavior was completely unacceptable." I contacted my buddy Jane, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, and she came over immediately. She has assisted me in beginning to record everything, including the messages, the altercation, and Victoria's threats. She also reminded me that I am financially secure because I am a successful photographer. "The house is yours. Your business is yours. You don't need Robert's support to raise your son," she stated. Sitting in my home studio right now, surrounded by dozens of pictures of contented families, I'm wondering how I failed to recognize the warning flags in my own life. Robert keeps phoning and leaving messages about finding a solution that makes everyone happy, and "we can work this out." As if there could be a happy ending to this degree of treachery. The other family and the falsehoods aren't even the worst part. It's coming to terms with the fact that Robert was merely going through the motions, whereas I was cherishing every second of my late-life pregnancy, carefully recording every scan, every kick, and every preparation for our child. All these firsts had previously happened to him with Victoria. And I was simply a side endeavor? A dignified front? I need guidance. Do I need to get a divorce right away? Get Victoria subject to a restraining order? How can I keep my son safe in this mess? Although I've already gotten in touch with a lawyer, I would still like to hear from anyone who has had a similar situation. Right now, my son and my job are my top priorities. Next weekend is my wedding photo shoot, and I find it kind of funny that I'll be documenting someone else's happily ever after, when mine is in ruins. Perhaps, though, I need to remind myself that trust and love endure, even if they didn't in my own marriage. Has anyone already handled a scenario like this? What should I do initially? Right now, I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of confusion and betrayal, so any advice would be invaluable. I convince myself over and over again that I'm capable of handling this. I overcame a dangerous pregnancy, I developed a profitable company, and I can get through this too. However, I'm afraid of what tomorrow may bring as I watch my kid sleep soundly in his cot, oblivious to how his world has altered. First update. We appreciate all of your encouraging messages and remarks. I have to discuss what has transpired over the past 12 hours because the issue has taken unexpected turns. Victoria has started using social media for her campaign. She has been posting in our neighborhood Facebook groups, portraying me as a homewrecker who took another woman's spouse and herself as a victim. If the irony weren't so devastating, it would be absurd. She is showing her kids pics of Robert's pictures, saying they are the original family, and I am the intruder. Even more disturbing, though, was what transpired this afternoon. Victoria arrived at my photography studio posing as a prospective customer who wanted to schedule a family portrait session. She used a false name on the booking and had a different style, so at first I didn't recognize her. She was grinning and looking through my wedding portfolio when I entered the consultation room. Such beautiful moments, she remarked without raising her gaze. You're good at capturing other people's happiness while destroying it in real life. She went on to inform me that until I changed my mind about the house, she would post unfavorable evaluations of my company on all platforms. I remained calm and turned on the audio recording feature of the studio's security system. You're trespassing, I said forcefully. Leave now, or I'll call the police. She carefully got to her feet, moved over to my wall of highlighted wedding pictures, and purposefully knocked one down, breaking the frame. Oops, she murmured, seeming to be worried. Looks like things break easily around here. Victoria departed before the police arrived, even though my assistant had already contacted them. I've recorded everything, including the shattered frame, surveillance footage, and social media posts. In addition to defending me, my attorney is requesting an emergency restraining order to safeguard my company. She has also told me that Victoria may have engaged in harassment and attempted extortion with her acts. The most unexpected development was when Rachel, 47F, Robert's sister, contacted me in private. She claims that 6 months prior, Robert attempted to obtain a second mortgage on my home by falsifying my signature. Instead of filing charges, the bank, which is also where he works, discovered the counterfeit and discreetly allowed him to leave. This explains why he had been so evasive about his recent promotion to a separate branch. Victoria's fans are always posting critical remarks on my studio's social media pages, so I've had to temporarily close them down. Concerned about the situation, a few of my scheduled clients have contacted me. Fortunately, most of them have been understanding when I've been honest with them. Some have even told their personal tales of surviving betrayal in their families. Victoria had already done this, according to the findings of my lawyer's private investigator. She harassed another woman in a similar circumstance in a different state 3 years ago. Her tendency to approach successful people and use her kids as emotional leverage to obtain financial benefits appears to be consistent. I've joined a support group for parents going through family crisis circumstances and begun individual therapy. The therapist assisted me in seeing that, despite my concerns about becoming a mother at a later age of 42, I am actually ahead in terms of both financial and emotional stability. She is assisting me in creating plans to shield my son from the psychological effects of this circumstance. Telling my wedding customers why I had to reschedule several of our photo shoots has been the hardest part. It feels like a terrible joke to me as a photographer who focuses on capturing love and devotion to have my own life turned into a warning. But my work is becoming stronger. Even when my own life is in disarray, there's something therapeutic about concentrating on sincere moments of happiness. More security cameras have been placed around my home and studio. Mary, my neighbor, has been amazing. She has been watching and recording anytime Victoria or Robert show up in the area. The local police have stepped up their patrols in our area and now have a dossier on the problem. A few of you inquired about Robert's response to everything. He has been messaging me to say that if I simply quit being tough and agree to sell the house, he can cure everything. He doesn't seem to see that this is about years of deceit and manipulation finally coming to light, not about the house anymore. A particular thank you to everyone who offered materials concerning safeguarding small businesses from defamation campaigns, and once again, thank you for your support. I'm concentrating on my son, my business, and creating a new life free from deceit and manipulation by taking things one day at a time. According to my attorney, we have a solid case for the restraining order as well as possible civil lawsuits for slander and harassment. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Second update. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their ongoing guidance and support. Over the past 12 hours, the situation has taken a number of unforeseen turns. This morning, Robert arrived at my door, unkempt and holding a manila package. He said in a raspy voice, "I've signed papers relinquishing any potential claim to the house. I know it doesn't make up for anything, but I want to do the right thing now." The truth came out when I questioned what caused this abrupt transformation. He had tried to use my property as collateral for loans on several occasions, according to the results of an internal investigation conducted by his bank. He was compelled to leave in order to avoid facing criminal charges, therefore his departure was not voluntary. All of his transactions are currently being thoroughly audited by the bank. However, this is where things become much more intricate. My lawyer's private investigator discovered Victoria's unsettling behavior pattern in 3 states. It appears that she has previously targeted men in solid jobs, established parallel families, and then used the children as leverage to obtain assets and property. Once she got what she wanted, she moved on in each instance. The network of professional photographers has been tremendously helpful. Several well-known photographers in our community launched a counter-campaign after learning of Victoria's attempts to damage my company's reputation. They denounced the harassment and shared their positive experiences working with me. One even volunteered to let me use her studio when I needed it. I have a newfound sense of hope because this support has been a lifeline during such a turbulent period. Even though I have a long way to go, I'm committed to protecting my baby, getting my life back on track, and holding Victoria and Robert responsible for their deeds. As additional information becomes available, I'll keep you updated. A fellow photographer generously offered me a location for shooting, and I accepted. The most startling revelation came from the previous instructor of Victoria's eldest child. After witnessing the social media uproar, she got in touch and shared alarming details about Victoria's previous conduct. Victoria would frequently boast about her method of achieving financial stability during parent-teacher conferences, even displaying records from prior property settlements. By establishing a pattern of what seems to be deliberate deceit and exploitation, my lawyer is assembling a compelling case. It is challenging to trace Victoria's past because we have found that she has adopted at least 3 different surnames in the last 10 years. Records of her involvement in 2 such cases in Colorado and Nevada that resulted in property settlements in her favor were discovered by the private investigator. Unexpectedly, some of Victoria's family members have been contacting her. Her cousin revealed unsettling information about Victoria's previous plots, such as how she picks her victims deliberately depending on their resources and susceptibility to manipulation. The relative claims that before Robert and I even met, Victoria had been keeping tabs on the performance of my photography company for months. My new support group has been a lifesaver. One participant, a family law lawyer, gave me insight into how Victoria's prior actions would impact any custody agreements in the future. She clarified that parents who use their children as pawns in property disputes are seen negatively by the courts. The fact that one of Victoria's former victims got in touch with me this afternoon marked a turning point. Sandra, 45F, from Denver related a situation that was quite similar to hers, including the unexpected visit by kids and the demands for property rights. If necessary, she is willing to testify regarding Victoria's behavioral pattern. My business has had an unanticipated spike in support despite the chaos. Because of my excellent handling of this dilemma, local wedding planning organizations have begun suggesting clients to me specifically. Anyone who can maintain their professionalism under this kind of pressure is exactly who I want capturing my clients' special moments, a well-known wedding planner told me. Another alarming finding from the bank's inquiry has been made. Robert has been keeping up his double life by falsifying bank papers. He had been taking money out of his retirement account to help Victoria and her kids, which put our son's financial future in jeopardy. I'm getting advice from my financial advisor to document everything for the divorce process. Today, my therapist helped me come to a significant realization. My assets are no longer the only thing I need to defend. It's about confronting a pattern of systematic exploitation that has harmed several families. I may be able to stop Victoria from doing this to someone else in addition to protecting myself by retaliating legally and in public. I've begun a thorough documentation endeavor, documenting every encounter and occasion with my photographic abilities. Despite the pending restraining order, security cameras have repeatedly seen Victoria driving past my residence. We are adding each event to our legal file. Knowing how much this has affected my son is the most devastating aspect, but I'm determined to fight for his future and make sure he grows up in a secure atmosphere. Finding some of Victoria's social media posts in which she appeals to sympathy by mentioning her kids has been a noteworthy development. She asks them why someone would take their father away when they are holding signs. According to my attorney, this type of conduct frequently backfires in family court since judges highly disapprove of parents who openly use their kids as leverage. For the protection of my house and place of business, I have engaged a security consultant. They have assisted me in putting in place a thorough safety procedure that includes direct links to local law enforcement and panic buttons. My son's safety cannot be compromised, even though it feels strange to have to take these steps. I'm meeting with a forensic accountant tomorrow who focuses on exposing financial fraud in divorce proceedings. It appears that Robert's financial history demonstrates a pattern of questionable activities that may support the claim of intentional fraud. I appreciate all of your help and guidance. I would especially like to thank the Reddit legal community for assisting me in understanding my options and rights. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Third update. I would want to discuss what appears to be the last chapter of this tremendous circumstance. Significant changes have occurred during the past week, and there has now been some resolution. There have been some surprising developments since the divorce process formally started. In addition to using business cash and depleting his retirement accounts, the forensic accountant found that Robert had been doing so in order to assist Victoria's family and keep up connections with 2 other women in nearby states. The internal probe conducted by the bank has now evolved into a comprehensive criminal investigation. If Victoria's complex plan fell apart more quickly than everyone anticipated. 5 more ladies came forward with similar experiences after my last update. The pattern was the same in all of them. Victoria targeted wealthy men, formed parallel families, and then used the children to increase her wealth. Together with these women and their attorneys, we have put together a thorough case that is currently being examined by prosecutors across several states. The most important discovery was made by Victoria's former assistant, who supplied thorough documentation of her business plan. These records, which included in-depth notes about my photography company from before I met Robert, demonstrated how she investigated possible targets. To obtain property rights, she planned fortuitous encounters and deliberately exploited circumstances. During our meeting with my lawyer last Tuesday, we learned that Victoria had tried to perform the same ruse in Washington state while she was attempting to seize my residence. In that case, the detective introduced herself with yet another surname and shared surveillance footage of her exploring properties with another man. The direction of my photographic business has changed unexpectedly. I've been inundated with bookings since my story was featured, with my consent, in a bridal magazine piece about resiliency in the wedding industry. As one bride stated, someone who can maintain artistic integrity while handling life's biggest challenges is exactly who I want capturing my wedding. This is why couples intentionally invite me. I've established a support system for people who have encountered comparable difficulties. Despite the anguish, this phase of my life has shown me a strength I was unaware I possessed and that reconstruction is achievable with perseverance and the correct assistance. Knowing that I've learned lessons from this event that I will always apply, I will keep fighting for my son's safety and our future. We are developing tools to support professional women who are the targets of similar scams. We're working with financial advisors and family law lawyers to provide resources that will assist people in recognizing and safeguarding themselves against this kind of deception. Our advisory board now includes 3 of Victoria's former victims. Victoria is currently the subject of several fraud investigations, and the restraining order against her has been rendered permanent. When her own posts were used as proof of abuse and attempted extortion, her social media effort completely failed. Her tendency to use children as emotional leverage particularly worried the judge. Speaking of kids, the child advocate assigned by the court found that Victoria had been teaching her kids to seem distressed for pictures on social media. Child Protective Services is currently addressing a troubling pattern of emotional manipulation that was discovered during the investigation. The fact that these defenseless kids were used as pawns saddens me. The life Robert feigned to lead contrasts sharply with his current circumstances. Mutual friends claim that he and Victoria only ever fight about money while he rents a modest apartment on the outskirts of town. Since his financial wrongdoing lawsuit is still pending, his banking career is essentially over. Everything that previously made the man who said he needed a respectable life seem respectable is gone. I've found a new schedule with my son. He may safely explore the comfortable play space I've created in a portion of my home studio while I edit pictures. I was given full custody by the judge, and Robert was only permitted supervised visits following his completion of parenting programs and counseling. The mansion, which has been the subject of so much drama, has come to represent tenacity. I've redecorated, wiping off the evidence of dishonesty and substituting real moments that I took pictures of. Photographs of my client's sincere happiness and love now adorn the walls Victoria once desired, serving as a daily reminder that reality wins out over deceit. According to my therapist, I'm processing this trauma with amazing ease. Even while it still hurts, the betrayal no longer defines who I am. I've discovered that being a 42-year-old late mother wasn't a drawback. I had the tools and strength to shield my son from this upheaval because of my well-established work and life experience. For those who are curious about Victoria's most recent attempts, she and Robert have been mandated to reimburse her former victims. After learning that Victoria had been using child support payments to finance her real estate ventures, their maternal grandmother took custody of Victoria's children. At last, the kids are getting the treatment and security they are due. I took pictures at my first wedding since this whole thing started last Saturday. I had no resentment as I watched the couple exchange sincere vows of love and dedication. Rather, I discovered that I was even more grateful for the genuine moments. Being deceived hasn't harmed my capacity to portray genuine feelings. If anything, realizing the importance of authentic connection has improved it. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. When Victoria tried to threaten me, when Robert tried to control me, and when I doubted my own strength, your counsel and support enabled me to remain strong. This group of people were my lifeline when I was at my lowest. I'm rebuilding something better, not just getting by. My business is expanding, my son is doing well, and our future appears to be more promising than ever. The darkest negatives can occasionally yield the best images. Yes, this photographer did. My ex and his mistress crashed my open house, mocking my success. But they didn't realize I had already built a life they couldn't destroy. As I reposition the expertly arranged throw pillows on the couch, the aroma of freshly made cookies fills the air. In our company, it's the small details that make a big difference. The open house is prepared to greet prospective buyers, so I take a moment to appreciate my job. I freeze as I turn to see how the refreshments are doing. Ethan and Chloe, my ex-husband and his new wife, whom he left me for, enter the house with the audacity of brass. I put on my most polished smile, but I'm furious on the inside. As he walks up to me, Ethan grins and says, well, if it isn't Zara. Still trying to sell houses? I see. Condescension permeates Chloe's voice when she adds her voice. I'm surprised you're still in this business, Zara. Ethan told me you were never really cut out for it. Refusing to give them the gratification of witnessing my tremors, I bite my tongue. Ethan. Chloe. What a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you looking for a new place? Ethan wraps Chloe's waist with his arm. Thought we'd see what you have to offer. I recognize the irony. I gave my all to our marriage years ago while helping Ethan establish his legal practice. But I was never good enough at anything. He became aloof, judgmental, and constantly looking for flaws. I obtained my real estate license because I was determined to contribute and forge my own path. At every opportunity, Ethan disparaged my efforts and claimed I was squandering my time. I should have recognized the warning flags back then, but I was too infatuated and blind. I confronted him after learning of his affair with his much younger assistant Chloe. They refer to it as gaslighting since he denied it and made me feel like I was going insane. The truth was right in front of me, even if I didn't want to believe it. I was caught off guard by the divorce. What a joke, Ethan filed, claiming irreconcilable differences. Before the ink on the paperwork dried, he moved in with Chloe. He did everything he could to leave me with nothing, even though I battled valiantly for a just settlement. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. Determining to succeed on my own terms, I put my all into my work, and I succeeded. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I made it my goal to assist women who are struggling, like myself, in finding their ideal houses and starting over. And now I find myself confronting my past. Ethan and Chloe, who are trying to reduce their household size. The thought of their financial difficulties makes me feel a little satisfied. I put on my best act and lead them around the house, pointing out its features. I ignore the sarcastic remarks that Ethan mutters. With her gaze darting anxiously between us, Chloe appears preoccupied. I can't help but make a small jab as we finish the trip. I'm sure I can find you something that fits your budget. My business has been thriving, and I have a lot of high-profile clients. I'm sure I can help you out. Ethan lashes out as his face flushes. You got lucky, Zara. You're just riding on my coattails. I give a charming smile. Luck has nothing to do with it, Ethan. I worked hard for what I have, and I did it all without you. I can see the flaws in their flawless facade as Chloe shifts uneasily. They have no idea what lies ahead. This is only the beginning. As I drive home from the open house, the memories come flooding back. Chloe's scathing comments, Ethan's arrogant expression. They remind me of everything I've attempted to move past, and they're like a knife twisting in my stomach. I remember our marriage, how I helped Ethan through law school, how I had faith in him when others had lost faith. As he started his business from the beginning, I supported him at every turn. But he drifted farther away the more successful he got. I was never good enough at anything. I would act as though I didn't notice when he would arrive home late and smell like perfume and drink. He would simply grunt and withdraw to his study even though I would prepare his favorite dishes and attempt to converse with him. I still recall the day I made the decision to obtain my real estate license. I was sick of depending on Ethan for everything and feeling like a burden. I desired to have something of my own and to contribute. Ethan laughed in my face when I told him about my plans. You? A real estate agent? Don't be ridiculous, Zara. You don't have what it takes. Even though what he said hurt, I didn't let it stop me. I put a lot of effort into my studies, aced my tests, and jumped right into my new job. However, Ethan never helped me. He would minimize my endeavors, claiming that I was squandering my time. The day I learned about Chloe then arrived. I discovered a flirtatious text message between Ethan and his assistant on his phone. My heart broke into a million fragments. That night, my voice trembling with rage and betrayal, I faced him. How could you do this to me, Ethan? To us? He lied while staring me in the eye. I don't know what you're talking about, Zara. You're being paranoid. There's nothing going on between me and Chloe. I fervently hoped that he was telling the truth. But I knew in my heart. It all made sense. The late hours at work, the covert phone conversations, the way he glanced at her when he believed I wasn't looking. After I engaged a private investigator, pictures of Ethan and Chloe caught in the act were revealed. I challenged him once more, this time with evidence. I guess you weren't enough for me, Zara. I need someone who understands me, who supports my dreams, he remarked with a shrug. It was an awful divorce. Ethan resisted me at every turn, attempting to deprive me of everything. He even dared to say that I was the one who had cheated on him. I eventually left with a just settlement, but I was devastated. The greatest years of my life had been spent with Ethan, and he had tossed it all away as if it didn't matter. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. I put all of my effort into my work because I wanted to disprove Ethan. I would prove to him that I was capable of succeeding without his help. And I did. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. Helping women like myself who had been knocked down but refused to stay there was my goal. However, everything comes flooding back when I meet Ethan and Chloe today. The hurt, the betrayal, the rage. I want to lash out, scream, and give them even a small portion of the pain they inflicted on me. I won't though. I am superior to that. I'm more powerful than that. I have created a life for myself that Ethan will never be able to take away. I inhale deeply and exhale slowly as I pull into my driveway. I refuse to be affected by them. I refuse to let them prevail. I'm a survivor named Zara. And I will be damned if I let Chloe and Ethan drag me down once more. On a Tuesday, the divorce papers arrived. The receptionist buzzed me while I was reviewing some postings at my desk. Zara, there's a courier here for you. He says it's urgent. With trembling hands, I ripped the packet open and signed for it. I was immediately struck by the words, petition for divorce. Next to the checkbox for irreconcilable differences, Ethan's name stood out accusingly. It seemed as though someone had punched me in the stomach. Even though I knew things were awful, I never imagined he would get this bad. I never imagined that he would simply give up on us. He wasn't picking up when I called him. My voice became increasingly frantic as I left message after message. Ethan, please, can we just talk about this? Can we try to work it out? However, he had vanished. His car was gone as I passed our house, and there was a moving van parked in front of it. As I sat there with the engine running and tears running down my cheeks, the neighbors looked at me pityingly. He moved in with Chloe that same day, as I later learned. He lacked the civility to wait for the divorce to be finalized. He was eager to begin his new life with her. It was an awful divorce. Ethan tried to leave me with nothing, But he fought me to the death. He engaged the most skilled and merciless attorneys, and they thoroughly destroyed me in court. I recall sitting across from him in that impersonal courtroom on the day of the last hearing. He refused to even glance in my direction, instead focusing on Chloe, who was sitting smugly in the front row. It ended when the judge struck his gavel. Even though I received a settlement, it felt like a pointless win. Everything that had ever been important to me was gone. After that, I reached my lowest point. In the morning, I was barely able to get out of bed, much less go to work. To dull the ache, I started drinking. I pushed my family and friends away. I didn't want their platitudes or sympathy. However, I woke up one day and understood that I couldn't continue in this manner. I couldn't allow Ethan to prevail. I couldn't allow him to ruin me. I put my all into my work because I was determined to be successful. I accepted every client and every listing. Fueled by an unquenchable fire in my gut, I worked harder than I had ever done. Painfully and slowly, I began to reconstruct my life. I discovered a new apartment, a little, comfortable space that was exclusively mine. I met new pals who were not sympathetic toward me and who were unaware of my background. I concentrated on finding my clients the homes of their dreams. I focused on helping women going through divorces, women who, like me, were beginning over. I became their rock and advocate. I began to recover as the months stretched into years. The pain grew tolerable, but it never quite disappeared. I discovered how to cope with it and turn it into motivation for my goals. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I surrounded myself with positive, self-believing people. I discovered a fresh feeling of direction and motivation for getting out of bed in the morning. However, I will always remember what Ethan did to me. He threw me aside like I was nothing, and I will never forget it. And I promised to hold him accountable one day. I would one day show him what he lost by choosing Chloe over me. I would get my revenge one day. I put my attention on my work, my clients, and creating the life I deserve for the time being. Zara here, and I'm not going to be broken. As the years went by, I threw myself wholeheartedly into my profession. I accepted every challenge and every listing. I was determined to prove myself, so I put in more hours than everyone else, and it was successful. I became the top-selling agent in my office as my sales figures soared. My clients were so pleased with me that they told their friends and relatives about me. My area of expertise was helping women who were starting over or going through difficult circumstances. I turn into their confidant and mentor. I assist them in locating homes, places where they can recover and start over. At her closing, one of my clients, Sarah, a single mother, gives me a big hug. With tears in her eyes, "I couldn't have accomplished this without you, Zara," she says. "You gave me the strength to start over, to believe in myself again." Her advice sticks with me and strengthens my resolve. I understand what it's like to feel lost and like you've reached your lowest point. However, I am also aware that it is possible to rise above the past and create a new life from its ashes. I launch my own agency and surround myself with a group of strong, kind ladies. We establish ourselves as the agency of choice for women in transition, those who require a little more understanding and support. I establish myself as a respected member of the community, and my business prospers. I get asked to offer my experience and knowledge at conferences. For young women who are interested in real estate, I even launched a mentorship program. But Ethan is always in the forefront of my mind. I will always remember how he deceived me and abandoned me, leaving me broken and alone. I monitor him and his legal practice. I hear tales of unethical behavior and clients that feel taken advantage of and deceived. I waited for the ideal opportunity to present itself. I'm prepared to wait as long as it takes since I understand that retaliation is a dish that tastes the finest cold. Then, one day, an opportunity presents itself. I'm holding an open house for a luxurious home, a magnificent mansion with expansive city views. I hear a recognizable voice behind me while I'm displaying the gourmet kitchen. "Zara, I thought that was you." When I turn around, I see Ethan and Chloe, who appear older and more scruffy than I recall. Chloe's face is unpleasant and pinched, and Ethan's hair is becoming gray at the temples. "Ethan, Chloe, what a surprise," I say calmly, with a kind smile. "I didn't expect to see you here." Chloe says, "We're looking for a new place," as she glances around the room. "Something a little more affordable." My eyebrows go up. "Oh, we're having some financial trouble, are we?" Ethan frowns, his face flushed. "That's none of your business, Zara. We're just exploring our options." I grin slowly, like a predator. "Of course. Well, as you can see, business is booming for me. I've got high-profile clients from all over the city, and my agency is thriving. I'm sure I could find you something suitable." "We don't need your help, Zara. We're doing just fine on our own," Ethan says, glaring at me while Chloe appears uneasy. I turn back to the kitchen and shrug. Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. I can't help but feel a rush of satisfaction as they leave. Despite the fact that Ethan broke me once, I've become stronger and better than before. Now that I've witnessed his struggles and the weaknesses in his flawless exterior, I know it's almost time for me to exact my retribution. Even though I lost the battle years ago, I'm still committed to winning the war. And with my pride and head held high, I'll do it how I want. Despite having ruined my past, Ethan and Chloe have no influence over my future. I'm Zara, and I can't be stopped. My assistant buzzes me when I'm sitting in my office a few days after the open house. Zara, there's Chloe here to see you. She says it's urgent. A glimmer of astonishment passes, but I maintain my composure. Send her in. Chloe enters, appearing worn out and anxious. She avoids my eyes as she fidgets with her purse. Zara, I need your help. I recline in my chair and examine her. Oh? And why would I help you, Chloe? You and Ethan made it pretty clear you wanted nothing to do with me. She inhales deeply before finally seeing me in the eye. Ethan and we're having some financial difficulties. His law firm is struggling, and we're barely making ends meet. We need to sell our house, but we don't know where to start. At what she said, I can't help but feel a little satisfied. The powerful lawyer, Ethan, came to me and begged for my assistance. How the powerful have fallen, oh. However, I maintain a neutral look and a professional voice. I see. And you think I'm the right person to help you? With beseeching eyes, Chloe nods. You're the best in the business, Zara. Everyone knows that. And I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm hoping we can put that behind us, for the sake of our shared history. Sensing an opening, I resist the want to laugh in her face and tell her precisely where she can stick her shared history. Very well, I responded as I straightened my skirt and got to my feet. I'll take a look at your property and see what I can do, but I make no promises. With a look of relief on her face, Chloe nods enthusiastically. Thank you, Zara. You have no idea how much this means to us. Oh, but I think I do, Chloe. I think I know exactly how much it means to you. And I plan to use that to my full advantage. I help Ethan and Chloe prepare their house for sale over the course of the following few weeks. I send in my crew of photographers and stage designers to turn the dilapidated property into a sleek, contemporary focal point. I can't help but notice the tension between them, though, even while I work. Being irritated and short-tempered, Ethan lashes out at Chloe over the simplest things. In contrast, Chloe appears withdrawn and miserable, with dead dull eyes. One day, Chloe pulls me away while we're reviewing some papers. Zara, can I talk to you for a minute? In private? I walk her into a quiet room and nod. Her hands tremble as she inhales deeply. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Ethan, he's not the man I thought he was. I pretend to be surprised and raise an eyebrow. Oh, what do you mean? Tears come to Chloe's eyes. He's controlling, manipulative. He's been emotionally abusive for years, but I never wanted to admit it. I thought I could change him, but I was wrong. I suppressed the glimmer of pity I have for her. This woman destroyed my life by stealing my spouse. I cannot afford to be sympathetic to her. I'm sorry to hear that, Chloe, I remarked in a calm, non-committal tone. But what do you expect me to do about it? Her eyes are beseeching as she looks at me. I don't know. I just needed to tell someone. I feel so trapped. So alone. I nod, my thoughts rushing. It's this. This is my chance to finally defeat Ethan, the moment I've been waiting for. I understand. I put a hand on her shoulder and said. And I want to help you, Chloe. But you have to be willing to help yourself first. You have to be ready to leave him. To start over. Her face crumples as she nods. I know I do. But I'm scared, Zara. I'm so scared. I give her a shoulder squeeze while speaking in a forceful yet comforting tone. I understand how you're feeling, but know that you're not alone, Chloe. I'm here to support you, and together, we'll make sure Ethan receives the justice he deserves. I'm polite and professional, but I can't help but notice the building tension between Ethan and Chloe as we work closely together over the following 3 days, showing them possible properties that match their budget. Ethan is irritable and angry, sneering at each house I show them. Is this all you can do, Zara? I believed you were meant to be the town's top agent. Keeping my smile intact, I bite back a retort. I promise you, Ethan, that I'm showcasing the finest houses within your budget. However, I'm happy to keep searching if you have a specific idea in mind. During our showings, Chloe appears withdrawn and preoccupied. She seldom talks and keeps her eyes on the ground. I see her glancing at Ethan with a mix of fear and hatred, and I know that our chat from the other day is still a big part of her thoughts. Chloe abruptly interrupts us as we're driving back from yet another failed showing, saying, "Zara, is it possible for us to speak in private?" I turn to look at Ethan, who is frowning out the window. "Chloe, of course. How about we get coffee?" After dropping Ethan off at their hotel with the promise that we will meet later to discuss some paperwork, I take Chloe to a quiet cafe and order a cappuccino for the two of us. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day. About leaving Ethan, starting over," she says, taking a big breath while holding her mug tightly. I maintain a neutral expression as I nod. "And what have you decided?" Tears well up in Chloe's eyes as she says, "I'm not sure whether I can do it. I've known him my entire life, and I'm afraid of what he might do if I try to leave." I take her hand across the table and say, "I know it's scary, Chloe. But this is far less than what you deserve. Instead of someone who depresses and manipulates you, you deserve to be with someone who loves and respects you." She wipes her eyes with a tissue and nods, saying, "I understand. You're correct, I know that. However, I'm not really sure where to begin." Squeezing her hand, I say in a firm but comforting manner, "Start by speaking with a lawyer. Find out what alternatives you have. Meanwhile, keep a record of everything. Note every instance of Ethan being domineering or abusive. If you choose to leave, it will help you make a stronger argument." Chloe nods and takes a trembling breath. "All right, I can do that, all right." With a glimmer of optimism, I grin at her and say, "And Chloe, keep in mind, you're not alone. I'm here to support you at every turn." Ethan is waiting excitedly in the hotel foyer as we return after finishing our coffee. "Where have you been?" Glaring at Chloe, he yells, "I've been waiting for more than an hour." I move forward and say, "I'm sorry, Ethan," in a composed and businesslike tone. I promise that everything is in control, but Chloe and I had some business to discuss. His eyes widen as he frowns at me, saying, "It had better be. Zara, I'm too busy to play any more of your games." With a lazy, rapt smile, I say to him, "Oh, Ethan, you have no idea what kind of game I'm playing." I can feel his gaze piercing my back as I turn to leave, but I ignore it since I have work to do. I assist Chloe in gathering proof of Ethan's abuse over the course of the following several weeks, and she begins journaling, recording every harsh remark and every act of control. She also takes pictures of the bruises on her arms and the holes he has punched in the walls. I'm also constructing my own case against him in the meantime. When the time comes to finally take Ethan down, I'll be prepared to watch him fall and see the expression on his face when he realizes that he's finally met his match. In Zara, the woman he once destroyed, the woman who rose from the ashes, stronger and more powerful than ever before, the woman who will be his ultimate downfall. I reach out to some of his former clients, the ones who felt cheated and misused, and I gather evidence of his unethical practices and shady dealings. I didn't anticipate the day of reckoning coming so quickly. Chloe, who is distraught, answers the phone as I'm in my office reviewing some papers. "Zara, please, you have to help me." Ethan learned about the attorney. He is enraged. He's threatening to destroy me and injure me. In a second, I'm standing up and reaching for my purse and keys. "Listen, Chloe. Now leave that place. Find a secure location. I'll look after Ethan." On the other end of the line, I can hear her crying, all right, I'll go to my sister's apartment. But please, Zara, exercise caution." He's not thinking clearly. My heart pounding, I hang up the phone, knowing what I must do. My thoughts racing with potential outcomes. I know I need to be clever about this. Have to play my cards exactly right, as I make my way to Ethan's office. He looks up from his desk, his face contorted with anger, and they enter his office without knocking, holding my head high. "What the hell are you doing here, Zara?" I give him a chilly, cunning smile and say, "Ethan, I believe you understand exactly why I'm here. I am aware of the things you have been doing to Chloe. I am aware of the manipulation and abuse." With his hands clenched at his sides, he gets to his feet and says, "Zara, you don't know anything. You're just a resentful, envious lady who finds it impossible to move on from the past." With a hard, brittle laugh, I say, "Oh, Ethan, you don't know what I'm capable of. I have been observing you in order to collect proof. I am aware of your dubious activities and immoral behavior. I have enough to demolish everything you've ever worked for and ruin you." I can see the terror in his eyes as his face goes pale. "You're bluffing. You've got nothing on me." "Oh, but I do, Ethan," I say, reaching into my purse and taking out a big folder. "You cheated and lied to your former clients, and I have their testimonies. I have financial documents that prove your fraud and embezzlement. I have pictures of the bruises you gave Chloe when you were angry. He rushes to retrieve the folder as I hurl it onto his desk. Ethan, it's over. You're done. And I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison if you ever approach Chloe again or touch her. His face twisted with dread and anger, he looks up at me and says, Zara, you can't do this, you can't ruin me. With a low, ominous whisper, I bend up close and say, watch me. He takes my arm and digs his fingers into my skin as I turn to go. Zara, you'll pay for this? I'll see to that. With my eyes burning with rage, I yank my arm away. No, Ethan. You will be held accountable for what you have done to Chloe, me, and everyone else you have harmed in the process. I'm going to be the one to ensure that you make the payment. With my heart thumping in my chest, I leave his office, knowing that this is only the beginning and that a long and challenging road lies ahead, but I also know that I'm prepared for it. I'm ready to stand up for what's right, to regain the power that Ethan took from me all those years ago. I get into my car and drive to Chloe's sister's house, my mind racing with potential solutions. I know I must be there for her, to support her during this trying time, but I also know I must be strong, to take the lead, because this is my battle too. I am Zara, and I am a force to be reckoned with. Heaven help anyone who tries to stand in my way. This is my chance to put things right, to get the retribution I have been longing for. And I will not stop until Ethan is held accountable and made to pay for all the suffering he has caused. The consequences of my confrontation with Ethan are swift and severe. Within days, his abusive behavior and unethical practices are widely publicized in the city's newspapers and news websites. His law firm collapses, sending clients running in droves. His partners distance themselves in an attempt to preserve their own reputations. And Ethan himself is humiliated, his name becoming associated with dishonesty and corruption. Knowing that I contributed to his demise, I watch it all play out with a grim sense of satisfaction, but I also know that my work is far from done. Chloe files for divorce, and I assist her in finding a new home, a modest but comfortable apartment in a quiet neighborhood. She is terrified and overwhelmed, but I reassure her that she is not alone and that there are people who want to support her. She tells me about years of abuse and manipulation, the ongoing fear and self-doubt, and I tell her about my own divorce, how Ethan almost destroyed me but I found the strength to rebuild my life. We spend long hours talking, sharing our stories and our pain, and together we begin to heal, finding a new sense of purpose and hope. Chloe goes to treatment and begins classes to complete her degree. I immerse myself in my profession, committed to changing the lives of other women who have experienced similar hardships. After a few months, things start to return to normal, and Ethan fades into the background as a warning about what happens when ego and power run amok. However, one day, I get a call that completely alters everything. Ethan is pleading with me for assistance. Zara, please, he pleads in a broken and frantic voice. I know I have no right to ask, but I don't know where else to turn. My freedom, my reputation, and my career are all on the line. I need your assistance. I'm tempted to end the call and let him pay for his crimes, but then I recall something my therapist said about the need for forgiveness and how harboring hate and resentment ultimately damages us. I inhale deeply and then make a choice that even surprises me. All right, Ethan, I'll assist you. But not for me, nor for you. Because in order to move on with my life, I must let go of the past. We meet at a coffee shop, and as I listen to him open up to me about his anxieties, his regrets, and his desperate attempt to put things right, I feel a shift in myself. A sense of release and closure. Then, feeling lighter than I have in years, I get up to go, giving him tools and advice on how to get assistance and make amends. With tears in his eyes, he adds, "Thank you, Zara. I know I don't deserve your kindness, but I'm grateful nonetheless." With a little smile teasing my lips, I nod. Ethan, look after yourself. Additionally, keep in mind that there is always time to start afresh. I feel at peace as I leave the coffee shop, knowing that although I will always remember the suffering and anguish of my past, I have managed to go on and create a new life founded on fortitude, resiliency, and optimism. I feel a rush of pride and thankfulness for how far I've come and for the person I've become when I think back to the woman I was all those years ago, the one who was lost and shattered and believed she would never find her way out of the darkness. I am Zara, a lady who has persevered through hardships and emerged stronger on the other side. I am confident that I possess the bravery and tenacity to confront any obstacles life presents and to keep going forward, one step at a time. My parents kicked me out to let my golden sister live there, even though I bought the house. But karma came faster than expected. I, 37F, have spent the last 15 years developing my career as a senior management at one of the leading investment banks on Wall Street. This narrative focuses on my complex connection with my sister Emily, 47F, my parents, both in their late 70s, and a house I recently bought for them that has become the focal point of constant family strife. I have to take you back to the beginning to see how we got here. My parents were in their late 40s when I was born, so I was an unplanned child. My mother would frequently tell me that they already had Emily, who was 10 years old at the time, and that she was more than enough. She did not say this with malice, but rather in a tone that somehow made it worse. She would say, "We didn't plan for you," as she was arranging Emily's extracurricular activities or putting together her college application paperwork. These innocuous comments, which served as a constant reminder of my position as an afterthought in our family, shaped the background of my early years. I might not even be here if it weren't for my maternal grandparents' persistence. My parents saw me as a burden they hadn't requested, but they were thrilled about the possibility of having a second grandchild. I was an afterthought in my parents' lives, and that was evident right away. They had the same ritual every morning when they dropped me off at my grandparents' place. My father would say to my grandfather, "You wanted her," as he got ready to go for work, keys jingling in his palm. "She's all yours." My grandparents' house turned into my true home, a haven where I felt genuinely loved and wanted. They made sure I was fed and taken care of, picked me up from school, helped me with my homework, and took me to the park. I would spend hours learning about numbers and problem solving from my grandfather, a retired math professor. He'd say, "Numbers never lie." These lessons will subsequently influence my professional choices in ways I could not have predicted at the time, such as they tell stories more honest than people do. At their kitchen table, my grandma would assist me with my schoolwork every afternoon, ensuring that I fully grasped each idea. Her patience appeared limitless. She had taught high school before retiring. She would add, "Knowledge is the one thing nobody can take away from you," in a forceful yet kind manner. She also taught me to cook as a means of expressing my creativity and love, rather than as a chore. These times spent in their kitchen, reviewing my school day and learning how to measure materials exactly, turned into some of my most cherished recollections. My parents, who were generally exhausted and a little irritated at having to make the trip, would only arrive to pick me up late at night. "Madison," my grandmother would say as she bid me farewell every night, "you're the best thing that ever happened to us." I could almost forget that I wasn't wanted anywhere else while I was in her loving embrace. They became my emotional rock, giving me the stability and affection that were conspicuously lacking at home. My grandfather would often add, "Remember, sometimes the best things in life aren't planned." I learned to live as an afterthought in my own home as Emily got ready for her promising future. My sister just pretended that I didn't exist. She wasn't nasty or harsh. She would be lying on the couch, talking on the phone about mails and college applications, totally unaware of me, while I played with my dolls in the corner of our shared living room. The difference between how my parents treated Emily and me was clear and consistent. I would hear my mother's proud voice as she talked about Emily's achievements with family or friends. Emily got straight A's again. Emily made the debate team. Or, Emily got accepted to her dream college. They went to all of her school functions, scientific fairs, and debating contests. They consistently cited, "We're too tired," "We have to work," or "You understand, don't you?" as excuses for their glaring absence from my events. My grandparents took on the role of my cheerleaders, attending every school function with joy and true pride on their faces. I hoped that things at home would change when Emily went off to college. I was the daughter who stayed, and perhaps my parents would see me at last. I was completely mistaken. I went from being invisible to being the housekeeper at the age of 14. My mother would call out to me, "Madison," before I could even put my backpack down after school. "The house needs cleaning. Start with the bathrooms." Emily's chores were taken up by me, along with a number of additional duties. I got to know the washing machine's settings and peculiarities by heart, and it became my daily companion. Cleaning, cooking, and keeping a home for parents who hardly acknowledged my existence seemed like a continuous loop of housework. My father would remark, "You live here. You need to contribute," if I hesitated in the least. "Your sister always did her part." My career progressed from cleaning to cooking by the time I was 14. The shift wasn't gradual. My mother just quit preparing dinner one day. One morning she declared, "You're old enough now. We expect dinner ready when we get home from work." I maintained a stellar academic standing in spite of the taxing domestic responsibilities. My teachers encouraged me to compete in a variety of academic events after noticing my ability for economics and mathematics. In order to help me get ready, my grandfather would dedicate extra time to teaching me complex ideas that were way above my grade level. He would exclaim, "You have a gift with numbers," with pride shining in his eyes. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Dreaming about college was the only way I could get away. I would go to my room every night after doing the dishes and go through university websites. I would see myself traversing several campuses, distant from the never-ending tasks and chilly quiets. I was rewarded for my diligence in school. Despite my household responsibilities, I maintained straight A's, and at the age of 16, I received acceptance letters from a number of prestigious colleges, including some renowned for their top-notch finance programs. Emily's engagement followed. One Sunday afternoon, she bounded in the front door, pulling a tall, smartly dressed man along with her. She let out a squeal. "Mom, Dad. This is James, we're getting married." You would believe that someone had just declared their lottery victory. With my mother sobbing with happiness and my father already taking out his phone to call family, my parents literally sprung from their seats. "We'll cover everything," my mother exclaimed as she gave Emily a hug. "Our first daughter's wedding has to be perfect." For months, our home was occupied with wedding preparations. Every discussion centered on guest lists, venues, and flowers. With expensive outfits, high-end vendors, and everything at the top end, money appeared to flow like water. Despite attending the wedding, my grandparents didn't appear to enjoy the extravagant decor. My grandfather merely shook his head at the champagne fountain, and I saw my grandma scowl at a sculpture that most likely cost more than a semester's tuition at college. However, they likely already knew what was going to happen, so they kept their opinions to themselves. I gave my parents the wonderful news while sitting at our dinner table with 3 envelopes spread out in front of me on the day I received my acceptance letters. My heart was pounding. "That's nice," my mother murmured, without raising her gaze from her meal. "But we can't pay for it. We spent all our savings on your sister's wedding. Even took out a loan for it. There's nothing left for college." I stumbled and said, "But you paid for Emily's college." Scarcely raising my voice above a whisper. "That was different," my mother said in a condescending tone. "We saw potential in her." The ensuing hush was deafening. "You should get a job, save up some money, and take out student loans. That's what responsible adults do," my father said in between sentences. I had never before dared to leave the table without being excused. Grabbing my phone with trembling hands, I dialed my grandmother. In a matter of minutes, I was crying as I entered their well-known front door. As he heard my narrative, my grandfather's expression hardened, but I could not quite read the sparkle in his eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance after I had told them everything. My grandfather took my hand and said, "Madison, we've been saving for your education since the day you were born, so we've been expecting something like this." He returned with a folder after walking to his study. Bank statements demonstrating years of meticulous saving were found inside. "You can choose any of those universities. We've got you covered." I moved in with my grandparents that evening after packing my necessities. When I told my folks I was going, they were downstairs watching TV and hardly looked up. My mother said, "Whatever you think is best," while keeping her gaze fixed on the TV. Did I hear the relief in her voice? The years that followed were revolutionary. I decided to enroll in one of the best business schools to study financial analysis. My passion in doing things correctly was maybe prompted by witnessing my parents' poor financial management. My zeal and innate financial skills were noted by my lecturers. Before long, I was staying after class to talk about difficult financial ideas. Someone other than my grandparents saw possibility in me for the first time in my life, real potential. I obtained esteemed internships at significant financial institutions during my time in college. Every summer presented fresh possibilities as well as difficulties. Senior managers were impressed by my analytical abilities and meticulousness. During my performance review at Morgan Stanley, my supervisor said, "You've got a natural instinct for this. We'd love to have you back next summer." With the exception of calls with my grandparents, I kept my head down and concentrated on my schoolwork, hardly thinking about my family. I was hired by one of the city's leading financial firms after I graduated. I never would have imagined earning the starter pay. I located a small, clean, and secure one-bedroom apartment. I was thankful every morning that I didn't have to make breakfast for anyone but myself. As I poured myself into every new challenge, my career took off, and I received bonuses and promotions that I could never have dreamed of when I was younger. I advanced to a senior role in 5 years, overseeing intricate portfolios and fostering significant client connections. Within the industry, I became known for my strategic thinking and analytical accuracy. Every accomplishment felt like a subliminal affirmation that my parents had misjudged my abilities. In the meantime, I discovered from my occasional chats with my grandparents that Emily's marketing profession wasn't succeeding as she had intended. James, Emily's husband, struggled to maintain a career. They were begging for money from my parents all the time. My grandma told me in one of our weekly conversations, Your mother emptied her retirement account last month to help them with rent. They just can't say no to her. After a year, things deteriorated. Even with our parents' assistance, Emily and James were no longer able to pay their rent. They and their twins, who are 7 years old, returned to my former bedroom. My parents, who had previously been really pleased with Emily's abilities, suddenly had to provide for her whole family in addition to their golden child. I maintained my distance, concentrating on developing my own life and profession. Every bonus, promotion, and successful transaction served as a subliminal affirmation that I wasn't the failure my parents had predicted me to be. I had substantial investments and money by my mid-30s, which included enough for a down payment on a home of my own. Then everything was different. My grandfather died unexpectedly after suffering a severe heart attack. It was a tragic loss. He was the father figure who had supported me when no one else did, and he had been more than just a grandfather to me. After that, my grandma, who had spent more than 50 years with him, seemed to lose her spark. She followed him less than 2 months later. In every significant sense, they had been my biological parents, and suddenly they were no longer with me. Behind me at the funeral home, I heard my mother's voice while I was setting up my grandmother's funeral. "Madison, do you want some help with the arrangements?" She was standing there when I turned around, looking older and more worn out than I had remembered. A part of me wanted to tell her to go, but I refrained because of her face. "Sure," I said to myself. "That would be nice." My parents started to open up over the course of the following few days as we prepared the service. They acknowledged that they were having difficulties. One afternoon, when we were choosing flowers, my father admitted, "We haven't been financially well off since retirement." He went on to say, "We barely make ends meet," before mentioning Emily's twins. I recognized that my sister and her family continued to live with them and rely on their diminishing income. We convened in a wood-paneled office for the reading of the will 1 week after we buried my grandma. Emily and James were slumped on recliners next to my parents, while I sat opposite from them. The tension was thick enough to sever with a knife, and the room smelled of furniture polish and old papers. Though none of us realized it at the time, what followed would start a series of events that would permanently alter the relationships of our family. After adjusting his glasses, Mr. Patterson, the notary, started reading in a monotone. I anticipated the standard legalese, but what followed made everyone take notice. "To our beloved granddaughter Madison, we leave our house at 1542 Maple Street and the sum of $150,000. The ensuing hush was deafening. My mother tightened her hold on my father's arm until her knuckles turned white, and Emily's mouth dropped wide. After clearing his throat, Mr. Patterson went on. He glanced at my mother and said, "And a personal note from Mr. Henderson to his daughter Margaret." The message said, "Remember, Margaret, that we provided you with $200,000 just when you needed it most. As we respected your needs back then, we expect you will respect our final decision." My mother's cheeks turned pale after flushing red. Emily and James looked at each other anxiously, while my father gazed at the floor. In the parking lot, my parents came up to me when the notary had finished and collected his paperwork. Something desperate had taken the place of the calm manner they had displayed during the funeral preparations. With a shaky voice, my mother said, "Madison, honey, you must realize that we always assumed we would inherit the house. We're having trouble, but we were depending on it. The mortgage, Emily's family's expenses, we could really use the house," my father continued, stroking his gray hair. Speaking about how her youngsters wanted a yard to play in, Emily also joined in. However, I just got into my car and left. I kept thinking about my grandparents' parting gift over the course of the following few weeks. My life was well established near the city, and although the house I had inherited held many priceless memories, it was too large for me alone. In the meantime, I learned about my parents' growing financial difficulties from our weekly chats. Helping Emily and her family had drained their retirement funds, and they were finding it more and more difficult to pay their own mortgage. I gave it a lot of thought before deciding. I would purchase my parents a better house, one that is single-story, has a lovely garden, but is easier to maintain, with the money I make from the sale of my grandparents' house and my own savings. For their retirement years, something cozy. I was shocked by their response when I shared my concept with them. They actually started crying with happiness. After several weeks of house hunting, we eventually discovered the ideal location. A stunning ranch-style house with large doorways and no stairs in a peaceful neighborhood. My folks couldn't stop gushing about how thrilled they were after the purchase was finalized. "A proper housewarming party is what we need," my dad said. "It is the least we can do to make all the arrangements." "That would be beautiful," I said, intending to show them the deed at the festivities. "Tell me when, please." Weeks went by. Even though I had a lot of work to do, I kept expecting an invitation. Oh, my mom would say, we're still planning. You are aware that these tasks require time. My father would also say, we want it to be perfect. We'll notify you shortly. I was annoyed by their evasive answers for some reason. One evening, I was putting Emily's name into Facebook following another evasive phone call from my mother. We weren't connected on any social media, and I hadn't seen her page in years. Just hours ago, it was posted, I can't wait for this Saturday's housewarming party for Mom and Dad. I can't wait to celebrate with everyone in this beautiful residence. Numerous friends and family members confirmed their attendance and scores of comments on the page. Pictures showed caterers being hired and decorations being set up. This was hardly an impromptu get-together. Weeks had been spent organizing it. I called my mother with a little trembling fingers. Hello, Mom. I wanted to inquire further about the housewarming party. Do you have a date in mind yet? Oh, honey, not just yet, she said with ease. Most likely in a few weeks. The specifics are still being worked out. Everyone except me, apparently. I had to make a choice as that Saturday drew near. Shall I go up to them? Do I have to let it go? How could they keep me out of the festivities after everything that had transpired, after I had purchased them this house? I would eventually find out, but not in the manner I had anticipated. I parked a block from the house I had purchased for my parents on Saturday. I could see dozens of people mingling through the windows, including Emily's social circle, friends, and relatives. My father offered tours of the house I bought, while my mother, dressed in her special occasion pearls, welcomed guests at the entrance. Twinkling lights and welcome banners adorned the mansion. Laughter and music poured out onto the street. It was obvious that they had spent weeks organizing this housewarming celebration, to which I was not invited. For a while, I sat in my car and watched Emily's twins chase each other past crowds of grown-ups who were ogling them. I could see moving boxes with Emily's handwriting on them stacked in the corner through the wide bay window. The process of relocating her family's possessions had already begun. I inhaled deeply before sneaking in through the side door. The aroma of flowers and catered cuisine filled the house. I heard my father speaking to a gathering of people in the living room when I followed his voice. After all these years of hard work, we finally did it, bought our dream home. My mother excitedly added, don't forget about Emily. She helped so much with the down payment. Such a wonderful daughter, always thinking about family first. Unlike some people, she went on. In response to a question about me, she said, our younger daughter hasn't helped us at all. Too busy with her career to care about family. Heat sprang to my face as I stood in the doorway. Everyone jumped when I said, actually, I think you've got that backwards. There was a dead silence in the room. My dad was the first to recover, grinning tightly. Madison, what a surprise. Especially since you forgot to invite me to the housewarming party for the house I bought, I said as I entered the room. The quiet grew longer. His shoes quickly piqued Emily's husband's curiosity. Inquiring as to why everyone appeared so distressed, one of the twins pulled at Emily's sleeve. You bought it, yes, but it's ours now? You can't expect eternal gratitude, my mother said with a hint of abrasiveness. With the heads nodding around him, my father added, that's right, gaining confidence. And frankly, you're not welcome here. This is a family gathering. And Emily and her family will be living here too, my mom said. They've already sold their house. It's all arranged. The twins need a stable home. I extracted a folder from within my bag. I remarked, you seem to be confused about something, and held out the ownership and deed documents. This house belongs to me. I never signed it over to you. The color of my mother's face changed from pale to ashen. My father began to ramble on about his responsibilities to his family. Emily's self-assured grin broke when she became aware that her preparations were failing. Despite my shaking palms, I continued. I was planning to give it to you tonight, maintaining a firm voice. I thought this could be a fresh start for all of us. Instead, you've shown me nothing has changed. When my mother said, you can't do this, her voice became a screech. We're your parents. No, I said softly. You're just the people who gave birth to me. My real parents, my grandparents, taught me that family means more than blood. They also taught me about finances, which is why I own this house and you don't. I turned to speak to the astonished visitors. I'm sorry, but this party is over. This is my house, and I'm asking everyone to leave. My parents, Emily, James, the twins, and all of their guests departed in tears. From the porch, I observed them driving off one by one until the street was deserted. In the yard, the ornamental lights continued to sparkle mockingly. Inside, half-empty drinks and discarded food plates covered every surface. The house, which was supposed to be my gift of reconciliation, ended up being the last straw in our relationship. A few weeks later, I found out that they had purchased an apartment using the proceeds from the sale of their previous home. 3 generations crowded into a 2-person apartment when Emily, James, and the twins moved in with them. They tried calling me all the time at first. Their voicemails varied between angry accusations. "You've become so heartless, just like your grandparents warned us you would." And guilt-tripping, "How could you do this to your own family?" I disabled their social media accounts, emails, and phone numbers. As a reminder of everything that went wrong in our family, the house is now empty. I have an appointment with a real estate agent tomorrow. It's not worth attempting to cure everything. Like old photos in a dusty album, some relationships are better left in the past. When I eventually have kids of my own, I've made a self-promise that they won't ever need to win my affection or vie for my attention. In contrast to my parents, I will love my kids just as much and without conditions, just as my grandparents loved me. Every heartbreaking reality about my family was exposed that Saturday night. I had not been invited to the housewarming celebration my parents were throwing when I arrived at the house I had purchased. Dozens of visitors, catered food, and, most telling of all, moving boxes with Emily's handwriting strewn around were all visible through the windows. My father proudly declared, "After all our hard work, we finally bought our dream home," as I sneaked in through the side entrance. In her comments, my mother praised Emily for allegedly helping with the down payment. She dismissed inquiries about my absence by saying, "Oh, Madison's too focused on her career to care about family." The incident encapsulated every insult I had experienced as a youngster, every instance of favoritism toward Emily, and every instance in which I had been regarded as an afterthought. I had never before experienced such clarity as I stood in the doorway, witnessing my parents rewrite history by preparing to relocate my sister's family onto my land without even asking me. "Actually," I said, causing the room to quiet down, "I believe there was a miscommunication regarding the buyer of this house." I could tell everything I needed to know about their actual emotions from the expressions on their faces. Amazement, humiliation, and then indignation. My mother was the first to recover, her voice piercing with a sense of entitlement. "What's done is done. The house is ours now, and Emily's family needs the space." I took out the ownership documents and the property deed. "No, the house is mine. I never transferred ownership to you. I was planning to give it to you tonight, but clearly, that would be a mistake." "You can't do this," my mother said in a terrified tone. "We're your parents, we have rights." "The only rights you have," I said quietly, "are the ones I choose to give you. And right now, I'm choosing to ask everyone to leave my property." Following that, there was a frantic evacuation, with guests rushing out with plates of food still in hand, Emily's twins sobbing in bewilderment, and my father trying to maintain some dignity while guiding people to their cars. "How could you do this to your own family?" was my mother's final attempt at manipulation, but it failed against my newfound determination. The 5 of them were crowded into a tiny flat in the weeks that followed. The messages began right away. My father demanded a re-examination, Emily begged with tears for her children's stability, and my mother accused me of cruelty. They were all blocked by me. The vacant house served as a reminder of what might have been, a new beginning, an opportunity for peacemaking. Rather, it served as the impetus for my ultimate separation from a family that had never fully embraced me. A month later, I sold it and used the money to fund my own future. Some asked if I would ever try to mend those bridges or forgive them. However, I came to understand that forgiving does not always entail letting harmful people return to your life. Forgiving oneself for leaving can be necessary at times. Before putting away the old wedding picture of my parents, I promised my future children that they would never experience the anguish of conditional love, the hurt of being compared to a sibling, or doubt their position in the family. With me, the cycle of partiality and emotional blackmail would come to a stop. Emily's twins were playing in the tiny courtyard when I last drove by my parents' apartment complex. I briefly experienced sadness, but it was for the relationships that never truly existed in the first place, not for the ones I had lost. My grandparents taught me that a true family is based on love, respect, and support for one another, despite the belief that blood is thicker than water. I take their lessons with me as I start this new phase of my life. Love ought to be freely given rather than demanded. Family is more than just genetics. Walking away is sometimes the healthiest course of action. I didn't open my mother's last unread mail, so I erased it. Any defenses or charges it included were no longer relevant. At last, I had discovered how to put my own value ahead of their conditional approval. Their kind of familial devotion has no place in the life I'm creating now. New opportunities await us in the future, free from the burden of attempting to win affection from those who are unable to freely give it. I learned what true family looks like from my grandparents. I'll build that kind of family for myself someday. One based on respect for one another, unconditional love, and the knowledge that each individual is equally important. At long last, the chapter of being the family afterthought is over. Being the author of my own life is only the beginning of my journey. Inheriting Dad's house, losing Mom's love, how I uncovered her true motive and built a life beyond the betrayal. When Dad passed away and left me his house, Mom left me. I overheard her telling her husband that she was only doing it to get money from her parents, but she later made an effort to set things right. Just a few months before my 18th birthday, at the age of 17, my life took an unexpected and excruciating turn. My father died. He experienced a heart attack. He was there with us, vibrant, 1 minute, and then he was gone. The speed at which everything changed is still difficult for me to comprehend. No warnings were given, no time to prepare ourselves emotionally or say our goodbyes. The most important person in my life, my dad, was abruptly taken from me. We had a very strong connection. I looked to him for guidance, solace, and amusement. It was like losing a piece of my soul when I lost him. My dad's lawyer brought the family together to make his will public after his funeral, while we were still in the cloud of mourning. Although my dad wasn't particularly affluent, he had worked hard throughout his life and had made wise investments. The lawyer revealed, much to everyone's surprise, that he had essentially left everything to me. He owned the family home, but it was now in my name. I had the deeds to the house signed by him. I didn't first completely understand the significance of that, especially when I was still grieving his passing. My mother was enraged while I was still absorbing it. She began screaming as soon as she learned that the house was now legally mine, and she adamantly asked that the lawyer show her the will so she could confirm it. To put things in perspective, my parents' marriage was among the worst in history. My parents were always at odds, and it wasn't like one of them was at fault because they were both flawed. They had first married for love, or at least that was how they explained it, but any love they had soon vanished. As their disagreements widened, their love gave way to frustration and resentment. My parents were both very focused on their careers. That really made them farther distant from one another, despite your assumption that it would bring them closer together. My dad's achievement was too much for my mom to handle. This was because she lost out on years of her work when she decided to have a child. My dad never made her make this decision, to be clear. My mother has expressed to me on multiple occasions her uncertainty about having children. She ultimately made the decision to become pregnant nevertheless since she didn't want to look back and regret not having children. But she soon discovered how much she detested it after having me. My mother is a prime illustration of why not every adult should be permitted to have children. She would become upset with me for the tiniest things, like not tying my shoes properly or having trouble with my homework, and I can still clearly remember those times. From the beginning, she treated me like a burden. Even if I couldn't really comprehend it as a child, I could sense her contempt. I would witness other children with their mothers receiving warmth, support, and hugs. She only gave me coldness and criticism. My mother treated me badly because she was frustrated with her own life. I couldn't help but feel like I was in the way. Due to health problems and pregnancy complications, my mom had to take a few years off from her job after giving birth to me. She blamed me for her inability to work, which she detested. My dad was the one providing for the family at this period. He believed that this would be the ideal chance for my mother to connect with me, but it never did. My mother chose to remain emotionally aloof throughout this time rather than attempting to connect with me. She would frequently tell my dad and I that she wished I had never been born because she wasn't suited to be a mother. As a result, my dad would threaten to divorce her throughout a number of arguments with her. My mother would threaten to take me away from him as a form of punishment for him abandoning her, rather than taking her to see a psychiatrist. My mother was obviously unhappy with the way things had gone, both in her marriage and as a mother. My mom frequently left me alone without any concern or attention by zoning out for hours, watching TV at home, or going out with her friends. She made no attempt to hire a babysitter. I was left to my own devices most of the time. During her few visits, she made it apparent that she had no interest in taking on the duties of a typical mother. I don't recall her ever preparing a decent meal for me because she detested cooking. Pizza rolls, mac and cheese, and other frozen foods that didn't require work made up the majority of my diet. That was all I knew for a long time. Since I was too little to understand any better, I didn't mind at the time, but now I see how neglected I was. It was more than just missing home-cooked meals or a good hug. The most painful part was the emotional abandonment. I immediately discovered that I should never complain to my mother about anything. Every time I attempted to communicate my wants or sentiments, it would backfire. She would reprimand me and act as though I was solely to blame, never accepting responsibility or making an effort to make things right. I found it easier to suppress my emotions and keep her from getting upset. I was always trying to avoid upsetting her, always trying to blend in, and always walking on eggshells. I was deeply scarred by the reality I had to live with. Unlike my mother, I felt appreciated and seen by my father. He was undoubtedly the best of the two, but I wouldn't say he was the ideal parent. He had his shortcomings too. He really liked hanging out with me, unlike my mom. He never gave me the impression that he was acting out of duty. It made all the difference because he truly cared about being in my life. As I began to mature, our home underwent a transformation. In the end, my mother returned to work, although she never fully reclaimed the esteemed position she had held before to her leave. She detested having to rebuild her career after feeling that she had already paid her dues and had to start over. It wasn't any easier to be the target of her hatred, even though I could somewhat understand her frustration, losing years of professional advancement and feeling stuck in her situation. I ended myself spending a lot of time alone myself after my mom started working again. I would get home from school, prepare a basic lunch, and complete my assignments. It became a habit, and to be honest, by then I was accustomed to getting by on my own. I had essentially come to realize that I couldn't count on my mother to provide me with much emotional or physical support. My parents still tried, though. My dad and I would go out to supper together on some evenings. My mother never came. As though she were an outsider in her own family, she maintained a distance from them. My dad and I would discuss everything at those dinners. I would tell him everything about my school life, my friends, or whatever was on my mind, and he would tell me about his job, occasionally the fascinating projects he was working on, or office drama. Everything seemed regular during those few hours. It was one of the few times I didn't feel like an afterthought or a burden, but rather like a daughter enjoying time with her father. I truly treasure those times because they made me feel safe and connected. My mom started a new job that needed her to travel frequently when I turned 14. I believe she saw the high-paying job as an opportunity to finally regain some of the professional success she had lost. She chose to take the job without consulting my dad, which resulted in one of the most heated arguments I've ever seen between them. Although my dad didn't mind her working, she would be gone for days at a time for this job, which meant he would have to care for me by himself. Their voices reverberated throughout the home as I listened to them quarrel late into the night. I was the primary point of disagreement. I detested that. I detested being the cause of so many of their arguments. I went to my dad's study later and assured him that I could take care of myself while he was at work and that he didn't have to worry about me. I reasoned that perhaps my parents' relationship would improve if I could only demonstrate that I wasn't a burden. I recall the expression on his face when I said that. Guilt swept over him. As though he recognized that I had been made to mature more quickly than I should have, he drew me into an embrace. It was one of those times when we both recognized the true dysfunction of the situation without explicitly stating it. My mom started her new job shortly after, and she started to go missing for days at a time. The home was quieter, almost tranquil, without her. It wasn't much better when she returned either. When she did spoke to me, it was like she was speaking to a complete stranger. Warmth and a sense of belonging were lacking. She would return home fatigued, give me a fleeting glance, and then either go back out with her friends or go into her room. Despite the fact that we were in the same room, she felt very far away. I had learned not to expect much from her by then, but it still hurt. My parents' marriage was essentially non-existent by the time I was 16. As though they were just housemates, they were sleeping in separate bedrooms. If you're wondering why they didn't simply file for divorce and move on, trust me. I asked myself that question often. In actuality, I believe that they both chose not to get a divorce because it was simpler to continue living in this unhealthy, distant relationship than to deal with the financial and legal complexities of separation. When it comes to alimony, legal bills, and arguing over child custody, things that neither of them seem to want to deal with, divorces may be extremely expensive. My schooling was the only significant investment that my parents truly shared, despite the fact that they both made good money. They hardly spent any money on me other than that. Other than the home expenditures, they didn't have much money to divide because my dad owned the house. They didn't have to quarrel over little matters. They lived under the same roof, but had largely independent lives, each with their own food and car. For my part, I would receive money from my dad each week, which would be plenty to pay for groceries and school lunches. I didn't really anticipate much more, and while it wasn't much, it was sufficient for me to handle. I had gotten used to being in the background while they were preoccupied with their own problems and grievances. As I approached my 17th birthday, I made the decision to celebrate my birthday in a way that was authentic for once. My birthday had always been somewhat of a non-event until that point. Unless I reminded him, my dad, bless him, had a tendency to forget my birthday. He would try his best to get me a cake once I did, and we would either have a low-key dinner or celebrate in private at home. However, it was never more than the two of us. I wanted something bigger this time. I wanted to have a true party and invite my friends over. To my surprise, my father concurred. He helped me organize it and thought it was a terrific idea. Naturally, my mother declined to go. She simply stated that she didn't want to be part, without even bothering to offer an explanation. I honestly didn't give a damn. I had been emotionally and physically accustomed to her absence by that time, so I wasn't bothered by the idea that she wouldn't be present. I finally received what I wanted for the first time in my life, a birthday celebration filled with joy, laughing, and friends. It was ideal for me, but it wasn't ostentatious. For a second, I was truly joyful. I had finally come to terms with the fact that my life was what it was, flaws and all. However, that fleeting moment of happiness was quickly eclipsed by tragedy, as if the universe couldn't bear to see me pleased. It seemed unreal when my dad died. My mother still detested me, and here I was, only 17, inheriting the home we shared. She made it obvious how much she detested me since she couldn't accept that my dad had given me the house. After the will reading was finished, she yelled at me for hours, claiming that I had manipulated my dad throughout the years and that she was the true owner. Then she modified her strategy. She began attempting to persuade me to put her name on the house's deed. Fortunately, my dad's parents, my grandparents, defended me. They ensured that I couldn't be influenced by my mother. Since she was never a decent wife to my dad when he was living, they made it apparent to her that she didn't deserve his house simply because he was dead. If she attempted to compel me to alter the deed, they even threatened to take her to court. My mother became enraged and threatened to leave me. She claimed that because I was self-centered enough to refuse her the house, she intended to prove to me that I couldn't live without her. She seemed to be trying to convince me that I couldn't support myself, as if losing her would also make me realize how much I depended on her. My paternal grandparents refused to give up. They promised to take care of me in the event that my mother left. In contrast to her, they promised to support me through anything, not only until I was 18, but for the rest of my life. My mom followed through on her threat and left within 2 or 3 weeks after my dad's death. My dad had loved and collected comic books for years, but my mom threw out his whole collection before she left the house. It was her last act of retaliation. It is obvious that she did it out of spite, in some perverse manner, to harm me, to destroy him, and to hold me accountable for any resentment she may have had inside. When I was nothing, she said, I would come crawling back to her in a few years. At a time when I was already feeling totally lost, her words were poisonous and intended to tear me apart even more. She left me as though I had no significance to her. It was hard for me to comprehend that she could leave so simply, so soon after my father's passing. I felt as though I had lost both of my parents in a matter of weeks, and the burden was unbearable. As promised, my paternal grandparents moved in with me. They made every effort to give me support and stability during this period. My grandparents were calm, loving people who understood how much I was in pain. They set aside their own suffering to support me, despite the fact that they were also hurting. I was simply trying to get by day in the meanwhile. My mom's desertion made me feel even more alone, and I was already grieving over the loss of my father. I was unable to completely comprehend what was going on around me, as if I were living in a fog. I made myself get out of bed, get dressed, and go to school every day. I knew I needed to complete my education in order to be someone in my life, even though I wanted to shut down entirely when I was still in high school. I couldn't get my mother's words out of my head. Without her, I would be nothing. I vowed to myself that I would work hard and make sure I succeeded for the rest of my life. My maternal grandparents also made it a point to see me often during this very trying period in my life. They were incensed that their daughter had left me after my dad's death and were just as astonished and horrified by my mom's behavior as I was. They actually bore a great deal of responsibility for it. I've put a lot of effort into creating a life for myself over the last 5 years. I persevered through it all, graduating from college last year with honors, cum laude, and landing a fantastic career in information technology. Being able to work remotely has made the position an incredible opportunity. Given everything I've been through, this flexibility has allowed me to travel the world while still working, which feels like a dream come true. I never imagined that I would be here, leading a life that seemed so full of possibilities. But I managed to get through those difficult times somehow. The house my dad left me has been a blessing in more ways than I can list, and I still reside there. I was able to save a substantial sum of money that I would have otherwise spent on rent in addition to having stability during my time in college. I was able to graduate from college debt-free thanks to the money my father gave me and some assistance from my paternal grandparents. Since starting my career, I've been gradually making the house more uniquely mine by remodeling each room. Every improvement I make to the house makes me feel as like I'm taking back and personalizing the space that has so many memories, both happy and sad. Even though they have now returned to their own house, my paternal grandparents still frequently visit me. We still have a close relationship, and I try to see them as much as I can. They were there for me when I needed them most, and for that I will always be thankful. In all these years, my mother had never once gotten in touch with me. I did get tidbits of information from cousins on her side of the family, and based on what I've heard, she has never felt bad about leaving me. Additionally, rumors told me that she remarried and is currently leading an opulent life with her new spouse. She finally got what she had always desired, I guess, a life without obligations and according to her own rules. My mother unexpectedly contacted me last week for the first time in 5 years. She began by sending an email. She most likely obtained my email address from someone else or from my LinkedIn profile. She mentioned in the email that she had missed connecting with me over the years and that she wanted to communicate. I felt nothing when I read her name in my email. No sadness, no desire, no rage. I definitely would have been desperate for her attention, clamoring for her approval and seizing the opportunity to get back in touch if this had occurred 5 years prior. I would have done anything to win her love back then. Now, though, it was like reading a stranger's email. I was not moved by anything she said. I decided not to respond since, if nothing else, I was annoyed by her message. Then she started phoning me all the time. She may have gotten my number from one of my cousins, but I'm not sure how. I received multiple voicemails from her. She expressed in each one how much she would want to meet and get back in touch. I disregarded each and every one. I didn't need her to pull me back to that dark place after years of mending and moving on my own. Then she texted me for a long time last week. This one was unique. She expressed her sincere guilt for what she had done and her want to simply meet and offer her apology. She said she wanted to make amends with me after giving it some serious thought over the last few years. If I claimed that after reading that message, I wasn't a little intrigued, I would be lying. She had never taken responsibility for her acts before, but now she appeared to be doing so for the first time. I wondered what had led to this abrupt change of heart, but I wasn't prepared to forgive her. Was she truly sorry? Was she serious? Or was this just another self-serving ruse to make herself feel less guilty? I answered when she called again. I wanted to know what she truly wanted because her insistence was beginning to irritate me. After responding, I asked her directly what she wanted from me. I instructed my mother to talk rapidly and made it plain that I would block her and finish the conversation within the next 5 minutes if she didn't have anything important to say. She frantically begged me not to interrupt her right away. She said, "I missed you, and now that I'm older, I hate myself for everything I did." Her voice trembled. She repeatedly apologized, telling me that she had finally come to the realization of the seriousness of her acts, and I could hear the desperation in her voice. She continued by saying that while it was clear that she understood if I didn't want a relationship with her, her true desire was simply to meet with me. I wanted to explain why I did what I did all those years ago, she stated. As though there were some rationale for leaving me out of the question. I couldn't resist laughing. She had given me enough justifications to last a lifetime. I informed her that I didn't need any closure from her because I had already come to terms with the situation as it was. I didn't care, so I didn't need to know why she did it. However, she insisted that I at least join her for supper. She assured me that she would never disturb me again if I didn't agree with her and that I could block her or go. She was so desperate it was almost disturbing. I wasn't comfortable with it. There was a strange feeling. Why now? Why was she now so keen to make amends after being silent for 5 years? Now, the same woman who had cursed me and said I would be nothing had reappeared, pleading for one opportunity to give an explanation. I couldn't get rid of the thought that this abrupt change of heart was about something else. Everything looked too premeditated, too abrupt, as though she had a secret agenda. I smelled something fishy, but I couldn't identify it. I chose to comply even though it was against my better judgment. I simply wanted to find out the true purpose of this. I reluctantly consented to join her and her new spouse for supper. The meal was held at my mother's new home, and I could tell right once that she was leading a very different life. The home was extremely opulent, with pricey artwork, sumptuous furniture, and sophisticated accents all over. Bill, her new spouse, appeared sufficiently amiable and kind. We engaged in small talk after his kind introduction, but the entire situation felt uneasy, as if there were enormous unsaid tensions between us. As I walked past the bedrooms during dinner to use the restroom, I couldn't help but notice them. They seemed like they were from a luxury catalog because of how exquisitely designed they were. The pictures that lined the walls attracted my attention even more. Images of my mother and Bill grinning together while visiting far-flung places across the globe. They appeared content and relaxed. I was saddened to see that. She never acted that way toward my dad and me. Her smile with us was unlike anything I had ever seen. I was taken aback by the contrast, which evoked emotions I had previously suppressed. I heard Bill and my mother conversing in low tones as I was making my way back from the restroom. Since they hadn't noticed me approaching, I stopped and tried to listen to what they had to say out of curiosity. My mother was telling Bill how much she detested seeing me and how much I reminded her of my father at that point. I felt sick to my stomach. Despite Bill's attempts to comfort her, she persisted in moaning that she wished she could skip the entire supper. I took out my phone on a whim and began to record. I have no idea why, although it might have been a reflex, as if I needed evidence of her true vileness. Perhaps I hoped to see it later so I could completely comprehend what was going on. In any case, I made a record. I overheard my mother tell Bill that she would never have gotten in touch with me if it weren't for her folks' insistence that she get back in touch. She continued by saying that she detested her parents for pressuring her to take this action and that, as a result of their circumstances, she was merely going through the motions to ensure her inheritance from them. Everything made sense when she said those words and explained that this dinner and the entire act were really a means to an end for her. Now everything made clear. My mother hadn't become morally upright overnight. She hadn't given it much thought, and she most definitely didn't feel bad about leaving me. All along, my intuition had been correct. For a minute, I stood motionless, my heart pounding. Her statement that she didn't want to be doing this and that she detested being around me struck a deeper chord than I had anticipated, even though I had a sneaking suspicion something wasn't right. She remained the same self-centered individual who only thought about herself after all these years and everything. After turning off the recorder, I left. She fell silent as soon as she spotted me. I silently thanked Bill for supper and made my way out the door, ignoring my mother's persistent calls wondering why I was going so suddenly. She later messaged me to say that I had embarrassed her in front of her husband and that I should just be more honest with her because she is my mother after all. I haven't texted her back because I'm so mad at her. After hearing my mother talk about it, is I wrong to have left the table in the middle of dinner? First update. I want to make it clear that I have always accepted my mother for who she is, which is why I didn't go straight to her in her home after hearing what I did. To be honest, I wasn't overly surprised by it. I was correct to suspect that she had a hidden agenda from the beginning. In fact, I'm happy I got to meet her and have that tape. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront my maternal grandparents about it and find out the truth. Second update, I told my maternal grandparents everything when we met. They initially expressed a happy surprise at my mother's desire to get back in touch with me. However, their faces immediately changed when I played the tape of her telling Bill that the inheritance was her only motivation. While my grandmother apologized to me, my grandfather appeared enraged. She admitted that they had been talking about their inheritance lately and that 2 months prior, they had told my mother that they were too disappointed in her for leaving me, therefore they didn't want to leave her anything. Rather, their older children would receive the bequest. After my mother pleaded with them to change their minds, my grandfather informed her that she may be named in the will if she got back in touch with me. She had chosen to contact me out of desperation. My grandfather apologized awkwardly and said he felt it was a wonderful idea at the time, but I shook my head. After all these years, he told me he thought my mother had finally grown up, but he was obviously wrong. I told him not to put the blame on himself, but that my mother is merely self-centered and that he and my grandma should have known better. Fortunately, I saw her right away and wasn't duped. Rather than giving my mother her portion of the fortune, my grandfather vowed to give it to me instead. Third update. Not even a day after I spoke with my maternal grandparents, my mother called and yelled at me. I knew this was my opportunity to exact revenge on her and let everything out, so I hadn't intentionally blocked her. She said I should have spoken to her first and screamed at me for letting her see her parents. She threatened to destroy my life and said I had no right to confront Grandpa. Her remarks made me chuckle uncontrollably, and I forcefully informed her that I was no longer the child she had mistreated and left behind all those years prior. I inquired as to if her husband was fully aware of the type of woman she was or if I ought to give him a list of all the things she had done to me over the years. At that, she became quiet. I assured her that I would not think twice about publicly exposing her to all of our relatives and cousins if needed, and that I still had the video from the dinner where she admitted her true motivation. She changed her mind and insisted that because she gave birth to me, I should at least respect her as a parent and not threaten her. After months of pain, I sneered and told her that she had chosen to endure that and that she couldn't continue to blame me for it after all these years. I said she had to leave my life as soon as possible because I was tired of her machinations. If not, I wouldn't think twice about ruining her life by telling everyone the truth. Since then, I have blocked her, and I doubt she would ever attempt to get in touch with me again. After years of being the invisible child in my family, my parents now pressure me to care for my disabled brother. When I started packing and left, my parents barely noticed. I was 33 years old, just out of graduate school, and ready to start my own career. However, I wasn't surprised by it. I had spent my entire life as the youngest of 5 children. I mean significantly younger when I say youngest. Diana, the next oldest, is 7 years older than I am. I'm different from the rest in a lot more ways. In our Massachusetts suburban home as a child, I occasionally felt like a ghost walking down the hallway. With therapy appointments recorded on many calendars, medication regimens displayed on the refrigerator, and the incessant sound of someone in crisis, our home was always in a state of organized chaos. I was left to handle this pandemonium by myself because my siblings were constantly taking care of their own problems. You hear of glass children, youngsters whose siblings demand so much attention that they are ignored or become invisible. I guess I was. My eldest brother Austin needed ongoing care due to serious mental health problems. Nathan battled addiction since he was a teenager. Mason was in and out of specialized care institutions due to a mix of mental and physical health issues. Diana suffered from extreme anxiety and depression. Then came me, the oddball, the one who didn't require anything. In primary school, I recall working on my math assignment at the kitchen table while my mother spoke with yet another doctor over Mason's illness. Occasionally, she would give me a quick glance, but her thoughts were elsewhere. After dropping Nathan off at rehab, Dad would arrive home late, too tired to inquire about my day. It became the norm. The symphony of crises that was my siblings' lives was drowned out by my accomplishments, my hardships, and my very presence. In retrospect though, I don't think that was intentional. I wasn't prioritized, but I also can't say that my early years were terrible. My bodily requirements were satisfied. I had clothing, food, and shelter. However, I didn't exist emotionally. No one asked how my day went or whether I needed homework assistance. When relatives inquired about all the children, I received the most attention in the form of the occasional, "Oh, Catherine's fine." It was out of necessity that I learned to amuse myself. My haven was our finished basement. My most dependable companions turned out to be video games. At least they recognized me and gave me rewards for my efforts. Books offered a way to enter imaginary realms where being normal wasn't a bad thing. I used to lose myself in imaginary worlds when Austin was having another episode upstairs, Nathan was going through withdrawal in his room, Mason was in the hospital again, and Diana was in her therapy sessions. I guess it was a survival strategy, although I didn't know at the time. I remained anonymous while honing my self-sufficiency skills. I wasn't required to volunteer as a caregiver, unlike some others who had ailing family members. All of that was handled by my parents. By the time I was 12, I was able to prepare my own meals, not because I was trained, but rather because occasionally people were too preoccupied with the most recent catastrophe to remember to eat. I taught myself how to manage my school calendar, wash the laundry, and live a quiet life. School presented a different kind of difficulty. When teachers found out that I was the youngest in the troubled family, they would occasionally give me that pathetic look, expecting me to be just another troublesome kid. However, they appeared somewhat let down when I proved to be a quiet, decent student, as though I wasn't living up to the family's reputation. By submitting assignments on time, never raising my hand until asked, and avoiding participation in groups or teams that may call for parental engagement, I also made myself invisible there. Rebecca and Jennifer were my saviors by the time I was 13. The one elective in middle school where I felt free to express myself without fear of criticism was painting class, where I first met them. We connected over that implicit understanding, even though their homes weren't flawless either. In addition to Becca's mother battling illness, Jen's parents were going through a difficult divorce. We didn't need to tell each other why we felt unheard or unnoticed. We would spend hours at one another's houses to avoid the drama in our own families. In an attempt to outdo her mom's house, we would raid Jen's pantry for the snacks her dad kept sending. On Becca's good days, we would assist her mother in the garden, feigning to make miraculous medicinal concoctions with the herbs. We would hide in the basement of my house, where the commotion upstairs seemed far away and muffled. There were new challenges in high school. The problems my siblings were having appeared to get worse every year. Austin attempted suicide twice and was admitted to the hospital. Nathan participated in 3 separate treatment programs. Mason's condition deteriorated to the point where he required placement in a long-term care facility. After graduating from college and returning home, Diana's room next to mine turned into a dark, anxious place. My relationship with my parents stayed distant throughout it all, but my relationship with Jen and Becca strengthened. We had our ups and downs, just like any other adolescent, but we remained close. We grew skilled at making up our own family customs, such as marathons of movies on the weekends, covert birthday parties, and late-night cookie baking sessions when one of us was having trouble falling asleep. It was not even a question when it came time to apply to colleges. We would go together, of course. We decided on a public university that provided courses for every interest we had. To be honest, though, it had nothing to do with academics or school. Our modest family and the only steady relationships we had ever known had to be preserved. For the first time, college felt like a breath of new air. Being 3 states away from home made the incessant hum of family crises seem like a faraway background noise. I poured myself into computer science lessons and found a universe where problems had obvious answers and logic and order were in control. We continued to live together in our apartment while Jen pursued marketing and Becca decided to pursue pre-law. We were inseparable for years. We strategically chose to go to a new area after college in order to look for work in a tech center that would provide prospects for all of us. We established our lives in a modest apartment building, some distance away from the mayhem we had previously experienced. We were now able to concentrate on ourselves rather than balancing the burdens of our families, which had been a burden for years. It was freeing. My software engineering career took off. At a promising business, I began as a junior developer and worked my way up through weekend and late-night tasks. Every promotion felt like confirmation that my prospects of succeeding had not been ruined by being the odd one out, the unseen one. In just 5 years, I rose to the position of senior software engineer, managing my own group and making important choices. I stopped communicating with my parents shortly after, and they hardly noticed. I didn't imagine they would suddenly become interested in my life now because, to be honest, we hadn't talked much even when I was living at home. My mother would occasionally text, generally with a casual message like, "How's work?" or "What's going on?" But we didn't actually discuss anything. It's better that way. At least that's what I believed. I was no longer in need of their attention. Becca and Jen were sufficient. Each of us had a prosperous career. Jen was doing well in marketing, Becca had recently become a partner at her law company, and I had advanced in the software industry. We each had our own goals and lifestyles, and for once, I didn't feel like the kid left behind. I was rather proud to have started a small family of my own. When my mother called last year, that began to alter. Thanksgiving was a few days away. I knew something was awry when her name appeared on my screen because I hadn't spoken to her on the phone in over a year. Questions were always raised by phone calls. She last got in touch with me to let me know about Mason's most recent hospital stay. She immediately got to work asking me what time I was leaving for Thanksgiving at home. I was, to put it mildly, perplexed. First of all, I was unaware that they were even celebrating Thanksgiving because we rarely honored holidays. I can count on one hand how many times we celebrated Thanksgiving and Christmas in a traditional manner as children. When we did attempt, it was generally when someone was in difficulty, like the year Austin lost it over the turkey or when Nathan got drunk and got into a fight with Dad. In short, our family did not celebrate holidays. They were just another day of handling emergencies and preserving the fragile equilibrium that prevented our home from collapsing. 3 years had passed since the last family get-together, which had ended with 2 ambulance calls and a police visit. We then decided in silence to cease acting like we could undertake everyday family activities. It was so strange to hear her ask such a question, considering our long-standing tradition. I told her I wouldn't be attending. For months, Jen, Becca, and I had been organizing a ski vacation. With 3 days' notice, I couldn't possibly cancel it. We had previously scheduled time off from work, purchased new ski equipment, and paid for the cabin rental. Aside from that, I couldn't afford a last-minute flight ticket during holiday prices because I lived 2 states away. I attempted to explain, but my mother didn't get it. She pretended that I was being deliberately challenging and guilt-tripped me by saying that she would be by herself because Dad was spending Thanksgiving with Mason at the institution where he is enrolled. Apparently, she would be alone most of the day while Dad was away. She depicted herself sitting by herself at a table that was deserted, while everyone else had somewhere to go. See, I got it. I understood why she wanted company, but she gave me 3 days' notice. Nevertheless, she began to imply that I didn't care about the family when she got upset when I informed her again that I couldn't make it. She said I was self-centered, had forgotten my origins, and had abandoned them, as I always had. I was aware of the irony of that final charge. After she hung up, I sat there for a while feeling a weird mixture of bitterness and remorse. Where had they been for me all those years, even though I felt guilty for abandoning her? When did I get my college degree? When did I get promoted for the first time? When did I purchase my first vehicle? Suddenly, I was the bad guy for not dropping everything to go home after months of not hearing from them. I combed over my previous communications, searching for anything I might have missed, any indication that they were interested in getting back in touch, any effort to establish a rapport. However, nothing was present. Thanksgiving is not mentioned. You didn't say you wanted to come see me. They didn't care about me until they needed me for something. What confused me more than anything was that it was just a last-minute guilt trip. Later that evening, I tried to be tactful when I contacted her. We had another vacation planned, which we had done for years, so I told her I wouldn't be able to make it for Christmas either. I mentioned that I would love to catch up once the year ended, and that perhaps we could arrange something beforehand the next time. She didn't answer. Not surprisingly. However, after a few days, the weird feeling that had infiltrated my stomach persisted. In hindsight, I think that phone conversation was only the beginning of something much bigger, something I didn't anticipate. At that time, however, I had no idea how far this issue would go. First update. I thought things would settle down after that odd Thanksgiving talk. However, a week or so later, my father texted me. I never get texts from my dad. When his name appeared on my phone, I thought it must be something serious because he tends to talk too much. However, what I read when I opened the message was unbelievable. I'm stopping your college payments if you don't come home for Christmas. I genuinely burst out laughing. 3 years prior, I had received my degree. There was nothing left to stop with the college payments. In an attempt to be lighthearted, I first believed that he could have confused me with Diana or another of my siblings. I assumed that would be the last word on it. Maybe check your bank account. 3 years without payments have passed, I said. Nevertheless, my phone buzzed once more a few hours later. The message was longer this time around. Yes, my father was really angry. He continued by accusing me of being self-centered, of failing to appreciate the sacrifices my parents had made for me and my brothers, and of leaving the family. At this point, I just gazed in awe at my phone. I had never once made a request of them. To be honest, I was unaware that they believed they were covering my education expenses. All of my costs, including tuition, had been covered by Grandma. She wanted my parents out of that part of my life, away from any influence they might try to have, and to be honest, I was delighted she had. My father was trying to put me through this whole guilt trip, and it seemed completely unexpected. I inhaled deeply before answering. I'm sorry you feel that way, but Grandma paid for my college. After the holidays, I'm happy to catch up, but I already have Christmas plans. Naturally, it didn't end the way I had hoped. Instead, he became more focused. He started talking about how the family was supporting me, how I was rejecting them, and how I didn't care about them twice. I was just finished by now. It was so absurd. I had been living alone for years. When I left, they barely noticed, and now, all of a sudden, I was leaving the family because I wouldn't be visiting for Christmas. I grew more irate the more I considered it. I wanted to brush it off, to ignore it. They hadn't gotten back to me in months. They hadn't inquired about my well-being or whether I needed anything. But I was supposed to abandon everything and rush home the moment they needed something. To vent, I called Jen and Becca. As usual, they got it right away. It sounds like your parents are just trying to use you to boost their own mood, Jen said. They don't really care whether you're there. Becca, who is always straightforward, expressed precisely what I was thinking. Screw them. They just want to feel like they've fulfilled their role as parents by getting you home for the holidays. You owe them nothing. I decided to sleep on it that night before responding to my father once more. I didn't want to make a mistaken statement. However, my phone buzzed again as I laid there attempting to let it go. My father sent me another note, this one chilly and succinct. If you don't come home, don't bother coming back at all. I froze as I gazed at the screen. How did we arrive here? From practically disowning me over Christmas to barely communicating with my own father. I felt like I didn't belong in that house, and I wanted to lash out at him for all the times they had ignored me. I just switched off my phone instead. I didn't want our holiday plans to be marred by this. Second update. My mother sent me a number of further notes when I got up the following morning. They were more of the same. They expressed their disappointment in me and their perplexity at my lack of communication. Here, too, I laughed a bit. They were just now realizing that I had been aloof my entire life. But there was something odd about these texts. I hadn't previously recognized the urgency between the lines of manipulation and guilt. I was really drawn to one message. We need to discuss Mason's future care arrangements. You're the only one stable enough to handle this. At that point, things began to come together. This has nothing to do with family time or Christmas. They wanted to tie me up in something more significant. That morning over coffee, I showed Jen the messages. I had never been able to read between the lines as well as she did. She added, calmly swirling her latte. They're planning something. This sudden interest in getting you home, the guilt trips, the threats, they want something from you, and it's not just holiday company. In search of any clues I could have missed, I spent the morning going through old emails and messages. They had been setting the foundation for months, and there were sporadic references to Mason's care facility getting more costly, my parents growing older, and ambiguous remarks regarding future arrangements. I simply hadn't noticed it. Their attorney sent me an official letter that afternoon. There was a draft document regarding Mason's guardianship arrangements within. I hadn't even been asked. They simply assumed that I would assume this enormous burden. The paper described monetary obligations, care needs, and legal duties that would fundamentally change my life. In the hopes that my sister could shed some light, I gave Diana a call. She sounded worn out and somewhat resigned. She said, "They've been talking about this for months. None of us are in any position to take care of Mason. Austin's still in and out of institutions himself, Nathan's barely staying clean, and I can barely take care of myself. You're their only option." I wrote a concise, forceful email to their counsel after hours of internal discussion. I clarified that I had my own life and work and that they needed to look into other possibilities because I would not be taking on Mason's guardianship. I included a personal remark and copied my parents on the email. "You should have asked me directly instead of trying to manipulate me into this." My mother's, father's, and Diana's phones began calling in a matter of minutes. All of them went to voicemail. I refused to be persuaded to change my viewpoint by guilt. Instead of using legal ambushes and manipulating holidays, they might politely and directly address Mason's care if they so desired. Third update. I didn't hear from my family for a week. I was beginning to believe that perhaps they had finally understood. Their family lawyer sent a certified letter to my office with a suggested care plan for Mason that was only focused on me accepting responsibility for him. A schedule was outlined in the letter. I was to begin assuming the role within the next 6 months. Information regarding financial responsibilities, medical decision-making authority, and power of attorney was included. They even suggested that I move closer to the family by including a real estate listing for a home close to Mason's care facility. Becca, who had done some elder law work during her internship, and I took the letter to lunch. With each page, her expression darkened as she carefully read it. "This is presumptuous even by legal standards," she stated. "They're essentially trying to restructure your entire life without your consent." My life would have been totally turned upside down by the care plan. They anticipated that I would return to their state, handle Mason's medical and financial matters, pay him frequent visits, and be available 24/7 for emergencies. Without ever requesting my consent, they had meticulously arranged every aspect. My mother contacted me again that night. Determining to speak directly, I picked up this time. She said, "We've already found a perfect house for you." Without even saying hello. "It's only 10 minutes from Mason's facility." "Mom," I said, "I'm not moving. I'm not taking guardianship of Mason. You need to stop planning my life without asking me." A long pause ensued. "We have no other choice, Catherine. Your father and I are getting older. None of your siblings are capable. You're the only one who can do this." Soon after, exhausted but determined, I hung up the phone. I wrote a formal answer that evening through my own attorney, clearly refusing to be a guardian and asking them to cease mailing me legal documents without my permission. I blocked their email addresses and phone numbers the following morning. They could contact me via the appropriate legal procedures if they so desired. I had had enough of being forced into a life I had never chosen. Update number 4. My mother's sister, Aunt Linda, unexpectedly showed up at my office 2 days after I blocked their numbers. Her appearance at work took me entirely by surprise because I hadn't seen her in years. She continued, "Your mother asked me to give you this." As she passed an envelope over my desk. A handwritten letter in my mother's recognizable cursive was inside. It wasn't one of her typical guilt trips. She told me something this time that she had never told me before. According to the document, my father was given an early-stage dementia diagnosis 6 months prior. Mason's deteriorating health was the cause of his recent hostile behavior, his sudden obsession with holiday get-togethers, and his last-ditch efforts to ensure his future care. Aunt Linda whispered, "We should have told you sooner," as she observed me reading the letter. "They're both scared, Catherine. Your father's condition is progressing faster than expected. Although I was deeply affected by the revelation, my stance remained unchanged. If anything, it strengthened my conviction that I couldn't care for Mason. They wanted more than just me to be Mason's guardian because my father's health was getting worse. They wanted me to someday take care of my father and him. I replied succinctly, expressing my condolences for Dad's diagnosis while restating my choice. I can't be the solution to everyone's problems. I care about you all, but I won't sacrifice my entire life because you're afraid to look for other options. Aunt Linda accepted the answer and said she would deliver it. She stopped at my office door before she left. They love you, Catherine. They just don't know how to show it without needing something from you. I sat in my apartment that night and looked through old family pictures. Their affection had always been accompanied by requirements, demands, and expectations that I had to meet. Love is insufficient at times, particularly when it only manifests when something is required in return. Fifth update. An unlabeled envelope showed up at my residence last week. In addition to a statement from my father's neurologist recommending family support meetings, there was a comprehensive medical report describing his health. Though they were employing various strategies, they were still attempting to entice me back in. My doorbell rang just as I was ready to throw it. As she stood there, my mother appeared older and smaller than I had remembered. She began chatting without waiting for an invitation, discussing Mason's growing care demands, Dad's declining health, and how she was unable to manage everything on her own any longer. She claimed, "I'm not here to guilt you," but in reality, she was doing just that. "But your father might not recognize you soon. Don't you want to spend time with him while he still knows who you are?" I stood in my doorway, feeling a familiar mixture of sympathy and rage. "Mom, I understand this is hard," I insisted. "But using Dad's condition to manipulate me isn't going to work. I've made my decision." She looked at me like I was a stranger. She whispered, "When did you become so cold?" "I'm not cold," I answered. "I'm protecting myself from being pulled into a situation that will destroy the life I've built. You had years to build a relationship with me, to show interest in my life. You can't demand everything now just because you're scared." She didn't say anything else, and I shut the door, fatigued but relieved. I contacted Jen and Becca that evening, feeling thankful once more for the family I chose instead of the one I was born into. Sixth update. Diana texted me this morning, and it completely altered my life. "Dad passed away last night. Thought you should know?" For what seemed like hours, I gazed at those words. Not a big lead-up. No reconciliation at the last minute. No heartfelt farewells. A straightforward text message declaring the dissolution of a complex relationship. Diana inquired further about the funeral plans, but I was already certain I wouldn't attend. I knew that being there would merely be another chance for manipulation, not because I was angry or spiteful. Mom would undoubtedly take advantage of the opportunity to bring up Mason's care, transforming even Dad's funeral into an opportunity to change my life to suit their purposes. I pondered my decision while sitting in my home office and gazing out at the metropolis I had created. I knew that was the best choice for me, even though some could describe it as cold or self-centered. Even in the face of death, the same courage that had enabled me to forge a life apart from the shadows cast by my family was now enabling me to uphold those boundaries. As soon as I notified Jen and Becca, they arrived with champagne and food. I finally broke down in tears as we sat on my balcony. Not only for Dad's passing, but also for the bond we were never able to have. For the acknowledgement that never materialized. For the father he didn't know how to be, and for the daughter I couldn't be. Later that night, Diana texted me again. "Mom's asking if you'll reconsider coming back now. Mason needs you more than ever." I didn't answer. Rather, I turned on my laptop and donated a sizable sum to an organization that helps persons with disabilities and those who care for them. Instead of taking part in what would inevitably turn into another family power battle, it seemed like a more heartfelt homage to Dad. I woke up feeling remarkably calm the following morning. Setting limits with family members might occasionally be the most difficult to uphold. However, they are frequently the most essential. I've discovered that leaving doesn't always imply cruelty. It is the ultimate act of self-preservation at times. I want to express my gratitude to everyone in this community for their understanding and support. Your feedback has made me feel less isolated in this choice. Thank you to everyone who has told a similar story. It has made me feel less bad about following my own route. To some who have implied that I'm being cold or self-centered, I respect your viewpoint, but I know deep down that this is the best decision for me. My parents rejected me when I chose a blue-collar life, but now they want back in. Am I the asshole for refusing to help? Growing up in a wealthy Chicago suburb with a father who is a well-known professor at Northwestern University and a mother who is the stereotypical faculty wife, I, 35F, have always been the challenging twin. Early on, I discovered that I was supposed to take a very certain route. The ideal daughter, my 35-foot twin sister, accepted everything our parents desired. She epitomizes all of our parents' dreams, married a wealthy lawyer, and lives in a lovely home in Lincoln Park. From my earliest recollections, our house resembled a meticulously organized museum, with each item having its own location. While my mother's realm was the spotless living room where she invited faculty spouses for afternoon tea, my father's study was crammed with leather-bound volumes and academic honors. My sister and I were expected to be living examples of their success even as kids. Well-groomed, well-behaved, and constantly successful. Early on, the difference between us became apparent. My sister was very good in charm school and piano recitals, but I liked to lose myself in science fiction books and watch motorcycle races on TV in secret. Our mother's constant correction was the answer. Sit up straight, sweetheart, don't cross your legs, cross your ankles. Every instruction was given with a smile that never quite made it to her eyes. Do try to smile more. The pressure definitely increased in high school. My sister became a member of every club that was relevant to her, including debate team, student government, and Young Republicans. Despite being compelled to do so, I didn't want to. I proposed setting up a fundraiser for a nearby motorcycle maintenance training program for at-risk teenagers during a particularly memorable student council meeting. For weeks, I was plagued by the terrified expression on my mother's face when she learned about it. The impact of our father was not limited to our household. He was well known in Chicago's intellectual and corporate circles as a renowned economics professor at Northwestern. These relationships served as the foundation for our futures and were more than just social capital. Through his network, every summer internship, college application, and employment opportunity was meticulously planned. I can still clearly recall the day he declared that he had gotten me accepted into Northwestern's economics program. I was shoving the remnants of my mother's expertly presented roast beef around in our formal dining room. He said, "It's all arranged," without raising his gaze from his wineglass. "Professor Richardson owes me a favor. You'll start in the fall." From the other side of the table, my sister, who is already in her second year of business administration, smiled. I could feel the walls closing in, yet I was at a loss for words. My life has always gone like that. I follow the meticulously prepared tracks even if my inner voice begs for a different course. Because it's what responsible young ladies do, I earned my MBA. I choose to work in corporate strategy at one of the best companies in Chicago because it's a fantastic opportunity. My entire career has been a masterclass in following expectations rather than pursuing my own desires. My everyday schedule is the ideal representation of the life I should aspire to. My wake-up time is 5:30 a.m. My mother picked my high-rise apartment on Michigan Avenue since it's a popular place for young, successful professionals to dwell. During required shopping trips with my mother and sister, I wore designer suits that were more expensive than other people's monthly rent. My mother constantly adds, "Appearance is everything in the business world, dear," suggesting a more conservative heel height or changing my collar. People who are living examples of what my parents want me to be are all around me at work. On most days, I hardly notice the breathtaking view of Lake Michigan from my 47th floor corner office. Rather, I meet with people who seem to actually care about quarterly estimates and shareholder value for hours on end to discuss market strategies and profit margins. With a passion I can't seem to summon, they enthuse about their vacation houses in Lake Forest, their children's private schools, and their memberships in country clubs. In an effort to keep us close, our mother insists that my sister come to lunch with me every Wednesday. Perfectly groomed and typically fresh from a board meeting at one of her numerous charitable organizations, she comes at precisely 12:30. She tells me about her picture-perfect life over expensive salads at the trendy restaurant below, including her husband's recent high-profile case, their plans to buy a second house in Aspen, and the prestigious daycare where their child is already on the wait list. She gently wiped her lips with a handkerchief last week and advised me, "You should join the junior league. Mother thinks it would be good for your social connections. Besides, you need to start thinking about marriage. All the best eligible men are involved in charity work." I instinctively agreed, as I've come to do when my family offers advice on how to live my life. In all honesty, this world of manufactured perfection is smothering me. While my colleagues enthusiastically debate market penetration tactics and hostile takeovers in meetings, I can't help but stare at the construction workers in the building across the street. They're making something substantial, doing something real. I can be so envious of them at times that it hurts. I found myself scribbling motorcycle ideas in the margins of my notes during a particularly dull budget discussion last month. Upon noticing, my direct report looked at me with anxiety. I promptly turned to a blank page and made myself concentrate on the supply chain efficiency optimization PowerPoint presentation. I heard him express concern to another management later that day over my dedication to the company's mission. Weekends are the worst. I'm stuck driving through the city's industrial areas while my sister and her husband go to country club parties and charity galas. I pretend that I'm working late, but in reality, I'm drawn to the unadulterated, authentic elements of Chicago that they deny exist. I observe those who make things with their hands and appear to truly like what they do, such as welders at their shops, artists in their studios, and mechanics working on automobiles. Everything changed last night. My BMW, my father's thoughtfully selected graduation present, began to make a menacing grinding sound after yet another heartbreaking day of acting as though I cared about market forecasts. I was in the wrong part of town, as my mother used to say, but I had to stop or risk getting stuck. Just before closing time, I stopped into a nearby auto repair shop and saw the check engine light flash mockingly. I met Jake at that time. With a welding torch in hand, Jake, 35, was the final guy left working, hunched over a handmade motorbike frame. Jake was authentic, work boots, faded trousers, and hands that demonstrated he truly made a living, in contrast to the polished business people my parents are constantly attempting to pair me with. He looked up and grinned, but it wasn't the staged smile I see at business events. It was sincere, it extended to his eyes. Timing belt's about to go, he observed, having listened to my engine for less than a minute. I can fix it now if you want to wait. Simple competence without any corporate language or ulterior motives. Even though I could hear my mother's disapproving voice in my mind about being in that neighborhood after dark, I found myself nodding. We chatted while he worked. Jake shared with me his experiences progressing from simple welding to more complex metalwork, his aspirations to start his own custom fabrication business, and his passion for creating things by hand. He showed me the motorcycle he was restoring, which fused contemporary engineering with vintage design. My practiced presentations about market expansion strategies seemed insignificant in comparison to the enthusiasm in his voice as he described the technical specifics. He said, "Want to see something cool?" He fixed my car and then showed me a part of the business with a number of finished projects. Every piece was distinct, the ideal fusion of creativity and utility. After years of moving papers in my corner office, I felt more a part of actual production as I ran my fingers over the beautiful curves of the metal. We ended up sipping coffee from the shop's antiquated vending machine and spoke until long after midnight. Jake told me about his upbringing with a single mother who was a nurse, his time at community college studying his craft, and the joy he gets from making something enduring by hand. I started talking more about my life, including the oppressive expectations, the constant comparisons to my sister, and the increasing sense that I was living someone else's fantasy. "You know," he began slowly, "metal's interesting. People think it's rigid, unchangeable, but with the right heat and pressure, it can become anything. Sometimes the most beautiful pieces come from metal that's been stressed and reformed." I did not fail to notice the metaphor. I've been seeing Jake practically every day since that night. After work in the shop, he has been teaching me the fundamentals of welding. The process itself is immensely fulfilling, the concentration needed, the observable outcomes, the way two disparate parts are permanently fused together. In contrast, nothing feels real in the fleeting realm of business strategy. Jake took me on my first motorbike ride around Lake Michigan last weekend. There were no conference calls, shareholder expectations, or family pressures, just the wind, the road, and the sensation of being fully alive. The freedom was exhilarating. In Wisconsin, we made a stop at a tiny diner, the kind of establishment my mother would never enter. It was the best coffee I've ever had at any of Chicago's best eateries. Jake is taking me to meet his mother tomorrow. Despite being retired, she continues to volunteer at the nearby hospital. Instead of the required awe I give my parents at Sunday dinners, he speaks about her with such sincere love and respect. I've never been more anxious before a corporate presentation than I am now. What's coming, I know. My folks will need to hear about Jake soon. My mother will weep, my father will threaten to cut me off, and my sister will be appalled. However, I'm prepared to make my own decisions for the first time in my life. I feel like I'm finally becoming into the person I was destined to be, not the person my parents wanted me to be, when Jake smiles at me. Perhaps having the guts to live genuinely is what true success looks like, rather than having a prominent location or corner office. I feel more alive than ever, yet I'm also scared. First update. 3 months have passed since my previous post, and a lot has changed. When I eventually told my parents about Jake, it was a complete disaster, worse than I could have imagined. I decided to tell them during our Sunday meal, which was required. My father's face went a shade of crimson I had never seen before when I revealed that Jake was a welder. My mother let her sterling silver fork fall to the exquisite china, clattering. Like a gunshot, the boom reverberated across our suddenly quiet dining room. My father spat the phrase, "a welder," as if it were toxic. "After everything we've invested in you, after all the connections I've built." For about 20 minutes, he launched into a tirade about family reputation and social status. My mother would alternate between giving me looks of complete betrayal and wiping her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. At first, my sister, who was there with her lawyer husband, genuinely chuckled, assuming it was a joke. Her face took on an expression of sheer fear as she realized I was genuine. She growled from the other side of the table. "You can't be serious. What about Richard from the golf club? His family's been asking about you." When I told Jake that I was thinking of quitting my corporate position to assist him in launching his custom fabrication company, the situation became heated. My father got to his feet so suddenly that his chair toppled over. "You are no longer welcome in this family if you pursue this absurd fantasy," he said, his voice shaking with anger. The peace that swept over me at hearing it was unexpected, but I had anticipated the threat. My sister's expensive outfit, my mother's exquisitely placed flowers, the oil paintings, and the crystal chandelier in the formal dining room all seemed to me to be of no use anymore. I said, "Then I guess this is goodbye," and got to my feet. Despite my mother's theatrical gasp, I kept gathering my belongings. My sister followed me into the foyer as I made my way to the door. She cautioned, "You're making a huge mistake. You're throwing away everything we were raised to be." "No," I said, getting stronger every step of the way. "I'm finally becoming who I really am. There have been many developments over the last 3 months. To the surprise of my coworkers, I left my corporate job. An emergency board meeting was called in response to my resignation letter, and my former employer continues to send me letters every week urging me to come back. Jake and I have been working tirelessly to launch our own company. In an industrial neighborhood, we discovered the ideal location. Although it needs some maintenance, there is a lot of potential and the rent is fair. My commercial experience is proven surprisingly helpful in establishing up our organization, and Jake's underwater welding talent has already drawn several significant clients. Jake's mother has provided the most surprising assistance. Warm, accepting, and truly interested in who I am rather than what she believes I should be, she is everything my mother is not. She arrived with homemade sandwiches and old trousers to assist us with painting the office area of our new store. I had never felt more at home in my parents' estate than I did when she embraced me, splattered with paint. Through her husband's legal practice, my sister issued me a formal letter last week requesting that I change my ways and rejoin the family. She reminded us of our family's reputation in Chicago society and provided a comprehensive list of available corporate jobs and eligible bachelors. I lit the new wood stove at our workshop using the letter. Finding a community I was unaware of has been the most unexpected development. We have been greeted warmly by our neighbors in the industrial area. We get coffee in the mornings from the car repair shop next door, and the local artists collective has already commissioned a number of custom metal works for their next show. Next month, Jake and I will tie the knot. There won't be a country club reception, a beautiful gown, or the society wedding my parents have been planning for me since I was born. In the workshop, surrounded by the things we've created together and the individuals who genuinely support us, we're holding a modest ceremony instead. The invitation was sent back unopened by my parents. Another legal letter from my sister threatened to declare me mentally incompetent. However, I can tell I've made the correct decision when I watch Jake work, witness his commitment to his trade, and experience the joy of creating something tangible. I saw my reflection on a polished metal piece this morning while assisting Jake with a challenging welding project. I felt more attractive and more like myself than ever before, even though I hardly recognized myself, work boots, jeans, and almost pulled back hair. Even if my family no longer approves of me, I've gained authenticity, which is far more valuable. In my new life, every burn from hot metal, every callus on my hands, and every late-night business brainstorming session are all medals of glory. Second update. After 6 months of marriage, Jake and I have experienced some unexpected changes in our lives. The most exciting news is that Jake's underwater welding certification has opened up contracts we never thought were feasible. Due in large part to Jake's specialist abilities being in great demand for marine infrastructure projects, our tiny business has grown quicker than we could have imagined. We secured a significant underwater repair contract with the Chicago Port Authority last month. I recognize the irony. The same blue-collar jobs that my parents mocked now generate more money each year than my previous corporate job did. With more specialized tasks, our custom fabrication business is flourishing, and Jake's salary has risen to $150,000. However, success has presented unforeseen difficulties. Surprisingly, word of our expanding company made its way to my former corporate circles in Chicago's industrial area. My old coworkers have begun contacting me, some with sincere congrats, others with barely concealed interest in our small business. My former boss called last week to propose a consultancy arrangement. I declined courteously. Our appearance in a local business publication was the biggest step forward. The article highlighted our special blend of technical know-how and business savvy, with a focus on successful career transitions. For the first time in months, my sister texted me the morning it was released. The article was read by me. "Congratulations, I guess," she wrote. "Jake's mother is no longer only his mother-in-law. I've always hoped I had a parent like her. She frequently stops by the shop with handmade food and a sincere interest in what we do. She recently assisted us in setting up a training program for aspiring welders, a cause close to her heart after witnessing the transformative power of welding on her son's life. Our workshop has developed into a gathering place for the neighborhood. In addition to hiring 3 local apprentice welders, we have begun providing weekend workshops for those with an interest in metalworking. We have worked with a number of local artists on public art projects, and the owner of the car repair company next door sends his younger mechanics to learn from Jake. The work's physical demands have altered me in unexpected ways. Work clothes that are useful have taken the place of my luxury suits, which are still hanging unworn at the back of our wardrobe. I have developed muscles I never knew existed, and my hands are now calloused. There are more than just physical improvements though. I now carry myself with a confidence that comes from doing something real rather than merely promoting papers. An unusual encounter occurred last week. At our workshop, I was overseeing a delivery when a beautiful Mercedes arrived. My sister's husband came out, looking totally out of place in his fitted suit. His legal firm wants to hire us to do some underwater inspections on their marina properties, therefore he would bring a business proposal. It was an uncomfortable but illuminating conversation. He acknowledged that everyone was surprised by our achievement. He hesitated before departing, saying, "Your sister follows your business in the news, but your father still won't talk about it. You seem different," he said to her. "Happier?" My mother would be horrified by the rhythm that has been established in our home life. We decided to put practicality ahead of elegance and purchased a modest home in a developing neighborhood. Our furniture is a combination of items we welded ourselves and old treasures. Although the garden isn't as well kept as my parents' estate, it is thriving with herbs and vegetables that we utilize on a daily basis. The wedding pictures, which were taken by a local artist who captured the genuine moments, arrived lately rather than by a society photographer. One shows Jake and I in safety gear, totally focused on the task at hand as he teaches me how to weld an ornamental arch for the ceremony. Another depicts us dancing in the workshop with our chosen family and our creations. As I look at them, I see that we have created something that, in spite of their wealth, my parents never had. True happiness. We've begun discussing starting a family, which raises more questions. I consider the principles we wish to impart. The value of creating, pursuing your own path, and gauging success based on fulfillment rather than prestige. My own parents have no idea that they could ever have grandkids, and Jake's mother breaks down whenever we bring up the subject. I found out yesterday that our workshop had received an invitation to my sister's forthcoming charity event. The note in the envelope wasn't what I expected, but it was addressed in her well-known handwriting. "I miss you," she sent. I haven't replied yet, but I said, "Maybe we could talk." A part of me understands that I can never return to my former self, but another part of me wants to make amends. Our most recent endeavor is a massive public artwork for the city that consists of several metal sculptures that symbolize change. I consider how much we've changed together as I watch Jake work on it, transforming metal into flowing shapes that seem to defy their material nature. Me from a corporate puppet to someone who at last feels real, and him from a talented carpenter to a prosperous business owner. The silent moment when we all shut up the workshop is the highlight of the day. Looking at what we've created, both the actual company and our life together, makes me feel accomplished in a way that no corporate success ever did. Even though my hands are rough today and my clothes smell like metal and honest labor, my heart is fuller than it was in my past existence. Life tends to come full circle. I hadn't seen my parents in more than a year until they unexpectedly dropped by our studio yesterday. They appeared smaller in some way. Northwestern's scandal had cost them dearly. Due to claims of harassment, my father, who was once a proud professor, was forced to leave. The very thing they valued above all else, their social standing, had fallen apart. My mother's fancy shoes were totally out of place on the store floor, and they stood clumsily in our workspace. Their superbly designed clothing stood out sharply against the background of our welding tools and ongoing projects. First to speak, My father's voice lacked the authority it usually possessed. In between my mother's hardly contained cries, the story poured out, "We need your help." My sister's husband, the accomplished lawyer they had always commended, refused to assist until they paid his entire legal bill after the scandal surfaced. My sister sided with her husband when they were unable to pay his rates. They were ordered to vacate the guest home at my sister's house where they had been residing. My mother remarked sourly, "Your sister believes it will harm her reputation." The irony of what she said didn't escape my notice after everything we did for her. I recalled all the times they had cautioned me that picking Jake would harm the family's reputation. My father surveyed our studio, his gaze resting on the honors we had just received for our unique workmanship. The wall was framed with an article from the local newspaper about our success. From corporate to creative, local welding business makes waves. He said the words, "We thought perhaps we could stay with you for a while, with difficulty." Behind me, I sensed Jake's steady, encouraging presence as usual. He quit his job, but he didn't get involved, so I was free to manage my family the way I wanted. That small gesture of respect and trust said a lot about our relationship. When I truly looked at my parents, I realized what they were no longer able to conceal. The flawless facade was crumbling, and the fine clothing were a little shabby. They were here because they had nowhere else to go, not because they had accepted me or my decisions. "No," I answered in a firm voice. "You can't stay with us." The phrase released something I had been holding on to for too long, like a key turning in a lock. "You threw me out of the family when I chose this life. You can't come back now just because you need something." My mom's face fell flat. She begged, "But we're your parents." A hint of my father's former authority emerged as his face darkened. "After everything we've done for you." I cut in. "That's exactly the problem. Everything you did was to control me, to make me fit your image of success. When I found my own way, you disowned me. And now that my way has proved successful, you want back in?" I pointed to our workshop. "See all this? The business you thought was beneath you? It's thriving? The husband you rejected? He's more successful than most of your country club friends. The life you said would embarrass the family? It's featured in business magazines." "But that's different," countered my father. "We can see now that you've made something of yourself." "No," I interrupted him once more. "That's not different at all. You still don't get it. I didn't need to prove anything. My worth isn't measured by income or social status. I'm happy because I'm finally living authentically, not because we're successful." After a while, they departed, my father stiff with rage and my mother in tears. As we saw their fancy car drive out, Jake gave me a hug. Simply, "You okay?" he inquired. I was more than fine. I had freedom. As we shut down the store later that night, I reflected on the path that had led me here. The corporate job I had detested, the familial pressure I had fled, the love I had discovered, and the company we had established. I had been moving toward myself with each step I took away from my parents' expectations. I came to a surprising realization while examining our most recent project, a sophisticated metal sculpture that the city had commissioned. Life occasionally requires extreme heat and pressure to create something beautiful, much like the metal we deal with. That heat had been my parents' rejection, and I had grown stronger and more authentic as a result. They failed to realize that they were giving me a cage by attempting to reintegrate me into their culture. Regardless of how plated. With a partner who loves me for who I am rather than what he wants me to be, my home is now here, surrounded by steel and sparkles. I appreciate the Reddit community's support during this trip. Your advice and support kept me going when I was having self-doubt. I'm thankful for this platform that allows me to share my story because sometimes the most difficult decisions are the best ones. To everyone who must make similar decisions, remain loyal to who you are. Although the journey may be more difficult, the end result is worthwhile. My brother overheard his wife asking me to pay to edit out my disabled daughter from their wedding photos and immediately kicked her out. My younger brother David married Amelia, the joy of his life, just 2 weeks ago in a lovely and touching ceremony. Everyone who knew David could tell how much he loved Amelia, and he had been anticipating this day for a long time. Their invitation cards made it apparent that their wedding was once intended to be a totally child-free affair. That being said, David called me a few weeks prior to the wedding. He surprised me by telling me that he wanted to make an exception for my daughter Katie, who is his niece. Startled, I asked him if he was certain. David told me how much he adores Katie and that without her as their flower girl, he couldn't have the wedding. Hearing him say it nearly brought me to tears. Uncle David has always had a special place in Katie's heart, and she adores him. David reassured me that he had discussed it with his bride, and she was also in agreement. His sincerity was evident in his voice. He realized how much it would mean to Katie and didn't want her to miss such a significant day in his life. To put things in perspective, my daughter Katie was partially paralyzed at birth. The fact that she is unable to move her body beneath her arms has undoubtedly changed our lives. My husband Roger and I were devastated as parents when we first learned. The ground seemed to have been yanked out from beneath us. We refused to accept the diagnosis and were in total astonishment. We visited several doctors in a frantic attempt to get a different viewpoint in the hopes that someone could know the answer. We hoped for positive results from every test we could think of. We wanted to think that there could be a procedure or therapy available that could help Katie and give her the life she was due. However, the response was always the same, regardless of our actions or where we went, nothing could be done. It was really difficult to accept that our daughter's situation was irreversible. We went through a difficult period that was full of tears, insomnia, and unanswered questions. We were totally powerless. Every time we considered Katie's future, our hearts ached while we gazed at our darling daughter. We gradually started to locate and establish connections with other families who were traveling the same path as us, which provided us with some comfort despite the overwhelming sense of powerlessness. We began concentrating on what Katie could do and providing her with as much love and support as we could, rather than on what she couldn't accomplish. Uncle David is among those who have consistently brought Katie happiness and light. Her illness never caused him to treat her differently. He actually has a knack of making my daughter feel so relaxed and at ease that her illness seems to vanish when they are together. I've always valued this, especially when other family members can occasionally, even unintentionally, make situations difficult or uncomfortable. For instance, my own mother was obviously shaken when she first saw Katie after she was born and saw how paralyzed she was. Her response surprised me, even though I knew it was a tough thing for her to digest. Rather than provide consolation or encouragement, she drew me away and whispered that I ought to attempt to conceive another child. One that could walk. When I heard her remarks, my eyes widened in surprise. My mother persisted in pressuring me, suggesting that perhaps if I tried again, I would have a better baby. It seemed as though Katie's illness made her insufficient or unworthy. I was taken aback. What a callous thing it was to say. David, however, defended me right away and chastised our mother for being so callous and cruel. He assured her that Katie was ideal just the way she was and that she didn't require comparison or replacement. When he stood up for my child, I will always remember the ferocity in his voice. When I was still grieving and accepting the reality of Katie's condition, he chastised our mother for pressuring me to become pregnant. Since then, I have minimized my interaction with my mother and have forbidden her from spending any alone time with Katie. In the meantime, David would visit my daughter every weekend, rain or shine, simply to be with her. They would play games, watch ridiculous shows, or just joke around for hours. Katie would light up for a few hours on those weekends in a way that was so innocent and happy. She can simply be a child enjoying herself with her worldly favorite. Both she and we have benefited from their relationship. I was therefore really moved when he called to ask if I might make an exception so that my daughter may attend his wedding. In addition to being a lovely way for David to celebrate their relationship on his special day, I knew that letting Katie be there would mean the world to her. I was thrilled for Katie to be a flower girl, so I consented to bring her along. I don't believe his wife Amelia was as excited about the prospect of having Katie at the wedding as David was. Amelia contacted me directly a few days after David called to give me the invitation for Katie. She told me that in order for her to let Katie attend their wedding, she had some requirements. The conditions annoyed me because they were strangely detailed. Initially, Amelia demanded that Katie wear a beige dress, which she described as flowing and appropriate for the wedding atmosphere. She also stated that Katie's hair had to be styled so as not to detract from the beauty of the wedding. Her demands were so domineering that I was surprised. But I decided to keep my mouth shut. After all, we had to follow her wedding theme because it was her wedding. I nodded in agreement and promised to follow her instructions because I didn't want to cause any conflict or discomfort for David. Ultimately, my top priority was for Katie to be able to support her uncle. I went out right away and got Katie a gorgeous beige dress. Amelia urged me to purchase it since it was understated yet sophisticated. My daughter would feel unique, I knew. Since Amelia had requested that I give her a photograph of the outfit after I bought it, I snapped a picture of it and sent it to her. To my astonishment, she wasn't satisfied, even though I had anticipated she would be. Amelia soon responded that the garment appeared lifeless and was too bland. I would like something a bit more colorful, she replied. I was perplexed and angry. Isn't this precisely what she requested? I didn't want to protest or argue, though. I was trying to maintain the peace as best I could. This time, I chose to send her a couple options before making a purchase rather than wasting my money on another dress that I bought on my own. I didn't want to spend money on something that she would undoubtedly turn down once more. When Amelia eventually selected one of the outfits I had received, I was astounded by what I saw. The dress she picked was almost the exact same shade of beige as the one I had previously purchased, which she had critiqued for being too beige. The slightest trace of a pinkish tone, which was almost perceptible, was the sole difference. I began to realize then that this had nothing to do with the dress or the color. Amelia was purposely complicating matters. She seemed to be putting me to the test or creating barriers to force me to do things that I didn't want to do. She hadn't told me outright, but there might be a reason why she didn't want my daughter to attend the wedding. I didn't want to cause her any unnecessary trouble. She needed to speak with my brother and work things out if she wanted to remove my daughter from the invitation. But she never did, and the wedding proceeded according to schedule. Katie looked magnificent as she walked down the aisle in her gorgeous beige dress, the one that Amelia had finally approved, on the day of my brother's wedding. As she wheeled forward, the dress flowed elegantly, and she paused to fling flower petals, her face beaming with joy. The whole room seems to stop. The visitors let out a loud gasp, and then there was a round of applause. As she continued down the aisle, distributing flowers and making her steady progress in her wheelchair, I could feel the excitement emanating from her as people couldn't stop gushing about how lovely she looked. At that moment, I was overcome with pride and love for my daughter. One of the memories I will always cherish is seeing her there, taking full part in such a momentous occasion. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I looked at David, whose face reflected mine. He grinned warmly and proudly as he gazed at Katie, obviously moved by her presence and her luminous personality. David approached her as she arrived at the front and knelt down to offer her a warm embrace. Their heartfelt moment together revealed a lot about their strong relationship. After ensuring she was comfortable and able to participate in the ceremony from the front row, he assisted her in positioning herself to the side. Amelia started walking down the aisle a short while later. As she made her way to the altar, she was undoubtedly stunning in her wedding gown. I couldn't help but notice that she looked at Katie for a moment. I briefly hoped that she might smile at my daughter, showing some appreciation for her presence and the part she played in this significant day. However, without even a faint grin, Amelia gazed past Katie and rolled her eyes visibly. It was impossible for me not to feel disappointed. Nevertheless, I decided to ignore the idea because I didn't want anything to ruin the day's happiness. I was ecstatic for my brother when David and Amelia exchanged vows and the officiant pronounced them husband and wife. Nothing else mattered at that time since he had at last found someone with whom to share his life. His happiness filled my heart with pride and happiness. We got together as a family for photos during the photo session following the ceremony. David made sure Katie was in every photo we took, and the love and solidarity we all had that day were captured in a ton of images. I couldn't help but notice that Amelia seemed a little strange during the photo shoot. I initially assumed that she was simply weary because she kept huffing and moaning heavily. Weddings are tiring, so perhaps she just needed a respite from shooting so many pictures. However, her behavior got more difficult to ignore as the session went on. Amelia's expression changed considerably as David took Katie up and held her in his arms for a photo. Her eyes were fixed on them, and she had a dissatisfied smile that wavered. Though subtle, it was obvious enough to unnerve me. Amelia approached me after we had taken a number of shots with Katie, asking if I could wheel her out so she could take some pictures with her family alone. Her tone was courteous but short. I was surprised by the request, but I granted it. Katie and I went to the reception to sit with my parents. I was fortunate to have a daughter like her, my mother said, acknowledging my daughter's beauty. Although it was a little gesture, I was pleased to see my mother overcoming her prejudices and coming to terms with my daughter's identity. What mattered most to me was that Katie appeared to have had a pleasant day overall, blissfully ignorant of any strain. From the photos and anecdotes David shared on social media, it appeared that Amelia and David were having a great time on their honeymoon after the wedding. He deserved to savor this unique moment with his new bride, therefore I was pleased for him. After they got back from their honeymoon, David asked Roger, our parents, and me to lunch at his new house. Since we hadn't actually spoken much since the wedding, I was excited to see him again at what was supposed to be a laid-back family get-together. My mom and I have reunited in a surprising way since the wedding. She had taken the time to fully apologize to me for her remarks about Katie and her encouragement to try for another child years prior. She was truly sorry, and even though I was still wary, I was glad that she had acknowledged the hurt her remarks had caused. When David saw Katie again during lunch, he was ecstatic. He enthusiastically produced a selection of presents he had brought back for her from their honeymoon as soon as we got to his house. He had obviously given each one much consideration, and when Katie opened them, Her face glowed with delight. As usual, David was totally absorbed in her, asking her about her favorite aspect of the wedding and told her how much everyone had been praising her for her involvement. She was beaming from ear to ear. He often expressed his pride in her, telling her that friends and family had called him to tell him how well Katie had done after the wedding. Katie was so proud to hear all of these praises, and her eyes were sparkling with joy. But I couldn't help but observe Amelia as my brother showered Katie with love. I kept a tight eye on her, and it became clear to me that she was not feeling as excited as David. She didn't even recognize Katie, let alone smile. Rather, she appeared clearly irritated, as though David's conversation with Katie had somehow annoyed her. Her face was a mixture of frustration and anger, and she hardly spoke to anyone while David concentrated on Katie. She seemed to be eager for the moment to end so that he would stop focusing on my daughter. Naturally, David was totally unaware of his wife's behavior. As a family, we relaxed and chatted in the living room after lunch. Amelia approached me at that moment and subtly requested that we speak in private. I already knew what was about to happen, so I felt a knot form in my gut. Since the wedding day, I had been preparing for this discussion. I nodded in agreement, bracing myself for what I knew would be a challenging conversation. We sat down to chat after Amelia showed me to one of the bedrooms. She began by praising me for doing a fantastic job with Katie, meeting all of her requirements, and honoring my promise about how Katie would look at the wedding. I thanked her and nodded, explaining that it was her special day and I wanted to show her respect. After a moment, she said that although she valued my work, she had been bothered by something ever since the wedding. My heart fell. Amelia brought up the wedding pictures on her phone and browsed through the photographer's selection. I came across pictures of David, Amelia, Katie, myself, and the other family members all grinning and savoring the time spent together. Her tone became icy as she paused on a single image and gestured at it. She said, "Look at this," as she enlarged the picture. We were all grinning and looking content in one of the family pictures, with Katie in her wheelchair next to David. Katie gave me a disdainful look as Amelia's finger lingered over her. Her voice was piercing and poisonous as she asked, "Do you see how your stupid kid in a wheelchair is ruining the vibe of the entire picture?" I had trouble breathing for a while. I was stunned. How could she have spoken about my daughter in such a callous and nasty way? I was instantly filled with rage. It was intolerable that my darling daughter, who had done her best to join in the festivities, was now being held responsible for spoiling the mood. I retorted, reminding Amelia that she was aware from the beginning that Katie was in a wheelchair and that she had no right to talk about Katie in that manner. My daughter had no choice but to pose for pictures. How else could she have possibly participated? I responded. Despite my arguments, Amelia sneered and said, "That's not my problem," adding that seeing Katie's wheelchair in every photograph was an eyesore that had made it difficult for her to see the wedding photos. She went on to say that I ought to compensate her for allowing my daughter to ruin her wedding, as if that weren't enough. Her arrogance horrified me. I was so surprised that she would make such an absurd demand that I raised my voice and asked her what sort of compensation she was even referring to. Amelia hit me with her actual demand at that point. According to her, I would have to hire a photo editor to either remove Katie from the wedding shots or, at the absolute least, make her appear to be wheelchair-free. I let out an incredulous gasp. How could she possibly believe it was okay to remove my kid from the wedding pictures or change her identity for the sake of appearance? This was the tipping point. I was at my breaking point. "Are you serious?" I yelled, my voice full of incredulity. "You want me to pay someone to erase my daughter or pretend she isn't in a wheelchair? You're an a-hole, Amelia. I am proud of my daughter exactly the way she is, and I will not be paying for any kind of Photoshop. If you had such a problem with her being part of the wedding, then you should have never let her be the flower girl in the first place." Amelia countered by claiming that although she had done everything in her power to stop David from allowing Katie to be their flower girl, he could not agree because his love for her was so blind. She told me that she was aware that he would have called off the wedding if she had persisted on not inviting my daughter. When I discovered that this woman had been so bitter about Katie, I shook my head. I was shocked by the callousness and heartlessness of her logic. I sternly reprimanded her, telling her that my kid was a real person with feelings and didn't deserve to be hated in this manner. She had been truly thrilled to attend their wedding because she liked her uncle. Now that Amelia was my sister-in-law, she certainly didn't deserve to be treated this way. Amelia, however, seemed unconcerned. She countered by claiming that Katie and I were both attention seekers and that I should remember that Katie's disability was the sole reason people had taken such an interest in her during the wedding. Something inside of me exploded at the disgustingness of her comments. My long simmering anger suddenly erupted, and I slapped Amelia before I really realized what I was doing. The silence of the room reverberated with the sound of my palm touching her face. My hand was shaking as I stood there, and the weight of everything that had just transpired was heaving in my chest. Amelia's eyes widened incredulously, and her cheeks turned scarlet with horror. My brother, my husband, and my parents stormed into the room before she could react. Amelia was questioned by my brother about whether or not she meant what she had said about Katie. Amelia's eyes grew wide with insight. As it happens, David had been listening in on our entire talk and had probably heard all of her nasty and deceptive comments. Her face lit up with panic, and she made a desperate attempt to retract her statement, fumbling over her words. However, it was too late. David's voice filled the room as he screamed at her, accusing her of being arrogant and cunning for dragging me aside to discuss my daughter in such a manner. His voice was a mix of grief and rage as he said, "I can't believe you manipulated me into thinking you were a nice person when in reality you hate my family this much." He was clearly seeing Amelia for who she truly was, someone who had concealed her actual sentiments all along, and the displeasure in his tone was evident. Desperate to save face, Amelia attempted to counter the argument. As she spoke, her voice wavered. "I don't hate your family exactly. This is just about Katie," she added. Then, in an attempt to change the subject, she accused David of constantly giving preference to Katie over everyone else because he felt sorry for her due to her disability. She asserted that he should stop giving Katie so much attention and instead concentrate on their marriage because she was his wife and should receive more of his attention. Then, feeling embarrassed, Amelia started to gripe about how inviting Katie had caused some of her friends to subsequently make fun of her wedding photos. According to her, this is why she wanted to remove Katie from the pictures in Photoshop so she could always remember their lovely day free of such ugliness. David, fortunately, wasn't having it. He advised her to quit being so arrogant and to stop acting as though his niece might have ruined their photos. He claimed that her presence enhanced the beauty of the photos. "I love Katie like my own daughter," he stated. "Giving attention to her doesn't take away anything from you. The fact that I even have to explain this goes to show how cheap your mentality is. Katie is part of my family, and if you hate her this much, then I can't be married to you." When David's comments struck Amelia, her face became white. He gave her a clear look that made it clear he wasn't going to overlook this. "You're an ableist," he continued, repeating what I had said before. "The fact that you continue to justify your behavior means that you will never change. I do not want to be married to a cruel woman like you. Pack up your things and go back to your parents' place." Still in disbelief, Amelia attempted to protest again, but my mother, who had been silent until now, finally interrupted, clearly furious. She was upset at the circumstance, stating that although it was one thing to not enjoy the attention Katie got at the wedding, it was cruel to think of removing her from the photos. My mother informed Amelia that she should feel ashamed of herself for ever bringing up the subject, and she firmly expressed her support for David's choice. Amelia realized she had nothing left to stand on after hearing my mother's defense and witnessing David's uncompromising position. My husband appeared enraged, and I have no doubt that he would have physically assaulted Amelia for saying such awful things about our kid if she hadn't been my brother's wife at the time. Her actual nature had been exposed for everyone to see, and Amelia was outnumbered. She reluctantly left the house with only her phone and car keys because she had no other option. I was grateful that David stood up for Katie, but he later apologized to Roger and me for what his wife had said about our daughter. He has nothing to do with this. Probably after Amelia had gone to them in tears, Amelia's parents called David and my parents that evening to talk more about the matter. But David had asked for a break so he could calm himself and consider the situation. Amelia has been messaging me ever since the incident, essentially accusing me of causing friction between her and David. She believes that by agreeing to pay for a photo editor, I could have easily resolved their problems. Naturally, I don't want to be the reason my brother's marriage fails, but I also can't forgive what Amelia said to me about my kid. Update 1. I can't respond to everyone because I'm getting so many DMs and comments. I shall therefore make all the points clear here. Amelia was aware of Katie's friendship with my brother because she had previously met her. However, it appeared that she had been able to hide her contempt for my daughter for a long time. I had never had the slightest suspicion that she truly detested my kid to this extent. We try our best to make Katie feel as normal as possible so she doesn't feel like she is being treated differently because of her impairment, but I recognize that some people may find it awkward to see a child in a wheelchair, especially during a wedding. Regardless of the fact that Katie is in a wheelchair, I am sure that people would still find her attractive. She has her dad's blonde hair and blue eyes. Amelia was obviously merely attempting to point out my daughter's flaws out of jealousy. Katie's godfather is my brother. This is because I know that my husband will support my daughter no matter what happens to us. He is extremely protective of Katie since he loves her like his own daughter. It must have felt like a total betrayal to him to hear Amelia's statements and realize her actual intentions toward my daughter. Since Katie was absorbed in her cartoons, I doubt she heard anything Amelia and I said. She would have undoubtedly questioned me later if she had. Update 2. In case you were wondering, my brother is having his wedding revoked. My brother and his attorney are adamant that Katie lied to him from the beginning and tricked him into believing she would get along with his family when she wouldn't. Amelia panicked and tried desperately to keep her marriage intact when she realized that David was truly serious about leaving her. She made a pathetic attempt to apologize to me, but it was obvious to me that her words were not sincere. She wasn't prepared to accept responsibility for her actions or show true regret. Knowing that her apologies was merely a ruse to deflect criticism from herself, I was unable to accept it. Her rage was only increased by this. She became angry with me right away and accused me of destroying my brother's life. It seemed as though I was the cause of all her issues instead of the results of her own decisions. She accused me of being the one who made my brother leave her when he could have been content with her. As if that weren't enough, Amelia's parents also contacted my parents in an effort to place the responsibility for their daughter's struggles on Katie and me. Fortunately, my parents have denied this unjust claim. In particular, my dad expressed his disappointment, telling them that he is glad she will no longer be a part of our family and that they should be embarrassed of the daughter they raised. The fact that my family has supported Katie and me over this entire ordeal makes me really proud. I did apologize to my brother for what he was going through with Amelia when we spoke. He convinced me that knowing the truth about her now was preferable to later, when she may have said or done something more hurtful in front of Katie. I absolutely concur, and I'm relieved that we are also successfully removing Amelia from our lives. Update 3. My previous update was 4 months ago. For those who are curious, my brother is no longer married to Amelia after formally annulling their union. Everyone reacted negatively to Amelia after the truth about their failing marriage was made public. Eventually, she apologized to me, but I just blocked her without answering. We all had a vacation together not long ago. We had an amazing time together. I'm really happy that David and Katie still have such a wonderful connection. I'm thankful that the entire ordeal has only made our family ties stronger. After my husband gave his mother a key to our home and helped her destroy my life, I exposed their lies with the police at my doorstep. When I opened my front door, I didn't notice the strewn documents or the toppled furniture right away. It was the quietness, that oppressive, strange hush that envelops you like a veil of death and whispers that something is gravely amiss. My name is Audrey, and I recently attended a 3-day business retreat where I learned how to trust my coworkers through absurd team-building activities. Now that I'm standing in my cluttered living room, I see that I should have prioritized trusting my own family more. As I called Ryan's phone, my fingers were shaking. Voicemail's recognizable click is heard after 1 or 2 rings. Naturally, my beloved husband was most likely at his mother's place, acting as though he had no idea why his wife had called. Ryan, someone broke into the house. The safe is open, call me back immediately. I cataloged the damage as I wandered through the wreckage of my home. The couch cushions were cut open, drawers were pulled out and emptied, and picture frames were placed face down. However, they hadn't been searching for cash or valuables. This was personal, no. My grandmother's letters, the only remnants of her that I still possessed, were the first thing they targeted. It buzzed on my phone. Not Ryan. Evan at work. He inquired. How's the drive back? Someone broke into my house, I said, shaking my voice. The safe. They knew the combination. Jesus, are you okay? Do you need me to come over? I tossed away a ripped magazine and said, no. I know exactly who did this. Helen's fingerprints are all over this mess. She's been trying to get those letters for months. Your mother-in-law? Why would she? I arrived at the kitchen, where all the cabinets were empty, and said, because she can't stand that Ryan married someone who won't bow to her every whim. She thinks those letters prove my grandmother's family wronged hers decades ago, some ancient real estate dispute she won't let die. When Evan said, call the police. And tell them what? That my mother-in-law used a key my husband probably gave her to steal family documents. That my sister-in-law probably helped because she's bitter about her divorce and wants to hurt someone else's marriage. Though it sounded empty, I chuckled. They're too smart for that. They'll say Ryan gave them permission. It'll be my word against the entire Miller family. The door to the basement was ajar. I had not yet looked down there. I have to go, Evan. I need to see what else they took. Audrey, wait. After hanging up, I went down the stairs. My feet creaked with every stride. More mayhem was shown when the basement light flicked on. However, I noticed a tiny piece of paper stuck behind a toppled box. I managed to liberate it. It was a 3-day-old receipt for a duplicate key from the hardware store. Once more, my phone buzzed. Ryan. Before I could say anything, he inquired, "Where are you?" "At Mom's," it was his words. "Listen, Audrey, I can explain." "Did you give her a key?" "Quiet." "Afterwards. She just wanted to look for some old family photos while you were away. I didn't think." "You never do think when it comes to her, do you?" I clenched my fist around the receipt. Those letters were all I had left of my grandmother, Ryan. The only things that were truly mine. "We can talk about this when I get home." "No." The word was piercing enough to pierce. "We'll talk about this in front of everyone. I'm coming over there right now. And Ryan, tell your mother to prepare for war." After hanging up, I stood in my basement, surrounded by the ruins of faith. Like everyone else in their lives, they believed they could break me and force me to submit to their authority. However, they were unaware of what they had just begun. Sometimes the opponent who knows how to hit back harder is more dangerous than the one who hits first. My skin crawled when I saw Helen's immaculate living room. While my house was in ruins across town, everything else was in its proper place, not even a cushion out of place. Helen's interpretation of reality was depicted through the carefully chosen family images on her walls, which conveyed the story of Ryan and Chloe's early years. There aren't any photos of my wedding day in them. Helen poured tea into exquisite cups, her voice dripping with honeyed, delicious poison. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said. "Ryan gave me permission to look for old family albums while you were away, nothing more." With her arms folded and her wedding ring noticeably missing, Chloe sat next to her mother. "You're being hysterical, Audrey, as usual." I put the receipt from the hardware store on the coffee table. "Funny how you needed a new key made 3 days ago. Planning ahead?" Eyes flitting between his mother and myself, Ryan shifted in his seat and said, "Maybe we should all calm down." "Oh, we're very calm," I remarked as I observed Helen's immaculately manicured fingers encircling her teacup. "Just like we were calm last Christmas when you went through my phone while I was sleeping. Or last month, when you showed up unannounced at my office to check on me. When Helen said, 'I worry about my son. Someone needs to look out for his interests.'" "His interests?" I laughed till my throat ached from the broken glass. "Or yours. Mother was right about you from the start." Chloe's eyes shone as she leaned forward. "You never understood our family, always keeping secrets, hiding things in that safe of yours. Those letters belong to my grandmother. Letters that prove your family cheated ours 60 years ago." Helen's mask broke. "That property should have been ours. Your grandmother knew exactly what she was doing when she," Ryan warned, but it was too late. Slowly, the pieces clicked into place as I stood up. "So you admit you took them?" Helen's face suddenly became smoother. I admitted nothing. "And you have no proof?" With my hand hovering over the record button, I took out my phone and said, "You're right. But I will. Ryan, are you coming home or staying here?" He glanced at his mother, then at me, constantly conflicted, always taking the easy route. "I think maybe we all need space to cool off." I paused to glance back at Helen before making my way to the door, saying, "Wrong answer. You know what's funny? Those letters you stole? They're not even the originals. Just copies I kept as decoys. Grandmother taught me well. Always keep what matters most where manipulative people can't reach it." The clatter of Helen's teacup against its saucer was heard. "You're lying." I asked. "Am I? Guess you'll have to wonder about that, along with what else I might have hidden away." I looked into Ryan's eyes. "Don't bother coming home tonight, or maybe ever." He started to get up, but Chloe grabbed his arm and said, "Audrey, wait." She urged, "Let her go. She's just trying to manipulate you, like always." I left Helen's well-organized world behind and made my way to my car. I held the steering wheel with trembling hands, but not because of terror. As I had previously stated, the originals were secure because they had been kept in a safety deposit box ever since I married Ryan and seen Helen's hunger when Grandma's letters were brought up during the wedding. It buzzed on my phone. "Evan once more." He inquired, "How bad was it?" "They fell for the ruse." Helen essentially admitted it. "I started the engine, but I have another task for you. Remember that security system you installed at your lake house? The one with the hidden cameras?" "Yeah, why?" "Because I'm done playing defense. They want to go through my things. Let's make sure we catch them in the act next time." As I backed away, I noticed Helen's house become smaller in my rear-view mirror. "And Evan, thank you for being the one person in my life who actually listens. Always. But Audrey, just be careful. People like that, they're most dangerous when they're cornered." With plans already racing through my head, I hung up the phone. Helen believed she knew everything there was to know about me. She understood me well. She had overlooked one important fact, though. I had observed her influence everyone for 3 years. It was time to apply the principles I had acquired from the greatest. Although it wasn't my typical location, the coffee shop across from Helen's preferred hairdresser offered me the ideal view. After 2 hours of observing, Evan moved into the seat across from me and pushed a brand new cup in my direction. His words, "The cameras are set up. Motion sensors, night vision, everything feeding directly to your phone. But are you sure about this?" I gestured to the window of the salon where Helen and Chloe were sitting, receiving their weekly manicures. I hit the play button on my phone and said, "Listen." During our confrontation, the bug I had placed in Helen's handbag allowed me to hear their voice as well. Helen was stating, "We need those original letters. That safety deposit box has to be at her bank downtown." "Ryan says she's been going through their financial records," said Chloe. "Probably planning to divorce him and take everything." She yelled, "Over my dead body, Helen. I didn't spend 30 years building this family's reputation to have her destroy it. We're going back to the house tomorrow while she's at work. There has to be something we can use against her." I put an end to the recording. "Still think I'm paranoid?" Evan's expression stiffened. "We should take this to the police and tell them?" I put my hands around the steaming cup and said, "And tell them what? That my mother-in-law is planning to rob me? They'll say it's a family matter. Besides, I want more than just stopping them. I want them to face consequences for once in their privileged lives." It buzzed on my phone. "Ryan. I'm calling once more. For the 3rd time today." I turned it down. "He's been sleeping at their house," I said. "Probably plotting with them, trying to figure out where the originals are. Or maybe he's worried about you." My coffee tasted unpleasant, so I said, "Then he should have worried before giving them a key to our house. Before choosing them over me again." Ryan texted, "Come home, please. We must speak." "Home?" I whispered. "Like that means anything anymore?" Evan bent over. "Audrey, I know you're hurt, but..." The entrance of the salon chimed. Helen and Chloe came out with shiny new manicures. Helen stopped and stared straight into the coffee shop window as they made their way to her Mercedes. I remained motionless, unable to breathe. Her mouth formed the sly smirk I had come to despise. She was aware that I was observing. I said, "Time to go," and suddenly stood up. "They'll be at my house tomorrow at 10 o'clock, according to their usual schedule. That's when we'll catch them." Evan's eyebrows went up. "I thought you wanted to handle this yourself." "I did. I do." I collected my belongings, my hands trembling a little. "I can't face them alone anymore. I need someone in my corner. Always." He lightly touched my arm. "Just promise me something. Don't let revenge consume you. I've seen what it does to people." As I watched Helen's car drive away, I thought back to our wedding reception, when she had cornered me in the restroom and first revealed her true nature. "You'll never be good enough for this family," she'd stated. "One day, Ryan will realize that." I informed Evan, "This isn't about retaliation. It's about justice. And maybe saving Ryan from them, even if he doesn't want to be saved." Once more, my phone buzzed. A message from an unidentified number. When I opened it, my blood froze. "Found something interesting in your grandmother's old law firm records. Tomorrow noon, Riverside Park. Come alone, or Ryan learns everything about the Anderson case." Evan saw my face. "What's wrong?" With my thoughts racing, I closed the message. My grandmother's greatest regret, the secret she carried to her grave, and the true cause of Helen's animosity toward our family was the Anderson case. "Nothing," I pretended to smile. "Just work stuff. I should go prepare for tomorrow." But Helen's comments from 3 years ago kept repeating in my mind as I made my way to my car. "Ryan will understand it one day." Perhaps she was correct. Perhaps he would tomorrow. Perhaps it was time for him to do so. At lunchtime, Riverside Park appeared different, somehow cooler. Holding a manila envelope containing ammunition for whatever game Helen was playing, I sat on a bench. The case files of Anderson. Decades ago, my grandma had sealed them away. In my hands now, they were a weapon. A shadow landed on my lap. Not Helen. Ryan. "My mother told me everything," he claimed. He sat next to me, keeping a safe distance from me. "About the Anderson case. About what your grandmother did to our family." It felt like a heavier envelope. "Did she tell you how your grandfather tried to blackmail mine? How he threatened to destroy their law firm unless they gave him that property?" "That's not," he paused, face rubbing. "She said you'd try to twist things, Like she twisted you. I looked over at him. When did you give her the safe combination, Ryan? His silence was sufficient response. I went on. The day after our wedding. When she convinced you I was hiding something. That's why you've been checking our bank statements, right? Looking for evidence I'm stealing from you. I was protecting our family. Our family? I laughed, but my voice didn't sound like it. There is no our family. There's only ever been yours. It buzzed on my phone. Regarding the cameras he had set, Evan was messaging. Everything was prepared for the trap of tomorrow. All of a sudden, though, it felt empty. She's using you, I whispered. She always has. And you let her, because it's easier than standing up to her. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I dropped the envelope on his lap and stood up. Here. The precious Anderson case files. Proof that your grandfather was the one who committed fraud, not mine. Proof that your mother's been lying all these years. He gazed intently at the envelope. How did you get them? From my grandmother's old partner. Turns out, he's been waiting years for someone to finally expose the truth. I took a step back. But you know what? Keep them. Burn them. Give them to Helen. I don't care anymore. Audrey, wait. I filed for divorce yesterday. The words hung like broken glass between us. Ryan's face turned white. You what? Check your email. The papers should arrive today. Now my hands were steady. I'm done being the villain in Helen's story. Done watching you choose them over me. Done pretending we have a marriage worth saving. He approached me as he rose up and said, we can fix this. I'll talk to Mother. That's exactly the problem, I said, stepping back from his contact. Your first instinct is still to run to her. It always will be. Once more my phone buzzed. This time, Helen. Where are you? We had a deal. I returned the type. The deal has changed. Inquire about the files with Ryan. You can't just throw away 3 years of marriage, Ryan stated. I started to go, but stopped when I heard. You already did that when you gave them the key to our house. You know what the saddest part is? I actually thought I could save you from them. But you don't want to be saved. Audrey. Goodbye, Ryan. I passed the seat where we used to have Sunday lunches and the location where he had proposed as I strolled through the park. Helen, Ryan, and even Chloe were all buzzing on my phone. I made them all quiet. Only Evan's message was received. The cameras are in real time. Do you still intend to carry out tomorrow's plan? At the park's exit, I paused and took one final glance back. Ryan appeared disoriented as he stood where I had left him, holding the package tightly. My determination faltered for a second. Then I recalled the broken safe, the broken house, and the 3 years of gaslighting and deceptive tactics. Yes, I did reply to the text. However, plans changed. I no longer only wished to catch them in the act. What are you looking for? I observed as Ryan, who was constantly rushing back to Mother, took out his phone and most likely called Helen. I typed, I want to destroy them, each and every one. Because sometimes destroying everything and starting anew is the only way to save yourself. I was sitting in my car across the street when the security camera feed flashed on my laptop screen. Helen's typical Thursday morning interruption is 10 minutes away. Every aspect of my property, including the front and back doors as well as the garden walk Helen loved to criticize, was caught by Evan's intricate setup. From the passenger seat, Evan said, You don't have to watch this. We can just let the cameras record. My coffee cup made my fingers whiten. I need to see it. Need to know exactly how they do it. Helen's Mercedes smoothly came to a stop in front of my house on time. Chloe followed her out, as always immaculately styled. Then a third door opened, and Ryan appeared. In my hands, the coffee cup crumbled. He is assisting them. They went to the main door. Ryan looked over his shoulder anxiously. Helen gestured angrily as she spoke. He produced his original key, not the duplicate. Jesus, whispered Evan. Audrey, maybe we should wait. As a fourth figure stepped out of Helen's car, I took hold of his arm. Who is that? With a briefcase in hand, the man in the pricey suit walked with authority. Somehow, he looked familiar. That's James Morton, Evan announced. Helen's lawyer. I've seen him at charity events. The group vanished within my home. I flipped between camera angles, seeing them navigate places with unsettling resemblance. Helen led them as a general would lead soldiers. She said, The study, clearly audible over the covert microphones. Those Anderson files have to be here somewhere. Mother, added her. She said she gave them to me. Ryan made a feeble protest. Copies, obviously. Helen yelled. You think your wife would give up her only leverage? Search everything. Once more, I saw them tearing up my house. However, things were different this time. This time, I noticed that Ryan was opening drawers with trembling hands. As Chloe knocked books from the shelves, I noticed her smug smile. I witnessed Helen's disguise come off when she believed no one was looking, exposing her true desperation. Morton said, "Behind the safe," without warning. "Did you check behind it?" I gasped. The safe on the wall had been a ruse. There was nothing back there, but everyone was aware of it. Too soon, Ryan answered. "No, there's nothing back there." Helen squinted her eyes. "Move it, mother, move it." My fingers hovered above 911 as I reached for my phone. The prior owner had installed a secret compartment behind that safe. There were documents within that showed Helen's own financial misdeeds, which were considerably more devastating than the Anderson case. Compiled with care over 3 years of observation and anticipation. Ryan took a step forward, then halted. "No," he replied. Helen turned against him asking, "What did you say?" "I said no," he said more firmly. "This ends now. We're leaving." Helen's composure broke when she asked, "After everything I've done for you?" "That woman has poisoned you against your own family," Ryan remarked. "That woman is my wife." "Not anymore," Morton cut in with ease. "The divorce papers were filed yesterday. You have no legal right to—" With my phone filming everything, I walked into the doorway and asked, "To prevent us from?" "Breaking and entering, destruction of property, conspiracy." With the exception of Helen, they all froze like guilty kids. She flashed her sly smile. "Perfect timing, dear. We were just discussing the Anderson case and other family matters." I walked deeper into the room with Evan right behind me and said, "I can see that. But you made one mistake, Helen. You got sloppy. Desperate." She responded, "I don't know what you mean," as her voice became more strained. "The Anderson case was never about property fraud, was it? It was about covering up what really happened." "What you did?" Her smile faltered. "You're confused." Adding, "The real documents aren't behind that safe." I looked into Ryan's astonished eyes and said, "They're already with the district attorney. Along with proof that your mother embezzled millions from her own charity foundation. That's why she's so desperate to find evidence against my family, to protect herself." Chaos ensued in the room. Ryan stood motionless between them all as Helen reached for her lawyer and Chloe began to scream. However, I continued to watch Helen as her idyllic environment fell apart. Retaliation isn't always about ruining someone. Allowing them to ruin themselves is sometimes the solution. And sometimes speaking the truth is enough to bring about justice. My living area was painted in alternating shades of blue and red by the police lights. As she talked to the authorities, Helen sat primly on the couch, tears running down her flawlessly applied face. She pointed to me and wept. She's the one who's been hurting our family. I was just trying to protect my son." "We have evidence of her harassment," Morton said with ease. "Her obsession with destroying her mother-in-law's reputation. The break-in was merely an attempt to recover documents that rightfully belonged to the family. The recording of their entrance was no longer useful, and my phone felt heavy in my pocket. Like Helen always did, they had gone ahead of me and completely changed the situation." "That isn't true," Ryan exclaimed abruptly. Everybody looked at him. "Mother, stop, just stop." Helen's weeping stopped at once. "Ryan, dear, you don't understand." "I understand perfectly." He moved away from her and in my direction, but I retreated. Too late, too little. "The embezzlement accusations, they're true, aren't they?" asked Ryan. "That's why you've been so desperate to destroy Audrey's family's reputation, to cover your tracks." "Everything I did was for this family," Helen stated. Her mask fell off entirely. She pointed a finger at me and threatened to destroy everything. "That money secured your future, your sister's future," she said. The officers looked at each other. He heard someone talking into his radio. "Mrs. Helen Miller, we're going to need you to come down to the station." "This is ridiculous. I'm the victim here," she said to Morton, her attorney. "Do something." Morton, meanwhile, was already moving in the direction of the entrance. "I think our professional relationship has concluded, Helen, given the circumstances." After that, everything occurred pretty fast. As they led her away, Helen wailed and Chloe followed, complaining about loyalty to her family. The evidence I had acquired was being gathered, recorded, and labeled when Morton escaped during the confusion. "Audrey," said Ryan. "Don't," I said, putting my arms over myself as I felt icy. "Just don't." "I didn't know about the charity money. About any of it, I swear." I said, But you knew about the break-ins, the harassment, the lies, and my voice broke. You chose them. Every single time, you chose them. I can fix this? I pointed at our demolished house and said. Fix what? My grandmother's letters are still gone. Our marriage is over. Your mother's going to jail. What exactly can you fix? There was Evan in the doorway. Audrey, the detective needs your statement. Ryan grabbed me by the arm as I tried to pursue him. I love you, he shouted frantically. Isn't that worth something? I remembered every touch, every promise, and every instance when I felt like we were actually creating something as I gazed at his hand on my arm. Then I recalled the last time I saw him pick his mother's falsehoods above my reality, helping them break into our house. I whispered, love without trust isn't love. It's just another form of control. He was standing in the ruins of our life together as I withdrew. The detective waited while filling out more paperwork and asking additional questions. I spent hours describing how I had discovered proof of Helen's embezzlement, how I had recorded her harassment, and how I had seen my marriage gradually deteriorate due to deceit and manipulation. Later, when I was by myself in my car, I took out my grandmother's final letter, not the one Helen had taken, but the authentic one. The one I'd held dear for years. Remember, dear heart, she'd wrote. Sometimes winning means walking away. Sometimes the greatest victory is in refusing to play their game at all. Ryan again buzzed on my phone. I turned off the phone and turned on the engine. He was standing in the doorway of what had been our house, looking lost, and I could see him in the rearview mirror. My heart grieved for a second, but as I drove away, I came to a realization. I had nearly turned into Helen in my attempt to destroy her. Manipulative, control-obsessed, and prepared to give anything up for success. My grandma had been correct. Taking down Helen wasn't the true victory, it was in releasing myself at last. The corridor of the courthouse was cold and long. While waiting for Helen's arraignment, I watched from a rough wooden seat while her society pals whispered to one another. They were still in shock that the president of their charitable board was being charged with embezzlement 3 weeks after the break-in. With black circles under his eyes, Ryan emerged at the end of the hallway. With her eyes like daggers, Chloe held onto his arm. I pretended to read emails while concentrating on my phone. His voice was closer than I thought. Audrey. Can we talk? I stated, the divorce papers are with your lawyer, without raising my gaze. Just sign them. He sat next to me, too near, and said, that's not. Mother wants to make a deal now. I gave him a look. A deal? If you drop the charges, she'll return all of your grandmother's letters. Bitter than coffee grinds, a giggle erupted. You don't understand, do you? All that matters is that she is still my mother, isn't that right? She made mistakes despite everything she did and everything she stole, so I stood, seeking space. Errors? She terrorized me in my own home, stole millions from her own charity, and methodically destroyed our marriage, I said, turning heads. Ryan, those aren't errors. They are options. Ryan was beckoned by Helen's smile, but before he could react, the doors of the courthouse sprang open, and Evan hurried in with a manila packet in his hand. Breathing heavily, he replied, I found it in Morton's office. With shaky fingers, I opened the envelope to reveal a single document, a letter from Helen to her lawyer dated 3 years prior to my wedding. What is that? Did Ryan ask? I looked through the contents and remarked, insurance. Just in case I ever threatened to take control of you. Helen had orchestrated this whole thing from the start, the harassment, the break-ins, everything, to make me appear crazy and fixated on the Anderson case, so I looked up as she came in handcuffed and accompanied by officers. For the first time, I saw genuine fear in Helen's eyes as they fixed themselves on the letter. Where did that come from? She insisted. I held up the letter and said, Helen, you documented everything. Your lawyer isn't as loyal as you thought. Every stage of your scheme to ruin me. Everyone will now be fully aware of your identity. She rushed forward, but the officers stopped her. You ungrateful little, she said. Stop, Mom, Ryan positioned himself between us and said. Stop. Everything I did was for you, to protect you from her. Helen said, her face crushed. From where? Ryan's voice broke. From emotion? From a life that is beyond your control? She never loved you like I do. Helen said, her eyes hardening. No, I cut him off. I loved him enough to let him make his own decisions. You loved him enough to make sure he never could. The murmurs surrounding us became more intense. Chloe turned away from her mother, finally realizing the truth she had helped facilitate, and Helen's friends stared in horror as their ideal society matron broke before their own eyes. Evan whispered, the arraignment's starting. The district attorney had been quietly waiting nearby, so I gave him the letter before turning to Ryan one more time. "I did love you," I replied. "But love shouldn't hurt like this. Audrey, please. Goodbye, Ryan." As Helen was escorted into the courtroom, I turned to leave, her well-planned world crumbling in my wake. My grandmother's former legal partner texted me, saying, "I found something in the archives. Your grandmother would be proud." My phone rang. The autumn air outside was crisp and clean, and Evan caught up to me at the bottom of the steps leading to the courthouse. "You all right?" he inquired. As the wind pulled the leaves away from their limbs, I saw them strewn all over the sidewalk. Sincerely, I replied, "No, but I will be." Because sometimes defeating your adversaries isn't the only way to win. Refusing to allow them to ruin you is sometimes the key. And sometimes the best form of retaliation is just to walk away with your head held high, and let them deal with the fallout from their own decisions. In contrast to the suburban gloom I had left behind, the lights of downtown glittered through the window as the final box from my previous life stood unopened on the floor of my new apartment. Helen's carefully constructed reputation was shattered like a dropped teacup, and the society pages were already humming with scandal when Evan texted me about her sentencing, 5 years for embezzlement. Ryan was standing in the hallway with a familiar leather-bound bundle, and I froze when I heard a knock at the door. I recognized the pattern. 3 rapid taps, 1 slow. I said, "Grandmother's letters," with a constricted throat. He held them out as a peace gift and explained, "I found them in Mother's study while cleaning out the house. They were always yours." I took the bundle and traced the tattered edges with my fingers. "How is she?" He shrugged, saying, "Angry, bitter. She's in therapy. She claims to be beginning to comprehend certain aspects of our family. Along with you. Gaining the ability to stand alone." A painting and easel stood by the window, the canvas half covered in bold strokes of red and gold, something I'd discovered by mistake, a means to pour forth all words couldn't describe. He looked beyond me into the flat. "Simply, it helps," I said. "Audrey, I don't." As I moved away, I said, "We both know why it ended." "I understand. You should see," he said, bringing out an envelope containing the signed divorce papers and other items. It contained a 30-year-old newspaper clipping about a young Helen Miller who was frantically attempting to establish her social standing before marrying into a wealthy family. Ryan remarked softly. "She was constantly terrified of losing control, of being shown to be inadequate. I now understand what she did, but I'm not condoning it. Understanding doesn't make it right. No, but it helps me not become her." Somewhere in the metropolis below, a siren screamed. Where I used to cringe at the sound, now it served as a reminder that life moves on, changes, and evolves. I told myself, I never wanted revenge, in shock at the reality. I just wanted to be free. "I understand. You won because of that." He started to walk away but stopped. "The picture. It's stunning." I opened the bundle of letters after he departed, and while my grandmother's words flowed across the pages, describing her strength, her courage to confront bullies, and her courage to choose integrity over retaliation, one piece, written shortly before her death, struck my attention. "Because they are afraid of their own darkness, some people will attempt to dull your light, dear heart. You have more power if you keep shining than if you resist them." Not every story needed a tidy ending, and sometimes victory wasn't in killing or even forgiving your enemies, but rather in finding who you truly were without them. I grabbed up my brush and added blue touches to the canvas. My phone buzzed once more, and Evan was inviting me to dinner. No date yet, but perhaps someday. For the time being, friendship was sufficient, and I had my freedom, my truth, and my work. In my previous life, I would have perceived danger in the shadows created by the flickering city lights, but now I see opportunities, patterns, and untold stories. The canvas was waiting, the night was young, and I picked up another brush. For the first time in years, I felt genuinely free, not because Helen had lost, not because I had won, but because I had finally understood the difference between emancipation and retribution. And I discovered who I was in that disparity. My parents gave my sister a brand new car for Christmas, leaving me with nothing. Until a winning lottery ticket changed everything. The peacefulness of Christmas morning was broken by the sound of laughter and delighted squeals coming up from our driveway. With my coffee mug warming my hands, I stood at the kitchen window and watched my younger sister Tessa hop up and down next to a brand new red Volkswagen Beetle that had a huge silver ribbon on top. With joy on their cheeks, my parents smiled as they gave her the keys. I'm Ella, and I recognized at this point that I would always be the underdog in my family's history. Through the glass, Tessa's voice could be heard. "Oh my God. I can't believe you guys did this." As if it were made of gold, she was already seated in the driver's seat and rubbing her hands over the steering wheel. I looked at my small Christmas presents to everyone, the pile of scratch-off lottery tickets on the counter. They had yet to bother opening them. After investing every available dollar in my culinary school applications, the tickets were the only thing I could afford. However, it would have been useless to try to explain that to my family. They had been rather explicit about what they thought of my pastime. I was shocked to hear my mother say, "Lay?" She was still wearing her coat when she stood in the doorway. "Why aren't you outside with everyone? Come see your sister's car." I made an effort to grin. "Just finishing my coffee, Mom?" With that typical expression of despair, she scowled. "You could try being happy for her, you know. This is a big moment." Before I could stop them, they blurted out, "Right. Because I'm the one who makes everything about myself." When she said, "Don't start. Not today," I watched her go back outside, biting my tongue. My father was demonstrating how Tessa should adjust her mirrors through the window. He was grinning proudly, which is something I never managed to achieve, not when I made the honor roll, when I won the regional cooking competition, or even when I was accepted to culinary school before they refused to cover my tuition. I found myself reaching for the lotto tickets. I began scratching out the numbers on one out of habit, not really noticing until I noticed 3 match digits. I double-checked the winning combinations, and my heart began beating. $50,000. With trembling palms, I gazed at the ticket. I could pay for culinary school with this money. I could begin constructing the restaurant of my dreams. At last, I could demonstrate to everyone the value of my pastime. However, this ticket was intended to be a present. Giving cash to them and seeing them celebrate another lucky break would be the appropriate thing to do. Cash would likely go into Tessa's education fund or a family vacation that I wouldn't be invited to. My folks chuckled as Tessa playfully honked the horn outside. They hadn't even realized I wasn't there. That's when I decided what to do. I folded the winning ticket carefully and put it in my pocket. I collected the remaining scratch-offs and disposed of them in the recycle bin. What they hadn't bothered to open, they wouldn't miss. "La!" a voice shouted from outside my father's house. "Get out here and take a family picture." As I approached the front door, I stopped and placed my hand on the handle. They were huddled around the automobile, their breath evident in the chilly December air, as I could see through the window. Without me, they appeared to be the ideal family of 3. "Coming," I returned the call. But I went upstairs to my room instead of joining them. Within an hour, I had the winning ticket in my wallet and a laptop open to apartment listings. Sometimes the finest form of retaliation is to leave rather than to get even. And I eventually had my chance because of their forgotten Christmas present. When I unlocked the door to my new flat, the key felt heavy in my hand. A studio above a downtown Thai restaurant wasn't much, but it was mine. My stomach rumbled in spite of everything as the scent of garlic and lemongrass rose through the floorboards. My phone was still blazing with missed calls from home 3 weeks after Christmas. My mother continued to text me, each one more filled with guilt than the last, even after I had left a letter stating that I needed space. "You're being selfish, Lila. Your sister needs you right now." After setting my duffel bag on the exposed mattress in the corner, I began unpacking the few culinary supplies I had packed, including a well-seasoned cast-iron pan, my knife roll, and the necessities. The winning lottery ticket, the funds already set aside for tuition at the culinary school, and the security deposit for this apartment were all securely deposited. I froze when I heard a knock on my door. Had they discovered me somehow? "Hello, new tenant?" It was a strange, highly accented voice. "I'm Marco, from downstairs." A tall man in chef's whites with his salt and pepper hair pulled back in a short ponytail was waiting for me as I opened the door. His blazer bore the moniker Executive Chef. He pointed to my boxes and remarked, "I noticed someone moving in. Wanted to introduce myself. We try to keep a family atmosphere here." I winced when I heard the word family, but his kind grin calmed me. He noticed the knife roll that was visible through my open door. "You cook?" he inquired as he followed my eyes. "I try to. I'm actually starting culinary school next month." His eyes glowed. "No kidding. We're short-staffed downstairs. Could use someone who knows their way around a kitchen, even part-time." My phone buzzed once more before I could reply. The name of my father appeared on the screen. Marco noticed my face and said, "Complicated situation? You could say that." He gave a contemplative nod. "Listen, come down tomorrow morning if you're interested. Sometimes the best therapy is keeping your hands busy and your knives sharp." I eventually listened to my father's voicemail after he departed. He spoke in a rough, irate tone. "Your mother's upset, and Tessa's grades are slipping. Whatever point you're trying to make, you've made it. Time to grow up and come home. After deleting the message, I launched my laptop and navigated to the website of the cooking school. Tuition for the first term was due the following week. I had my finger hovering over the submit payment button when Tessa sent me another text. Mom and Dad are freaking out. Where are you? I'm worried. Compared to the others, this one hurt more. Even if Tessa and I didn't get along, she wasn't to blame for our parents' actions. But she had never been able to hide anything from our parents, so I couldn't risk giving her the truth. I'm safe, I replied by typing. Just need some time. I was in Marco's kitchen the following morning, slicing vegetables with more attention to detail than was necessary. The motion felt familiar and calming. Marco worked next to me, sometimes giving me technique advice. He remarked, "You have good instincts," as he observed me adjusting the heat beneath a boiling sauce. "But you're angry? It shows in your cooking. Is that a bad thing?" He gave a shrug. "Depends what you do with it. Anger can fuel passion or destroy it. The difference is in the control." My mother texted me again, and my phone buzzed in my pocket. I choose to disregard it. Marco went on, trying the sauce with a spoon. "The people who hurt us don't suffer when we let them consume our thoughts. They have no idea. We are the only ones that suffer." I reflected on my silent exit and the lottery ticket. They must occasionally realize that they cannot take people for granted. He gave me the spoon and said, "Maybe, but be careful that your desire for vengeance doesn't become your motivation. Try this." What is absent? Thinking, I took a taste of the sauce. Salt, and perhaps a little acid. He grinned. Exactly. In both life and cookery, balance is crucial. A server burst through the entrance of the kitchen. "Chef, a woman is outside inquiring about Ella, claims to be her mother." My heart stopped beating. I could see her looking around the dining room through the kitchen window, Tessa following her like a shadow. Marco gave me a curious glance. Silently, he said, "Back door through the alley. But keep in mind that you can't run indefinitely. You must eventually take a firm stance and serve the food you have cooked." I tied my apron as I nodded. The true test was deciding when to stay and fight, not when to flee. After 3 months of culinary school, I felt like I was finally settling in. I seldom had time to think about my family because of my early classes, afternoon jobs at Marco's restaurant, and late evenings designing my own future kitchen. That should have been my first clue that things were going to blow up in my face. As I was getting ready for dinner service, Amelia entered Marco's kitchen. Now a rising star chef at one of the city's best restaurants, my old friend from high school culinary club looked just like I remembered her. Pristine chef's whites, neatly combed hair, and that grin that never quite reached her eyes. She leaned on the prep table and muttered, "Lila Hawkins? I couldn't believe it, but I had heard reports that you were employed here. By now, shouldn't you be managing your own business?" "I'm still learning," I said, continuing to cut vegetables in the steady pattern Marco had shown me. Not all of us were supported by our parents while attending Le Cordon Bleu. "Talking about parents," she added, taking out her phone and browsing through some content. "Last week, I met your mother at the charity dinner. She appeared concerned about you." My finger almost got caught as my knife slipped. "You spoke with my mom? She made a comment about you stealing money and fleeing. Theatrical, even for you." Suddenly, the kitchen felt too small and too hot. "That wasn't the case." "No." Her eyebrows went up. "I know you've been looking at restaurant business plans since I also heard from several investors. Considering that, the timing is intriguing." Now my hands trembled. "Amelia, what do you want?" "Want? All I'm worried about is my old acquaintance. You know, it takes more than simply money to open a business. It requires reputation, relationships, and stability." She underlined the final point. "It would be unfortunate if prospective investors were aware of rumors regarding the true source of your startup funding." Marco's voice exploded from the doorway before I could reply. "Is everything in here all right?" Amelia's smile became incredibly sweet. "Just catching up with a friend from long ago. Chef Marco, I actually came to discuss business. Next month, my restaurant will host a pop-up event with up-and-coming talented artists. Lay's participation would be greatly appreciated." Marco glanced at me, but I was unable to look him in the eye. Decisively, "I'll let her think about it," he stated. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we have service to prepare for." I tried to stabilize myself by holding onto the side of the prep table when Amelia left. I muttered, "She's going to tell everyone." "The investors, my family." Under his breath, Marco said, "Tell them what?" I told him everything, including the lottery ticket, my escape, and the meticulously planned plans that were now in danger of failing. He gave me a towel to wipe my hands after listening to me without passing judgment. His words were, "So now you have a choice. You can run again, or you can face this head on." How? She'll destroy everything I've worked for. He took my knife and tested its sharpness, asking, "Will she? Or will she just expose what you've been afraid to face?" Sometimes our biggest fears are just shadows, Ella. They disappear when we shine a light on them. A text message from an unidentified number rang on my phone. It was a screen grab of an email sent to possible investors, most likely by Amelia. It went into detail regarding my family problems and money irregularities. The pop-up event, Marco said, could be an opportunity. Show everyone, Amelia, your family, these investors, exactly who you are and what you can do. Or it could be a trap. He grinned. Most likely both. But you're not that scared girl from Christmas morning anymore. You've learned more than just cooking techniques in my kitchen. I reflected on the previous 3 months, including the cuts, burns, and late hours spent honing recipes. With every minor triumph, I developed something beyond my culinary abilities. "What's that saying you always use?" I responded. "The hottest fires make the strongest steel." He gave a nod. "And you, my dear, are about to walk through fire." I grabbed up my knife and started chopping again, making deliberate, accurate cuts. Amelia believed she could exploit my past to ruin my future, but she had overlooked the most crucial culinary rule. Time is everything. "Tell her I'm in," I responded, "for the pop-up event. But I'm doing it my way." Marco grinned knowingly. Now that sounds like a chef talking. At 3 a.m, Tessa sent the following text. "Can you meet me? Please don't tell Mom and Dad." Her eyes were red and swollen when I spotted her seated in her Volkswagen Beetle outside Marco's restaurant. Her normally flawless hair was pulled back in an untidy ponytail, and she had lost weight since Christmas. She replied, "I failed 2 classes, as I got into the passenger seat. And I can't tell them? They think I'm applying to pre-med programs, but I haven't even started the applications." The quiet between us was filled by the gentle hum of the heater. This vehicle had represented every issue with our family's dynamic. It was like a confession booth now. Even though I already knew the answer, I questioned, why pre-med? My personal nightmare. Mom's backup plan, Dad's dream. She laughed, but her voice sounded more like a sob. "How do you do it, Lai? Just walk away from their expectations?" I reflected about Amelia's threats, the lottery ticket concealed in my apartment, and all the lies entangled in my purported bravery. "I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask about making good choices right now." "At least you made a choice." She reached into her jacket and took out a crumpled piece of paper. "I found this in Mom's study." It was a list. My movements were monitored, notes of folks she'd spoken to in town. Tessa stated, "She is aware of the culinary school." I felt sick to my stomach. "Does she know about the money?" "Not yet, but she's obsessed with figuring out how you're paying for everything," she said. "She thinks you're involved in something illegal. Dad's talking about hiring a private investigator." I didn't miss the irony. I had given them even more justification to meddle in my affairs by attempting to break free from their authority. "There's more. Go on, Tessa." I overheard Mom talking to Amelia Stone's mother at the country club. "They're planning something for that pop-up event, some kind of intervention or confrontation. They want to save you from yourself or whatever." I balled my hands into fists. Amelia would involve our mothers, of course. She was an expert at twisting the knife. Whispering, "You should tell them the truth," Tessa whispered. "About everything. Like you're telling them the truth about pre-med?" She winced, and I instantly felt bad about what I had said. Both of us were imprisoned in distinct iterations of the same cage. "Maybe," Tessa said hesitantly. "Maybe we could help each other. I could come to your pop-up event, run interference with Mom, and you could help me figure out how to tell them about changing my major." "To what?" "Photography," she confessed, displaying a collection of gorgeous culinary photographs on her phone. "I've been practicing at restaurants around town. That's actually how I found out where you were working." The photographs were stunning, capturing the soul of each dish through the play of light and shadow. Their strict, meticulous approach to everything was quite different from our mother's. "These are incredible, Tess." "Really? Because sometimes I think I'm just being stupid and selfish, throwing away a real career for something you love," I said at the conclusion. "Yeah, I know that feeling." We were swept by the headlights of a passing automobile. I briefly caught a glimpse of us as sisters fleeing the same darkness, but in opposite directions. "I have to be at the restaurant in 3 hours," I replied. "Want to come in?" I could teach you some plating techniques. Give you something interesting to photograph. She grinned, but it wasn't the flawless smile she gave our parents. I'd like that. I became aware that something had changed when we entered Marco's kitchen. My quest for vengeance has evolved beyond simply disproving my parents. It was about ending a cycle and making room for Tessa and me to be different from what our parents wanted us to be. I had to make it through Amelia's pop-up event first though. The stakes were bigger than ever now that we knew our mothers were engaged. My future was no longer the only consideration here. Tessa's was also at issue. I said, "Hey," and gave her an apron. "Want to learn how to make mom's favorite dessert? I have some ideas for improving it." Tessa smiled mischievously. Now that sounds like a photo opportunity. 3 days before the pop-up event, everything began to go wrong. While I was finishing up my menu in Marco's kitchen, Tessa stormed in the back door with her phone in her hand. She threw the screen at me and said, "You need to see this?" It was a gorgeously presented dish from Amelia's Instagram story that looked just like my go-to recipe. The one I had spent months creating. A sneak peek of our upcoming showcase, was the caption. The greatest inventions can occasionally be found in unlikely locations. I wiped my trembling hands on my apron. She's been watching me. Someone's been feeding her information. After saying, "That's not all," Tessa swiped to another post. It was a set of pictures taken at Amelia's restaurant during a private investor meeting. One photo had my mother sitting at the table with her face animated in discussion in the background. The cutting board clattered against the knife I was holding. "She's working with Mom?" "I overheard them yesterday," Tessa acknowledged. "Mom's been telling potential investors about your unstable behavior and questionable finances. They're trying to make sure no one backs your restaurant plans." Marco showed up next to us, looking serious. "The health inspector just called. Someone filed multiple complaints about our kitchen. They're coming tomorrow, right before your big prep day." There was a reason for the timing. Amelia was skilled at using my own mother as a weapon to harm me. I clutched the edge of the prep table as the room began to spin. "I can't do this," I said. "Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm in over my head." Tessa's voice was stern as she said, "No. That's exactly what they want you to think. But look at this." She showed me pictures she had taken during our late-night cooking sessions by pulling up her camera roll. The photographs were breathtaking, showcasing not only the cuisine but also the love and imagination that went into each dish. "This is who you are, Elia. Not their lies. Not their manipulation." Marco, as he often did when he was making a point, picked up my fallen knife and tested its edge. "You know what separates a good chef from a great one? Not talent, not even creativity. It's what they do when everything goes wrong." "But she stole my recipe." He gave me the knife and said, "So make a better one. Show them who you really are, not who they think you are." As I gazed at the knife in my palm, I recalled all the evenings I had spent honing my cuts, all the burns and scars I had acquired via perseverance rather than innate skill. Amelia may have taken my recipe, but she was unable to take away my enthusiasm. "How skilled are you at social media marketing, Tessa?" I said gently. She smiled. "Better than Amelia, that's for sure." "Good, because I have an idea." I looked across at Marco. "Remember that fusion dish we talked about? The one that combines Mom's traditional family recipe with modern techniques?" His face lit up with a smile as he nodded. "The one that's too risky? Too controversial?" "Exactly. Amelia wants to play it safe, stick to stolen classics. Let's give them something they can't copy. Something that tells our whole story on a plate." I recreated my mother's signature dish over the course of the following few hours, changing every component. My childhood comfort food was transformed into something fresh that evoked both tradition and defiance. Every step was recorded by Tessa, who used her camera to record the transition from the old to the new. Even Marco appeared impressed when the last meal was prepared. His words, "This isn't just food. This is your declaration of independence." Tessa captioned the pictures simply when she uploaded them. "Some recipes are passed down. Others are transformed." Coming soon to at Amelia Stone Showcase event. The post went viral in the local food community within a few hours. Amelia texted after making 2 calls. "You're making a mistake. Back down now or everything comes out, about the money, about your family, everything." For the first time that day, my hand was steady as I handed Tessa and Marco the text. When I said, "Let it come out, I'm done hiding," Marco gave a nod of approval. "Now you're cooking with fire." Tessa responded, "Just promise me one thing." As she lowered her camera. "When you face them, all of them, let me be there." Someone needs to document what happens when the golden child and the black sheep finally stand together. Retaliation and self-promotion were no longer the exclusive goals of the pop-up event. It was about finally writing my own life recipe and escaping all the ones that others had created. With the subtlety of a cooking fire, the pop-up event's night arrived. Other young cooks were vying for the interest of possible investors as I stood in Amelia's prep kitchen. My burners were inexplicably becoming cold, and my station had been accidentally positioned near to a drafty service door. "Equipment issues?" Amelia asked as she went past, her voice brimming with fictitious worry. Such a shame. But then, working with subpar tools builds character, doesn't it? I tried not to notice that she had placed my mother at a prominent table right in front of me, so I focused on my preparations. Evelyn Hawkins wore her critical face like a crown as she sat there like a queen at court. Someone shouted, 10 minutes to first service? I grabbed for my sauce with trembling hands, only to discover that the container was empty. Only a few minutes ago, I had filled it and had turned my back. Looking for something? Amelia produced a well-known container. Oh, this? Found it by the sink. Looked spoiled, so I tossed it. Health and safety, you know? In a flash, 3 months of labor were gone. Recalling Marco's remarks about maintaining control under duress, I held my knife so tightly that my knuckles turned white. However, this was deliberate devastation rather than merely pressure. L.A. With her camera in hand, Tessa showed up at my station. Mom's talking to the investors. She's showing them something on her phone. I felt sick to my stomach. I could see my mother making impassioned gestures through the service window, and the investors' expressions were getting serious as they turned to face me. With a shake of his head, one of them got up and left. Tessa muttered, "It's the lottery ticket. They know." The room began to swirl. Every cautious step I had taken toward freedom, everything I had created, was falling apart. No financiers. No sauce. There is no hope. Through my panic, a voice said, "Chef Hawkins? Health Department. We need to discuss some concerning allegations about your food handling practices." Naturally. The icing on the cake. I glanced around the kitchen, taking in my mother's contented grin, Amelia's victorious smile, and the other chef's adamant avoidance of eye contact. This was the feeling of complete defeat. "I'm done," I muttered as I tied my apron. "They win." Tessa grabbed my arm and said, "No. Remember what you told me about Mom's recipe, about making it your own? So your sauce is gone. Make something better. Something they can't steal or destroy." "With what?" "I have nothing left." She took out her phone and showed me the pictures she had shot of our late-night cooking sessions, saying, "You have me?" At the final picture, she paused. Marco and I were in the kitchen, giggling as I tried a failed dish that had unintentionally become something fantastic and completely different. Marco had remarked that evening that sometimes the best dishes come from disasters. I glanced at the essential elements that were still there, at my almost empty station, at my sister's resolute countenance, and then at my mother, who was now approaching us with that well-known look of disappointment. She began. "This has gone far enough. It's time to—" "You're right," I interrupted, grabbing my knife. "It has gone far enough. Tessa, start filming." Amelia shouted, "What are you doing?" As I started slicing the few items I had left quickly. "I'm cooking," I declared, my knife moving deliberately. "But not your way, or Mom's way, or anyone else's way. My way." The service was 20 minutes away. No sauce, no financiers, no assistants, just my trembling hands and my sister's camera. Maybe it was the intention, but all I had planned was in ruins. Perhaps in order to discover what I truly needed, I had to let go of everything I believed I desired. "Last call for plating," was said by someone. I gazed at my creation, honest, straightforward, the product of defiance and despair. It wasn't flawless. I hadn't even planned for it. However, it was truly mine. With her camera trained on my hands, Tessa questioned, "Ready?" I took the first plate and nodded. I could see my mother and the other investors waiting through the service window. This was my final opportunity to demonstrate that the greatest works can occasionally emerge from the darkest situations. After saying, "Time to serve," I pushed through the door. And I hope they're hungry for the truth. It was so quiet in the dining room when I served my homemade dish. I observed the investors leaning forward through Tessa's camera, their faces changing from doubt to interest. My mother's hands showed her anxiety by twisting her napkin under the table, but her face stayed purposefully expressionless. One investor examined the plate and remarked, "This isn't what was advertised." "No," I concurred. "It's better. This is what happens when someone tries to sabotage your carefully planned menu," You either give up, or you create something new. Amelia came out of the kitchen and I met her gaze. I turned to Amelia and asked, "Would you like to explain why my original sauce disappeared? Or should we ask my mother about the convenient timing of the health inspector's visit?" My mother said sharply, "Li," as a warning. However, I wasn't done yet. "It's funny, Mom. I tried to replicate your recipes for years in an attempt to win your approval, but tonight, when everything was taken away, I finally got it. Real hunger produces the best food. For recognition as much as for food. For approval." Now that the investors were trying the meal, their appreciative mutterings were becoming more audible and Tessa walked around the table, recording their responses, the way they nodded their heads and raised their eyebrows at one another. The principal investor remarked, "The combination of traditional and modern techniques is unexpected. The harmony of flavors. It narrates a tale." "That's because it's my narrative," I responded, "the genuine one, not the one they wanted to share. About creating something out of nothing. About converting rejection into motivation." With her poise crumbling, Amelia went forward and said, "You think you're so special? A tenacious underdog who—" "No," I said, "I believe that I am just what you fear, someone who no longer need your approval, any one of you." I hadn't seen my father since Christmas morning, so his arrival was a shock to the room as he entered and stopped short at the scene in front of him. "What's happening?" he insisted. "Your daughter," the principal investor stated, "is going to get an offer of support for her restaurant idea. If she's interested, that is." My father's expression changed from one of bewilderment to something I had never seen before, perhaps recognition or regret. "The lottery ticket," he replied softly. "Isn't that how you accomplished all of this?" "The Christmas present you gave us," I said. "The one you never bothered to open," and I said, "Yes." Suddenly my mother got up and said, "You had no right to—" "Mom, to what?" "To want something different than what you planned?" I yelled. "To be successful without your consent?" "You should ask your golden child how she feels about medical school," I said, gesturing to Tessa, who was still shooting. "Find out what she truly wants to accomplish with her life." All eyes shifted to Tessa, and the room fell silent once again as she dropped her camera, her hands calm despite her trembling voice. "I want to be a photographer," she said. "And Liz going to hire me to shoot for her restaurant's marketing." "No one is being hired by you." "This was a publicity stunt," Amelia yelled. The main investor stepped in and said, "These investors are very impressed, Miss Hawkins, both with the food and with how you handled unexpected challenges." My father came up and reached into his jacket, taking out a wrinkled, still unscratched scratch-off ticket that I had given him for Christmas. "I don't know why, but I kept it," he remarked. "If it's okay with you, I'd like to scratch it right now. Perhaps because that was the last thing you gave us before." He cleared his throat. "And I would like to invest money in your restaurant, regardless of its value." "Hey, Roger," my mom objected. However, he raised his hand and said, "No, Evelyn. We've already caused enough harm by attempting to dictate their lives. Take a look at what Ella produced tonight, despite all the odds being against her. Take a look at Tessa's images. We weren't afraid of these failures. They are artists." "I think we have some details to discuss, Miss Hawkins," said the principal investor, grinning and passing a business card across the table. "Every one of us." I looked at my father's unscratched ticket after picking up the card. "Keep it," I replied. "Some gifts are worth more unopened." I was too absorbed staring at my father's face when he finally saw me, not as a letdown, but as a chef, as myself, to observe Amelia storming away. I turned to the investors and said, "So, let's talk about opening night." The restaurant was packed, as it had been every night since it opened, and I was standing in my own kitchen, 6 months after the pop-up event, watching the dinner service unfold through the pass. The walls were covered in Tessa's photos, which included candid candids of our family's adventure as well as beautiful views of our hallmark dishes. Marco entered with a familiar envelope as the door slid open. He handed it to me and said, "Special delivery. Found this at my restaurant." Amelia's was the return address, and there was only one page inside. "Last week, I shut down my restaurant. It turns out that building success on other people's formulas isn't worth much. You were correct. You must be the one who is hungry." As I folded the letter, I reflected on how, somewhere down the line, revenge had lost its appeal. "Have you watched the special today?" I nodded toward a meal that was waiting at the pass as I asked Marco. He grinned when he saw my mother's famous recipe, modified but still hearty. "What was her reaction?" "She cried," I said. Then spent an hour telling me everything I'd done wrong while secretly eating every bite. I could see my family at their usual table through the kitchen window. My mother sat straight-backed as usual, but her eyes kept wandering to the kitchen with what appeared to be pride, and my father was showing Tessa something on her camera, presumably talking about her upcoming gallery show. My line cook said, "Chef, we have a situation." At the kitchen entrance, I turned to see a familiar face, Amelia, who appeared smaller and less assured. She blurted out, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I wanted to know if prep cooks are still being hired by you." I would have cherished this moment of defeat 6 months ago, but now, when I looked at her, I saw part of myself. That same hunger, just focused in the wrong direction for too long. The kitchen was silent, and everyone watched to see how I would respond. I said, "Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., and be on time. Additionally, this time, Amelia, bring your own recipes." With a look of relief on her face, she nodded and rushed out. "You're not the same chef who burned with revenge in my kitchen," Marco said, giving me a shoulder squeeze. "No," I said. "I feel better now." Speaking of which, I took out the lottery ticket that my father had returned to me last week, stating that certain presents needed to be completed. He had kept it unscratched for months. "Do you want to take the lead?" I extended an offer to Marco. "Some things are worth more unscratched," he said, shaking his head. "Sometimes we learn more from the wonder of what might have been than from knowledge." I tucked the ticket under my chef's coat, where it lay close to my heart as a reminder of how far I'd come, while the dinner rush was intensifying and tickets were pouring in. Mom is criticizing your plating once more," Tessa called from the dining room. "Tell her if she wants to reorganize my garnishes, she'll have to put on an apron and do it herself," I said, laughing and grabbing my knife. My mother surprised me by showing up at the kitchen doorway a few moments later, already rolling up her sleeves. "Well," she remarked, "would you demonstrate for me how this updated version of my recipe functions?" I gave her an apron and watched as she tied it using motions that were similar to mine. I learned that some wounds heal slowly, but that they do, especially when they are seasoned with time, truth, and a little bit of forgiveness. Making room at my station, I said, "Okay, Mom. Let me show you how hunger enhances the flavor of everything." A cacophony of sizzling pans, clicking dishes, and calling tickets filled the kitchen as it hummed around us. My rules, my restaurant, and my family, the one I was born into and the one I created, are all mine, no matter how imperfect. Additionally, an unscratched ticket in my chef's coat served as a reminder that sometimes the finest form of retaliation isn't providing cold food but rather inviting your adversaries to a warm table and teaching them how to prepare meals for themselves. I took back my house and left my mother homeless after she disowned me for not attending my sister's wedding. Hey Reddit, my mom's favorite was always clear when I was growing up. My younger sister Rachel, 37F, and I, 42F, are the children of my mother, Karen, 62F. It seemed as though I had vanished from the world the instant Rachel was born. I don't want to come across as theatrical, but this is the reality. My mother was naturally quite protective of Rachel because she was born underweight and ill. I get that it must have been frightening for her to have a sick kid, but Rachel was the only child that Karen cared for, rather than merely the family's baby. Rachel received royal treatment. Her needs, wants, and moods were the center of attention. For example, Mom would hand-feed Rachel until she was well into middle school since she disliked eating by herself. Mom would simply complete any school projects or homework for Rachel. No questions asked, Mom allowed Rachel to stay at home if she didn't feel like going to school. And then there was me. I had clothes, food, and other essentials, so I wasn't completely disregarded, but I was alone emotionally. Unless it had to do with Rachel, Mom never truly cared about me. Mom was preoccupied at a spa and forgot about a dentist appointment I had when I was around 10 years old. After hours of waiting outside the school, a family friend saw me and offered to drive me home. My mother pretended it wasn't a huge thing when I returned. "Oh, I thought you'd figure it out," she simply said. The only person who actually saw me was my father, Michael, may he rest in peace. He wasn't home as much as I would have liked because he worked so much, but when he was, he tried his best. When Karen and Rachel weren't there, Dad and I would go out for movies or ice cream. He would give me extra cash for birthdays or school outings, but he would urge me not to tell my mother. In retrospect, I believe he was attempting to compensate me for feeling so unnoticed. But Dad could not deny the favoritism no matter how hard he tried. Everything was always better for Rachel. I had to save money or work for what I desired. Rachel, however, only needed to ask, and it would materialize. I requested a bike one Christmas, and Rachel made a last-minute request for the same item. Rachel received a brand new, gleaming bike beneath the tree on Christmas morning. I received some socks. "You're older," Mom responded when I inquired why. "You can get one for yourself by saving money." However, it was more than just material possessions. Rachel's happiness was Karen's obsession. Mom would move quickly to resolve whatever small problem Rachel was having, such as a friend not texting her back or receiving a poor grade. I quickly learned not to bother going to her for anything, though, as she would tell me to stop being so dramatic, or figure it out like an adult, whenever I was upset about something. Of course Rachel took it all in. Why wouldn't she? She was living the dream since Mom took care of everything for her, so she didn't have to do anything. Rachel eventually stopped learning even the most fundamental life skills. She was incapable of managing her own schedule, cooking, or even cleaning. Rachel was totally reliant on her mother since she protected her from everything. I didn't know how toxic the dynamic was until high school. Mom would complete Rachel's schoolwork after she would sob to her about how difficult her lessons were. Mom pleaded with the principal to have Rachel's grades modified after she failed high school, accusing the teachers of failing to recognize her unique needs. Naturally, it didn't succeed, but it demonstrated the lengths Karen will go to in order to shield Rachel from responsibility of any kind. However, I was supposed to be self-sufficient. I had to work things out on my own if I had trouble in school. I had to use the money I earned from babysitting if I wanted to participate in extracurricular activities. And Karen would tell me, "You're the older sister, you need to set an example," if I ever ventured to voice my displeasure. I was eager to be out of high school by the time I graduated. I never looked back after enrolling at a college in a different city. I never made a better choice than to move away. I was able to breathe for the first time. I didn't have to compete for Karen's attention or continually compare myself to Rachel. I might simply be myself. Rachel, meanwhile, remained at home and didn't leave until she was 26 years old and married. Karen continued to be involved in her life even at that point, phoning her 5 times a day to inquire about topics like, "What did you eat?" or "How is your hubby doing?" She even unexpectedly came up to bring Rachel groceries or clean her house, even though Rachel and her husband were more than capable of handling those tasks on their own. For my part, I was going about my life. I obtained a job after graduating from college and began constructing my future. Dad kept in touch with me by giving me frequent phone calls and coming to see me when he could. Not so much Karen. She would occasionally comment on my Facebook posts or send me a birthday text, but that was about it. I honestly didn't give a damn. Her unrelenting criticism and partiality no longer burdened me, and I was joyful. In hindsight, I believe Karen's fixation on Rachel stemmed from a desire for control. She never allowed Rachel to grow up because she wanted her to always be in need of her. I had to fend for myself after being thrown out of the nest early. Although it was painful at the time, I now consider it a blessing. While Rachel became totally dependent on Karen, I learned to stand on my own 2 feet. The dynamic remained the same even after I left. Karen was Rachel's facilitator, I was the forgotten child, and Rachel was the golden child. Some things never change, which is humorous. Not funny haha, but funny in a depressing manner. But everything did 11 years ago. At first, Dad's frequent coughing didn't seem like a huge concern. He blamed it on a recalcitrant cold or allergies. However, he didn't get better as the weeks stretched into months. He actually grew worse. He was usually exhausted, breathless, and simply not himself. Nevertheless, he continued to labor because he was a selfless, industrious man who always put the needs of others before his own. Karen didn't appear to notice at all. She was too preoccupied with her daily schedule of yoga sessions, spa visits, and whatever else occupied her time. After her first marriage ended, Rachel was back at home by that point. She didn't appear to be really worried about Dad's health, and she wasn't working either. They seemed unwilling to face the inconvenience of admitting that something was amiss. I was trying to keep some distance from all the family dysfunction while establishing my career in a distant place. During our frequent phone conversations, I could sense that something wasn't right. He sounded more worn out and weaker. He dismissed my question about whether he had seen a doctor, claiming to be all right. I knew he wasn't though. When he eventually went to the hospital following an especially severe coughing spell, things reached a breaking point. A serious lung infection was the diagnosis. When I learned, I immediately dropped everything and ran home. I was appalled when I arrived. Dad was laying in bed by himself, looking so weak and ill. Rachel and Karen? They were out getting manicures. Karen pretended to be shocked to see me when they returned. She even attempted to give me a hug, but I refused. When I questioned her why she wasn't with Dad, she said that she had errands to run. Both had recently had their nails done and were carrying shopping bags, so it was clear they had just left the spa. I spent as much time as I could with Dad when he was admitted to the hospital. Every now and then, Karen would stop by, but only for a few minutes. Rachel? She said it was too hard for her to see him in that state, And she hardly turned there at all. I was balancing everything at the same time, including communicating with doctors, controlling his medicine, and attempting to make him comfortable. On most nights, I even slept in a chair by his bed. It was frustrating that Karen didn't participate. It's not like she was too busy to be there because she didn't work. However, she pretended that going to the hospital was a huge hassle. The day she stated, "He's in good hands with the nurses," will always stick in my memory. Should I just sit there, or what? Yes, Karen, supporting your husband is exactly what you're meant to do. Dad was released from the hospital after a week. We hired a nurse to assist at home because he still required round-the-clock care. Karen was expected to take charge and assume greater responsibilities, yet she continued to be untrustworthy. She would leave for hours to run errands, only to return with shopping bags, or she would fail to give him his medications on time. On one occasion, she chose to stop at the salon before picking up an oxygen tank for him. I had already made arrangements for someone else to deliver it by the time she arrived home. Rachel wasn't any better. She said she avoided Dad completely because she couldn't bear to see him in such a vulnerable state. She spent much of her time in her room watching TV or browsing on her phone. She even went on vacation with her friends during one of Dad's worst bouts, leaving me to manage everything by myself. In the end, I resigned my job to care for Dad full-time. To be honest, I didn't want to leave him alone with Karen or Rachel, and I didn't trust them to do it. He was worthy of better. In order to keep him from feeling lonely, I prepared his meals, assisted him with his physical therapy, and made sure he had company. I loved him, so even though it was exhausting, I would do it all over again if I had to. As Dad's health deteriorated, Karen did make an attempt to work harder, but it was too late. She would sit next to him, but she would be glued to her phone, either talking to Rachel or posting on social media. It seemed as though she was unable to fully focus on him. Rachel only arrived after being coerced by Karen, and even then, she would excuse herself and depart after a short while. A few months later, Dad died. The nurse, I, and a few of his friends who had come to bid him farewell were all around him. Rachel and Karen. They weren't present. Rachel was out with friends, and Karen had gone to some sort of wellness retreat. When it became apparent that Dad was running low on time, I contacted both of them, but they did not answer. The funeral went by quickly. I was tired and heartbroken, but I still had to put up with the bullshit from Rachel and Karen. As though she hadn't been ignoring all the warning signals for months, Karen talked to her friends about how unexpected Dad's death was for the majority of the funeral. Rachel made a huge show of crying, but it felt so forced. She hadn't given a damn when it counted. Dad's attorney called me a few weeks after the funeral to discuss his will. I was hoping for a tiny inheritance or a memento, but nothing more. However, I was taken aback when I met with the attorney. Dad had bequeathed the house, his savings, and his assets to me. Rachel and Karen received nothing. Given how little his wife and youngest daughter cared for him, I could only imagine how much anguish Dad must have been going through in his last months. He expressed his appreciation for everything I'd done for him by leaving everything to me. It caused a firestorm, though. When Karen and Rachel learned, they were furious. In fact, Rachel yelled at the attorney, stating that she could never be subjected to this treatment by her father. Karen called and insisted that I give them a piece of the inheritance. I declined. For the sake of my sanity, I disconnected from Rachel and Karen. Their sense of entitlement was draining. I eventually met my husband after relocating to the city where I was employed and concentrating on starting again. We relocated abroad for his work, got married, and had a baby. To be honest, I didn't feel the need to tell Karen or Rachel about it because it was a new beginning. After a few years, I became a mother to my daughter. Karen appeared at my place out of the blue. It was unexpected to see her at my door as I hadn't spoken to her in years. She appeared more worn out and less put together. She sobbed, expressed regret, and expressed her want to be involved in my daughter's life. She even acknowledged that she felt bad about the way she raised me. She said she just wanted to make amends because she had been living with remorse ever since Dad died. Although I must admit that I didn't trust her, I chose to give her a chance. It was all right for a time. Karen would occasionally send gifts and make video calls to see how my daughter was doing. For once it felt normal. Then, predictably, the hints began. I thought it would go away, so I disregarded Karen when she casually said how hard life had been for her since I took everything, or how she was having financial difficulties. Karen gave me a call around a month ago. The fact that she seemed enthusiastic made me uneasy right away because Karen doesn't call unless she needs something. She struck up a discussion by inquiring about my spouse and daughter, which was already strange. Then she revealed the shocking news that Rachel was getting married once more. As you recall, Rachel's first marriage ended almost a year later. She never really put her life back on track after moving back in with Karen. Rachel and I hadn't spoken for more than 10 years, so this news was unexpected. Karen talked endlessly on Rachel's significance of this wedding, how it was a new beginning for her, and how pleased the family would be. I congratulated her, was courteous, and assumed that was the end of it. But obviously not. Karen went on to say something like, "You know, Rachel has had a really difficult time organizing this wedding within her budget. After everything she's been through, she deserves a lovely day." I knew where this was going, so I said nothing. "I was hoping you could help out with the expenses," she finally added. "Considering everything your father left you, it's the least you can do." I was astounded. To begin with, Rachel and I don't even communicate. Second, what level of entitlement is required to demand payment from someone who isn't even invited to the wedding? Indeed, Karen made it apparent that I was not invited. "Oh, we assumed you wouldn't want to travel with a baby, but of course you're welcome to come," Karen said in an attempt to backtrack when I brought this up. "Your sister is getting married, so you don't need an invitation." I bluntly told her no. I had nothing to pay for. She attempted to place the blame on me by claiming that I had an obligation to assist Rachel as the older sister. She also mentioned Dad's wealth, saying that while Rachel was struggling, I was hoarding the family fortune. I informed her that Rachel and I were not romantically involved and advised her to get in touch with Rachel directly if she needed assistance. Rachel, predictably, never did. Karen didn't accept rejection. She kept bringing up the same point in her voicemails and texts over the course of the following few weeks. I was disappointing Rachel, I was self-centered, and I didn't care about my family. "If you don't help, it will ruin Rachel's big day and everyone will know it's your fault," she even stated. The problem is that Rachel and Karen were behaving as though I owed them money. But when I needed assistance, where were they? I was the one who put everything on hold to take care of Dad while he was ill. While everybody continued living their lives, I was the one who remained by his side. And now they wanted me to come through and save the day after years of silence? Not at all. Karen made matters worse by asserting that Rachel had already reserved the space and paid deposits for musicians, caterers, and decorations. Since the invitations had already been sent, she claimed that canceling everything would make the family look foolish. If they couldn't afford it, how did they plan all of this? I asked her. What did she say? "You were what we needed." That was the last straw. I informed Karen that because I wasn't providing them any money, she could solve the problem on her own. She broke down in tears and threatened to cut me out of her life if I didn't help. "You already treated me like I didn't exist," I responded, laughing. "What makes a difference?" I hung up and blocked her after that. Although he cautioned that there would be criticism from extended family, my husband supported my choice. He was correct. Some family members contacted me and said that since family is family, I should be the bigger person and lend a hand. However, where was all of this concern when Karen and Rachel were treating me like trash? I disregarded them and refused to back down. I haven't replied, and to be honest, I don't intend to, but Karen left me a voicemail with the words, "If you can live with ruining your sister's wedding, then I guess you're not the person I thought you were. Too much of my life has been devoted to going above and beyond for folks who don't value it. I'm finished." I reached my breaking point after the wedding drama. In the house Dad left me, Karen and Rachel had been living rent-free for more than a decade. A part of me believed that especially after Dad's passing, it would be simpler to avoid the drama of evicting them. But as time went on, I came to see that they were not appreciative of me, did not respect me, and had no plans to ever be respectable. Let's go back a little. Karen and Rachel were furious that Dad left everything to me when his will was read. Karen said that because she had lived there for many years, it was her house. Rachel screamed about how unjust it was during her tantrum. In actuality though, neither of them was worthy of a dime. When they couldn't even bother to come up most of the time, Dad left me the house because he could see how much I cared for him in his last months. "I see you, and I appreciate you," was how he expressed his gratitude. I allowed them to remain in the house even after I inherited everything. I had the hope that they might change. However, Karen never once offered to pay me rent and instead rented out one of the rooms to pay for her own costs, acting as though the house was hers. I was treated like a villain by Rachel, who told the rest of the family that I had tricked Dad into excluding her from the will. They didn't try to patch things up between them. I finally came to the conclusion that enough was enough. I needed to reclaim what was properly mine since they had stayed too long. "I was hoping you could help out with the expenses," she finally added. "Considering everything your father left you, it's the least you can do." I was astounded. I don't even speak to Rachel, to start. Second, what level of entitlement is required to demand payment from someone who isn't even invited to the wedding? Indeed, Karen made it apparent that I was not invited. "Oh, we assumed you wouldn't want to travel with a baby, but of course, you're welcome to come," Karen said in an attempt to retract her statement when I brought this up. "Your sister is getting married, so you don't need an invitation." I bluntly told her no, I had nothing to pay for. She attempted to place the blame on me by claiming that I had an obligation to assist Rachel as the older sister. She also mentioned Dad's wealth, saying that while Rachel was struggling, I was hoarding the family fortune. I informed her that Rachel and I were not romantically involved and advised her to get in touch with Rachel directly if she needed assistance. Rachel, predictably, never did. Karen didn't accept rejection. She kept bringing up the same point in her voicemails and texts over the course of the following few weeks. I was disappointing Rachel, I was self-centered, and I didn't care about my family. "If you don't help, it will ruin Rachel's big day and everyone will know it's your fault," she even stated. The problem is that Rachel and Karen behaved as though I owed them money. But when I needed assistance, where were they? I was the one who put everything on hold to take care of Dad while he was ill. While everybody continued living their lives, I was the one who remained by his side. And now they wanted me to come through and save the day after years of silence? Not at all. Karen made matters worse by asserting that Rachel had already reserved the space and paid deposits for musicians, caterers, and decorations. Since the invitations had already been sent, she claimed that canceling everything would make the family look foolish. If they couldn't afford it, how did they plan all of this? I asked her. What did she say? "You were what we needed." That was the last straw. I informed Karen that because I wasn't providing them any money, she could solve the problem on her own. She broke down in tears and threatened to cut me out of her life if I didn't help. "You already treated me like I didn't exist," I responded, laughing. "What makes a difference?" I hung up and blocked her after that. Although he cautioned that there would be criticism from extended family, my husband supported my choice. He was correct. Some family members contacted me and said that since family is family, I should be the bigger person and lend a hand. However, where was all of this concern when Karen and Rachel were treating me like trash? I disregarded them and refused to back down. I haven't replied, and to be honest, I don't intend to, but Karen left me a voicemail with the words, "If you can live with ruining your sister's wedding, then I guess you're not the person I thought you were." Too much of my life has been devoted to going above and beyond for folks who don't value it. I'm finished. I reached my breaking point after the wedding drama. In the house Dad left me, Karen and Rachel had been living rent-free for more than a decade. A part of me believed that especially after Dad's passing, it would be simpler to avoid the drama of evicting them. But as time went on, I came to see that they were not appreciative of me, did not respect me, and had no plans to ever be respectable. Let's go back a little. Karen and Rachel were furious that Dad left everything to me when his will was read. Karen said that because she had lived there for many years, it was her house. Rachel screamed about how unjust it was during her tantrum. In actuality, though, neither of them was worthy of a dime. When they couldn't even bother to come up most of the time, Dad left me the house because he could see how much I cared for him in his last months. "I see you, and I appreciate you," was how he expressed his gratitude. I allowed them to remain in the house even after I inherited everything. I had the hope that they might change. However, Karen never once offered to pay me rent and instead rented out one of the rooms to pay for her own costs, acting as though the house was hers. I was treated like a villain by Rachel, who told the rest of the family that I had tricked Dad into excluding her from the will. They certainly enjoyed living in a house they didn't pay for, but they didn't try to patch things up. After Karen's absurd request that I cover Rachel's wedding costs and the constant attempts at manipulation, I finally had enough. I had an eviction notice prepared after I called my attorney. Karen went insane when she got it. "You can't evict me," she yelled when she called me. "I call this place home. I've spent 45 years here." I politely told her that she had 30 days to leave the house and that it was legally mine. Naturally, Rachel threw herself into the conflict. She accused me of being greedy and callous, calling me every possible insult in the book. "I just cared about Dad to get the inheritance," she said. It was absurd. I'm the terrible guy, even though she was the one who hardly ever saw Dad while he was dying. Karen did everything she could to get me to reconsider. She pretended to be tough at first, adding, "I dare you to kick me out." She then softened, saying that the house was all she had left and that she was too old to start again. "I'm not going anywhere." As if it wasn't the place I should have been collecting rent on for years, she even sobbed about how she had been renting out a room to make ends meet. It didn't work. Her attempt to guilt-trip me by asking, "What would your dad think if he saw you throwing your mother out on the street?" was the last straw. "Dad left me the house for a reason," I explained to her. Perhaps he would still be alive if you had given him even half the attention you gave to spa sessions. I realized that was harsh, but I had had enough of sugarcoating things. Karen had to deal with the repercussions of her decisions. The eviction wasn't warmly received by Rachel either. She made a huge deal out of telling Karen to temporarily move in with her. She boasted to every one of her relatives over the phone that she was supporting Karen and that she didn't require anything from me. She seemed to want a round of applause for performing the absolute minimum, and it was all very performative. On the 26th day of the 30-day notice period, Karen left. I didn't even make an effort to appear. To oversee the transition, I engaged a property manager. I had the house refurbished and cleaned after it was vacant. I made the trusting decision to rent it to the brother of a family friend. Knowing that the house would eventually be occupied by individuals who valued it was a pleasant feeling. In the meantime, because I wouldn't pay, Rachel's elaborate wedding plans fell through. She was forced to move from an elegant lakefront location to a municipal hall. It seems that this embarrassed a number of people in their social circle, and Rachel's fiancé wasn't pleased either. He didn't even want a large wedding, it turns out. Shortly after Karen moved in with Rachel, I began to hear rumors of trouble in paradise because Rachel had assured him she would find a way to pay for it, which was obviously code for my sister will pay. Having his mother-in-law as a frequent visitor to the residence did not sit well with Rachel's husband. As usual, Karen felt compelled to interfere in their lives. She would make fun of Rachel's cooking, or remark on how Rachel's husband managed the house, and overall be a pain in the neck. Some family members have attempted to use guilt-tripping to get me to forgive Rachel and Karen. They insist that I should have allowed Karen to remain in the house and that I have gone too far. But to be honest, I don't give a damn. I don't care about these people's thoughts anymore because they remained silent when I was being tormented. Let's go on to the final update now. I believed that I would finally be at peace after Karen moved in with Rachel. I cut off most of the toxic relatives who tried to guilt-trip me into forgiving Karen and Rachel, rented out the house, and concentrated on my family. I must admit that I was relieved when I didn't hear from them for a time. Naturally, though, that didn't last. I received a contact from a mutual relative inquiring whether I had heard anything about Karen and Rachel's situation around 2 months after the eviction. I hadn't, and I wasn't sure I cared, to be honest. But I had to ask since I was so curious. They told me things that were both frustrating and, dare I say it, gratifying. Chris, Rachel's husband, apparently had enough of Karen's interference and issued Rachel a final ultimatum: either she leaves or I leave. Due to the wedding fiasco, Rachel was already at odds with him. Do you recall that she had promised him a lavish wedding, which I was supposed to pay for? Rachel felt ashamed in front of her friends and his family when they were forced to settle for a modest town hall ceremony when things didn't work out. There was a lot of friction in their relationship as a result of her disregarding Chris's warnings not to overextend financially. Things only got worse when Karen moved into their house. Chris's cuisine, his parenting skills, they have a toddler, and even his communication with Rachel were all criticized by Karen. Ironically, given her own financial mess, she would advise them on how to handle their money. For a while, Chris tried to put up with it, but after one very heated argument in which Karen accused him of not being man enough to care for his family, he told Rachel that it was either him or Karen. Rachel pleaded with him to change his mind, but he refused. The worst part is that Karen didn't go out in silence. She lost it when Rachel informed her of Chris's ultimatum. She also threatened to remove Rachel from her will, which was a pointless threat given that Karen had nothing to leave behind, and accused Rachel of abandoning her like everyone else. After they got into a heated dispute, Rachel, who was probably embarrassed and upset, advised Karen to work it out on her own. Where has Karen disappeared to? Not surprisingly, she made an attempt to get in touch with me. She asked me if I would think about allowing her to return to the house via email. Yes, an email, as I had blocked her on all other platforms. She wrote on how harsh life had been to her and how, as a mother, she had always tried her hardest. She even attempted to present it as a chance for us to mend and re-establish our bond. I didn't even think to answer. Her deceptive strategies were now just depressing. Karen attempted to use guilt-tripping to persuade some extended family members to take her in after I failed to respond. The majority of them flatly refused, most likely due to their observation of her methods. A distant cousin consented to let Karen stay for a short while, but she was asked to leave after just 3 weeks. Evidently, the cousin had had enough of her persistent complaints and demanding demeanor. Rachel is currently coping with the consequences of her choices. Although Chris stayed with her, their relationship is apparently in very bad shape. Chris has been withdrawing both financially and emotionally as a result of the wedding costs, Karen's turmoil, and Rachel's inability to accept responsibility for anything. Rachel has been telling everyone that he, not her, is the issue, even though he even recommended couples counseling. According to what I've heard, Rachel has been complaining to her family about how unfair it is that Dad gave me everything. She said that none of this would have occurred if I had simply divided the inheritance. She intentionally omits the part where she and Karen treated me like a monster for caring about Dad and disregarded him in his last months. With them, it's always someone else's fault. I've been doing okay in spite of their turmoil. The best choice I've ever made was to lease out the house. The space is truly loved and respected by the renters, a lovely family. I now have financial stability and can invest in my daughter's future thanks to the rental income. My spouse and I are doing well in our jobs, and we have begun preparing for a long overdue family getaway. Regarding Karen and Rachel, they have already made their decisions and are now dealing with the fallout. Rachel is trapped in a marriage that is about to end, while Karen continues to move between relatives. I simply don't care about them anymore. I don't mean any harm. The most liberating thing of all has been realizing that their turmoil is no longer my problem. I appreciate you reading and all of your help along the process, Reddit. Thank you for everything, and be careful. My parents gave me some money and kicked me out after my sister was born. 17 years later, they want my help. I am 35 years old and employed as a software developer at a large West Coast tech company. I finally established a secure existence for myself after working in the field for almost 10 years, complete with a respectable salary, a cozy apartment, and even some future investments. I undoubtedly appear to be living the American dream from the outside. However, something that happened recently has been making me face my history, and I'm finding it difficult to deal with. After 17 years of total quiet, my parents, 60 million and 58 million, reached out to me and asked for my assistance with my sister, 13 million. You must be aware of our past in order to comprehend the significance of this. My parents never wanted me as a youngster. Before I was born, they had been trying for a daughter for years, and they were openly disappointed to have me instead. As a child, I frequently heard parents call me the spare, or a remnant in conversations with friends or family. We weren't impoverished because my dad was a real estate agent and my mom taught high school, but they always pretended that my presence was depleting their finances. I can still clearly recall family get-togethers where family members would try to persuade my parents to be thankful for their healthy son. I learned to keep quiet during these conversations, but my parents would still say things like, "Unless it's a girl, we don't really have a child yet." My aunt would say things like, "At least he's smart and well-behaved," or, "Many couples can't have children at all." Their remarks still had a profound impact, especially during family gatherings or holidays. I began to develop a strong interest in computers and programming in middle school. Using whatever resources I could find online, I would spend hours training myself to code in the school computer lab. After noticing my enthusiasm, my computer science teacher began to mentor me and even allowed me to stay after school to work on projects. However, my parents would either nod absently or shift the conversation to their ongoing efforts to have another child whenever I tried to discuss my accomplishments with them. When I was 15, everything changed. My sister was my parents' miracle child, finally born after years of trying. It was like a switch flipping in our home when she was born. There was love, excitement, and celebration all at once, but none of it was aimed at me. They gave her everything, including their time, money, love, and attention. Although I recognized that she was their top priority, the disparity in their treatment of us was unpleasant and striking. I can still clearly recall my junior year victory in a state-level programming competition. A minor college scholarship was part of the award. My parents were so enamored with my sister's block stacking that they hardly looked up when I brought the trophy and certificate home. However, her accomplishment of stacking 3 blocks on top of one another was worthy of a cake and photo celebration with the family. I pushed myself into my academics and coding at school because I knew that education was the key to my freedom. I began working as a freelance web developer on the side, keeping the money I made hidden because I thought I might need it in the future. That intuition was correct. In retrospect, I believe my parents had been preparing this for some time since, rather than throwing a party for my 18th birthday, they sat me down for what they called an important discussion. They clarified that my sister's playroom and learning area required my room. They had already made the decision that I would go right away. They completely shut me down when I attempted to explain that I needed time to find a place and save money. They said I'd had time to get ready and should be able to handle things myself. My father gave me a $500 envelope containing what he referred to as startup money, and gave me until the weekend to depart. It happened on a Tuesday. I stuffed my laptop, some clothes, and the about $3,000 I had surreptitiously collected from my freelancing business into my old high school backpack and a few trash bags. As I packed, my sister, who was only 3 years old at the time, watched from the doorway, unable to comprehend what was going on. The initial years were harsh. While being cautious not to overstay my welcome anywhere, I couch-surfed between friends' homes. I worked a variety of jobs, including day labor at construction sites, nighttime shifts at 7-Eleven, and freelance coding whenever I could find customers. In between employment, I would spend the day sleeping at public libraries, utilizing their computers to learn new programming languages and search for better prospects. I survived on whatever was on offer at the dollar store and ramen noodles. I sometimes went to bed hungry because I wasn't sure if I would have enough money for my next meal. The worst time of year was in the winter, when I occasionally had to decide between having enough food to eat and paying for a warm place to sleep. I made an effort to stay in touch with my parents during those formative years in spite of everything. I would periodically give them a call in the hopes of seeing even the slightest indication that they were concerned about my welfare. However, they were obviously waiting for the conversation to end, and each exchange was brief and awkward. They never inquired about my needs or how I was doing. They just remarked, "That's nice," and shifted the conversation to my sister's preschool accomplishments when I told that I was enrolled in community college courses while working. I quit trying after being the only one who reached out for 2 years. Even after I taught myself full-stack coding, they never gave me a call to see how I was doing or left a message on my birthday or on holidays. I recall being so desperate to let them know that I had arrived, but their phone had already been cut off. I learned so much about survival and independence in those first several years after being expelled. I continued to code while working several jobs. I would use my phone to study programming documentation during my breaks at the convenience shop. I would work on minor freelance assignments at the public library in between building site shifts. With free Wi-Fi, air conditioning, and, most importantly, computers where I could practice coding, the library turned into my haven. When a small firm decided to hire me as a junior developer, I finally got my break. My freelance work portfolio and my contributions to open source projects impressed them. Although the pay wasn't high by IT standards, it changed my life. I was able to buy a little studio apartment for the first time and was no longer concerned about where I would sleep every night. I pushed myself into the task, working 70-hour weeks and learning as much as I could about cloud computing, database administration, and system architecture. Like a sponge, I took it all in. After my coworkers saw how committed I was, I quickly took charge of modest initiatives. I kept working on open source projects and creating my own apps on the weekends and at night. I had discovered something I genuinely liked doing, so it wasn't just about the money anymore. When one of the big IT corporations saw my contributions to their open source platform, it was the true turning point. They extended an invitation for an interview, and following 6 rounds of technical interviews, I was offered a job that fundamentally altered my life. After 7 years, I am now in charge of a large project team as a senior software engineer. I have enough cash to feel secure about the future, a modern apartment in a safe building, and a solid investment portfolio. Before my father's number showed up on my phone 3 days ago, after 17 years of total silence, I believed I had finally put an end to my past. It was startling to hear his voice. His voice seemed older, almost frantic. "It couldn't wait," he added. They had to discuss my sister. I was left reeling by the discourse that ensued. "It looks like my 13-year-old sister is having a lot of problems. She frequently skips school, has been caught shoplifting several times, and hangs out with a group of older teens whom my parents disapprove of. More concerningly, she has had multiple encounters with local police authorities and drugs have been discovered in her room twice. 3 different rehabilitation programs have already been tried on her, but none of them appear to have been successful." When my father mentioned their financial predicament, it became evident why they had called. More than $200,000 has been spent on counseling sessions, various treatment programs, and legal bills. They had sold the majority of their valuables, maxed out many credit cards, and remortgaged their home. They are in dire need of assistance and are now considering a $75,000 specialist long-term treatment center. With tears in her eyes, my mother called and said they had nowhere else to go. The phrase, "family needs to stick together," and the fact that I am their only chance to save my sister were repeated by her. I was struck by the irony of hearing these remarks from the same folks who expelled me when I was 18 and never looked back. When I was sleeping in my car in between couch surfing arrangements, where was this sense of family unity? On all those evenings when I went to bed hungry, where was it? In addition to aid with their credit card debt and mortgage payments, they are requesting support with the costs of the treatment program. They require over $100,000 in total. If I couldn't give the entire money right away, my father even recommended that we arrange a payment schedule. To be honest, if I wanted to, I could assist them. I have a secure financial situation thanks to years of frugal living and wise investing. However, I feel physically uncomfortable at the idea of granting them access to my finances. I acquired this money by working hard and making sacrifices for years, frequently going without food and housing while learning to code. I can't sleep at night because of how complicated this scenario is. Since my sister is only a child, I feel bad for even considering helping. She never requested to be born into this mess, and perhaps things would have turned out differently if someone had supported me when I was a teenager. However, I then recall how my parents handled me, how they dismissed me without question and never once inquired about my whereabouts for 17 years. They contacted again yesterday, requesting a face-to-face meeting. They claimed to want to make amends and provide an explanation for everything. They offered to drive the 4 hours to visit me and proposed that we meet at a fancy restaurant in my neighborhood. Their zeal unnerves me in some way, as if they're making an excessive effort to sway events to their advantage. According to my partner, 34F, I should set clear limits. She has personally witnessed the amount of effort I have put into rebuilding my life and getting over my childhood trauma. She fears that allowing my parents to return could reverse years of emotional growth. Although he thinks I owe my parents nothing, my best buddy, who let me sleep on his sofa during those difficult early years, advises me to think about assisting my sister directly if I so choose. I'm totally conflicted right now. My rational side tells me to keep the distance that has helped me succeed. My parents still view me as a resource to be utilized rather than a beloved son, thus they haven't changed. Their true motivations are evident from the way they are handling this matter, concentrating on the money rather than trying to make atonement for the past. However, my emotional side keeps thinking about my sister, a disturbed adolescent who may be misbehaving due to the same poisonous familial dynamics from which I fled. By refusing to assist, am I sustaining the abandoning cycle, or would aiding merely make my parents' manipulation possible? Those terrifying evenings spent sleeping in my car taught me to never take for granted the life I've worked so hard to create. I feel like I'm being pulled back into the craziness that I've been trying to avoid for years. Should I assist them and run the danger of being manipulated again? Do I make an effort to assist my sister directly? Or should I continue to set the boundaries that have helped me recover and grow? I'm sure I'll question any decision I choose. I might be angry with them for dragging me back in if I assist. I could always question whether I could have changed my sister's life if I didn't. This decision is weighing me down, and I could really use some outside insight. First update. I chose to meet my folks at a downtown coffee shop after reading your advice and comments. I reasoned that being in a public setting would help maintain decorum and provide me with a convenient way to leave if necessary. I was immediately struck by how much they had aged when I first saw them enter. In addition to having black circles under their eyes and a lot more gray hair than I could recall, they were worn out. They didn't take long to delve into specifics. It seems that my sister's problems are more serious than they first said over the phone. She has had to attend several rehabilitation programs, all of which they have had to pay for out of pocket, in addition to her substance abuse and legal issues. She hasn't gone to a full week of classes in months, so she's not just missing school periodically. She frequently slips out with individuals who are obviously a bad influence, frequently going missing for days at a time. My parents weren't lying to me about their financial circumstances. They showed me their phone records. To pay for these costs, they have sold the majority of their prized assets, including the house I grew up in. They are currently having financial difficulties and live in a tiny apartment. According to their estimates, they will only be able to survive for a few more months if they sell some family artifacts. I felt uneasy because of this underlying expectation that pervaded our talk. My duty as their son, to assist them, was one of the family obligations they constantly bringing up. They seem to assume that just because we are related, I would step up regardless of what they had done in the past. It was evident from the way they spoke that they hadn't really acknowledged their previous treatment or truly digested how they had wronged me. I could feel all of my previous hatred and rage rising as they continued. None of this was their fault, in their opinion. They dismissed my expulsion at the age of 18, claiming it was just parenting, and that they had acted in the best interests of the family, at the time. They behaved as though their treatment of me was entirely appropriate. They now expected me to overlook everything and intervene to solve their issues. I came to see that they were seeking a solution, not understanding or forgiveness. And my money was that solution to them. I was their final option because they needed someone to shoulder the financial load of all the choices they had made over the years. I listened to what they had to say before firmly telling them that I was unable to assist them. I clarified that when they abandoned me, I had put a lot of effort into starting a life on my own and that I was no longer in a position to help them, either morally or emotionally. I was clear that I didn't feel obligated to get them out of a situation that they had established for themselves. My refusal was not well received by them at all. Their tone altered entirely, and their expressions hardened. They accused me of being callous for not assisting my sister, branded me selfish, and claimed that I was leaving my family. Their eyes were filled with disappointment and rage, which I could see. It reminded me of my early years. Nothing had changed. They continued attempting to use guilt to make me feel as though I owed them money. I was more conflicted as I left that meeting than when I arrived. I feel somewhat relieved that I defended myself and established boundaries. However, another part of me feels bad, as if I'm abandoning them when they're at their lowest. It's difficult to describe, but it seems weird to leave them in this way even if I know they profoundly wounded me. I can't stop thinking about my sister, whom I don't even know, and their predicament. Although I'm sorry for her, I don't think I can help her. It hurts to know that even after all these years, my parents still only regard me as a tool to solve their problems rather than as a unique person with a life and challenges of my own. It's difficult for me to let go of the guilt. Is it wrong of me to persist with my choice? Should I have looked for a compromise? I can't stop reliving the encounter in my head, questioning whether I made the proper decision. Second update. Since my last post, which was only a week ago, things have gotten even more bizarre. Only a few hours earlier, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. I heard my sister's voice for the first time when I responded. I was completely unprepared for this. I only have hazy memories of her from when she was a newborn, just before I moved out. The call got off to an unexpectedly good start. Considering what I had heard about her behavior, I was surprised to hear a courteous, almost pleasant voice. She started by requesting that I assist our parents with their present financial predicament. It was evident that she had practiced this pitch because she was making a big deal out of how they were having trouble and how I could save the family. I made an effort to respond politely but firmly, stating that I had to make the best choices for myself because of the complexity of my connection with our parents. Everything changed at that point. Her attitude changed abruptly. In a matter of seconds, she switched from being courteous to becoming enraged, accusing me of being self-centered and leaving her to handle our parents' problems. She had always been envious of her and insisted that I was abandoning my family. She said I was being arrogant since I had left and begun living on my own, whereas they had been my backers the entire time. I was stunned by what she said. They had a hauntingly familiar sound, as if she were repeating something she had heard countless times. She talked about my assistance with such arrogance, as though she really thought I had a duty to intervene and make everything right. I was so shocked that I was unable to react. I was being forced to make up for years of decisions I had nothing to do with by this person I had never dated. She hung up before I had a chance to comprehend her emotional outburst. I tried to make sense of everything as I sat there looking at my phone. What was the source of this animosity? Why did she believe I had left her? I required clarification. I was determined to find out what was happening, so I called my folks. I immediately questioned them whether they had been telling my sister that I had left them and her behind when they first picked up the phone. After a revealing silence, they eventually came clean. They had been giving my sister an entirely distorted explanation for my departure for years. They informed her that they had severed their relationship with her out of spite and that I couldn't bear to share their attention with a younger sibling. I was portrayed as a conceited older brother who left the family because I was envious of her. They had completely removed from their story the fact that they had made me feel alienated from the day she was born and expelled me as soon as I became 18. It was as if someone had taken my breath away. My sister has grown up thinking that I was the bad guy in this tale. Given that she had been fed misinformation about who I was and why I left, it's no wonder she felt as though I had abandoned her. She had been carefully kept in the dark about the fact that my parents had made me feel unwelcome from birth and had evicted me from the house. That realization caused me to hang up on them. Although it has just been a few hours since our previous talk, they haven't made another attempt to get in touch. I'm upset with my parents for misrepresenting me to my sister and giving her the impression that I abandoned her, but I'm also upset with my sister for snapping at me and demanding my assistance as though I owed it to her. It's difficult to get rid of this resentment, but I'm also experiencing a new form of guilt. I wish my parents had been honest with her about my reasons for leaving. Perhaps my relationship with my sister would have been different if they had. Although I might not have been able to provide financial support to my parents, I could have developed a relationship with my sister and perhaps helped her steer clear of some of these behavioral problems. Now, though, it seems impossible to repair the harm. Even whether I want to try is up in the air. My family returned in the worst conceivable way, just when I thought I was done with them forever, which makes the whole scenario tiring. It's not that easy for me, even if a lot of commenters have advised me to simply ban my parents and move on. Whatever you want to call me, this is still family, and I believe that I should at least be aware of what's happening. Even though I'm in no position to provide financial support for my family, I can't help but notice that this is the first time they've contacted me. Nevertheless, I can see that my sister is too engrossed in their version of events to see things any other way, and my parents are still attempting to control the situation to achieve their goals. I'm at a loss on what to do. I can't get rid of the sense that any decision I make will be the wrong one. I'm even more convinced that keeping my distance is the proper decision after the way they've misrepresented the reasons for my departure. I feel bad for my sister though. Her conduct and relationships are obviously being impacted by the skewed perspective of her family history that she was raised with. I wonder if this damage can be fixed or if it's best to leave it alone. Third update. Since my last update, which was a few months ago, I've had plenty of time to think things through and let things calm down. It's been quieter for me, to be honest, but only because I choose to avoid the mess my sister and parents had produced. I'm coming to realize that sometimes taking a step back and avoiding letting their drama take over my life is the greatest way to achieve serenity. My parents gave me another call about a month after I had last provided an update. I wanted to hear what they had to say, so even though I was dreading it, I picked up. They were even more desperate this time, and they accused me of being dishonest in order to get money from me. They described the dreadful situation, how they were in danger of losing everything, and how they wanted me to intervene and make things right. The guilt trip about family is supposed to stick together was their first attempt. When that failed, they resorted to threats, claiming that if I didn't assist them, they would ruin my life. They then claimed that I was their only hope, changing their strategy once more. To be honest, I felt disgusted. They continued to threaten me in spite of everything that had transpired, and they never once stopped to admit how poorly they had treated me. I refused to back down and reiterated that I was unable to provide them with financial support and that I was not responsible for solving their issues. I reminded them that I wasn't responsible for cleaning up the mess. They had made these decisions. Of course, that did not make them pleased. For the next month, they continued to phone, alternating between threats and guilt trips. They eventually stopped phoning. I assumed they had finally come to the conclusion that I would not give in. I didn't hear back from them for a month, and to be honest, I thought that might be it. However, I received another call around a week ago. I nearly didn't answer, but my curiosity won out. Things had only deteriorated. They informed me that they needed to file for bankruptcy. They were essentially starting over with nothing after selling nearly all they owned to pay off their debts. They then revealed even more shocking detail. My sister had moved in with one of her friends and had severed all ties with them. Even though she is just 13, she managed to move in with a friend's family, who my parents claim tolerates her misbehavior. They said it was best that my sister left them because they could no longer see themselves supporting her when I questioned why they didn't call the police. In a sense, they have also abandoned their second child. They initially attempted to place the blame on me. They claimed that none of this would have occurred if I had simply assisted them when they requested it. They said that everything went south because of me. Naturally, they were unable to acknowledge their own responsibility for their acts. I was furious. I bluntly told them that their actions and how they had treated me were to blame for everything that was happening to them. I brought up the topics of how they treated me like a second-class person in my own house, how they neglected me when I needed them, and how they expelled me when I reached 18. I informed them that they continued to try to place the responsibility on me while ignoring the fact that that had an impact on me. At that point, they began to retreat and eventually ceased making excuses. They expressed regret for everything they had done to me and offered an apology. They expressed to me their wish that they had acted differently. They seemed to be saying everything that needed to be said, but it was too late. In addition to the fact that they had ruined my sister's and my own lives, I couldn't simply ignore how they had treated me for years. They were now suffering the repercussions of their decision to push me away. I must admit that I felt sorry for them, but I also realized that I couldn't risk the life I had created for myself in an attempt to mend what was already damaged. I informed them that I needed to keep my distance and that I was unable to assist. Despite their displeasure, I stood by my choice. I was still upset with them for what they had done to me after I hung up. However, I felt sorry for them at the same time. It's too late now, but I wish they had taken the time to realize what they were doing incorrectly when they had the chance. I've come to terms with the fact that I can't save them, and I'm learning to accept that. I have no idea what the future holds for my sister or them. I just know that I won't let their errors disturb my tranquility. They can't drag me back into their mess. I've come too far. I have much more important things to worry about right now, but maybe in the future I'll try to get in touch with my sister once more to see if I can assist her get back on track. All I can do is hope she takes this lesson to heart and makes wiser decisions than our parents did. That's about it for me, then. I won't be checking in on my family for a very long time. Even though I'm aware that this isn't the best conclusion, I've come to terms with it. I sincerely appreciate all of your guidance and encouragement over this trip. It has enabled me to remain steadfast in my choices. My family didn't invite me to the reunion, so I showed up unannounced, shared my engagement news, and finally took a stand for myself. I am the youngest of 3 siblings and I am 28 years old. As a child, it was clear that I was the odd one out. There was always an obvious favorite, or favorites, I might say, among my parents. With their stable careers, large homes, ideal marriages, and those cute Christmas card families, my brother, 35M, and sister, 32F, were everything parents could boast about. My sister is a lawyer of some sort, and my brother works in finance. Both of them reside in lovely suburban communities with spouses who complement their professional backgrounds. Every family gathering is an opportunity for my parents to brag about their kids to friends and family. And then me. 2 years ago, I left my corporate position to launch a modest business of which I am really proud. I'm content with my life and earn enough money to live comfortably. Together, my 5-year boyfriend and I share a rental home. Even though we're not making a lot of money, we're doing okay. But my folks had a different perspective. Stable and traditional are terms they frequently use, and I suppose I don't suit that description. The subtle jabs about my hobby job and remarks about how much better my life would be if I had persisted with a 9-to-5 have become unimportant to me. On the surface, we've always been courteous, but the tension has been for years. I didn't believe it was this horrible though. I came across my cousin's tale on Instagram a few weeks ago while perusing the platform. She appeared to be at a large family reunion. With all of the extended family gathered in one house, it was the type of gathering that my family often hosts a few times a year. There were my sister and brother, grinning with their partners. Except for me, my aunt, uncle and cousins were all tagged. I initially believed that I might have missed the group conversation. Perhaps the invitation got lost in all of my alerts. I sent my siblings an SMS. While my sister responds more slowly, she doesn't entirely ignore me, and my brother typically responds right away. Nothing happened for hours. I began to have the strange sensation in my chest that occurs when you know something is amiss but are reluctant to acknowledge it just yet. I called my mother the following day. I asked her how she was doing and if there had been a get-together, using a conversational tone. For far too long, the phone line went silent. She said, "Oh, the reunion? I didn't think you'd want to come. You're always so busy with your little business and everything." I took a moment to answer. I questioned her about why she thought I wouldn't want to attend. After all, my family is my family. She seemed to be trying to shrug the discussion aside as her voice became lighter. "We just didn't want to bother you, sweetheart. Besides, you've missed a few events before." Indeed, but primarily due to work, and not without informing them. As I persisted, it became increasingly evident that my absence was not an accident. They hadn't forgotten me. They had declined my invitation. Something about hearing it firsthand made my stomach plummet, and I'm not sure why. I hung up and sat there listening to the exchange again. I had previously experienced exclusion. Plans for many of the holidays seemed to center around my brother's or sister's families. I used to convince myself that it wasn't deliberate. Perhaps they didn't consider how I would fit into their plans because I didn't have children or a conventional lifestyle. I was unable to ignore it any longer, though, as I sat in my peaceful kitchen and watched my boyfriend work in the other room. This was intentional. My partner was incensed on my behalf when I told him. "You need to go anyway. They don't get to decide you don't belong there," he replied. He was correct. Why should I allow them to act as though I don't exist? I was tired of being treated like an afterthought by my family. Whether they liked it or not, I deserved to be a member of my family. The plan began to take shape at that point. I had been holding on to one card for weeks, and I hadn't played it yet. 2 weeks prior, my boyfriend and I had become engaged. I wanted to do it face to face with the people who should be concerned about my life, but we hadn't notified anyone. Now, though, I had my own motives. I would remind them of my presence if they were considering excluding me from my family. This time, they wouldn't ignore me. I made the decision to arrive without warning. I declined my boyfriend's, bless him, invitation to accompany me. I had to take care of this on my own. We devised a contingency plan, and he agreed to drive up and grab me if things didn't work out. If they didn't want me there, I would arrive and then depart, but not before telling them what I had to say. In order to make it appear as though I had always meant to attend, I prepared a large quantity of snacks to bring with me in the days before. For me, this wasn't about proving myself, even if my partner insisted that I didn't need to prove anything to anyone. I had to be there for myself. I had had enough of fading away because they didn't think I belonged. I promised myself that if I had to leave, I would go, smile, and share my news. Although I had no control on their feelings toward me, I did have influence over how I responded to it. I refused to let them treat me like an outsider for once. Additionally, I would at least have closure if things didn't work out. First update. It took slightly over 3 hours to go to my folks' house. The majority of time was spent on how to appear unimpressed, as if I had simply happened to stop by since, well, I was aware of the family reunion. It seemed a bit ironic given why I was there, but the box of handmade cookies on the passenger seat smelled sweet and soothing. After checking the place twice, my partner assured me that he would be prepared to come get me if I needed a way out. I promised to keep him informed. The house was filled with automobiles parked on the lawn and along the driveway when I eventually pulled there. I inhaled deeply, picked up the treat box, and made my way to the front door. From within came the sounds of music, laughter, and clinking dishes. I stepped through the slightly open door. The noise stopped as soon as I entered. I knew they had all seen me without having to glance up. I sensed dozens of eyes swinging toward me as conversations broke off in the middle of sentences. My mother recovered first. She hurried over, her voice too happy and high. "Oh, you succeeded? How unexpected?" She merely patted my arm and moved away without giving me an embrace. Her eyes did not meet the phony warmth in her voice. There was an uneasy shuffle of movement in the room. People resumed their talks, but things had changed. Before my brother vanished into the kitchen, I saw him and my sister looking at each other across the room. Standing with her husband, my sister gave me a quick look before launching back into a boisterous discussion with other aunts. Across the room, I saw my cousin, the same person whose Instagram tale had given me the hint. Despite her apparent astonishment at seeing me, she nodded and smiled slightly. On the dining table, I set my package of goodies next to a spread of what appeared to be catered cuisine. Nobody even looked at my belongings. It hurt when I heard an aunt whispering to someone by the hallway, "Did they not invite her on purpose?" While I was moving through the room, I slipped by them into the living room after pausing to check my phone. My cousin drew me aside a few minutes later. She lowered her voice and looked over her shoulder. "They didn't think you'd come. Your parents, well, they didn't think you'd fit in here anymore." In spite of her apparent remorse, she said, "Fit in," as if I were a shattered puzzle piece in a family portrait. My dad was by the drink station when I left, but I can't recall what I muttered in response. I made the decision to give it a try. I questioned him why no one had told me about the reunion. As he filled the glass, he hardly raised his head to say, "We thought you'd be happier doing your own thing." The words hung thick in the air, yet it wasn't unkind. Since it was clear that I would not receive answers, I didn't press him any further. I didn't feel like making small chat with relatives who were acting as though they didn't see me, and the box of cookies I had brought was still unopened on the table. But it wasn't all bad. A few of my younger cousins approached to greet me. I felt a little better when they inquired about my company and mentioned that they had seen some of my work online. Someone cared about my life, at least. Once more, there was a bustle of talk in the room, and I sat down close to the corner and browsed through my phone idly. I simply needed time to think on what to do next. I didn't want to cause a scene. My sister's voice broke through the commotion at that point. Her face was beaming with joy as she clapped her hands. The room fell silent as she said, "Everyone, I have some news to share." And everyone's eyes shifted to her as she revealed she was expecting her second child. Cheers broke out. As everyone applauded, a few uncles made a joke about placing wagers on whether it would be a girl or a boy. My mother appeared as though she could burst with joy. Nobody gave me a sidelong glance. As I stood there, I heard the laughter and congrats. I seemed to have vanished once more. As usual, the same motif. The fact that I was present was irrelevant. The fact that I had arrived even though I hadn't been invited didn't matter. They would always treat me like an outsider and glorify my siblings. Something broke inside of me. I'm not sure if it was my dad's departure, the rumors I had heard, or the fact that my cookies were still unopened. Perhaps it was everything. I took a glass off the drink table and gave it a loud fork clink. Heads turned to face me as the room gradually became quiet once more. After enjoying the attention, my sister became irritated. I choose to disregard it. "Well," I continued steadily, "I have something to say too, since we're sharing big news." Second update. As soon as I walked in, the place was silent once more. All eyes were on me, all conversations halted, and forks froze in mid-air. But compared to when my sister revealed her pregnancy, the attention wasn't as enthusiastic or welcoming. I felt as though I had disturbed a sacred item. Despite my racing heart, I stood up and held my hand firm. "I just wanted to share some news of my own," I said. I raised my left hand to reveal the engagement ring, which sparkled in the light from the dining room. No one responded for a second when I said, "I got engaged 2 weeks ago?" The silence was then broken by a few dispersed claps. From the side of the room, my little cousins, God bless them, cheered me on. The rest of the room remained motionless, as though they were still processing it, but a courteous uncle gave a nod of assent. Before forcing a faint smile, the kind she typically saved for strangers, my mom's face fell. "Why didn't you inform us earlier?" Her voice sounded more like an accusation than one of enthusiasm or inquiry. Her gaze flicked to the ring and then returned to me. "I didn't think twice," I said, loud enough for everyone to hear. "I wasn't sure you'd care. I wasn't invited here, after all. I assumed you no longer wanted me to be involved in family matters." Discomfort spread throughout the room. Pretending to check their phones, people looked at each other or moved in their seats. After standing by the kitchen doorway, my brother moved forward and pushed off the frame. His voice was sharp, and his face was crimson. "You are not the focus of this. You have to put yourself first at all times." There was a response to that. A few whispered to themselves, "Not now." Yet I could sense that everyone was observing. My brother's crossed arms and intense gaze made it difficult for me to speak. "So I did." "Really?" I shot back. "You all seem fine without me, but I don't remember getting an invitation to this little party. My engagement is as significant as the news of anybody else." The room became silent once more at that point. My sister refused to look at me since she was still blushing from her own news. My mother's courteous facade was beginning to crumble, and her face changed to one that was more recognizable. Annoyance. I saw her take a breath, likely to speak, but before she could, a voice broke the silence. One of my relatives remarked, "She has every reason to be angry." Her arms were folded as she sat close to the couch's edge. "What did you expect if you didn't invite her? That she would simply remain silent indefinitely?" Some people turned to look at my cousin. From the dining table came another voice. "Yes, it's not as though she's incorrect." I sensed a change for a split second. Although it wasn't much, it was sufficient. The fissures were visible. My mom shifted the topic, as she always does when she's cornered, likely understanding she was losing control of the situation. "Well, let's not forget how exciting it is that your sister is having another baby," she remarked, bringing a smile back to her voice. "The family is thrilled to hear that." There was a deflection, so clear. She was unable to give me this moment, not even for a brief moment. Immediately, the focus returned to my sister, who grinned broadly and thanked everyone once more for their congrats. My brother gave me a cocky grin like he was saying, "See? I was done." I took my phone out of my pocket and texted my lover, "Come get me," without uttering a word. I wasn't going to stay any longer than absolutely necessary. I picked up my handbag and made my way to the front entrance. 2 of my younger relatives hurried after me, apologizing and inquiring as to where I was going. One of them hugged me and whispered, "You don't deserve this?" I returned the hug and assured her that I would be all right. It wasn't loud, but it was loud enough to hear my dad murmur, "Drama queen," from the side of the room as I was putting on my coat. I hesitated for a moment, but I didn't look back. Rather, I opened the door and went outdoors. The cool air cleared the heaviness in my chest and struck me like a jolt. One of my relatives came running out after me before I had gone halfway down the driveway. Her shoes crunched on the gravel as she jogged to catch up. "Hold on," she yelled. I paused and looked at her. She appeared embarrassed, almost as if she was at a loss for words. "I apologize," she blurted. "For everything. It was courageous. In there you defended yourself. That was not how you should have been treated." I swallowed the lump in my throat and nodded. I managed to say, "Thanks." Perhaps someone from inside asked what I was doing when her phone buzzed in her pocket. She rushed back toward the house after giving me one final pitying glance. After a few minutes, my boyfriend's vehicle arrived. I buckled my seatbelt, threw my purse on the seat and got in. I started crying as soon as I sensed the car moving. The tears flowed quickly and forcefully, like if I had been suppressing them for hours. My guy simply reached over and squeezed my hand without saying anything. As the trees beyond the window blurred by, I let it all out. The sobbing had subsided into soft sniffles by the time we drove onto the main road. Although I still felt raw and ashamed, there was also relief behind all of that. I hadn't just let it happen for the first time. I had raised my voice. Even if they didn't want to, I forced them to see me. Third update. At first, the only sound on the drive home was the hum of the road. As my fiancée drove, I gazed out the window, mentally reliving every moment of the recent reunion. I eventually opened up, discussing my brother's teasing, my dad's remark about my being a drama queen, my mother's disregard for me, and how my sister's pregnancy announcement had been the last straw. It all spilled out. With his palm resting on the gear shift, my fiancé listened and occasionally nodded. "You did the right thing," he added, looking over when I was done. "They have no right to declare you unimportant. We will proceed without requiring their consent." It was helpful to hear, yet I remained silent. My phone buzzed as we got close to home. I looked down. The cousin who had followed me out of the gathering had left me a message. "You were correct. For a long time, your parents have been discussing you behind your back." I straightened my posture. There was more to the message. "I apologize, but you must understand this. Your mother told everyone that your lack of a steady career makes you a disappointment. Additionally, she stated that your sister's announcement is far more significant than your engagement." It didn't seem fair to me. In an attempt to comprehend the words, I read them twice. I was still looking at the screen when I received a second message, this one containing screenshots. It came from a family catch-ups group chat, of which I had obviously been excluded. My mother's name was prominently displayed in one of the screenshots. I'm not sure why she would want to attend anyhow. She constantly makes things about herself and does her own thing. Giving up a real career to pretend to be a business owner? So self-centered. If nothing else, sister is leading a life of which we may be proud. My chest constricted. The subsequent screen grab was even worse. Since I didn't want her to show up and ruin the day with a dramatic story about her engagement, I honestly didn't notify her about the reunion. Who cares? She's not getting married first, after all. When the television came back to life, I sensed my fiancé looking at me. "What is it?" he inquired. "Proof," I muttered. I was still gazing at the screenshots when we arrived home. I entered my family group chat, which I had been kicked out of years ago and was only periodically added back in for important updates, and added myself back in. I wasn't sure if this was because I was angry, wounded, or incredulous. I sent the screenshots as soon as I noticed my name appeared in the chat. Just those receipts for everyone to see, nothing else. I typed, "Is this how you truly feel about me?" a few seconds later. I suppose I ought to have remained forgotten at that time. Setting my phone aside, I waited. It was not long before the responses began to pour in. First to enter, my brother said, "This was private. You're blowing things out of proportion and being dramatic as usual." My sister then asked, "What did you anticipate would happen if you shared this? For no apparent reason, you're making things worse. Give it up." Their texts appeared like fast fire as I watched them type one after the other. Before my mother's name was ultimately displayed, I gave them a minute to vent. Compared to the others, her message was longer. Those remarks were misconstrued. "I don't like you creating all this needless drama, and you're reading too much into things. You've been overly sensitive all along. Taken out of context?" I scribbled a response as I took up the phone once more. "I'm offended because this is not how any parent should discuss their child. This is your opinion of me, even though I wasn't invited to my own family's reunion?" My dad's name showed up in the chat for the first time, but he only typed a scene tag beneath my message instead of typing anything. I didn't stay to finish reading it. I threw my phone onto the couch and placed it on silent. Sitting beside me, my fiancé drew me in. However, my phone buzzed once again shortly after. One of my aunts sent me a private message saying, "I had no idea that any of this was going on. I sincerely apologize for the treatment you received. You're worthy of better." Another reply arrived a few minutes later, saying, "We're proud of you for standing up for yourself. Nobody should be able to convince you otherwise." Although it wasn't much, it gave me hope that I wasn't going insane. I wondered for a long time if I was exaggerating. As my mother used to say, I might have been overly sensitive. However, I now had evidence, and a few supporters, at the very least. My phone rang just as I was beginning to believe that the worst was past. The name of my sister appeared on the screen. I nearly didn't respond, but I did. She wasted no time at all. She remarked, "You're destroying the family dynamic. What prevented you from letting it go? Mom didn't want any conflict, therefore she didn't invite you. You have merely exacerbated the situation." I refrained from arguing. I didn't shout. "You don't let go of not being invited to your own family's reunion," I simply retorted. Then she hung up the phone. I decided I'd had enough that evening as I sat with my fiancé. I wasn't going to ask for their blessing all the time. A family who obviously didn't want me around was not someone I was going to pursue. I have to back down for my own mental health. The group chat was erased by me. My sister's number was blocked by me. And I allowed myself to give up for the first time in years. If love wasn't offered freely, I wouldn't beg for it. Update 4. My phone called out of the blue a week after the repercussions from the family group chat. I froze after taking a quick look at the screen. It was my father. For background, I didn't get many calls from my dad. Never. I was astonished to see his name appear because he mainly left family affairs to my mom. I considered leaving it on voicemail, but my curiosity won out. I took it up. He initially only made the customary awkward small talk. After a lengthy silence, he finally stated that he wanted to clarify the reunion. He spoke in a rigid, nearly practiced voice. He maintained it wasn't intended to harm me and referred to it as a miscommunication. I hadn't heard anything like an apology from him in a long time. I didn't give him a pass. I inquired as to why I hadn't been invited earlier. After struggling to find the right words, he finally said, "It wasn't intentional." I told him that didn't make sense since how can it be an accident to forget to invite your own child? I persisted, reminding him that my mother's own remarks in the group chat demonstrated differently, but he didn't respond. A second too long, the silence lingered, and then he broke. Quietly, he acknowledged. She believed it would be better that way. Your mother did not wish for any conflict. That's when I heard it. My mother's voice, followed by a slight background rustle. She must have been using the speakerphone to listen in because she abruptly interrupted the conversation. She answered abruptly, "I'm here too." As though I had called her somehow. The waterworks then began. She accused me of attacking her and making the family feel ashamed by publishing the screenshots, but her voice faltered. She claimed that I, not she, was the source of the issues. She claimed that I had made everything public only to cause her embarrassment and trouble. I didn't shout or argue. I spoke steadily and assured her that I was only seeking the truth and wasn't making any personal attacks. After hearing what was going on, my fiancé, who had been sitting close by, approached. It was enough to ground me when he placed a hand on my shoulder and muttered, "Don't let them twist this." My mother's tone altered when she saw that I wasn't going to back down. After giving a loud sniff, she continued, "You only announced your engagement at the reunion to steal your sister's spotlight," which almost made me laugh aloud. I didn't think twice. Calmly, I informed her that, like my sister, I had every right to share good news about my life. No one was in competition with me. I informed her that none of this would have occurred if I had been invited in the first place. I could tell I had touched a nerve by the quiet that ensued. She chose to play the victim, which is her favorite approach, rather than admit anything. "It might be better if you don't attend family gatherings at all if you can't forgive us and move on," she remarked forcefully. And there it was, the final command. I remained calm. I refrained from crying. I simply exhaled and answered, "If that's how you feel, then fine," before hanging up. I sat there looking at the phone in my hand for a minute. My fiancé took a seat beside me and waited silently. I told him everything that had transpired, including my mom's accusation and ultimatum, as well as my dad's hesitant apology. "They're showing you exactly who they are," he continued, nodding. I lay in bed that night and gazed up at the ceiling. I kept replaying the phone call in my head. More than that, though, I began to reflect on all the events that had preceded this. I reflected on the holidays I had spent by myself since my siblings' families came first. My parents' constant comparisons of my unstable career to my brother's corner office and sister's work at the law company. The understated appearance. The contemptuous remarks. This was where it had all been leading. As I laid there, I came to the realization that I didn't deserve this. I wasn't worthy of fighting for meager affection or acting as though nothing was wrong. My siblings would always come first, as my family had often demonstrated to me. For the first time, I made the decision to stop pursuing those who made me feel inadequate. My fiancé sat down across from me and handed me a cup of coffee the following morning. He had a solemn expression. He remarked, "I've been thinking. How about hosting our own engagement celebration? Something modest, just those who genuinely stand by us." The concept sounded odd at first. I hadn't even considered celebrating without my family because they had been my default for so long. However, it made more sense the more I about it. Why should I continue to expend my energy on indifferent people? People that loved us for who we were, not who they wanted us to be, were the ones I wanted to celebrate this milestone with. After the reunion, we had a list of friends, my fiancé's family, and a couple of cousins who had gotten in touch with me privately. They all agreed that I was deserving of better treatment. I made the decision to focus on the folks who came to me unconditionally and let go of the things I couldn't control. I kept the celebration a secret from my parents and siblings. I was tired of trying to mend something that had been damaged for years and realized that it would only lead to more turmoil at this point. I was not going to plead for their affection or acceptance for the first time in my life. I had given up trying to find a family that didn't recognize me. At last, I was making my own decision. Fifth update, Everything I didn't know I needed was provided at the engagement party. Just my fiancé's family, a few of my relatives who had been there for me through all the turmoil, and close friends made it modest and private. We arranged our backyard with string lights, served a variety of takeout and homemade cuisine, and adorned the tables with flowers that my fiancé had purchased from a nearby market. EasyJet ideal. Early in the evening, people began to arrive. I hadn't experienced such genuine enthusiasm at a family gathering in years, but the atmosphere was lighthearted and full of laughs. As soon as she got there, the cousin who had sent me the screenshots gave me a hug. "You're worthy of better," she said. She didn't mention the reunion, which I appreciated. "We're proud of you." An hour later, the biggest surprise arrived. Another car drew up to the curb, and my fiancé gave me a little shove. One of my aunts was leaving when I turned around. This aunt wasn't just any aunt though. She was the only one to privately text me to apologize and say she didn't know what had been going on following the group chat controversy. She was unexpected, but there she was, smiling warmly and holding a modest wrapped gift. As she entered the yard, she added, "I hope it's okay that I came?" She gave me a hug, and for a second I was speechless. "I wanted to see you both and say congratulations in person." I simply nodded and opened the door for her. It meant more to me than words could express to have her there. The folks who came through for me without reservation were more important than the statistics. Throughout the evening, my fiancé made a toast. The audience became silent as he lifted his glass. To my future wife, he remarked with a smile, "I've seen her overcome so many obstacles and still come out stronger. Her character and the life we are creating together make me really proud." As the audience applauded, someone exclaimed, "To the happy couple." People who truly wanted to join us in celebrating were all around me as I stood there with my glass. I felt like I was being seen for the first time. There was only love, no backstabbing remarks, no comparisons, and no compulsion to prove anything. We stayed around the fire pit with a few pals and ended up wrapping things late. I was not mistaken when one of my relatives remarked, laughing, "I haven't seen you this happy in years." After 2 weeks, I received an unexpected email. My dad gave it to me. Before I opened my email, I sat there looking at his name. He apologized first. It felt different this time. He acknowledged that, both during the reunion and in other instances prior to it, he had not defended me. He expressed guilt for not doing more to help me feel included and claimed he had no idea how much I had been harmed over the years. "I know I haven't spoken anything when you needed me to," he wrote. "Even though it might take some time, I hope we can begin repairing our friendship." I scrolled down after reading it twice. His addition at the bottom, "Your mom still doesn't see things the same way," caused me to pause. I'm not sure whether she will ever own up to her faults because she feels like the true victim in all of this. I also apologize for that. Although it hurt, it wasn't shocking. My mother had never taken responsibility for anything. I took some time to consider my response, and then I typed up a brief one. I praised my dad for getting in touch and let him know that while I valued his words, I value his deeds more. It would require work on all sides if he really wanted to rebuild things. I honestly didn't require a response, so I didn't anticipate one right away. I wasn't waiting for him to suddenly turn into the ideal father. His little step was plenty for now. However, I wouldn't accept compromises. I refused to put myself back in a situation where I didn't feel appreciated. Naturally, my sister couldn't help but stir things up. A few days later, I came upon one of her passive-aggressive Facebook posts. It was ambiguous but clear enough. It's funny how some people enjoy revealing personal details to get attention. Good or bad, family is family. I didn't answer. I didn't even give myself enough time to become upset about it. After blocking her, I simply went on. Her opinions, her sarcasm, and her judgment no longer had any influence over me. Life was fuller but quieter in the weeks that followed. I concentrated on running my company, organizing our wedding, and hanging out with the individuals who genuinely cared about me. I at last discovered serenity when I let go of the need to win my family's approval. In retrospect, I saw how much of my life had been wasted attempting to conform to a model that I was never meant to fit. Because I was different, my family had always made me feel inferior. However, that didn't prove me incorrect. Their incapacity to recognize my value was a reflection of them, not of me. Family is everything, as some people may say, and perhaps it is true for them. However, rather than condemnation and exclusion, family should be about love, respect, and support. I've never been happier as I'm finally creating a life with individuals that support me unconditionally. So here I am, going forth guilt-free and regret-free. I have no idea what the future holds for my parents or siblings, but I do know that I will never longer accept anything less than what I am worthy of, And to be honest, it feels really nice. My dad and his new wife tried to take over my inherited home after their wedding. So I changed the locks and took back control. When my 70-year-old mother died of an unexpected stroke last year, I inherited the house I grew up in. Although losing Mom was painful, her meticulous planning helped me stay stable during this trying period. I have spent almost 20 years developing my business in financial consulting. When I was 7, my parents were divorced. Even though they shared custody, my mother and I were always closer. I never felt like a priority to my 73-year-old father, who was either preoccupied with business or dating. Since Mom had sacrificed her promising real estate career to raise me and support Dad's professional development in corporate finance, she acquired ownership of the property in lieu of alimony after the divorce. It has always been more than just a place to live in this large colonial-style home in the Massachusetts suburbs. There are memories of Mom everywhere, from the yard where we spent many weekends planting her favorite roses to the kitchen where she taught me how to make her renowned apple pie. Since my parents purchased it in the late 1970s, the house itself, a clean, 4-bedroom building with a wraparound porch, has served as our family's residence. As a child, I saw my mother make this house a cozy and inviting place. She maintained an amazing home for me while re-entering the real estate market even after the divorce. As Dad's corporate career took off, his visits became more and more infrequent. Although Dad would attend important occasions like birthdays and graduations, our bond never grew to the degree I observed in my classmates' bonds with their fathers. The terms of the divorce settlement had been simple. Dad no longer had to pay alimony, and Mom received the house. She had taken care of everything at home as he ascended the corporate ladder, supporting him during his early career. Instead of looking for continued support after their divorce, she insisted on keeping the house. She would often declare, "A home is more valuable than monthly checks," and her choice turned out to be sensible. She made sure I had a secure home life while she reconstructed her real estate career. My father invited his 61-year-old lover, Elizabeth, to our Christmas celebration 2 years ago. She arrived with her 2 kids from a prior relationship with her high school lover, Sarah, 41, and Rachel, 39. Similar to how their mother initially came across, the daughters were quiet and reticent. Elizabeth complimented Mom's decorating style and asked insightful questions about our family's customs, demonstrating her sincere enthusiasm in getting to know us. Over the next few months, we gradually but favorably grew closer to Elizabeth and her daughters. Elizabeth was considerate of our preferences by calling ahead to ask if she might bring something unique to our sporadic family gatherings. Despite their lack of warmth, her daughters were always courteous and appeared to value being a part of our family get-togethers. Despite Elizabeth's presence in our life, Mom remained incredibly kind. She would reply, "Everyone deserves a chance at happiness," but occasionally I could see a glimmer of grief in her eyes as Dad and Elizabeth would depart together. In retrospect, I saw how strong she must have been to greet them with such warmth. The loss was abrupt and terrible when Mom died last spring. She suffered a stroke while sleeping. The doctors claimed it was a peaceful but far too early death. She was planning to renovate the garden that weekend, and we had just talked about it over dinner the previous evening. Although I was devastated by the suddenness of her death, she had planned for everything because she was a realistic person. We learned that Mom had revised her estate plans about the time I turned 18 during the will reading. I left the house and most of her possessions. A note detailing her choices, specifically regarding the house, was also left behind. "This home has been your anchor through every storm. Keep it as your safe harbor, but never let it keep you from sailing towards your dreams." When the funeral arrangements were being made, Dad and Elizabeth provided the proper support. Mom's large photo albums for the memorial exhibit were organized by her children, and Elizabeth helped arrange the wake's refreshments. But after the will reading, I saw a change in Dad's attitude. He made multiple remarks about how he and Mom had selected the property together and how he had managed all the significant renovations over the years, and his congratulations on my inheritance felt forced. The weeks that followed the funeral were filled with paperwork and last-minute changes. Mom had set aside things especially for Dad, including his wedding jewelry and the presents he had given her throughout the years. I assumed he would find meaning in this gesture, but he appeared more preoccupied with the house. Because of his early foresight in selecting this site, he casually commented on how the area had improved and the property worth had gone up. I stayed in the house and took solace in following Mom's rituals. Even though I was never as good with roses as she was, her garden became my weekend project. In an attempt to create a new normal for myself, I turned one of the spare bedrooms into a home office because my job as a financial advisor permitted me to work from home to some extent. Dad called to tell Elizabeth that he was engaged about 6 months ago. In order to save money on hotel expenses, he proposed that they spend the weeks before the wedding at my place. The house was spacious and Elizabeth's daughters were working from home. He made it look like a win-win situation by offering to divide the household expenditures and utilities. A month ago, the arrangement began, and at first, it seemed like a good thing. Conversations over coffee in the morning and family dinners in the evening filled the house. Elizabeth demonstrated her culinary prowess by frequently cooking for everyone. Even though they were still reticent, her girls appeared to be coming around to the notion of our blended family. The house started to feel less empty than it had after Mom's death. Then, 3 days prior to the wedding, Dad requested a private meeting in Mom's favorite place, her garden. He disclosed that he wanted them to live in permanently and that their return was not just for the wedding. By claiming that he was concerned about my living alone in such a big house, he pretended to be concerned for my welfare. He stated, "Your mother would have wanted you to have a family around you," but I began to question whether Mom would have concurred. The request evoked complex emotions. There was a part of me that missed the family dynamic I had been living with for the last month. The presence of people made the place feel cozier, and Elizabeth had been incredibly gracious. However, there was something strange about Dad's strategy. I kept thinking about his past responses to the inheritance and his trite remarks regarding the property's worth. I told him I wanted time to consider my options and would make a decision after the wedding, rather than responding right away. It was telling how he responded to this simple request. Before he could conceal it with comprehension, a glimmer of irritation appeared on his face. It brought back memories of my early years when his intentions and my needs had clashed. Now that the wedding is only a few days away, I'm at a turning point. Following the ceremony, they are expected to remain here for a few more days before returning to Houston. I'm starting to think that I should grant their request to make this arrangement permanent. We have demonstrated over the past month that we can live in harmony with one another, and having other people around makes the house feel less empty. But I can't get rid of the persistent sense that something is off. Warning signs include Dad's obsession with the house's worth, his subtly expressed irritation at my hesitation, and his attempts to remind me of his role in its acquisition. Elizabeth has been flawless, almost too flawless, and I question whether their motivations go beyond simple familial ties. A part of me regrets questioning their motives. This is what healed families do after all. Join forces, help one another, and use the fragments of what was destroyed to create something new. However, there's another part of me that cautions me, maybe the one that acquired Mom's pragmatic temperament. Even though I've dedicated my professional life to assisting people in making wise financial decisions, this circumstance has me doubting my judgment. My normally clear thinking seems to be obscured by the emotional complexities of family relationships. I would definitely benefit from an independent opinion on whether my suspicions are justified or if my gut is attempting to keep me from making a grave error. Does sharing your inherited house with family cause you to feel this conflicted? Should I believe my intuition that something is off, or am I allowing disappointments from the past to cloud my assessment of the current circumstance? First update. After my last post, things swiftly got out of hand. The wedding took place at the Grand Hotel downtown this past weekend. Despite my misgivings, I assisted with the preparations and even made a courteous toast. Everything appeared to be picture perfect, and Elizabeth's daughters were bridesmaids. Around 8 a.m. on the morning following the wedding, I woke up to a strangely silent home. After the festivities, I initially believed that everyone was sleeping in. However, I discovered a hurriedly written letter on the kitchen counter, "Gone for our honeymoon," when I went downstairs to make coffee. "Return in a week." They had not informed me of their departure. Nothing had been discussed regarding their leaving time or their plans during the wedding preparations. They were gone, yet their personal effects were still strewn throughout the guest rooms. Both Elizabeth and my father's phone calls ended up in voicemail. Elizabeth finally picked up her phone around midday. Her customary charming manner was entirely absent from her tone. "Did we forget to let you know?" "I apologize for that," she added, clearly not being sincere. She yelled, "You're not a child anymore," when I voiced my worries about not being told. "We needed some privacy because your father now has a new family." From there, the discussion just grew more heated. They were going to remodel their rooms when they returned, and she had the gall to tell me to get over myself and tidy up the house before they did. At that moment, something inside of me exploded. For the following few hours, I took pictures and films of everything, including their possessions, the condition of the house, and the message they left. I then had all the locks changed after contacting a locksmith. After recording everything, I packed up their possessions and put them in waterproof containers on the covered porch. I sent a message to Elizabeth and my father. "Your belongings are packed and on the porch. You have until Sunday to collect them. Anything left after that will be donated to charity. Do not attempt to enter the house." The locks have been changed, and I will contact the police if necessary." The reactions were explosive and happened instantly. Messages from both of them began flooding my phone, alternating between guilt-tripping and asking, "How could you do this to your family?" Elizabeth's kids also joined in, writing letters blaming me for destroying the family and threatening to make you regret your choice. My father's voicemail, which said, "Your mother would be ashamed of your behavior," was what really got to me. He conveniently forgot that he had been coveting the house since Mom's death. "We were trying to help you, and this is how you repay our kindness." I have blocked their numbers for the time being, but I have saved all of their voicemails and texts. I also told my neighbors about the incident and put in security cameras. Some of them offered to watch the house while I'm at work since they remembered how Dad handled Mom during the divorce. They still haven't gathered their possessions after 3 days. Everything is going well on the porch because of the nice weather, but I'm growing more and more annoyed with their games. I spoke with a lawyer, who affirmed that I had the right to have their possessions taken away because I had given them adequate notice. Their social media participation has been the most illuminating aspect of this experience. Ignoring my comments about gathering their belongings, they have been sharing many honeymoon pictures with remarks about new beginnings and family unity. Elizabeth even had the audacity to post about toxic people who can't handle others' happiness. Their perfect family act was simply that, a show, I see now. Their actual nature is demonstrated by the way they went from being kind and considerate to being conceited and combative when things didn't go their way. I'm glad I followed my gut and refused to accept their long-term living arrangement before getting to know them further. Even though I now realize it wasn't real, I still miss the sense of family we had when they were here. True colors show not in good times but in how people handle disappointment, Mom used to say. The way they responded when I said no, told me all I needed to know about them. Has anyone handled comparable family circumstances? How did you respond to the fallout? Although I'm not changing my mind, I would like some guidance on how to handle the flying monkeys they are sending my way. Second update. 2 weeks have passed since my last post, and the actual narrative has now surfaced. Their desperate attempts to move in are explained by what I found, and it's worse than I thought. My father's old coworker, who has been a family friend for 30 years, contacted me yesterday. She disclosed that my father had been dismissed 3 months prior for mishandling company cash, so he wasn't taking a break from work as he had said. It seems that he had been making dangerous financial choices without the required approval, which resulted in large losses. The reality of their financial circumstances is startling. He used all of his retirement funds to cover the $45,000 cost of the wedding at the Grand Hotel. They spent an additional $30,000 on their 2-week Maldivian honeymoon, which was paid for by selling his investment holdings. When they became engaged last year, Elizabeth resigned her work as a real estate agent, confident in my father's 6-figure salary and their intended relocation into what their acquaintances called their future family home. Yes, that's how they described my house. They had planned their entire budget with the presumption that I would allow them to live with me permanently. They had already begun selling some of their furnishings and given notice of their move to Houston. They actually have nowhere else to put their possessions, which is why they are still on my porch. According to mutual acquaintances, they had been spreading the myth that I was staying in their home temporarily because of my mother's misguided sympathy. They presented themselves as kind by letting me stay while I got back on my feet. The truth is, of course, that I'm a successful financial consultant who makes 6 figures of my own money, and the house is legally mine. More unsettling revelations were revealed by my father's former coworker. Bad investments weren't the only reason he was fired. At work, he had been acting more and more erratically, making lofty claims to clients and getting indignant when asked about his tactics. Although no one is certain, some believe he was attempting to recuperate from losses on his personal investments. Elizabeth's actions suddenly make perfect sense. Her performance of being the perfect homemaker was a deliberate one. She had been telling her friends that she could concentrate on making a proper family environment, rather than working if she lived in my home. She had gone so far as to show her friends Pinterest boards of the alterations she intended to make to my mother's garden. Social media pictures from their honeymoon now paint a different picture. My father's exhausted retirement fund provided the funds for each magical moment they spent together. Literally, their posts about new beginnings were a bet to take over my house. They tried a different strategy after discovering their possessions were still on the porch after their honeymoon. Elizabeth apologized tearfully over the phone, saying that the stress of the wedding had taken over her. By implying that we might support one another during trying times, my father tried to present a picture of family unity. In the process, they unintentionally disclosed more of their scheme. They expected me to eventually give them ownership of the house, not just to move in temporarily. They specifically stated that we should combine our family resources for everyone's benefit, which presumably meant that I would give them my inheritance. Since then, I've found out that when they bought the house, they had already spoken with a real estate agent about financing alternatives and the house's possible value. My lawyer has urged me to submit a formal cease and desist letter over their misrepresentation of the house's ownership. They had even contacted a contractor about possible renovations, posing as the owners who were generously letting their daughter stay for now. In case legal action is required, we are also recording all of their communications and posts on social media. Stories of Elizabeth surveying the garden and talking about her remodeling ideas while I was at work have been shared by a number of neighbors. One neighbor even claimed that, without my knowledge, she had asked prospective contractors to come look at the property. Their complete financial desperation is now evident. The entire amount of my father's severance pay was used to plan the wedding. The costs of the wedding and honeymoon entirely drained his retirement funds. After giving notice on their apartment, they no longer have a place to live in Houston, and Elizabeth's sudden resignation has strained relations with her previous work. A few months' worth of living expenditures would not be covered by their present liquid assets. As they consider their options, they are now lodging at a low-cost hotel. Elizabeth has stopped posting on social media, with the exception of ambiguous statements like hidden blessings and family betrayal. My father has shifted from irate demands to frantic entreaties, but I'm refusing to back down. Some relatives say that since he is still my father, I ought to assist them in getting out of this situation. But as a financial advisor, I am aware that encouraging bad financial choices just makes matters worse. Furthermore, their attempt to use coercion to get me to leave my house reveals their actual motivations. Although I hope that legal action won't be required, I'm working closely with my lawyer to document everything. Next week, I will begin therapy to deal with the improved security system in the house. I recognize the irony. I, the daughter he never had time for, have created a secure existence via careful preparation, whereas my father, who worked in finance for a living, has ruined his retirement by bad financial choices. Even though she would be disappointed to see him go this far, Mom would appreciate the poetic justice. Has anyone else found relatives who have committed similar financial frauds? How did you manage to keep your distance while dealing with the betrayal? The rage is no longer the difficult thing. It's the melancholy of understanding that my father hasn't really changed. He has lured others into his plans, but he is still the same man who always prioritizes his own demands. I appreciate all of the help that this community has given me. I was able to stand by my judgments and follow my gut thanks to your advice. I'm concentrating on safeguarding my house and myself while I try to come to terms with this treachery. I'll provide another report when there are noteworthy developments. Third update. This scenario has finally come to an end after weeks of drama, and it's almost poetic. My father and Elizabeth left town today, but not because they wanted to, but because Elizabeth's ex-boyfriend unexpectedly stepped in. They were sleeping at a cheap hotel when we last left off, running out of money and options. I kept recording their actions, including their attempts to disseminate false information about me throughout the neighborhood. I was unaware that Elizabeth's girls had contacted their father to inform him of the terrible predicament their mother had found herself in. Michael, their father, is reportedly a prosperous Houston businessman. Over the years, he remained friendly with Elizabeth, focusing mostly on their daughter's welfare. He made the decision to step in after learning of Elizabeth's current predicament, that she was unemployed, effectively homeless, and complicit in a plot to seize my home. This developed in a pretty amazing way. Michael sent me an unexpected email last Tuesday. He said he was sorry to speak with me directly, but he needed to double-check certain information. What their daughters had told him was very different from what Elizabeth had told him. He was horrified by his ex's actions after our talk. Later on, I found out that Michael had been becoming increasingly alarmed as he saw Elizabeth's increasingly frantic social media messages. The last straw for him was learning that she had been applying for short-term loans in his children's names, which would have affected their credit scores. What followed was a masterclass in problem-solving techniques. Under certain restrictions, Michael volunteered to pay for their return to Houston. He made sure Elizabeth could resume her profession by setting her up for interviews with a number of real estate companies with which he had relationships. But in order to take advantage of these chances, she had to stop attempting to seize my belongings. The best part was seeing their meticulously crafted facade fall apart. Their social circle was informed by Michael that the story about them owning my house was a pure fabrication. In response to Elizabeth's social media posts about their family home, he even went so far as to write a kind but stern correction. After being humiliated by the revelation of his financial mishandling, my father eventually abandoned the facade. He acknowledged that their joint goal to buy my house had been a driving force behind the entire marriage and a rare moment of candor during a phone call that I recorded with his consent. Elizabeth had convinced him that they could work together to coerce me into selling it to them or sharing ownership. Elizabeth's daughters, who felt bad about playing a passive part in the plot, exposed the depth of their preparation. They posted screenshots of group chats in which my father and Elizabeth talked about different ways to control me. Among these were Elizabeth's conscious attempt to be the ideal stepmother and their well-thought-out choice to make their marriage announcement right when they knew I was most lonely. Michael's involvement included accountability in addition to financial support. He offered to pay for their first month's rent and moving costs in Houston, but only after they agreed to stop communicating with me unless I asked them to and signed legal papers admitting they had no claim to my property. Their departure was telling. Rather than offering an apology, they utterly ignored their botched attempt to seize my house by sending out a mass email to friends and relatives, saying they were going back to Houston for exciting new opportunities. As if this wasn't a retreat in shame, Elizabeth even had the gall to share pictures of them departing with statements about closing chapters and new beginnings in the captions, along with hashtags for luxury living. Yesterday, my security cameras caught them making a final drive by my house. They didn't stop, but they did slow down for a moment. Their possessions were already en route to Houston after being transferred to a storage facility at Michael's expense. It has been surprisingly quiet since. My neighbors have been tremendously supportive as they have watched this drama play out. I became aware of how frequent these circumstances are after hearing several people relate their personal tales of family property disputes. Several individuals have apologized for believing Elizabeth's stories, and the local community, which she attempted to infiltrate, has come together in support of me. I've begun going to a support group for those who are coping with family separation. It's assisting me in processing the range of feelings involved in this circumstance, including anger at their attempted deceit, lingering sadness over losing the little relationship I had with my father, and relief from their manipulation. The house feels different today, serene yet not empty. I've begun remodeling in an effort to make new memories rather than destroy old ones. Now that Mom's garden is flowering once again, I've joined a local gardening club to learn the appropriate way to take care of her prized roses. Working in the same area where she experienced such delight is helpful. In fact, this experience has helped my career. I now have a very intimate understanding of how family dynamics can affect financial decisions because I work as a financial consultant. Although I don't share my personal narrative, I'm more suited to guide clients through comparable circumstances. I recognize the irony of having to deal with a financially reckless parent while working as a financial advisor. Mom was correct when she declared that the best investment was education. I was able to identify the warning signs in their behavior early on thanks to my professional experience. Regarding the future, I'm concentrating on establishing wholesome connections. My friends that supported me during this time have grown to be like family. Even the person I'm seeing is surprisingly more interested in my business than my belongings. I've learned from this experience that family is about respect, integrity, and sincere concern for one another's welfare rather than about having the same DNA or legal titles. My mother was aware of this, which is why she took such care to safeguard my fortune. I want to thank everyone who read my tale and gave me advice. Your encouragement kept me going when I started to doubt myself. To people in comparable circumstances, follow your gut, keep a journal, and resist the need to compromise your limits out of embarrassment. Unless something important occurs, I don't anticipate posting any further updates. Now living in Houston, my father and Elizabeth are beginning a new life without access to my house or money. Every now and then, Michael updates me, mostly to make sure they're honoring their commitment to keep away. Mom would be happy with the way I handled this, not because I was tough, but because I upheld my morals and preserved the heritage she had worked so hard to leave me. That's what counts most in the end. My parents stole my $120,000 MBA fund for my golden sister's dream house. Justice, karma, and Uncle Jake's ruthless plan restored it all. I never imagined I'd be on Reddit posting stuff like this, but here I am. Recently, I, 28F, learned that my parents had embezzled my $120,000 MBA money to assist my sister Ashley, 35F, and her fiancé Nathan, 37M, in purchasing a home. I'm still trying to comprehend the extent of their betrayal, and the entire scenario feels unreal. Allow me to walk you through the first part of this nightmare. Dad's parents, my grandparents, were extremely well off and always placed a high priority on education. They were traditional in the finest sense of the word. They valued hard work, conserving money, and making long-term investments. I didn't get to visit them very frequently because they lived in a different state, but whenever we spoke or met, they expressed their concern for my future. Education is the one thing nobody can ever take away from you, my grandmother used to say, and now I see how ironic that is. My grandfather died 3 years ago following a brief illness. Even though it was awful, Grandma was still with us. She was the family's pillar of support, recognizing each birthday and accomplishment and sending heartfelt cards and care packages. We also lost her last year. On the day of her death, I was sitting in my apartment going over every letter she had ever sent me. I was unaware at the time that she and Grandpa had been constructing something much larger for my future, but each one included some life lessons and typically a modest check for your education fund. The allocation first appeared equitable when their will was read. My parents' savings and home were inherited. Ashley received family treasures and all of grandmother's jewelry, which was valued at tens of thousands of dollars. A sizable education fund was bequeathed to me, especially for my MBA courses. This money was to be utilized only for my schooling, according to the will. My parents were assigned to oversee it till I required it because I was already employed. I was appreciative at the time that my grandparents had given my future such serious consideration. I never once imagined my parents would tamper with the fund. In retrospect, though, I ought to have recognized the warning indications. Ashley has always been our family's golden child, even from my earliest recollections. It's difficult to say without coming across as resentful, but she was the person my parents loved the most. She was great at all she did. She was incredibly gifted, diligent, and unique. I can still clearly recall graduating from high school. I recently won a prominent science competition, received a full scholarship to college, and was valedictorian. My parents were using their phones and hardly paying attention when I looked out at the audience during my speech. They were ecstatic when Ashley, who had already dropped out of college twice, revealed later that night that she was considering a career in teaching. "You are simply amazing with kids," they exclaimed. I received a brief good job acknowledgement for my accomplishments that day. Continue. Throughout my life, this trend persisted. I got a position at a famous company after working hard and graduating with honors. Over the past 6 years, I have ascended the corporate ladder, gaining the respect and admiration of both superiors and colleagues. As a senior project manager, I oversee a group of 15 employees and manage accounts worth millions of dollars. However, to my parents, I was always just the sensible one, the one who got away with it because I was naturally smart. Ashley, on the other hand, changed jobs before becoming a teacher. Nathan is the head zookeeper at our neighborhood zoo, and she is currently the kindergarten administrator at a tiny private school. I don't have any personal problems with them, and they're decent enough folks. Although they appear content and are competent in their careers, their combined income is at best meager. They had been discussing the necessity of purchasing a home nonstop for the past year. Each family meal became a debate about the cost of real estate and how they were throwing money away on rent. They would lament the unfairness of the market while admiring homes that were much beyond their means. Even though Ashley and Nathan are in their mid-30s, they are still viewed as young people in need of assistance, and my parents would nod empathetically and say things like, "You deserve a nice house," and "It's so hard for young people these days." I began working on my MBA program applications about a month ago. I had been preparing this relocation for years, so it wasn't an abrupt decision. I've done a ton of program research, strategically developed my profession, and kept up a flawless work record. I want to enroll in a prestigious program that will enable me to advance into executive leadership roles at my present employer. Every C-level executive has an MBA from a reputable university, and I'm resolved to do the same. I mentioned the education fund to my parents one evening. Because the application costs alone for prestigious MBA programs can amount to thousands of dollars, I needed to know exactly how much was accessible. My first genuine danger indicator should have been their response. "Don't worry about it," my dad murmured, shifting uneasily in his chair. My mother hurriedly added, "Just concentrate on your applications for the time being, we'll talk when the time comes." They then abruptly shifted the conversation to Ashley and Nathan's house hunting. I initially tried to dismiss it, thinking perhaps they were simply being clumsy with the papers. However, something didn't feel right. I brought it up again, more bluntly, a week later. I clarified that I needed to know if the funds were available because I needed to budget for applying to multiple prestigious schools. They dropped the bomb at that point. "We used the MBA money for Ashley," my mother replied in the most casual way possible. "She is purchasing a home with Nathan." Thinking I must have misheard, I gazed at her. My dad added that Ashley needed it right now, and that it wouldn't be fair for me to get a free ride when Ashley had worked so hard with student loans, when I asked her to repeat herself. I went crazy. I'm not proud of my response, but it was the release of years' worth of repressed annoyance. I insisted on knowing how they could harm me and how they could embezzle the funds my grandparents had set aside expressly for my schooling. The will had been clear about how that money was to be utilized, so I pointed out that it was prohibited. My mother simply shrugged her eyes, as if I were exaggerating. She said, "You'll figure it out. It's not as though you can't borrow money like everyone else." They pretended that they had done nothing wrong and that neither my future nor my grandparents' wishes mattered. I then brought up taking legal action. Even though I'm not a lawyer, it's obvious that what they did was unlawful. And what did they do, do you know? They chuckled. They laughed aloud, not merely chuckling. "With what money?" my father asked, staring me in the eye. "Even a lawyer is out of your price range." Additionally, my mother said, "Don't be silly. This is a family-run enterprise." The humiliation I felt at the time is beyond words. Stunned, I stood there. The realization that they had always viewed me as an afterthought came to me suddenly. Someone whose future they could forgo in order to help Ashley. They didn't care about my financial freedom, my prosperous career, or my academic accomplishments. I would remain the underdog forever. I had trouble sleeping that night. I couldn't stop thinking about how my grandparents had trusted my parents to act morally. They were unaware of the true nature of my home life. Since it didn't seem worth it, I never told anyone about how I was treated. I mean, I wasn't being mistreated, was I? They simply didn't care about me as much as they did about Ashley. They weren't violent. I arrived at work early the following morning and asked to speak with my employer, Mr. Thompson, in private. Since I started working for the company, he has been a mentor to me, therefore he's not just any boss. He has always encouraged me to pursue my career goals and has seen me rise from a junior role to team leader. More significantly, he has experience in corporate law and keeps up relationships with leading law firms. I also intended to get in touch with my dad's cousin Uncle Jake. He is a prosperous businessman who consistently seemed to see through the partiality of my parents. Although he wasn't there much when I was growing up, he always showed genuine interest in my accomplishments and future aspirations. In addition, he is the only person in my family who has greater influence and accomplishment than my parents. Something inside of me exploded when my parents made fun of me, even though I never wanted things to go ugly. Since I've always been the quiet one, the sensible one who never caused a stir, they assumed I had no influence. However, they are going to discover that the daughter they have consistently undervalued is much more powerful than they initially thought. First update. Since my last post, which was 2 weeks ago, a lot has transpired. Things proceeded more quickly than I had anticipated following my visit with Mr. Thompson. In addition to giving me his whole support, he put me in touch with a buddy at Wilson & Partners, one of the best law companies in the city. He reminded me, this is about holding your parents accountable and respecting your grandparents' wishes, not just about money. It was enlightening to meet the attorneys. They attested to the fact that my parents' acts clearly violated the terms of the will and their fiduciary duties. Finding out that my parents might be charged with a crime for their acts shocked me the most. And the lawyers found something unsettling. Long before they told me, my parents had begun moving the funds to Ashley's account months before. Uncle Jake's intervention, however, was the true game changer. Within hours of my contacting him on LinkedIn, he gave me a call. He responded in a way that exceeded my expectations. "I always knew your parents played favorites," he replied. "But stealing from their own daughter? That crosses every line. Don't worry about the legal fees, I'm handling everything." Uncle Jake was more than simply a talker. He did something right away. He assembled a group of attorneys with expertise in estate law and engaged a forensic accountant to track down every penny of the pilfered money. They gathered enough proof in a matter of days to demonstrate that my parents had spent months draining the college money in a methodical manner. The initial altercation took place on Friday. I was called by my parents' attorney in an attempt to reach a family settlement. In exchange for me dropping any legal action, they promised to cover some of the MBA expenses. Uncle Jake responded harshly, saying, "You will either be charged with a crime or return the entire sum plus interest and penalties. No negotiations will take place." The response from my parents was invaluable. They began sending me mails non-stop. "How could you involve outsiders in family matters? We were going to help you eventually. You're destroying this family." Without replying, I sent everything to Uncle Jake's legal team. He then disclosed the second part of his strategy. In addition to pursuing the money, he is advocating for a thorough examination of my parents' financial transactions, implying that there may be further irregularities that we are now unaware of. Yesterday, Ashley finally spoke up. She claimed in a lengthy email to me that she was clueless about the source of the house money. "Mom and Dad said they had savings set aside for us," she wrote in her letter. "I never thought they would steal your money." She concluded by requesting that I exercise common sense and come up with a family solution. I showed Uncle Jake her email. His answer was straightforward. Send it on to the attorneys. It is proof that she was aware of the money after it had already happened, but she did not try to return it. She is therefore complicit. This morning was the most fulfilling time. In a hurry, the lawyer for my parents called Uncle Jake. The forensic accountant apparently found that my parents had started utilizing their power of attorney to transfer money even before my grandma passed away. This can greatly increase the charges. Right now, my parents are making a valiant effort to turn around. Mom begged me to contact them in a heartfelt voicemail, stating that they would find a way to pay back the money. Although Dad acknowledged in an email that they may have made a mistake, he maintained that they were just trying to help the family. Uncle Jake gave straightforward advice. Avoid answering anything. Give them a panic. When you were weak, they made fun of you? Now it's their turn to feel helpless. All of this has been made possible by Mr. Thompson's tremendous assistance. In addition to producing an excellent reference letter, he has already approved my leave of absence for when I begin my MBA school. He informed me today, "You're displaying remarkable composure." Not many people could handle this situation with such professionalism. Unless my parents return the entire cash plus fines, the legal team is getting ready to bring official charges the following week. Uncle Jake predicts that in order to pay for everything, they will have to sell some assets, but in his own words, "That's their problem, not yours. Until this is addressed, I will be staying with a friend." Building security had been told not to let my parents into my apartment when they attempted to arrive. In order to record any attempts by my parents to get in touch with me, Uncle Jake also engaged a private investigator. If required, this material might be used to demonstrate harassment. Second update. 3 weeks have passed since my last report, and things have significantly worsened. At last, I am able to provide the specifics of our legal strategies development. Much more was revealed by the forensic inquiry than we had anticipated. During our first court filing, the first bombshell was revealed. Uncle Jake's team found that my parents had been misusing their power of attorney over my grandmother's funds in her last months in addition to stealing my MBA fund. Long before my grandma died, the evidence showed that they were methodically shifting funds around in order to transfer them to Ashley. During the initial hearing, their lawyer's expression was invaluable. It is obvious that he was unaware of the severity of their financial misdeeds. He really requested a break to speak with my parents after our legal team showed them the recorded chronology of transactions. Later on, I found out that he confronted my parents for not telling him certain facts, and he is now thinking of leaving their case. The previous caregiver for my grandmother made the most startling admission. Seeing our legal notification in the estate documents, she contacted Uncle Jake. It turns out that my grandmother had made it very clear that the money was only for my education by bringing up the MBA fund with my parents several times in her last months. These exchanges were also recorded in the caregiver's notes. She had been documenting every family conversation in a care diary. Ashley's participation has also changed in an intriguing way. She hired her own attorney after realizing the legal ramifications of accepting stolen funds. Because they expected her to support the family, this caused a serious gap between her and our parents. My parents were in a panic when her lawyer suggested that she should keep her distance from the matter. The state of the house has gotten especially disorganized. The acquisition is currently being investigated by the court since the down payment was made using stolen money. The problem has been communicated to Ashley and Nathan's mortgage lender, who is currently examining the loan application. A fraud investigation might be initiated if my parents falsified any of the financial records they co-signed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Jake's crew also discovered that my parents had been informing members of my extended family that I had consented to give Ashley my MBA fund. They seemed to have been preparing their defense in case the money transfer was questioned, as they had been fabricating this story for months. Now, a number of family members have come forward with emails and messages from my parents that support this untrue story. The deposition was the most satisfying development. My father made an effort to keep his haughty demeanor until Uncle Jake's attorney produced proof of their calculated scheme. It was quite painful to watch him struggle to describe what they had done. My mother really lost it when she acknowledged that they had no intention of repaying the money they had stolen. They have been almost hilarious in their attempts to control the damage. Despite having numerous recorded conversations with my grandmother and her attorneys, they are now attempting to assert that they were perplexed by the wording of the will. 2 of their attorneys have already resigned, so this is their third attorney, and they are frantically trying to reach a settlement. The final terms were outlined by our legal staff, who made it apparent that there was no opportunity for discussion. Every penny they took would have to be paid back, with interest that would start to accrue the day they took the money. They would also be in charge of paying for all of our legal fees, including the forensic investigation, which had become quite expensive. We also insisted that they stop gaslighting and attempting to rewrite the facts and submit a formal written admission of their misconduct. Last but not least, they would need to sign a legally enforceable contract committing them to stop communicating with me in any way. No more utilizing family members as messengers, deceptive messages, or unexpected visits. The socioeconomic status of my parents is deteriorating. Several of their acquaintances have quietly told me how shocked they are, and word has spread throughout their neighborhood. My father's golf club is reconsidering his membership, and my mother's bridge club asked her to resign as treasurer. People don't feel comfortable hanging around with someone who would steal from their own child, it turns out. Ashley's circumstances are also getting worse. Concerned about having a principal embroiled in financial malfeasance, the board of directors at her school has set a meeting to review her position. Because Nathan co-signed loan documents that may include misleading information, their place of employment is undergoing an ethics assessment. The last development is quite pleasing. Do you recall how my folks snickered when I brought up the idea of filing a lawsuit? In order to stop any more financial fraud, Uncle Jake's team recently submitted a motion to freeze their assets. Within hours, their attorney contacted them, pleading for a settlement conference. Uncle Jake is still brutal in his methods. In response to my parents' attempts to persuade him to be loyal to the family, he sent a caustic email with the entire extended family copied on it. Family loyalty? You lost any right to talk about loyalty when you stole from your daughter and laughed in her face. Get ready to face the consequences of your actions. My parents are getting really upset because I haven't spoken to them at all. They have turned to using friends and family to get in touch on their behalf, but each effort simply strengthens our allegation of harassment. Every day, their desperation becomes more apparent. Third update. 4 months have passed since my last update, and I can now finally reveal the story's resolution. The outcome of the last court procedures is more heartbreaking for my parents than any of us could have imagined. Allow me to explain how justice was ultimately achieved. Let me start by sharing my favorite moment, which was the last hearing when my parents realized they had no other choice. At last, their facade broke. In her closing remarks, the judge was very severe, describing their behavior as a calculated betrayal of both their daughters and their own parents' last desires. She said, in particular, that they showed a startling degree of moral decay in their laughter at my first legal threat. In the end, the forensic analysis showed that my parents had been preparing this heist for more than a year before to my grandmother's passing. They had methodically made up fictitious family contracts and documented fictitious discussions regarding my voluntarily relinquishing the MBA fund. According to the court, their actions were considerably worse because of their premeditation. The fines were hefty. In addition to returning my MBA money plus interest, they were mandated to pay punitive damages that nearly doubled the initial amount. The judge justified the severe punishment by pointing to their deliberate malice and repeated attempts to mislead the court. The fascinating part is that my parents had to sell their home, yes, the home they inherited from my grandparents, in order to pay these charges. Nobody failed to notice the irony. They have significantly downgraded from their previous way of life to renting a modest apartment on the outskirts of town. Their decline in society has been dramatic. The membership in the country club? Retracted. Where do they sit on different community boards? Lost. The social network that my mother built over the course of several decades has fallen apart. It turns out that upper-middle-class suburban society does not tolerate stealing from children and lying about it. The repercussions on the job have been just as bad. My father, who took great satisfaction in his business reputation, was compelled to retire early. When someone has been legally shown to have taken from their own child's inheritance, no one wants to do business with them. At local businesses, his former co-workers now steer clear of him. After leading local charity organizations, my mother was forced to leave her volunteer posts. The last straw was when they were asked to resign from all leadership positions at their church, of which they had been active members for 20 years. They've become social pariahs in their own community, Uncle Jake said. Ashley and Nathan's relationship is arguably the most noteworthy development. Their ideal home? They went crazy. When the mortgage firm learned that the down payment was made with stolen money, they revoked their approval of the loan. They are currently dealing with their own legal problems as a result of their willful acceptance of stolen funds. Ashley's career has completely collapsed. In their formal statement, the school board cited ethical concerns and loss of community trust as reasons for their unanimous decision to remove her as principal. Since the news has gone viral in the local school community, she is now having trouble finding even entry-level teaching jobs. Nathan's situation wasn't any better. He was placed on administrative leave by the zoo while his involvement in the financial misbehavior was looked into. Even though he wasn't personally responsible for the money theft, His signature on loan documents that contained false information has created ethical questions. The strain was too much for their relationship to handle. Nathan left their apartment last week. He accused her of being like her parents, while Ashley accused him of not being more supportive during the situation. They are currently in the process of calling it quits on their engagement. Uncle Jake's plan of total social and legal ruin was more successful than anyone could have predicted. He set up a family meeting when my parents attempted to make one more plea for family loyalty. Not to patch things up, but to explain what they had done in front of the whole extended family. He provided a timeline of their deceit at this discussion, detailing the false documents they produced and the lies they told different family members. Disgust was the universal response. A number of family members who had first attempted to resolve the conflict now publicly denounced my parents. The meeting essentially put an end to any remaining family support they may have had, and the most telling moment occurred when my mother's sister, who had always been one of their closest supporters, rose up and stated, "I don't even recognize who you are anymore. In my case, I've come out stronger than before. Along with significant damages, my MBA fund has been fully refunded. In addition to receiving my money returned, I was accepted into a prestigious MBA program on a merit scholarship." In his letter of reference, Mr. Thompson praised my exceptional skill and integrity in handling this problem. My employer has been really helpful. They have granted me permission to take a leave of absence from the MBA program and have even promised me an executive post after I graduate. Your handling of this situation demonstrated that you possess the strength and judgment required for senior leadership, Mr. Thompson informed me. Uncle Jake is now regarded as a real mentor. After I finish my MBA, he is already discussing possible investment opportunities with me and has introduced me to his business network. He told me, "Your grandparents would be proud of you because you've shown that you have the backbone for business." I've relocated to an upscale apartment in a gated complex that keeps my folks at bay. The doorman is instructed not to let them in and has their photos. Their phone lines and emails have been blocked, and all efforts at communication now go directly to our legal department. The last turn of the blade? Nathan used to work at the zoo, which is just next to my parents' new apartment. They must view the location that symbolizes the start of their demise every day. According to Uncle Jake, karma can be humorous at times. Someone in their social circle wrote me an anonymous letter yesterday. It seems that my mother stays at home most of the time, only out for essentials. It has been reported that my father spends hours sitting by himself at a nearby coffee shop, gazing off into space. The social calendar they used to have is now absolutely vacant. I find myself thinking about my grandmother's statement, "Education is the one thing nobody can ever take away from you," as I get ready to begin my MBA school. She was correct. With her foresight and Uncle Jake's assistance, I've now not only safeguarded my education fund but also imparted a lifelong lesson to my parents. That concludes this tale. I appreciate everyone's support along this journey. I'm at peace knowing that justice has been done, even though I never wanted things to end this way. My parents tried to sell my home for my brother's wedding. I took control, fought back, and reclaimed my life. I, 35F, recently bought my first home, marking a major life milestone. After years of diligent work and careful budgeting, I was able to finally afford a cozy place of my own. It's hardly a mansion, but it's ideal for me. A quiet retreat in a nice area. It felt great to have a property that was really mine, and it was a result of all my preparation and hard work. My parents, bless them, were ecstatic when I told them. They immediately offered to help with some small renovations, which I found to be quite amazing. They maintained that it was how they celebrated this new phase of my life and offered support. I nodded, picturing nothing significant, perhaps some new paint here, some landscaping there. However, my folks, well, they went overboard. Their beneficial visit soon turned into a regular event. They always brought a new visitor, whether it was an old woman from down the street, an acquaintance, or a distant relative. My house seemed to have become the local tourist destination. I dismissed it, but I thought it was a little over the top. They had great pride in me, especially since my younger brother, Michael, 32M, was always the golden child. They also enjoyed showing off family accomplishments. Even though he is 3 years younger than Michael, he has always drawn the most attention. He got everything he desired as a child. They would get Michael the deluxe edition of the game system if he desired one. He used all of their credit cards to buy expensive clothing. My brother was always given preference, even though I adore him. Michael recently became engaged to his fiancée, who lacks the royal income but has comparable upscale tastes. I barely listened to my parents as they talked about how the wedding costs were rapidly getting out of hand. It made sense that they were determined to make his day one to remember. Then strange things began to occur. All of a sudden, My folks started asking me about my house's worth, my outstanding mortgage, and if I had ever thought about refinancing. It seemed odd, but I didn't give it much thought. I assumed they were just interested because they had never before expressed interest in my financial situation. A week later, they invited me to join them for dinner and requested me to bring my property and mortgage documentation. Even though it looked completely useless, likely due to security concerns, I consented because I didn't want to cause any trouble. I should have been more suspicious, looking back. At this point, I began to hear strange remarks from my neighbors. They'd mention in passing that they saw a picture of a house just like mine online. Puzzled, I brushed it off as a coincidence. Then I received an email from a friend that included a link to a real estate listing. I have pictures of the inside of my house. The pictures were taken during the remodeling projects my parents had been working on. I didn't know how or why my house was up for sale. My blood froze. Equipped with indisputable proof, the real estate listing with images taken within my home, I went up against my parents. They had to stop playing dumb. They initially attempted to minimize it by saying they were only looking into possibilities in case I ever made the decision to sell. I didn't believe it. I wanted a direct response. Why would they list my house without contacting me? The truth was revealed at last. In order to assist pay for Michael's ideal wedding, my parents acknowledged listing the house. They said it was all for family happiness, and that since I had fulfilled my dream of home ownership, Michael should also be able to fulfill his. They talked constantly about how my house's equity could enable him to have the wedding of his dreams and how he deserved it. My parents genuinely believed they had a voice in how my house may be used just because they had assisted with certain upgrades. It was astounding how entitled they were. I was quite clear that my house was not for sale and that Michael's extravagant wedding was definitely not being funded by a bank. They wouldn't let it go, though. They used every tactic in the book, including emotional blackmail, guilt trips, and even bringing up past actions they had taken for me. They accused me of prioritizing money over family and recalled how much they had given me as a child. They saw my refusal to sell the house as a rejection of both Michael's happiness and the family as a whole. I remained steadfast. I restated that the house was not for sale and that they had gone too far. Then Michael himself gave the call. He was crying, upset, and angry as he called me selfish and accused me of spoiling his wedding. He claimed that given everything the family had done for me over the years, I had no right to pass up this one thing to him. Even as it hurt, I persisted. I clarified that I didn't need to sell my home in order to finance his ideal wedding. I told a few close pals about the entire affair. Even though I was astonished, they helped me right away and told me that I had every right to defend my home. They encouraged me to stand my position and reminded me that my family's behavior was very inappropriate. Word got around the family fast, and opinions differed. Some family members sympathized with me and thought it was ridiculous that my parents had listed my house without my consent. Others, on the other hand, supported my parents and said that in order to maintain family unity, I should make concessions. I felt like I had suddenly turned into the antagonist in this twisted story because I refused to give up my house for a wedding. My parents gave me an ultimatum a few days later. I had to sell the house willingly or face the condemnation of the entire family. They were very explicit that if I didn't comply, I would be effectively disowned. It was strange to hear my own parents discuss such a tough decision for a wedding that, in reality, had nothing to do with me. My fiancé Thomas, 37 million, has been my pillar of support during this entire ordeal. He has always understood me in a way that my family has never been able to, and we have been together for a number of years. He was incensed on my behalf when I told him all that was going on, but he also gave me some clarity on what I needed to do next. In contrast to Michael's extravagant wedding, we had been planning our own, but we wanted a small private ceremony. My grandfather, William, 77 million, is one individual who has supported me over this entire ordeal. He has consistently criticized my parents for their partiality and has never been a big fan of Michael. We have a unique bond. He claims that I make him think of his late wife, my grandma. Naturally, Michael tries to argue that Mom loves him more, but I don't often see him because he lives across the nation. He really is a pampered brat. When Michael received his football scholarship years ago, I learned that my parents had actually provided him with the funds to purchase a car and a house. They never gave me any money for my schooling. They said my college fund had been used for post-fire bills at Michael's university when I questioned them about it. Michael lived in luxury while I had to work through college and take out student loans. That's when I understood I needed legal advice. I called a lawyer and gave them the full rundown. The lawyer suggested a few safety measures. Even though it would be illegal for my family to sell my house without my consent, I should make sure that no locks would let anyone enter without my consent. In the event that my parents attempted additional intervention, they also advised protecting any valuables and private papers. I changed the locks and secured my documents right away, as they had advised. However, my parents didn't stop there. They began venting their frustrations on social media shortly after our altercation. In their lengthy, theatrical posts, they claimed that I had turned my back on the family, and was egotistically holding onto money that could help my brother realize his ambitions. They painted me as some cold-blooded villain, which led to a barrage of remarks from close friends and distant relatives, the majority of whom were unaware of the full context. Thomas provided the most surprising assistance. We have been covertly organizing our own wedding in spite of the mayhem. We desire something little but significant, surrounded by those who genuinely care about us. Thomas said that until everything is set up, we might not want to inform my family. They might attempt to ruin it or make it into another Michael drama, considering their history. I'm caught between wanting to protect myself and my future and loving my family as I write this. I won't allow the house to be taken away for someone else's ostentatious wants because it symbolizes everything I've worked for. However, the ongoing stress and emotional blackmail are wearing them down. I realize I'm correct, but there are moments when it seems like the hardest thing in the world to defend oneself against family. My grandfather and I are meeting with him tomorrow to talk about our wedding arrangements. He is the one person of my family who I really trust, and I am very grateful for his support. Whatever my folks throw at me next, I only hope I'll have the fortitude to maintain my position. First update. 3 weeks have passed since my last post, so I need to give you an update on my life. My family's position has gotten worse in unexpected ways. My parents eventually took down my house's real estate listing after I sent a cease and desist letter via my attorney. But their response was anything but contrite. They accused me of legal harassment and called the letter a betrayal, refusing to back down. They asserted that needless family conflict was being caused by my selfish refusal to assist with Michael's wedding. That letter turned out to be the decisive factor that caused us to drift farther apart. My mother bemoaned how I had turned against them, saddened that I would put money above love, but instead of accepting responsibility, they stepped up their social media campaign, posting dramatic updates that portrayed me as the monster driving the family apart over just money. The posts were sufficiently ambiguous to deceive anyone unaware of the true circumstances. Family, friends, and distant relatives soon started praising them in their comments. Some even sent me direct messages that were full of scorn and criticism. Michael made the decision to confront me directly just when I felt things couldn't get much worse. He arrived at my house without warning, furious. I had no right to keep my house to myself when the family required it for something as significant as his wedding, he claimed, adding that it had always been family property, and that I was jealous of his happiness. Refusing to fall for the plot, I remained composed and restated my determination to sell the house. I bought it with my own hard-earned money, thus it was legally mine. He walked off, apparently much more enraged by that. The following day, my parents called with more expectations. They insisted that I grant them a sizable loan as I wasn't prepared to sell the house. As a family, they contended that I owed it to them in whatever way I could because Michael's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Remaining calm, I declined. They had nothing to do with me, and their demands were totally inappropriate. In reaction, they severed all communication with me. They stopped asking me to family get-togethers, and I soon started getting complaints from other family members that I had alienated them. It was obvious that my parents were attempting to keep me apart in the hopes that I would give in to their pressure. Although I am deeply saddened, my close friends have supported me. They never stopped telling me that I'm doing the right thing, and I don't know how I would have remained resolute without their help. The real estate agent who had previously come to my house called me a few days earlier. I couldn't get rid of the sensation that this wasn't over, even though they acknowledged that my parents had finally removed the listing after receiving the cease and desist letter. One evening at home, I observed that my hair seemed different, which confirmed my fears. I could tell they were tampered with, although it was subtle. At first, I thought someone had broken in, maybe as a reprisal for the legal letter. I hired a locksmith right away to replace all of the locks. I couldn't take any chances after everything that had transpired. I didn't want to think that my own family could be this bad, but I'm beginning to notice everything. I've begun therapy in order to get through the emotional turmoil this familial betrayal has left behind. I uncover layers of manipulation and shame in each session that I was unaware were hurting me. I'm learning from the therapist how deeply embedded these family relationships are and how crucial it is to set limits, even inside the family. In private, Thomas and I have proceeded with our wedding preparations. Having at least one family member who genuinely supports us is great, and my grandfather William is helping us organize everything. We're organizing something little but significant, exactly what we both desire. There is no greater difference between Michael's extravagant approach and ours. Observing my parents continuing their slander campaign within the extended family has been the most difficult aspect of all of this. They are creating a story in which I am the egotistical daughter who cares more about money than keeping the family together. As soon as the word got out, I started getting letters from relatives I hadn't seen in years, all of whom were disappointed and accused me of ruining family unity. I've begun recording every conversation I have with Michael, my parents, and any other family members who get in touch. I want a detailed record of everything said and done in case the situation erupts again. I also feel more in control of the issue when I keep a record, as if I'm finally taking proactive measures to adequately protect myself. I'm discovering that my resolve is getting stronger despite the pandemonium. Every story they circulate and every attempt to guilt trip me simply serves to reinforce the fact that I made the right choice. I will not allow anyone to ruin the life I have meticulously crafted for myself, not even my family. I'll provide another update as soon as I have more information to give, but Thomas and I are proceeding with our preparations. Your support matters more than you can imagine, so thank you all. Second update. Since my last update, which was 2 months ago, everything has changed. Yes, I married Thomas last weekend without telling Michael or my parents. I must tell you what transpired. Just our closest friends, Thomas's family, and my grandfather William, who proudly escorted me down the aisle, attended our lovely, small ceremony. He was so happy for us that he was glowing. When others asked me where my parents were, I just said, they had to go to Michael's game. Grandfather was apprehensive about our concealment at first, but he was totally on board with us. A storm was building as we got back from our short honeymoon, totally disconnected. Before I could even unlock my phone, I was inundated with notifications, primarily from Michael and my mother. Michael was calling me names and using profanity. It seems that my aunt made a crude jab at my parents' absence by sharing wedding photos on Facebook. Everyone in their little community started denouncing them for how they had treated me when the post went public. As it happens, my grandfather even visited my parents and expressed his thoughts to them. This appears to have been the last straw for my dad. He ultimately confronted my mother and threatened to file for divorce if she didn't make amends because he was so angry about missing my wedding and his own father's criticism. My parents' texts first expressed wrath before changing to beg and plead. I'm getting a lot of flack from my mom's sisters and friends since I didn't say it was my wedding. Many of my family members, including those I didn't invite, have expressed regret, claiming they were unaware of the dire circumstances at home. To be honest though, I don't believe it. I did disclose my impending marriage to my parents. I gave them an invitation on paper, just like everyone else. A few members on Thomas's side, my parents, Michael, and a few distant relatives did not send out RSVPs. I followed up with everyone else, and they all replied. Those who did not RSVP said they were unable to attend. My brother and mother ignored me when I texted them. I deliberately didn't give the precise day because I knew about Michael's game. They would tell me to quit being a bother and that other things were more important each time I attempted to bring up the wedding. In retrospect, I guess I should have quit right away. The effort was not worth it. I didn't hide my marriage, I just didn't point it out to them in the hopes that they would be taken aback and perhaps even a little interested. My aunts and uncles did hear me mention the wedding. Sometimes, Mom would even be in the room. "That's nice, dear," she would remark with a smile before straying from the subject. I attempted to keep my distance from them after high school, college, and graduate school, but they would always guilt trip me and bring me back by pointing to my mom's sisters and grandparents. Maybe it's because Thomas is with me now that this time feels different. I am stronger and more self-assured. But I still need to make a decision. It has been quite hectic. The majority of Dad's family lives on the other side of the nation, as I already stated. I wasn't really sure how they felt about me for a very long time. I stayed in contact with Dad's side of the family, but I never brought up the abuse again. I tried to let them know how my parents were treating me when I was 14 years old. My grandfather, uncles, and aunts all scolded them. However, I was chastised so badly when I went home that I convinced myself that I had made it up. The only person who knew was grandfather. He was constantly worried that I would get resentful of him if he attempted to intervene. The fact that I currently reside in a different town than my parents should be noted. In fact, they hardly even know my current address. Michael once attempted to break into my old flat in order to steal money. In fact, my mother defended him by stating, "Siblings share things." Since then, I've moved. Their little settlement was about an hour away from the city where I used to reside. In relation to my cousin, it was she who brought up the fact that my dad's absence at my wedding was a major issue for him. They chastised my cousin for turning her back on family over a minor incident, and eventually cut her off. I sent my dad a message expressing my desire to meet with him, my mother, and Michael at a neutral location the next day. He immediately replied that he agreed. My dad's brother and sisters are joining us in a park where we're congregating, probably to prevent any harm. My dad looked awful, as he has been for days. For the time being, I'm concentrating on enjoying my new life with Thomas, even though I know I'll need to make some decisions regarding my connection with my family in the future. We are eager to start a new chapter in our lives together, free from the manipulation and turmoil that have characterized my past. Third update. My last update was 1 month ago. Although nobody anticipated it, the park encounter I mentioned ended up being a pivotal moment. I'm at last prepared to talk about what transpired and how I finally took charge of my life. When I got to the park, I could feel the tension. Michael was unable to keep eye contact, my mother was wearing her typical self-righteous expression, and my father was defeated. I had my own intentions, but my dad's siblings were there, ostensibly as mediators. My lawyer on rapid dial, a folder of documented proof, and an unshakable resolve to put an end to this on my terms were the three things I carried with me. I put a heavy folder on the park bench between us before anyone could say anything. This is every text, email, social media post, and court document demonstrating your attempts to steal my house, I said, opening the folder. Evidence of financial fraud is also included. I gave my mom my full attention. Do you recall those college fund records you said were destroyed in a fire? Copies were kept by grandfather. It's interesting how that money got up in Michael's accounts. My mother's face lost its color. Michael began to object, but I interrupted him. I'm not done yet. I also have surveillance footage and other records of your attempted break-in at my previous flat. Not to mention that my house locks have recently been tampered with. I raised my hand when my father attempted to apologize. I came here not to apologize. I come to explain to you exactly what will occur next. I produced a paper that included compound interest calculations and a list of all the items they had taken from my college fund. You may either give back all of the money you took from my education fund and handed it to Michael, plus interest, or I'll file charges for financial fraud. My attorney has everything prepared. In an attempt to keep things under control, my mother sneered. You wouldn't risk it, we are related. I chuckled icily. When you attempted to take my house, you forfeited your ability to refer to us as family. But let me go on. Also, I'm requesting a restraining order against each and every one of you. There is strong evidence of emotional abuse, harassment, and break-in attempts. At last, Michael was able to speak. This cannot be done to us. How about my wedding? Your nuptials? I said. All right, Michael, let me tell you about weddings. I was recording every threat, every deceptive message, and every attempt to steal my stuff while you were organizing your lavish celebration. This issue is especially intriguing to the law company I hired, which focuses on family financial abuse. I went to my parents. Additionally, the firm found several intriguing anomalies in your financial data. The IRS appears to be quite interested in certain tax-related matters, particularly those involving gifts to Michael that were not properly disclosed. There was silence in the park. Even the noises of kids playing in the distance sounded subdued. My mom's face had turned ashen instead of pale. It appeared as though my father was ill. This is what's going to happen, I added in a calm, steady voice. Within 72 hours, you will credit my account with the entire sum of my pilfered college fund, plus interest. You will stop communicating with my husband, myself, and my close friends and family. You'll take down every social media post that mentions me and refrain from creating any new ones. My attorney will file the restraining order, the fraud charges, and the IRS tip if you break any of these conditions. I looked across at Michael. And you? The golden child role has ended for you. I have forwarded information about your attempted break-in and the threats that followed to the Human Resources Department of your employer. They were especially curious about how this relates to the ideals of their business. My mother's voice shook, but she managed to get it out. Would you ruin your own family for financial gain? No, I replied. Mother, after years of abuse and manipulation, you ruined this family. All I'm doing is making sure you can never harm me again and giving me back what you took. I got up and gathered my papers. You have 72 hours. My attorney will be keeping an eye on the move. Everything is filed if it isn't finished or if any of you try to get in touch with me. Additionally, keep in mind that grandfather has copies of all the original paperwork proving the financial fraud before you think about attempting to challenge this. My father yelled feebly, Lauren, please. As I was leaving, I made one final turn around. You had 20 years to say please, and 20 years to defend me. You were a father for 20 years. The time is up. The repercussions. The result was just what I had envisioned. The entire sum showed up in my account within 48 hours. All of my mother's social media posts regarding me were removed. Michael was placed on administrative leave by his employer while an internal inquiry was conducted. My grandfather told me that my father eventually filed for divorce. Not that we needed it anymore, but Thomas and I upgraded our home security system with some of the refunded funds. Additionally, we made a sizable donation to a charity organization that supports victims of financial abuse in families. Making their manipulation into something constructive for other people seemed right. According to my grandfather, who is the only member of my family I still communicate with, my parents' social standing in their little town has completely collapsed. It turns out that people's carefully constructed picture collapsed once they discovered the whole reality, which included years of financial abuse and manipulation in addition to my wedding. After the company's inquiry exposed Michael's level of dishonesty, his fiancée broke up with him. I won't pretend it doesn't hurt occasionally, but I know I made the right decision every morning when I wake up in my home, which is safe and secure and cannot be taken from me. Thomas and I are currently organizing a lavish honeymoon, which will be funded in part by my refunded education funds. Using their stolen money to increase my own happiness has a certain poetic quality. My accomplishments are currently displayed on a wall in my home office, including my professional certifications, degrees that I earned via hard work, and a framed copy of the final bank transfer that shows the refunded college funds. The money isn't the point. It's about saying, enough is enough, and ultimately taking a stand. I say this to anybody who could criticize me for being too severe, for not trying to make amends or accept apologies. Forgiveness is a gift, not a duty. Walking away and making sure toxic people can never harm you again is sometimes the strongest thing you can do. Despite their attempts to portray me as such, I am not the antagonist in this tale. My house belongs to me. I'm a lady who at last decided, no more. I own my life. I own my future. To pay for a wedding, they intended to steal my house. They actually lost a lot more than that. They lost their social standing and reputation, but more significantly, they lost any influence they may have had over me. I'm doing well, and so is Thomas. With friends who genuinely care about us, we have dinner parties in our safe, expensive house. Since everything started, I've gotten 3 promotions at work, in part because I'm not bearing the emotional weight of their manipulation any longer. Living a good life isn't always the best form of retaliation. Sometimes it's holding those who attempted to harm you accountable. My mom wanted to steer the conversation. Well, she no longer has a story to steer. Michael requested that everything be given to him. He's now learning what it means to deal with the fallout. The passive observer role was what my father desired. Being too helpless to stop it, he got to watch everything fall apart. I finished telling this narrative because I'm ready to move on to the next chapter, not because there isn't more to tell. One in which I write all the words and nobody else does. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. Keep in mind that forgiveness and reconciliation aren't always necessary for a happy ending. Sometimes you have to say never again, and stand your ground. My sister locked me in a basement while I was pregnant. Parents cut her wedding funds after I fell and nearly lost my baby. After 3 years of trying, several rounds of IVF, and what seemed like an endless amount of suffering, I, 33F, am currently 3 months pregnant. My parents have been incredibly supportive during this entire ordeal, so we told them in private a month ago. There was only calm happiness between us, no big reveal, no social media post. In addition, I wanted to be farther along in my pregnancy before making a big announcement, so I didn't want to inform too many people outside of my parents and my husband's parents. Last weekend was my sister's engagement party. Let's call her Emily, 29F. Emily has always had a lot to offer. Being the center of attention is something she enjoys. She performed stunts all over the place as a child to maintain her fame. Holidays with the family. The star was Emily. Birthdays of friends? She somehow made herself the center of attention. Since I simply lacked the energy to oppose her, I've lived my entire life letting her have her way. I didn't want the party to be about me, but I did expect some small drama. Since I've been feeling a lot of fatigue lately, I intended to keep in the background, help Emily, and depart early. In order to evade inquiries, I even wore loose clothing and refused to discuss my pregnancy with anyone. Up until my mother pulled me away during the celebration, everything was going smoothly. Since the pregnancy had been difficult thus far, she simply wanted to see how I was feeling. I've had the worst of the early symptoms, so I was happy to have some time to chat to my mother, who was the only one who truly knew how I was feeling. We moved to a secluded area to talk away from the guests. Unfortunately, things took a very other turn when Emily overheard us. In the blink of an eye, Emily went from 0 to 100. Furious, she interrupted the discourse and accused me of trying to take her thunder. I was really perplexed. I attempted to clarify that we were merely having a private talk and that I wasn't making any announcements, as I had previously informed Mom and Dad weeks prior. Emily, however, was having none of it. She said that I was being self-centered and that I couldn't bear to give her a day to herself. Right there, she created a big commotion, and people began to take notice. I felt ashamed. It seemed as though she wasn't even paying attention to me when I insisted that I didn't intend for any of this to occur. She was certain that my purpose in attending her party was to spoil her moment. Emily persisted because she is unable to let things go. She claimed that this was my usual behavior, that I was envious of her, and that I always had to make things about me. I wanted to get out at that time because I was so overwhelmed. But Emily stormed off, so I didn't have to. My mother simply persuaded me to attend the party in order to help my sister. I also reasoned that I could go back to Emily and properly explain what had happened if I allowed her some time to calm down. Once more, I was spared the trouble. Emily came up to me out of nowhere, wearing a strange smile. "I would like to see something in the basement," she remarked. She felt I would like anything about a memento from our early years. To be honest, I didn't give it much thought at the moment. I assumed this was her attempt to make things more amicable. She slammed the door and locked it as soon as I entered the basement, but I followed her downstairs. I went cold. She laughed, and I could hear it through the door. She said it was retaliation for my attempt to make me the focus of her engagement celebration. I knocked and told her to open the door since I initially believed she was kidding, but she didn't. I was left stranded down there as she continued to giggle and left. Panic struck me hard at that time. I wasn't feeling well to start, and it was chilly and dark. The nausea and tension came on full force. As my mind raced with ideas on how I may escape the basement, I began to pace back and forth. I saw that I might be able to climb out of a window. I located a crate under the window and climbed upon it because I needed a boost to pull my body out. Unfortunately, I was in such a panic that I was unaware of how shaky and lightheaded I was. Halfway up on the box, my foot slipped, and I fell, crashing hard on my stomach and side. It was horrifying how much pain rushed through me. In an attempt to determine whether the baby was all right, I laid there for a while, gasping. My heart was pounding, and I broke down in tears of fear and annoyance. Worst-case possibilities kept coming to mind. What if this fall resulted in a miscarriage? What if Emily's dumb joke caused something to happen to my baby? I made an effort to gather myself and gradually succeeded in sitting down on the floor in a more comfortable position. It seemed like forever, but I'm not sure how long I was down there. It must have been at least an hour before anyone came looking for me. I gripped my knees, sat on the chilly floor, and did my best to keep from having a panic attack. Finally, on the other side of the door, I heard my husband's voice calling my name and footsteps. When I knocked feebly on the door, he unlocked it and roughly dragged me out. He sounded desperate. After glancing at me, he declared that we had to depart right now. I didn't protest because I was so afraid and in so much agony. I tried not to cry or stress out during the whole vehicle ride as we hurried to the emergency room. Whether this was it, or if I had lost the baby because my sister couldn't stand someone else receiving attention for 5 minutes, was all I could think about. They performed an ultrasound at the hospital. I barely managed to hold my breath the entire time. The doctor stated it was a close call, but fortunately the baby was unharmed. The result might have been worse if I had fallen more forcefully. I was both emotionally spent and relieved. My husband was incensed and informed me he would not tolerate this. He called my parents right away to let them know what had transpired. No one had been given an explanation because we had left the party so quickly. My spouse requested that my parents have a firm conversation with Emily and inform her that we would not be seeing her again until after I gave birth. Believe me, I am incredibly thankful to have a husband that aggressively defends me. We ultimately spent several hours in the emergency room before I was stable enough to return home. The party had long since ended by the time we returned home, and my phone was exploding with texts from my parents. At first, I didn't respond to any of them because I simply wanted to go to sleep and forget that the day had even occurred. After texting them to reassure them that I was fine, my husband turned off his phone as well. I learned what had transpired after we left when my folks phoned me again the following morning. My folks were apparently rather perplexed by what was happening when we hurried over to the emergency room. Since my husband had made a little commotion by asking Emily where I was, they made an effort to get Emily to tell them what had happened. My parents were incensed when my husband later called them from the hospital to inform them of Emily's actions. In front of everyone who was still at the party, my parents chastised Emily right away for locking me in the basement. Calling it a harmless prank that went too far, My mom attempted to minimize it, but my dad wasn't buying it. Given everything I had gone through to become pregnant, he was incensed that Emily would act in such a careless manner. When he finally told Emily that enough was enough, he made the momentous revelation that my parents would no longer be providing any financial support for Emily's wedding and honeymoon. My parents had always expressed their desire to financially support Emily and me during our significant life events. They had planned to support Emily in the same way that they had supported my wedding. Emily, regrettably, never imagined that they would ever break their word. Emily went totally crazy. Reiterating that I had destroyed her life, she broke down in tears in front of everyone. She accused me of doing all of this on purpose and referred to me as evil. I wasn't shocked when my parents later informed me that they had never witnessed Emily act so strangely. When things didn't go her way, Emily would always react negatively. She pleaded with my parents to change their minds, but my father refused to budge. Ever since, Emily and my mother have been bombarding me with calls and texts. My mother keeps urging me to speak with my father and persuade him to reconsider, but I informed her that I was done. I'm not going to ignore Emily's transgression in an effort to maintain harmony. Naturally, Emily has been bombarding my phone with every possible abuse. She is accusing me of being responsible for everything, claiming that nothing of this would have occurred if I had simply kept quiet. She maintains that I have ruined her life and that her fiancé is now beginning to question if he truly wants to wed her. A part of me feels bad, but I also know that I'm not to blame. I still feel horrible though. I can't help but feel that I must be at fault in some way, even though my husband and father have both told me that I'm not. Is it my fault that my sister's engagement, wedding, and honeymoon were ruined? First update. I had no idea my post would become that popular. I want to start by saying how much I appreciate all of the comments and support on my first post. Reading them has been really beneficial. It gives me comfort to know that I'm not alone in my feelings. Before I give you an update on what's happened since my last post, I'd like to address some questions that many people had about whether my parents ever gave me preferential treatment or whether Emily and I had a history of animosity. I wouldn't say my parents showed preference, to be honest. Growing up, my parents were actually fairly fair. Despite their best efforts to treat us all fairly, Emily only received somewhat more attention due to her status as the family's baby. But Emily seemed to become an attention seeker and self-centered person as a result of that little more attention. No matter the occasion, she was the child who would act out if someone else was given the limelight. To keep the peace, my parents largely caved into her rather than establishing limits. Therefore, Emily obviously got away with much more than I ever did, even if I wouldn't call it favoritism. I've tried to maintain harmony between us for the majority of my life. Since it was simpler to let her have her way than to argue, I learned to do so. In addition, I always believed that it was my responsibility as the older sister to be the more responsible one and avoid upsetting anyone. But Emily always managed to drive me to the edge, no matter how hard I tried. I had to balance not to stomp on her toes so she wouldn't blow up at every family gathering. I suppose that contributes to her current sense of entitlement. The much anticipated update is now here. Emily lost it all after my parents stopped sponsoring her wedding. She accused me of stealing her moment and wrecking her life in a lengthy text message the next day. By the way, she didn't say sorry for locking me in the basement. Rather, she went on to add that I took it too seriously and that it was only a joke. She went into full assault mode when I didn't answer. I staged the entire pregnancy crisis to get attention, Emily began telling everyone in the family. The rest of our family soon learned that I was pregnant when my husband hurried me to the emergency room that day, which was not something I wanted at all. I've had to deal with the rest of my family contacting me in addition to my sister's wild calls and texts. These communications were initially intended to ask how I was doing and to offer congratulations. However, they gradually started to seem strange. Many family members began questioning me about how I could pretend to be pregnant in order to undermine Emily. I didn't know what was happening. Emily, it turned out, had started circulating the rumor that I had arranged to get hurt in order to spoil her engagement celebration. She spread the word among our family members that I was some malevolent genius who attempted to ruin her life. It was quite painful when multiple family members contacted me, perplexed and unsure if the pregnancy was genuine. Ava, one of my cousins, even questioned me about whether I was fabricating the pregnancy to get even with Emily. It was crazy. My mom has been attempting to remain impartial throughout this, which genuinely feels like a betrayal, which has made matters worse. She insists that I must be the stronger one and that Emily is simply anxious about the wedding. But when my own sister is spreading false information about me at one of the most joyous moments of my life, how am I meant to be the stronger person? It wears you out. I made the decision to cut ties with my mother as well after attempting to argue with her without success. She arrived at my residence approximately 2 weeks following Emily's engagement celebration. My husband urged me not to open the door, but I foolishly assumed she could be coming to apologize when she kept hammering on my door and demanding that I solve this because I had ruined everything. She wasn't, to give you a hint. She began yelling at me the moment I opened the door, accusing me of ruining her life and causing everything to fall apart. She even accused me of being the reason her fiancé's parents were re-evaluating the wedding since they believed she was immature. She really lost it when I tried to clarify that she was the one who had locked me in a basement and that none of this was my fault. When Emily noticed the framed ultrasound picture I placed on the coffee table, she barged into my living room, ripped the frame off, and then tore the ultrasounds to pieces. After everything that had transpired, I couldn't believe she would do anything so heinous, and I was paralyzed. She yelled that she wished I lost the baby so she could regain her life before she walked out, but my husband was furious and told her to go. Her level of anger was unprecedented, and it frightened me. I just started crying after she went. For hours, I was unable to stop crying. Everything seemed to have happened at once. Being imprisoned in the basement, nearly losing the baby, and then discovering that my sister's malice knew no bounds. I couldn't comprehend how someone could wish that on their own family, so I kept repeating what she had said in my mind. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can dispute my husband's desire to cut off any communication with her right away. Even though I know I should cut her off, I still feel bad about it, as if I'm somehow at fault for everything. Emily is simply in a horrible place, according to my mom, and I should attempt to forgive her. However, how can you forgive someone who wishes harm on your child? Emily's fiancé contacted me personally, which further complicated matters. He stated he's been having a lot of trouble with Emily's unpredictable conduct and expressed regret for her actions during the party. He said he's beginning to see a side of her that he didn't know existed, and he's not sure if he can still go through with the wedding. I was unsure of how to respond to him. I'm stuck in the middle of their relationship turmoil, which is upsetting because I never wanted to be involved. Right now, I'm unsure of what to do. For the sake of my mother, I have mixed feelings about forgiving Emily, but I'm also afraid she'll continue to harm me. I'm not sure whether she can change. I don't want to be preoccupied with worrying about what she's going to do next during my pregnancy. Right now, my baby and my health are my top priorities. We're just attempting to minimize the stress, and my spouse has been tremendously supportive. However, it still feels like things with Emily are far from over. She won't go down without creating more drama since you know her. If anything else comes up, I'll keep everyone updated. I'm not holding my breath, but right now I'm just hoping for a little calm. Second update. Hello, I haven't updated on this site in a month, but I've been so busy. I thought I'd give you all an update since a lot has happened and I've finally had some spare time. Now let me start where I left off. I was distraught for a week after Emily tore my ultrasounds and ran gone. I assume that Emily's fiancé contacted me because he was hesitant to marry her after she told him about what she had done. They had apparently started fighting frequently. Her fiancé contacted me to tell me what had transpired. He apparently attempted to reassure her that since the two of them had saved up more than enough money, they wouldn't require my parents' money to carry out the wedding. My sister, however, would not listen. She was determined to destroy my life in the same manner that I had allegedly destroyed hers. She would talk about how she could get even with me all day and all night. Her fiancé was frightened. When it finally got to him, he told her that he was going to be leaving. He even accused her of being insane and said that she was the only reason he was unable to stay. My sibling was a complete mess. She kept threatening me over the phone and text, accusing me of destroying her life once more. I blocked her number after ignoring it until I could stand it no more. She was not deterred by that. She started sending me targeted texts on my husband's phone. She even questioned him about how he could tolerate being married to me since, in her opinion, I just had my own interest in mind. She also insulted my unborn child without holding back. I really wanted to call her and scream at her, but I realized it would only make things worse for both me and my child. Therefore, I also had my husband block her number. For a few days, everything was quiet until my mother called. My mother informed me that my sister had visited her home the previous day. Emily was sobbing uncontrollably and was hysterical. During her engagement, she would not stop talking about how I should remain quiet about my pregnancy. She went on and on about how my very existence had destroyed every part of her life. She claims that because I always seem to get the best of everything, she has had to make many compromises. Given how many of my special events I had to forfeit so she could have her time in the spotlight, I'm not sure where she got the idea. In any case, my mom was struck with insight after hearing my sister vent about how I was to blame for all of her negative experiences. She became aware of Emily's irrational and entitled behavior. I suppose my mother had a real look into my sister's thoughts, and nothing supported her theory that Emily was simply having a rough day. My mother finally had enough of Emily's tirade and confronted her about her insane behavior. That did not sit well with my sister. It worsened her breakdown, if anything. She was even more irate because the only person she believed to be on her side had turned against her. Emily apparently hurried upstairs to my former bedroom after getting up from the couch where they were conversing. Then she started destroying my room. She tore up all my certificates, smashed every trophy I had ever earned, and hurled items off the shelves. My mom was pretty upset about that. When my sister and I moved out, my mom, who is quite nostalgic, made sure to leave our bedrooms exactly as they were, clean only. She was reminded by our rooms that we will always be connected in some way. It was like Emily erasing all of my mom's best memories at once when she tore my room apart. My mother was enraged and heartbroken. She shouted at Emily to get out. Amazingly, my sister grinned at my mother's rage before leaving. Yes, at the moment, my mother isn't a huge fan of Emily. She then called me to express her regret for always defending my sister's actions. She assured me that since Emily's actions were so heinous, I had every right to feel the way I did. To be honest, I never imagined that my mother would genuinely realize how awful Emily was. It was shocking to hear her apologize. However, I felt thankful because I became acutely aware of how much guilt I had been released from. My mother supporting me and not pressuring me to maintain harmony with Emily made me feel so much better. My parents have informed Emily that they no longer communicate with her. Despite my best efforts to support her, my mom has been inconsolable. I spent a lot of time with my hubby assisting my parents in reassembling my room. My dad has stated on multiple occasions that he does not want to see Emily for a long time and is officially furious with her. Emily's fiancé had finally broken up with her by the time I last spoke with him. He broke the lease on their flat, which cost him a lot of money, but he's happier today. I have no idea where Emily is, and to be quite honest, I don't give a damn about her whereabouts or activities. All I want is for her to live far away from me, at least until I give birth. That's all for now. At this moment, I don't believe anything more dramatic could occur, but I suppose only time will tell. I hope that I will only return to provide another update after giving delivery. I want to thank everyone who has read my posts and sent me well wishes until then. Third update. I've returned with what I hope will be the last update, everyone. Despite the crazy circumstances, I'm pleased to announce that I've given birth to a gorgeous, healthy boy. He brightens our days, and to be honest, having him here has helped us see things more clearly. Naturally, though, Emily couldn't let me enjoy this moment without causing a final piece of mayhem. It was unusually quiet for the first several weeks after my birth. When Emily remained distant, I had the hope that she would finally stop bothering me. For the first time in months, my husband and I felt as though we could breathe as we adapted to life with a newborn. My folks had been amazing. My mom even brought over meals to help out, and they kept us updated on a daily basis. It was quiet, and I was really relieved. Especially because my parents had taken care to keep Emily and the trouble she had caused us out of the conversation. However, my mom noted in passing that Emily had been inquiring about the baby a lot during one of their trips. Emily apparently wanted to find out when she could visit my son. Even though my mom was wary since she was aware of Emily's instability, she still felt bad about excluding Emily. However, my dad was adamantly opposed to Emily getting close to us. Neither he nor I had any faith in her. I promised my mother I would give it some thought though, because I didn't want to cause any more drama. A week later, I received a text message from an unknown sender. I read the message and instantly recognized the sender, Emily, even if the number was unknown. There were several insults in the message. She referred to me as a self-centered jerk who was attempting to remove herself from the family by having a child first. It should have been her with the first grandchild, she insisted, and my kid didn't deserve the life I was providing him. I was taken aback. Even after all this time, her jealousy and bitterness remained strong. The last straw was a panicked call from my husband's mother one morning. I was an unfit mother, according to a letter, yes, a real letter, that someone had written her. It contained numerous falsehoods, including claims that I was mentally disturbed, that I was ignoring my child, and even a veiled suggestion that I was abusive. I had my mother-in-law give me a photo of the anonymous letter. It turned out to be Emily's handwriting. My dear mother-in-law was appalled that someone who knew my husband and me well enough could be so explicit in their criticisms against us, even if she didn't believe a word in the letter. She was likewise appalled by the charges and concerned that we might be the target of someone. That was it for me. I was at my breaking point. Emily had gone too far, and I couldn't let her continue to have an impact on my family and my life. My spouse and I decided to return to his home state after talking it over. Although we had discussed it previously, It seemed like the only real way to get out of her madness this time. To ensure Emily would have no way of finding us, we took care to keep the location of our move in his hometown a secret from as many people as possible. We packed up our home and made the major move over the course of the following few weeks. Despite the fact that we would no longer be close to them, my parents supported our choice. My mom was devastated that our relationship had devolved to this point, and my dad was still upset with Emily, but they recognized that we had to act in our sons' and our own best interests. Emily, meantime, is finally having to deal with some repercussions. She reportedly started stalking and harassing her ex-fiancé over the phone and in person after he broke up with her. She nearly immediately broke the restraining order he had issued against her. She is currently coping with the legal fallout from that. At this point, my parents have essentially stopped communicating with her, and I must admit that I'm relieved. I'm fine with the fact that I don't know where she is right now. I'm not supposed to fix her, but she needs help. Life has been so much better after the transfer. Surrounded by his family, who have been nothing but encouraging, my husband and I are getting settled in our new house. Without the constant drama Emily brought into our life, I feel like we can now concentrate on raising our baby in a peaceful, caring setting. I cannot say that I will ever completely comprehend Emily's actions, but I've accepted that she is no longer in my life, and that's all right. My child, my marriage, and my peace must all be safeguarded. I had that peace for the first time in what seems like forever. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has followed along on this crazy adventure. You have no idea how much your support has meant to me, and I'm delighted to report a happy conclusion. Golden child sister canceled my flight, took a family vacation without me, but her manipulations finally caught up to her. I, 28F, am employed as a paralegal at one of the leading legal practices in San Francisco that focuses on civil litigation and family law. I find it ironic that as I cope with my own family drama, I spend my days painstakingly recording evidence for family disagreements. I assist lawyers in constructing cases against manipulative family members who take advantage of and misuse their relatives' trust on a daily basis. I've gotten really excellent at identifying manipulation patterns and obtaining proof, which will soon prove to be more useful to me personally than I could have ever imagined. Let me tell you a little about myself. My parents have always regarded Olivia, my younger sister, who is 23F, as their miracle kid. Before Olivia was born, my mom had suffered 3 terrible miscarriages, and the agony of those losses almost caused their marriage to fail. For them, Olivia became a symbol of rebirth and optimism when she eventually appeared. Every time she walked into the room, my dad, 56M, a typically quiet high school teacher, would light up. My 54-year-old mother, who owns a small bakery, referred to her as their angel on earth. At first, I understood. Overprotection can result from trauma. I was 5 years old when Olivia was born, and I had seen my parents go through a difficult time. I could see why they showered her with attention. My parents didn't see, or didn't want to see, how Olivia turned their adoration into a weapon. Even the most seasoned attorneys I deal with would be impressed by her remarkable ability to manipulate emotions. As a child, Olivia demonstrated a superb ability to turn any circumstance to her favor. She knew exactly how to manipulate our parents like a fiddle, and her victim act was worthy of an Oscar. She began manipulating me in minor ways, accusing me of pushing her when she fell, which I never did, blaming me for broken toys, and making herself weep whenever I received attention. However, her strategies grew increasingly cunning and vicious as we grew older. One instance that truly reveals her actual nature comes to mind. Our grandma gave me this vintage pocket watch, which has been in the family for many generations, on my 16th birthday. Our great-great-grandfather, who moved from Ireland, owned the exquisitely built watch from the 1890s, which had withstood 2 world wars. For me, the story behind it was everything. Despite receiving a brand new iPhone as a special gift, Olivia pitched a fit because she wanted it too. Remember, this was back when iPhones were still popular. She chose to discipline me when I refused to share it because, after all, it was a birthday present. She sneaked into my room later that night and placed a giant house spider in my pillowcase since she knew I was afraid of spiders because of an event at summer camp when I was a kid. Olivia was the ideal choice to play the worried sister when I woke up screaming and had something crawling on my face. She even succeeded in giving my parents the impression that she had come to my aid right away. Only later, when we were by ourselves, did she confess what she had done, flashing that smug look I had been so accustomed to. A week later, the watch vanished inexplicably. I knew Olivia had taken it, even though we never discovered evidence. She went on the defensive when I accused her, saying that I was jealous of her new iPhone and was only attempting to harm her. The watch never appeared, and I was grounded for a week by my parents for making false accusations. Then there came my junior year, when I had my first serious crush on a man named Jason. We had been studying together for months when he was in my AP chemistry class. I finally had the bravery to ask him to a movie. I spent hours choosing the ideal ensemble, which included a brand new blue dress that I had been saving for months at my part-time job at the neighborhood library. Olivia accidentally spilled her grape juice all over it as soon as Jason entered. She amused him with uncomfortable tales from my early years, such as a particularly embarrassing instance from a school performance in which I had stage fright and became wet myself, while I was upstairs getting changed. I was 6 years old. The entire atmosphere was destroyed by the time I returned downstairs in my backup attire. Olivia had somehow made herself the focus of attention, and Jason could hardly look at me. Jason changed his study partner the following day, and I never heard from him again. She ruined more than just my social life though. Just hours before the due date, Olivia accidentally erased my almost completed common application essay from our shared family computer when I was applying to colleges in my senior year. The hurried version likely cost me admission to a number of prestigious universities, and I had to spend the entire night revising it. Maybe you should have saved a backup copy. Isn't that what smart people do? She simply shrugged when I challenged her. This trend persisted during our adolescence. My mom would always add, "You know how sensitive she is after everything we went through to have her." No matter how I tried to explain Olivia's behavior to our parents, they would dismiss it with a remark like, "She's just young," or, "You need to be more understanding of your sister." I eventually gave up trying. What was the purpose? I was merely the one who caused trouble by speaking up, and Olivia was their best child. Despite being an English teacher who takes great satisfaction in his ability to analyze critically, my dad lost his sight of Olivia. All day long, he would point out deceit and manipulation in Shakespeare's characters to his students, but he was unable to recognize the same trends occurring in his own household. Even worse was my mother. Being Olivia's mother had essentially become her entire identity, as though Olivia's most recent accomplishments, the majority of which I subsequently learned she had lied about or stolen credit for from others, were more significant than her own prosperous bakery business. I was eager to get out of that house by the age of 18. I concentrated on my studies, was accepted to a reputable college across the nation, and left right away. In order to avoid having to approach my parents for money, I worked 2 jobs. As a research assistant and at the college library. I understood that any financial dependence would offer Olivia grounds to criticize me. It was refreshing to go to college. For the first time, I could be myself without Olivia constantly putting me down. However, she made it plain that I wasn't welcome whenever I returned home during breaks, which got fewer and farther between. She would ignore me during meals, snoop through my belongings while I wasn't looking, and cut me off in any conversation I attempted to have with our parents. She even once accessed private customer files on my work laptop, which may have led to my termination if someone had discovered it. How did she react when I challenged her? Our parents, as usual, just shrugged and said, "You shouldn't have left it lying around." They also advised us to get along. After that, I started staying in school or spending my breaks with friends instead of going home. After dedicating myself to my studies, I finished with honors and immediately enrolled in law school. Even my law school graduation was skipped because Olivia had a slight cold and needed them. My parents seemed to be okay with my absence, justifying it as me becoming independent. I am currently 28 years old and have established a prosperous profession as a paralegal at one of the leading law companies in San Francisco. The irony that I spend my days recording the betrayals of other people's families while attempting to forget my own is not lost on me. I specialize in family court matters. Over the past 5 years, I haven't really interacted with Olivia much, only having polite, quick conversations around significant holidays, when I bothered to show up at all. With sporadic phone conversations and generic birthday cards, my connection with my parents grew more and more strained. Then, when my dad suffered a near-fatal heart attack a few months ago, everything changed. I threw everything down and ran home when my mother called to tell me. I was on the next trip home after she uttered my name with an urgency I had never heard before. "Madison, please come. He's asking for you." Her words broke through years of bitterness. Dad was stabilized and lived, but he was badly shaken by the event. As I observed him battling with the several tubes and monitors connected to him during one of our conversations in the hospital, he expressed his desire to spend more time with his loved ones. He said, "Life's too short," in a voice that was weaker than I had ever heard. In addition to recommending lifestyle modifications like regular exercise, the doctors had prescribed a rigorous pharmaceutical schedule. My throat constricted as he spoke about second chances and regrets. I chose to stay for a few days because I could see his point of view. Perhaps since I hadn't taken a sick day in 5 years and had accumulated enough goodwill to last a lifetime, My employer was unexpectedly kind. I could work from home, conducting research and preparing documents from my former bedroom. But my return to the house did not sit well with Olivia. She demonstrated this by moving my laptop during client calls, playing loud music while I was attempting to work, and accidentally unplugging my monitor during crucial video conferences, among other tiny acts of violence. Then one morning at breakfast, Dad suggested that the family go on a trip. He added in a voice full of enthusiasm, "It's been years since we all went somewhere together," reminding me of the father I knew before Olivia seized control of our lives. He wanted to travel to Hawaii, which we had discussed going to when I was younger, before Olivia, before the miscarriages, before everything changed. At first, I was hesitant because hanging out with Olivia for a long period wasn't really exciting. Knowing how much it meant to Dad, though, I consented. During that brunch, I noticed hope in his eyes, something I hadn't seen in years. Although Olivia seemed more interested in eating nails than going on a trip with me, she was unable to refuse Dad's proposition while he was still recuperating from a heart attack. He booked flights and lodging, taking care of everything. I made sure everything was in order, asked for time off, and even prepared case papers ahead of time to make sure nothing would stop me from going. However, I learned that my flight had been inexplicably canceled when we arrived at the airport. I felt angry and perplexed. We went to the airline desk to find out what had happened because Dad insisted he had purchased and paid for all 4 tickets. Only my ticket had been denied, I thought as I looked at Olivia. It was the same sneaky smile I'd seen so many times before, the one she'd worn after the spider incident, after she'd ruined my date with Jason, after she'd gained every little triumph over me. I went straight up to her. I said, "You did this, didn't you?" Mom leapt to Olivia's support. "Your sister would never do something like that." Dad then made an effort to make things better. "It's probably just an airline error. Let's not point fingers." As she mentioned that my ticket had been canceled yesterday from my parents' home IP address while I was at work, the airline lady appeared uneasy. I was taken aback. Since there were no other flights that day, it didn't seem like a good idea to fly alone the following day. They still refused to accept Olivia as she truly was, despite all the evidence that pointed to her. After hesitating and speculating that they might postpone and reschedule, Dad began to talk about how long it had been since he had taken a holiday, how the doctors had warned that stress was harmful for his heart, and that perhaps it would be best to keep quiet. Mom remarked, "You travel so much for work anyway," without looking at me. "You're not really missing out." Their remarks hurt. To once again prioritize Olivia's comfort over my involvement in the family, they appeared to be requesting permission to depart without me. "You're welcome to go without me," I remarked in a cold tone as I made my way back to San Francisco, determined to move on from the entire situation. I had no idea that Olivia's reputation as a golden child would ultimately bring about her demise. Something changed inside of me as I stood alone in the airport watching my parents and Olivia board their aircraft. I learned the value of paperwork, case building, and waiting for the proper opportunity during my years of paralegal employment. For years, I had been surreptitiously gathering proof of Olivia's manipulation, including witness statements from former classmates and neighbors, emails, texts, and security camera footage. It was time to exploit my professional expertise for my own benefit. In that airport terminal, I decided to stop being the understanding elder sister. No more ignoring the situation. The culmination of years of gathering evidence of Olivia's deceptive actions was imminent, and she wouldn't even anticipate it. I knew better than anyone because I worked as a paralegal, the truth always comes out in the end, and I would be prepared when it did. First update. I never thought my mother would call me in such a frenzy so quickly. As I listened to her frantic voice describe what had transpired at their Hawaii resort, my hands began to shake. Their flawed family vacation had devolved into a nightmare that would ultimately reveal Olivia's true character. It started when Dad's heart medicine started to inexplicably stop working. After 3 days of closely monitoring his medication, my parents discovered that 3 to 4 pills per day were routinely disappearing. Initially, they thought he was misplacing his pills or taking them without remembering, which was a worrying but reasonable explanation considering his recent health problems. My father insisted on looking everywhere in their suite, but at first my mother didn't accept the obvious implications. Nothing was discovered until my mother was at the pool and went to borrow sunscreen from Olivia's room. All of Dad's missing heart pills were in Olivia's bedside drawer, as was his backup prescription bottle, which had reportedly been misplaced during packing. Olivia didn't even attempt to refute it when pressed. "You shouldn't have invited her in the first place," she yelled, alluding to their original plan to include me. Because this trip was supposed to be about us, the real family. Instead, she launched into a diatribe about how I had ruined their perfect family vacation. Things quickly got out of hand. Olivia started flinging objects around the hotel room, breaking multiple glasses and a lamp. She reacted angrily to my father's attempts to soothe her, accusing him of being weak for attempting to reintroduce that drama into their lives and claiming that his heart attack was really a ploy to get attention. When hotel security received complaints about the noise, they weren't impressed by Olivia's performance, unlike when our parents were there. When she refused to stop and started saying that everyone would pay, the hotel staff phoned the police. As my mother explained how she was handcuffed and brought away, I could hear her yelling in the background. She kept saying it was all your fault. My mother wept on the phone. But Madison, she could have killed your father. Those medications, he needs them. The doctor said even missing a single day could trigger another heart attack. I remained calm and professional. I had learned how to maintain my composure in the face of internal turmoil via years of handling high-stress legal circumstances. I gave the order, "Mom, I need you to do exactly what I say. Take photos of where you found the medication. Document everything. Use your phone to record any conversations with hotel staff or police. Don't delete anything Olivia sends you." The voice of my mother broke. "The police want to press charges. They're saying it's attempted domestic assault or something. Should we get her a lawyer?" "No," I firmly said. "Let me handle everything from here." This was the kind of thing I had been planning. Olivia was taken out of custody 24 hours later, but her freedom would not last long. In her room, the police had discovered more than just cardiac medication. They also found a number of stolen goods, such as cell phones and wallets, from other hotel visitors. While our parents were at the beach or pool, she had been methodically breaking into other rooms. Olivia wasn't finished though. As soon as she got back to the hotel, she started planning her retaliation. She essentially left our parents stranded in Hawaii without access to cash or identity by hiding their wallets and passports. Her message was unmistakable. She would ensure that everyone suffered alongside her if she were going down. I started working with the hotel security personnel right once and made arrangements for emergency monies to be supplied via Western Union. As soon as I described the problem, they were unexpectedly supportive. As it happens, Olivia was already under suspicion by the hotel for acting strangely around the rooms of other visitors. When she was seen trying to enter the hotel's medical storage facility, which had emergency cardiac drugs, on security tape, it was the last straw. She claimed she was only seeking for aspirin when staff confronted her, but the keypad's access log revealed several unsuccessful attempts to enter a restricted location. As I was coordinating with the hotel security staff and local law enforcement that evening, Olivia began sending me more bizarre texts. She said that during her prior snooping, she had obtained private information from my laptop and threatened to disclose it to my company. She was unaware that years prior, I had already reported and documented her unauthorized access attempt to the security team at my company. The truth was shattering my parents, who were finally recognizing Olivia for who she truly was. Dad's blood pressure was dangerously high due to the stress, and Mom was crying uncontrollably. While the court case started, I made arrangements for them to relocate to a separate hotel far from Olivia. During our most recent phone conversation, my father observed, "We ought to have paid attention to you years ago." I had never heard his voice sound older and more worn out. "We couldn't realize we were losing you instead because we were so terrified of losing her." Olivia is currently being investigated by the police. She faces severe charges based on my documenting of her prior actions as well as the recently obtained hotel proof. Karma can occasionally operate through the legal system. Second update. Since my last report, things have drastically become worse. Olivia was released on bail after being charged with several counts of stealing and reckless endangerment, with the stipulation that she must return to our parents' home and attend required mental health assessments. But what transpired next demonstrated that things were much worse than any of us had thought. Olivia transformed our parents' home into a psychological battleground without expressing any regret. She started by methodically deleting family pictures, but just those that featured me. Olivia said she was cleaning the house of negative energy when Mom questioned her about it. Then, in the middle of the night, she started moving all the furniture around, making loud noises that kept our parents from falling asleep. When she began to interfere with Dad's new medicine schedule, the true risk became evident. He would miss doses or take them at the wrong times because she would alter the time on every clock in the house. She pretended to be innocent when apprehended, saying she was only trying to help organize things better. Any change to his pharmaceutical regimen could result in another cardiac episode, the physicians had cautioned. While officially remaining within the law, Olivia came up with inventive methods to ruin our parents' lives, so I promptly filed for an emergency restraining order. At night, she would stand quietly in their bedroom doorway and watch them attempt to go asleep, or she would play music that was precisely 1 decibel below the noise regulation limit. When Dad found out that the brake lines on his automobile had been tampered with, it was the tipping point. The mechanic verified that the damage was deliberate, but we were unable to identify Olivia. She accidentally ignited a minor fire in the kitchen at 3 a.m. that same day while cooking. My dad called me crying. "We can no longer live this way, Madison. My blood pressure is skyrocketing, and your mother hasn't slept in days. However, she is our daughter. How could we have let her down so severely?" I made arrangements for Olivia to be evaluated by a mental evaluation team using my legal connections. Instead of cooperating, she launched into a thorough conspiracy theory about how I had planned everything, including the hotel mishaps and Dad's heart attack, to turn our parents against her. The initial assessment from the evaluation team was unsettling. They observed a total lack of empathy and extreme narcissistic characteristics, pointing to a pattern of behavior that had probably been growing for years. Olivia would either deny everything or defend it as essential for protecting her family from my influence when I showed her the evidence of her behavior. The process has been a nightmare, but our parents have finally consented to formally evict her. She has been methodically wrecking the house by punching holes in the walls, ruining appliances, and shredding documents. She asserts that the house would never feel the same without her and says she is marking her territory. Things took a far darker turn last night. During one of her subsequent 3 a.m. eventually, she wrote resignation letters to the principal of his school and gained access to Dad's email account. Claiming to be helping them simplify their lives, she then went on to cancel all of their utility and credit card bills. The police are called in once more, but Olivia seemed to enjoy operating just outside the law. It is difficult to make a case for her quick removal since she is aware of the limits of her influence before going beyond established legal bounds. I've been painstakingly recording everything in an effort to compile a case that should lead to both required mental health treatment and criminal prosecution. My years of experience as a paralegal are coming in very handy. Every event, text message, and item of property damage is being recorded and validated. Since they are unable to go back to their own house, our parents are currently lodging at a motel. Mom's voice was hollow when she called me yesterday. We never realized we needed to protect the world from her because we spent so many years protecting her from the world. Next week is the date of the eviction hearing in court. Although Olivia is unaware of it yet, I have gathered proof of financial fraud she has perpetrated over the previous few years using our parents' information. I've been planning for years because sometimes the best defense is a well-prepared offense. Third update. Nobody could have predicted how dramatically the final meeting with Olivia would unfold. She went from using psychological warfare to open criminal action after being served with the official eviction notice. She planned what I can only characterize as a deliberate attempt to demolish everything our family had worked so hard to create 3 days prior, on what would be her last night at our parents' house. She gained access to Dad's retirement funds and tried to move the whole amount to an offshore account she had covertly opened. Fortunately, it was discovered in time by the bank's fraud detection system. After that failed, she started methodically destroying priceless family relics, including Dad's collection of first edition books from his teaching career, our great-grandmother's wedding china, and photo albums from the 1940s. All of them were purposefully destroyed. She even claimed to be cleaning the house of generational trauma, while live-streaming portions of her outburst on social media. When she found out about the covert camera system I had lawfully built with our parents' consent to record her activities, the issue reached a breaking point. She reacted violently and instantly. Screaming that she would sooner burn the house down than allow them to win, she snatched up a kitchen knife and began slicing furniture. I was asked to disclose the extensive evidence file I had put together by the police negotiator. It included years' worth of documented incidents, including surveillance footage from the house demonstrating her deliberate destruction of property, financial documents demonstrating systematic theft from our parents' accounts, and medical records demonstrating her meddling in Dad's medical care. Olivia was finally arrested following a 4-hour standoff. The police's discovery that she had been using several false identities during her booking, however, was the true shock. She has reportedly been using similar strategies to con other families, posing as a distant cousin in need of assistance or a long-lost relative. Currently, the district attorney is pursuing several felonies, including identity theft, criminal threats, criminal destruction of property, and attempted financial fraud. The foundation of their argument is now the evidence I have accumulated over the years. Last thoughts. While they deal with everything, our parents are living with me in San Francisco. Just the 3 of us had our first genuine family meal in years yesterday. I keep thinking about all the signs we ignored, all the times Madison tried to tell us. Mom sobbed during dessert. We were so caught up in the idea of not losing her that we never realized we were losing ourselves, said Dad, who has now begun to recover his health now that he is no longer influenced by Olivia. During the police search, the vintage pocket watch that Olivia had stolen years prior was discovered among her belongings. I'm reminded that all realities come to light in due time as I hold it and listen to its steady tick. My dad handed it to me last night and said, "It should have been yours all along." Going forward, we're concentrating on family healing, the genuine sort, based on openness and respect for one another rather than coercion and terror. The person who ought to have been closest to you is sometimes the most difficult to eliminate out of your life. However, we've discovered that a smaller, healthier family is preferable to a larger, toxic one. I appreciate all of your help and guidance during this trip. When things got hard, your remarks kept me going. We are especially grateful to the community's legal experts who provided advice. You are truly remarkable. My parents publicly humiliated me at my golden sister's party. I cut ties, rebuilt myself, and exposed the truth about their toxic legacy. My sister, Maya, 47F, has always cast a shadow over me, 42F. We were brought up in a wealthy Boston suburb by parents, both in their late 70s, who were very focused on success and social standing. Even though we were both intellectually gifted, Maya was always presented as our family's jewel while I was only an afterthought. This dynamic was evident from my very first recollections. Our parents would have lavish celebrations for Maya's birthdays, inviting the kids from the wealthiest families in their neighborhood. In contrast, my birthdays were frequently overlooked or commemorated with a hurried card explaining that we already spent too much on Maya's party this year. This trend persisted throughout our schooling. Our parents hosted an all-night celebration when Maya was accepted to a prestigious private high school. They simply remarked, "At least we won't have to pay for this one," when I was awarded a merit scholarship to an equally renowned institution 2 years later. Every accomplishment I made was compared to Maya's and found wanting. The difference was much more noticeable while we were in college. Our parents covered all of Maya's living expenses and tuition at Yale Law School, as well as a nice apartment. Regarding my schooling, they advised me to take out loans or pursue a less costly job route because they had already committed their resources to Maya's law school fund. In spite of this, I obtained scholarships, worked several jobs, and earned an honors degree in computer science. When we started our careers, Maya took the route our parents had carefully mapped out for her, joining a prominent legal practice and moving up the corporate ladder as predicted. In the computer sector, I forged my own route by relying more on talent and perseverance than on family ties to launch my career. Family get-togethers were usually fraught with tension. Maya was referred to as our successful daughter by our parents, who would treat me as though I didn't exist. Our mother would hastily shift the topic or make disparaging remarks such, "Oh, she does something with computers," when family members inquired about my line of work. I was able to establish a decent job in spite of the ongoing, subtle, but persistent emotional assault. I managed a team of engineers and had a comfortable six-figure salary as a middle management at a burgeoning software business by the time I was in my early 40s. However, this was nothing compared to Maya's accomplishments as a lawyer in our parents' eyes. It all came to a climax during Maya's promotion party 3 years ago. Our parents kept reminding everyone that she was the youngest person ever to be appointed a senior partner at her firm. More than 200 members of Boston's affluent social circles were invited to the grand ballroom of the Fairmont Copley Plaza, which they had rented out. The intricate floral arrangements, the champagne towers, and the string quartet playing in the corner are just a few of the agonizing details I can still clearly recall from that night. In order to celebrate the accomplishment of their golden kid, our parents had gone all out. I felt like an alien at what should have been a family gathering, so I sat at my designated table, a little away from the main family table, and tried to act dignified. I anticipated the customary kudos for Maya when our father got up to speak, but what transpired was more than I could have ever dreamed. He opened by referring to Maya as their greatest blessing while addressing the full assembly of Boston's social and legal elite. I had long recognized that she was their golden child, so that part wasn't shocking. The room burst in amusement as he went on to joke that they should have stopped having children after Maya since the second ones are usually useless anyway. He said that they could have spent all of their time and money on Maya rather than wasting them on me. My mother said, "At least we had one child we could be proud of," as she stood next to him, grinning and nodding. Their words weren't even the worst part. It was observing the reactions of those in my immediate vicinity, who seemed to find my public humiliation amusing. I frantically glanced at Maya in the hopes that she would speak up or else demonstrate her sisterly support. However, she merely shot me a pitying look before joining in the uncomfortable giggles. "They're just joking," Maya remarked simply when I questioned her later in the hotel's powder room. "Perhaps they would be proud of you too if you put in as much effort as I did." Those remarks, given with such casual harshness, were the last straw. My relationship with my family ended that evening. I had put up with being the inferior daughter for years, but this public admission of my inadequacy was too much. I immediately removed them from all of my social media accounts, blocked their phone numbers, and erased their email addresses as soon as I came home. I got a job at another software business across town in less than a week, and I immediately started a new life. I gave my job and personal development all of my attention for the ensuing 3 years. I developed a solid team, received numerous promotions, and even began coaching more junior female IT workers. For the first time in my life, I felt genuinely valued for my abilities, and my new coworkers recognized my leadership style and skill set. My parents were worried about my absence from family events, I was told by distant relatives, but their worry was never followed by an apology. Telling everyone that I was being oversensitive and dramatic, Maya seemed to defend their actions. She even implied that my emotional instability was evidence that our parents had been correct about me all along. Life continued, and my independence brought me serenity. I traveled widely, purchased a stunning brownstone in Back Bay, and formed sincere friendships with individuals who valued me for who I am. I found a sense of self-worth that was unrelated to comparisons to my sister, and the burden of continuously attempting to earn my parents' love subsided. My parents sent me several urgent texts yesterday after I hadn't heard from them in 3 years. The first few arrived via email, followed by voicemails on my work phone and, lastly, text messages from unfamiliar numbers. I felt something bad must have happened because they hadn't made an attempt to get in touch with me in months. I called them back after unblocking their number against my better judgment, my pulse pounding as I braced myself for any news they could have. Must I tell them what they told me? Their predicament is almost poetically ironic, and I'm thinking of a plan of action that might eventually let them see the repercussions of their actions. However, I want to be sure that my judgment isn't influenced by past traumas. I've been thinking about how life can take such unexpected turns while sitting in my home office for the past few hours and gazing out my window at the Boston skyline. For me, the last 3 years have been life-changing. My team now looks up to me instead of me being the constant letdown. I played a key role in helping us land a significant deal that recently made our business famous. In retrospect, I see how much their unrelenting criticism impacted every facet of my existence. I hopped from relationship to relationship in my 20s and 30s, constantly selecting individuals who would treat me the same way my parents did, as though I was never quite good enough. To comprehend the pattern and overcome it, years of therapy were required. Their disdain for my accomplishments even affected my job decisions. Whenever I was successful, I would minimize my achievements, almost as an act of contrition. I didn't even inform them when I got my first big promotion because I knew they would somehow compare it to Maya's career. Ironically, they never realized how strong it was to launch a profession without their help since they were too preoccupied with upholding their flawless image and Maya's flawless reputation. Every accomplishment I made was the result of my own perseverance and diligence. Maya provided financial support and connections, but I was left to fend for myself in the corporate world. I can't help but think about how my parents' fixation with social standing and perfection has finally come back to haunt them as I get ready to disclose what they told me. After all, the cosmos appears to have a sense of humor. I'm also struggling with the fact that, in spite of everything they've done, including years of emotional abuse and humiliation in front of others, a tiny part of me still cares about my family's well-being. Perhaps that makes me human, or perhaps it makes me weak. In any case, I am certain that the choice I make next will permanently alter everyone's life. Shall I share their words with you? What do I intend to do? I am aware that some people could argue that I should be the larger person and take the high road. But perhaps it's time for them to comprehend what it's like to lose everything they hold dear, including their reputation, social status, and ideal family image, after decades of being destroyed in that embarrassing speech 3 years ago. My office is now covered with deep shadows as the sun sets over the Charles River. I'm getting more and more frantic as my phone continues to beep with additional messages from my folks. My silence is probably making them nuts because they have never had to wait for anything in their lives. Excellent. I believe I'm prepared to discuss what they told me and my next steps. To be clear, though, this isn't about retaliation. It's time to hold them accountable for years of emotional abuse. This is about justice. Justice is at stake here, and they must be held responsible for years of emotional torture. Showing them that their useless second daughter is more powerful than they ever thought is the goal here. If you would want to hear the rest of this story, please let me know. It will be worth the wait, I assure you. First update. I spent the next few hours assembling the startling facts of Maya's predicament following that initial phone conversation with my parents. Not only was what they disclosed shocking, But it also completely destroyed the flawless image they had worked so hard to create over the years. My parents claim that Maya has been battling a serious cocaine addiction. 3 months ago, she lost her job at the law firm, but she was able to keep it a secret from our parents by acting as though she was still employed. Only after one of their country club friends noticed Maya in a troubling state outside a well-known drug house in a dilapidated area of Boston did they learn the truth. What is the most ironic aspect of this whole circumstance? It seems that Maya began using cocaine in order to continue performing well at work. In order to keep up with the rigorous schedule and high-pressure atmosphere, she sought chemical aid due to the burden of being the youngest senior partner and our parents' unending expectations. I could hear the shame seeping out of my mother's voice as she tearfully described how Maya had spent all of her money and their retirement fund to fuel her habit. What really surprised me, though, was that their reputation, rather than Maya's health or recuperation, remained their top priority. As if someone would overhear our phone talk, my mother muttered, "We can't let anyone at the club know about this. What would people think? We've already had to justify her absence from recent social gatherings." The portion that made my blood boil then came. As is his custom, my father looked for someone else to blame for his golden child's decline. "Back then, you didn't expose her to drugs, did you?" His voice was full of accusations as he asked. "You were always the one who rebelled." I became silent in shock. They were attempting to blame me for this despite the fact that I hadn't spoken to them or Maya in 3 years. They didn't seem to care that I've never even done drugs. They believe that their useless daughter is somehow to blame for any issues with their ideal daughter. My mother promptly added their true motive for phoning. She begged, "Please come home and help us take care of her. People would find out if we sent her to rehab, so we can't. You might be able to take a few weeks off from work. After all, your work isn't nearly as significant as Maya's former work." It was verified that nothing had changed by that final remark, which was so nonchalantly harsh. They couldn't resist making fun of me, even in this circumstance. However, they later disclosed something that further fanned the ridiculousness of their request. Maya's former coworkers had already made 2 attempts at intervention, including offering to covertly set up private therapy at a covert facility in Switzerland. My dad clarified, "We can't risk anyone finding out. The reputation of our family would be ruined if it were known that Maya had entered a rehab facility. We would like to deal with this internally." With me serving as her full-time caregiver, their plan, if you can call it that, was to keep Maya confined to her old room at their home. Through sheer resolve and familial duty, they appeared to believe that their useless daughter might somehow overcome their perfect one's drug addiction. I'm still in shock over their foolishness. I find it ironic that after years of ignoring and disparaging me, they are now seeking for my assistance. Even more startling, though, is their readiness to jeopardize Maya's health, and maybe her life, in order to protect their reputation. We would like to deal with this internally. They had a plan, if you can call it that, to keep Maya confined to her old room at their house while I took care of her full-time. Through sheer resolve and familial responsibility, they appeared to believe that their useless daughter might somehow heal their perfect one's drug addiction. My mother genuinely sneered at my suggestion that addiction calls for expert medical help. "Stop being dramatic," she advised. "You've never been as strong as Maya. She will recover if her family provides her with some help. She is unique, she is not like other addicts." This was the direction of the conversation for nearly 2 hours. They took turns pointing the finger at me, downplaying how bad Maya's addiction was, and worrying about how to hide it from their friends. They never once showed sincere concern for Maya's welfare or admitted that their pressure may have contributed to her demise. My father made one last remark before hanging up the phone, which solidified my choice of what to do next. "Keep in mind that if you don't assist us with this, you're proving all we've ever said about you being of no use to this family," he continued. Without answering, I hung up, already making plans in my head. They wish to remain silent about this. Their reputation is a concern for them. Perhaps it's time for Boston's elite to meet the family they've long admired in person. I can't help but see the irony as I sit here figuring out what to do next. They need the daughter they cast aside to preserve the one they revere after spending years pulling me down to elevate Maya. However, I have another idea that will ultimately help them see the real consequences of their behavior. Shall I tell you my plan? Taking the high road isn't exactly what most people would think of doing, but perhaps it's not the best course of action this time around given everything they've done. Watch this space to see what happens next. I can assure you that karma will soon make a stunning entrance in their meticulously planned life. Second update. I debated for a long time before deciding to contact Maya directly. Without our parents interfering, I wanted to hear her side of the tale. What transpired was painful and eye-opening. On the phone, Maya's voice was hardly recognizable, weak, uncertain, and entirely different from the self-assured sister I recalled. She initially spoke in short, disjointed words, as though it took a great deal of work to put her ideas together. The entire story then slowly came to light. She didn't fall into addiction all at once. It began soon after I was humiliated by our parents at the promotion party. The weight of our parents' expectations and the burden of being the youngest senior partner became too much to bear. She admitted, I was frantically trying to prove I deserved the position by working 90-hour weeks. I had trouble falling asleep. Every case seemed like it might be the one in which I failed, where I would demonstrate my lack of competence. Seeing how worn out she was, one of the other partners gave her something to keep her advantage. Cocaine was the something in question. What began as a one-time boost to get through challenging instances turned into a daily requirement. Maya explained how she would plan her entire day to keep up the ideal facade while controlling her increasing dependence. She would plan court dates for the mornings when she was most lucid, attend lunch meetings that were really occasions to use, and progressively distance herself from everyone who may observe her decline. The most startling admission, however, came when Maya sobbed and admitted that it was also a turning point in her life to witness our parents make fun of me at her celebration. She wailed, I saw myself becoming them. I was so focused on maintaining this image of perfection that I stood there and let them destroy you. I've carried that guilt ever since. She disclosed how the unrelenting adulation from our parents had turned into a prison. The bar was increased with each success. The pressure to be flawless increased with each achievement. They didn't just ruin your life, she said in a whisper. They ruined mine, too, just in a different way. The topic of discussion turned to her present circumstances. Her savings, her career, and her standing in the legal community are all gone. Our parents' resistance to allow her to get professional help, however, is what scares her the most. She said, they keep saying they can handle it privately. But I know I need real treatment. I'm scared I'll die if I don't get help soon. Then Maya did something that surprised me. She expressed regret, not just a shallow, I'm sorry, but a sincere admission of her responsibility for my suffering. She apologized for all the times she had taken sides with our parents, for all the times she had reveled in their admiration while they had denigrated me. In her own words, you were always the stronger one. You built your life despite them, while I built mine to please them. Look where that got me. Neither of us missed the irony in her comment. Maya shared more details about our parents' present conduct while we spoke. More focused on maintaining appearances than obtaining her assistance, they have been micromanaging her deterioration. They've created elaborate lies to explain my absence from social events, Maya stated. They've even staged fake video calls where I pretend to be working late at the office I no longer have access to. Finding out how they have been responding to her withdrawal attempts was the most upsetting aspect. They have seen it as a minor nuisance rather than seeking medical care. When I experience severe symptoms, they give me sleeping pills and lock me in my old bedroom, she stated. They tell the housekeeping staff I have a bad flu. I overheard them discussing what to tell the country club members, Maya remarked, laughing bitterly. They were more worried about maintaining their standing in the club than whether I might need emergency medical care. I had a clear image of Maya's addiction and the poisonous familial dynamic that fueled it by the end of our talk. Our parents hadn't produced one successful and one unsuccessful daughter. Though in separate ways, they had harmed us both. I want to get proper help, finally, Maya said. But I'm terrified of standing up to them. They've controlled every aspect of my life for so long. I don't know how to defy them. I understood exactly what I had to do at that point. I had to change my original revenge plot. Indeed, our parents should be held accountable for their deeds. However, I also have to make sure Maya receives the much-needed assistance. I'm developing a new plan that will safeguard Maya's road to healing while also exposing our parents' destructive behavior. Now is the moment to demonstrate to them that their useless daughter is capable of handling any problem, even if it means destroying their valuable social standing in the process. I will describe my plan and how I plan to implement it in the upcoming update. Let's assume that our parents are going to realize that keeping up appearances shouldn't be their top priority at this time. Third update. My strategy was executed with precision and method, focusing on our parents' most prized possession, their position in Boston's affluent circles. With the church community, Phase 1 got underway. I secretly forwarded documents to the Senior Leadership Council of their Episcopal Church, including proof of Maya's current state and a thorough letter detailing how our parents were deliberately delaying their daughter from obtaining life-saving medical care. I emphasized how they put appearances before their daughter's life by mentioning their refusal of the offer of the Swiss Rehabilitation Center. It happened just before the annual meeting of the church fundraising committee, which my mother had chaired for the previous 15 years. The council reacted quickly. In addition to removing her from the committee, they started a formal conversation regarding the Christian need to help family members in need. With several members of the church openly glancing at my parents' normal pew, which was noticeably empty, the Sunday sermon about pride coming before a fall was especially incisive. Phase 2 focused on their network of professional contacts. I methodically contacted important associates at Maya's previous legal practice, voicing my serious concerns regarding our parents' handling of the matter. The company immediately disassociated itself, already concerned about possible liabilities. Our parents' painstakingly constructed fiction about Maya continuing to work there was essentially destroyed when they released a formal statement stating that she had left months prior for personal reasons. The country club stage was especially fulfilling. All I had to do was make sure the appropriate individuals heard the appropriate conversations. Among the elite members of the club, gossip spread like wildfire. The absurdity of the situation was now being discussed in whispers by the same social circles that had laughed at my humiliation 3 years prior. My mother's valuable junior league connections provided the brilliant idea. The message was clear. Their place in Boston's social hierarchy was eroding. I made arrangements for their annual charity banquet, which was typically held at our parents' house, to be moved because of concerns about the home environment. I put the second phase of my plan into action as their meticulously planned social environment collapsed. I was able to get Maya a spot at a prestigious rehabilitation center in Arizona, away from Boston's prying eyes, by working with her old coworkers. It gave her the opportunity to heal free from the poisonous influence of our parents. The administrative director of the facility consented to list Maya under a false identity after learning about our parents' meddling in earlier attempts at rehabilitation. This made sure our parents couldn't interfere with or control her therapy. Maya's path to recovery, from addiction and from our parents' oppressive expectations, began when she wrote me a quick note upon arriving at the facility. "Thank you for being strong enough to do what I couldn't." As I had expected, our parents' response to their social collapse was just that. They kept calling me, alternating between angry calls and frantic pleas. Father's last voicemail was quite instructive. "How dare you destroy everything we built? We gave you life, and this is how you repay us." I sent a single text message in response. "Consider this my repayment for your years of apt parenting. Your reputation is experiencing the same thing you did to my self-worth, systematic destruction. How does it feel to be seen as useless in your social circle?" Boston's affluent social circles are still feeling the effects. Our parents, who were once honored guests at all important social gatherings, are now discreetly denied invitations to important events. They get no response to their calls. They mysteriously lose their regular reservations for dinner at upscale eateries. Their new reality is the sidelong glances and whispers they have been trying so hard to escape. Maya's therapist at the rehab facility sent me an unexpected email last week. She revealed, with Maya's consent, that my sister is progressing remarkably. Now that she is finally getting professional assistance and is free from our parents' toxic expectations, she is starting to realize how their fixation on perfection fueled her addiction. In addition, the therapist made a comment that made me cry. It seems that Maya has a picture of us as kids on her bedside table. It was taken before our connection was ruined by our parents' expectations. She hopes to restore the sisterly connection we previously shared by looking at it every morning as inspiration for her recuperation. Unable to handle their embarrassment in Boston, our parents are said to have escaped to their Berkshire's vacation home. Things became worse after their last attempt at damage control, which involved sending a long email to their social circle saying they were misinterpreted. They were officially suspended from the country club after someone, not me, for once, leaked it to all of the members. One of my mother's oldest friends, who saw me humiliated at Maya's promotion celebration, wrote me a letter yesterday. She realized how the community had tolerated our parents' destructive behavior for years and expressed her sincere regret for not speaking out that evening. "Letting someone face the consequences of their actions is sometimes the most loving thing we can do," she wrote at the end of her letter, a quotation that encapsulated the situation well. Some may argue that my retaliation was excessively severe and that I ought to have approached the matter more tactfully. However, I disagree. Our parents' reputation was cultivated over decades of violence and emotional abuse. They maintained control and imposed their perverted ideal of perfection by using their social position as a weapon. They are now going through the agonizing reality of being viewed as a letdown by their peers, just as they did to me. Maya's recuperation is still going well. She's beginning to envision a future free from the controlling influence of our parents, one in which she defines success according to her own standards rather than using their distorted definition. Together, we are gradually mending the harm our parents caused to our relationship. For my part, I've at last discovered tranquility. It turned out that the useless daughter was the one who could bring about both justice and salvation. I've demonstrated that the ability to stand up for what's right, even at great personal expense, is a better indicator of success than social standing or parental favor. At all costs, our parents sought to keep up appearances. They got what they wanted then. Everyone now recognizes them for who they truly are. Evicted by my parents, I secretly bought their house and tripled the rent to rewrite my own destiny. Things began to go downhill, or uphill, depending on your perspective. I worked part-time in a low-paying grocery store at 22 to finish my degree. Tom and Linda, my parents, pressured me like they owned my life. Every day, they pushed me toward their ideal life. They thought they knew best yet didn't know my wishes. I stealthily eat my mom's overcooked meatloaf at dinner on Thursdays. Though it felt like chewing cardboard, I didn't say anything for fear of a sermon on my ungratefulness. Dad abruptly asks, "How's that business degree?" In his usual concerned dad manner. Though preparing, I knew this talk would happen. My stomach fell as my heart raced. Rip off the bandage. I set my fork down, staring at the clump of peas I'd been pushing around my plate like a 5-year-old. About that, I shakily responded. I've contemplated changing majors. Room fell silent. The hallway clock ticked. Then I knew what was coming. Changing majors? My dad nearly gags on food. Only when angry would he glow scarlet. Yeah, I want to switch to computer science, I said, trying to communicate clearly. It felt like a firing squad. Before I finished, my mom answered sarcastically. Jake, thinking never been your strong suit, she joked, smiling tightly. We all knew it wasn't. She often jokes pretending to laugh. Sat there swallowing rage. I wanted to yell at them and tell them they were wrong, but I knew better. There would be more ranting, and I didn't want an argument. Dad continued. His fork shook the plates as it hit the table. Computer science, are you crazy? Business makes money. That foolish hobby is ruining your future. Tried to explain. It's not a pastime, Dad. Like it and think I can do well. You think? He disconnected again. Passion costs nothing, Jake. You're reckless. Think forward instead of doing what you want now. My mom agreed, feeding the fire. No more childhood. Don't play with your future. They didn't care about my wishes. As a project, any deviation from their design meant ruining it. Nobody considered that I might know what was best for me. After dinner, I collapsed on my bed after slamming the door. Like a burden on my chest. Calling Ashley on my phone. She alone understood my condition. How did it go? She asked, knowing the outcome. Like a freaking disaster, I murmured, rubbing my eyes. I told them, and they went berserk. Like I told them I was skipping off to join a circus. She responded by sighing. Jake, defend yourself, your life, not theirs. You owe nothing. Yes, but they're my parents. Not that easy. I get it, she muttered. But Jake, you're 22. No more childhood. Own your life or they'll run it for you. While staring at the ceiling, I realized she was right. I should act like a grown-up. The next morning, I felt dread and resolve as I informed them honestly that they could no longer dominate my life. My pulse raced as I went downstairs and discovered them watching TV in the living room. Mom, Dad, we need to talk, I said shakily but firmly. After my dad muted the TV, everybody looked at me like they expected big news, which it was. Switching to computer science. Dad frowned. You're not. I persisted this time. I chose this as an adult. I hoped they would give me it, but Mom stood up with her arms crossed. If you're an adult, you can support yourself, she said coldly. You have 24 hours to pack and leave. I was riveted, like my brain couldn't comprehend what she said. What? I succeeded? You can't be serious. My dad snaps. Oh, we're serious. You want to decide? Fine. You're doing it alone. I forget my walk back to my room, but I felt betrayed, like they were looking for an excuse to push me out. I was their son, but they treated me like garbage. I called my best friend Mike from my room without trying to talk well. I said, dude, they kicked me out, shaking my hands. I don't know what to do. Mike immediately said, pack your stuff, man. Stay with me. I discovered it while packing my clothing in a duffel bag. My parents threw me away like trash. Despite how bizarre it sounds, I felt relieved. They no longer controlled me. Not sure what that meant. I slept in Mike's house trying to figure out what happened after getting expelled, but it felt like my life had changed. From fighting with my parents about my major to being homeless felt unreal, like someone else was experiencing it. I didn't mind Mike's one-bedroom apartment that smelled like stale pizza and exercise socks because I had a roof and a friend who wouldn't ask me to leave. I couldn't crawl to my parents for help because it was too cramped. Every movement made Mike's old couch rattle where I slept. Every time I finished my homework, my mind would replay what happened. It seemed like my mind wouldn't let me forget I didn't have a home. My savings were draining fast, and I needed to work more. I couldn't balance 2 jobs, school, and life decisions. Ashley recommended we eat lunch at a cheap sandwich cafe near Mike's to relax after she couldn't fix my problem. As I hadn't eaten much since leaving home, I figured going out might help. "How are you doing?" she inquired, eating her sandwich. I shrugged. "Honestly, not good. I can't concentrate at school, and my money is running out. I doubt I can continue." She gave me the compassionate look everyone has given me since I told them what happened. "Jake, you're trying. Just a blip." Joyless laughter. "Yes, a mountain-sized bump." She held my hand across the table. "You'll understand. You've always been brilliant, even if your parents don't know." Her kind words didn't change the fact that I was stuck in a situation I couldn't escape. I felt like I was treading water to avoid drowning. After lunch, I worked on my assignments at Mike's, but as I looked at the computer screen, I realized I was getting behind. My grades were decreasing, and I was considering dropping out. I didn't want to, but other options were running out. After several weeks of no improvement, my money fell, and I realized I had to choose. Mike could only cover so much, and I couldn't keep freeloading on him. Leaving college seemed like giving up all I'd worked for. Signing the paperwork in the dean's office made me feel like a failure. My aim of being the first in my family to graduate college was disappearing like everything else. After leaving that office, I realized I had no degree, strategy, or money. I gazed at my phone on Mike's couch that night, unsure what to do. Ashley always called to check on me. "Now the plan?" she whispered. "I keep looking for work, but nothing comes through. Like every door is closing on me." My caller hesitated, clearly trying to cheer me up. "You won't give up?" "I don't have a choice," I said, trying to speak clearly. "Today I dropped out." "Oh, Jake," she said. "The end is not here. Find something." "I know you will." I wanted to trust her but was losing hope. For days, I applied for every job I could find, but Sunnyside Restaurant, a decrepit restaurant that hadn't been cleaned since the 1980s, was the only one that offered anything. Flipping burgers and mopping floors was better than nothing since I needed money. I had something despite the long hours and minimal money. Earl, my manager, barked directives like boot camp as I pounded grease-covered burgers on the grill. Maybe Earl witnessed my hard work. He was tough and only cared about money. After a month at the diner, Earl approached me during a break. "Nice work ethic, child. Want more hours?" My forehead was sweaty, so I wiped it off to look engaged. "My friend needs a better paying night guard at this downtown office building. You in?" No consideration required. "Yes, I'm in." Flipping burgers by day and guarding an empty building at night, though unglamorous, it was something. I stopped affording sleep and was exhausted most nights, barely able to open my eyes, but I had to survive. Ashley kept sending me links to tech internships to get me back on track, but I didn't have time or energy to apply. I live for survival now. Every night, as I sat in that dark, empty office building staring at the city's flashing lights, I wondered, how did my life become this way? A few months earlier, I had aspirations and a future. Now I was surviving one shift at a time. The worst part was seeing no way 2 jobs were hell. The cafe was filthy and the nights in that empty office building were mind-numbing. I lived in a beat-up knapsack, slept 4 hours a night, and sipped energy drinks like water. I was making money, not much, but enough to keep me going. Mike didn't say anything, but I think he was glad I could help with rent. I didn't want to be the guy freeloading off my closest friend as my life went apart, so I handed him everything. A random meet things changed quickly when this guy came in for lunch while flipping burgers at the diner. I don't know if it was chance or the universe providing me a break. First, I didn't notice, just another customer. He looked fatigued, like the rest of us who worked too many hours for inadequate pay. After supper, he paid at the counter and gazed at the computer screen behind the register as I gave him his change. I practiced coding on break to keep sharp. He asked casually but suspiciously, "You're into coding?" I nodded, trying not to look thrilled. "I taught myself. Hopefully it will be a career. I could have something for you. My organization requires entry-level IT professionals. Not fancy, but a start." I blinked, questioning what I heard. "Seriously?" "Yes." He shrugged. "Send me your resume. I'll represent you." I accepted his business card shaking, hoping for a bit of hope after months. That night, I ignored my double-shift exhaustion and started my laptop resume, which was imperfect but something. I wrote Mike before overthinking it and trying not to get hopeful. Turning point. After a few days, I believed he was being nice and I wouldn't be called. One afternoon, while working my night shift in that dreary, abandoned office building, my phone buzzed. It was a company email. I hesitated to open the screen before responding with an interview invitation. It was shocking to go from flipping burgers and guarding vacant buildings to perhaps working in IT. I rode the bus to work after stealing Mike's fine clothing and joining a modest, unassuming business that appeared like a new planet after a basic interview. Trevor from the diner greeted me at the door and introduced me to Tina, his supervisor. Tina was fierce but fair. I informed her I had self-taught coding and IT without a degree. She was first disappointed by my small efforts, but she then asked me to fix a technical issue promptly, which I had never done. I panicked, but then I remembered all those late evenings I spent training and coding challenges for fun. I exhaled slowly and worked, trying not to feel pressurized. After I finished, Tina nodded and gazed at Trevor without saying much. She said, "He's got potential, give him a shot." Despite feeling like my heart was ready to explode, I tried to stay cool. New beginning the following week, I started as an entry-level IT person. It wasn't glamorous, but I didn't care. For the first time in months, I wasn't selling burgers or guarding scary office buildings at 3 a.m. I was doing something I enjoyed for the first time in months, and Tina and Trevor patiently taught me and encouraged me to study. Not being held hand through everything was perfect. To prevent losing this opportunity, I worked at the startup all day and went to the diner or office at night. Sleep was rare, and most mornings I felt like a car had hit me. I couldn't have survived without Ashley, who gave me job leads and checked on the startup. She reminded me that I was building something for myself when I felt like I was falling apart. After months of beating, I broke. I couldn't work 2 jobs and be sane, so I quit. Earl was sad but understood. "Good luck, kid," he said earnestly. "You work hard. You'll be fine." It was amazing to leave the diner. I worked security nights when I wasn't at the business, but I wasn't burning out as fast. Over time, I dedicated every free moment to IT, acquiring new skills, performing projects, and absorbing knowledge. I was constructing something genuine, mine. I wondered if I was following a pipe dream, but every time I overcame a challenge or solved a problem that had stumped me for hours, that spark returned. Long missing fire. It took time for me to see my future again. I wanted my future, not my parents'. First time in years, that was enough. Some months into the new job, things felt different. Not bad, just different from what I had felt in a while. Finally doing something I liked. I wasn't going to a dead-end job. Code and fix it were fun, but not glamorous. Get something I worked hard for. Tina went to my workstation one afternoon while I was programming. I loved her directness. She said, "Jake, I've been following your work for months. You have promised yet are holding back." I glanced at her, shocked. "Holding back? You mean what?" She crossed her arms and looked like she knew the answer but wanted me to say it. "You're talented, but you're cautious and adhere to familiarity. You lack risk-taking and pushing. Being comfortable is good, but comfort doesn't work in business." I was unclear what to say. She was right, I was doing the work, but not well. After everything, I was grateful to be stable and not mess up. Tina replied, "Look, Jake, you're good, but you need to improve to stand out. Try scary projects. You grow that way." I nodded, still understanding her words. This wasn't my parents' counsel to quit wasting my ability. This individual saw it and encouraged me. I followed her advice and volunteered for harder jobs I wasn't sure I could handle. I occasionally felt overwhelmed, but solving an issue was worth it. Tina handed me a big client job. I was scared since it was more responsibility than I'd ever had, but I was excited to prove I could do it. After weeks of late nights, weekends, and free time to perfect the project, I felt like I had run a marathon. I was exhausted, but I felt stronger. Several days later, Tina invited me into her office. I sat down, anxious about making a mistake. She acted swiftly. "Jake, your client liked your work. Every suggestion you made is being implemented." Unknowingly, I exhaled. "Really?" She nodded with a little smile. "You did great. Keep going and you'll succeed." Leave her office and I felt 10 feet tall. I thrived for the first time in forever and saw a future of building instead of scraping by. As I pushed harder, I understood how much I was holding back, not only in my career but in life. This cloud lifted, and I could see what I could do if I stopped afraid. Mistakes were inevitable, But they taught and progressed me. Ashley was always supportive, but she suddenly seemed proud of me. Instead of grumbling about my poor work or money, I'd talk about my new project or something fantastic I learned at dinner. She'd listen, really listen, like she could see I was on my way. After a long week at work, we sat on her couch one night. I was exhausted but happy. She smiled. She said, "I always knew you'd get here. Maybe not as planned, but you're doing it. You make it happen." I didn't know how to answer. She was with me through the worst, when I didn't know whether I'd make rent or where my next salary would come from. She made me feel safe and valued. Hearing her say that, I understood how lucky I was. "Thanks," I said forcefully. "I don't think I'd have made it this far without you." "You would have," she laughed, shaking her head. "A push was all you needed?" She may have been right, but her presence helped. Then things got better. I took on more duties and improved, and others noticed. Every time I finished one of Tina's harder assignments, I felt more confident. For the first time in years, I felt secure. I stopped security and wasn't making much money, but I wasn't afraid about my next meal. Tina summoned me into her office again one afternoon. I expected another extravagant project, but she had a serious look I hadn't seen before. She said, "Jake, I want to talk to you about your future here." Calmly but directly. Unsure of the direction, I arched an eyebrow. "Okay." She reclined in her chair. "You've done well in recent months. I think you're ready for more. I wish to make you full-time." After she started, I sat there trying to process it. Full-time? The dream? No more juggling jobs or scraping by. I don't even know what to say, I smiled. Smiled, just say yes. Yes, I did. After leaving that office, I felt lighter. All the strain, sleepless nights, and self-doubt were worth it. I arrived, though not as planned, and that felt good. Being promoted to full-time was like visiting a new planet. For the first time, I felt like I was doing something meaningful for myself and others without working a miserable side job. It was steady. After attaining that milestone, work got frantic. Tina meant it when she said I'd get additional responsibilities. I led teams for the first time and managed impossible deadlines on larger projects. My to-do list sometimes made me worry how I would do it all, but I had to. Every day was a challenge, but it was the kind that made me feel alive. It was significant to be trusted to do the job while still learning. Tina summoned me into her office again one afternoon. Every time she did, I felt like I was in school waiting to pass or fail a test. She looked serious, and I wondered if I'd done something wrong. She added, "Jake, I've got another project for you." Pushing a folder over the desk. I took it and flipped through. The new customer was a big company modernizing its IT infrastructure. Bigger than anything I'd done before. My stomach flipped when excited and scared. "This is a lot," I said, trying to seem confident but not arrogant. "I think you're ready." Tina nods. "I need you to guide the organization through this major undertaking." "Guide it?" I was shocked. I worked hard, but heading a project looked advanced. I said, "I won't let you down," feeling her faith. "I know you won't," she said, smiling briefly. Next week was my busiest. I worked nights and weekends at work making sure everything was fine. My staff was excellent, but I couldn't let anyone down under pressure. Ashley was wonderful, although I was rarely around and a zombie. She brought takeout to work, sat with me, and reminded me to take breaks. "You're going to burn out if you don't slow down," she warned. I adored this idea and thought it would change my career and life if I succeeded. I had to prove myself, not Tina or the firm, that I could handle this. I barely slept the night before the client presentation, mentally double and triple checking everything to make sure there were no loose ends. I felt like all my tension and anxiety from the year had built up to this moment, and I was about to do something significant. The next morning, I entered the boardroom to find the clients in suits and ties looking serious. I put up my presentation to calm my nerves, but it seemed like my career hinged on this meeting. Tina sat at the head of the table, watching me. I breathed deeply, comforted myself, and started the lecture. I stumbled over a few words and slides, but I answered their questions, explained the idea, and showed why they required this update. During what seemed like an eternity, no one talked. They scanned the documentation and whispered. My stomach flipped, and I half expected them to take everything apart. The IT department chief said, "This looks good," nodding. "We'll proceed." I was astonished and wanted to jump up and fist pump like a fool, but I nodded like it was just another day at work, yelling with joy. Tina took me aside after the meeting. "Great work," she said, beaming. "You've earned this." Her praise or the fact that I finished my largest assignment hit me harder. I felt like I'd passed an unseen finish line. After months of work, I left the office that night, relieved. I didn't care that I'd probably be back there in the morning working on something else. For the first time in a long time, I felt like I was where I should be. On my way home, I excitedly called Ashley. "We did it, babe. The presentation was well received. We're proceeding?" Pride showed in her laughter. "You would, I knew. So proud of you, Jake." Hearing that made it real. I wasn't the lost, fearful kid who'd been kicked out of his parents' house. I'd built something for myself on my terms. There was less uncertainty about the future. I thrived, not just survived. And that feeling? It was all worth it. I went from struggling to excelling in IT a few years after that big job assignment, and I was surprised when I started my own firm. After working for a while, I had a good reputation, saved money, and made connections, so I was ready to jump. Starting my own business was hard. There were restless nights, countless paperwork, and constant worry that everything might fail. I felt this was my calling, so I kept going. I got contracts, built a small but solid crew, and the company took off. After 2 years, we made more money than I expected. I didn't serve burgers or protect vacant buildings. I grew my firm every month. I had built it. Ashley and I contemplated buying a house when my company took off. After years of renting, we wanted our own home. We looked at ads, attended weekend open houses, and fantasized about our ideal home. Seeing my boyhood house, which my parents still live in, for sale prevented me from surfing real estate sites. I was surprised to discover their house for sale. I hadn't spoken to them in years and didn't follow their life. I clicked on the advertisement to learn more. Their landlord had sold the property at a discount compared to surrounding homes. I suddenly had a crazy idea. Buy the house. Who buys their parents' house after eviction? It seemed petty, but they didn't know I had money or was considering buying a property. This could be my chance to reclaim control over a situation that had kept me powerless for years. I called my realtor and placed a bid without hesitation. It was inexpensive, and I had the money to accomplish it. A few weeks later, the purchase closed, and I acquired my childhood home. Now things get interesting. The property manager called me the day after the deal. "The tenants are asking to meet the new owner," said. "They want to discuss the rent and some issues they've been having." I grinned internally. Good things were coming. Not telling them, I told property management to make the appointment. The plan was in my brain. After parking my car in front and knocking like a landlord, Dad answered the door. He was surprised but didn't recognize me because we hadn't seen each other in years. I didn't appear like the guy who left their house with a duffel bag and no plan. "We're here to meet the landlord," he exclaimed. "That's me," I said, entering like I owned it. He blinks in amazement. "Wait, what? You're the landlord?" "Yeah," I said, trying not to laugh. "I bought the place." My mom came from the living room, wide-eyed. "Jake," she shouted. "Why are you here?" I smiled and leaned against the wall. "Well, I'm your landlord now." They were speechless, still absorbing the fact that the boy they kicked out years before owned their house. Though I wasn't celebrating, it seemed fair. Business was my obligation. I began. "So, breaking the awkward quiet. About the rent." They stared at me unprepared. I stated, "I'm tripling it," calmly. Dad was stunned. "Triple it? You're kidding." I replied, "Oh, I'm dead serious. Property values have risen, so I need a reasonable return on my investment. Rent is rising, a lot." Mom shook and reasoned with me. "Jake, we can't afford that. You know we can't." I shrugged. "That's not my issue. You can pay the new rent or move. Up to you." Though tough, I wouldn't back down. Years ago, they kicked me out, so now I set the terms. The stunned couple may have realized they had no choice but to stand there with no credit and no options. I left after an awkward talk to let them figure things out. I drove away feeling satisfied, vindicated, and hollow. I proved them wrong and succeeded despite everything they did to me, but as I drove away from that house, I realized that rent hikes and property ownership couldn't fix it. This was about release, not revenge. I wouldn't lower rent.